Chapter 1: A Distinct Earth. With a faint hiss, Lin Feng awoke, slowly opening his eyes. He gazed into the mirror at the reflection of himself, his expression rife with confusion and bewilderment. The visage before him, though somewhat haggard, boasted deep-set features, arched brows, and sparkling eyes, complemented by a neat and tidy hairstyle. Standing at an imposing height of 6 feet 1 inch, his muscular physique was both robust and well-defined, while his fair skin lent him an air of elegance. Why would this man choose to take his own life? Could it be merely a question of why continue living? Lin Feng murmured to the reflection that gazed back at him. Indeed, the original owner of this body had succumbed to suicide, a tragic consequence of depression. Growing up in an orphanage, a sense of inferiority had taken root within him, a toxic seed that followed him throughout his life. Yet, he excelled academically, with his university tuition subsidized by the local government, alongside additional grants from his school. After the college entrance examination, he successfully enrolled in a prestigious 985 university, entering its distinguished literature department. As for romantic entanglements in this world, he had once had a girlfriend in high school, but she eventually departed from his life, leaving their relationship unresolved. Subsequently, Lin Feng, preoccupied with his studies, ceased to dwell on her. Due to his striking appearance and reserved demeanor, upon entering university, he received numerous requests from female students for his contact information. However, Lin Feng, owing to his unique background, declined their advances, choosing to withdraw further from interactions with classmates and teachers, his character becoming increasingly reclusive. His university life became a solitary existence in moments of boredom. He penned novels for supplemental income. During his free time, he also engaged in part-time work and participated in competitions to earn a bit of prize money. With modest living expenses, he managed to save over 300,000 yuan during his 4 years at university. By a fortunate twist of fate, Lin Feng learned that the original owner of his residence was preparing to emigrate and urgently needed to sell the property. Without hesitation, he purchased the house. From that moment on, Lin Feng embraced a life of daytime, slumber, and nighttime literary creation, but he allocated half of his earnings from writing to himself, while the other half was generously donated to the orphanage where he had been raised. Unfortunately, the orphanage was recently closed. Lin Feng had never ventured into the outside world. His days were spent behind closed doors, writing novels or sleeping. He lacked other hobbies. Often shying away from social interactions, he had attempted to combat his depression by engaging in sports such as fitness and basketball, striving to connect with others. Alas, regardless of his efforts, he could not maintain such pursuits. Perhaps it was the grip of his depression that rendered him indifferent to everything, extinguishing any semblance of hope in life. Ultimately, Lin Feng could no longer bear the weight of his suffering and chose to swallow the sleeping pills he had previously purchased, bidding farewell to this world. Perhaps, in the instant he found liberation, there was a semblance of happiness. Coincidentally, in another realm, Lin Feng had perished alongside a drowning girl while attempting to rescue her, succumbing to a cramp in his leg. Miraculously, his soul transcended into this world, a planet reminiscent of Earth yet distinct in its cultural essence. Intoxicated, yet regrettably, I have returned the little girl. Lin Feng wore a visage of despair after finally acting heroically. He found himself burdened with the responsibility of her return. Silently, he offered his apologies to the girl in his heart. "Well, since you have departed, I shall endeavor to live well in your stead." Lin Feng gazed into the mirror, where his features rivaled those of the illustrious Wu Yanzu and Edison Shun from his former world. Upon accepting reality, Lin Feng felt a peculiar sense of relief wash over him. Where's the system? Where's my golden finger? Is it not customary for one to possess such an advantage upon traversing worlds? He mused, slightly exasperated by his lack of endowments. It appeared he would have to continue his vocation of writing. I shall lead a simple life, penning my thoughts, and when boredom strikes, I will travel and explore this world. Ah, splendid, Lin Feng thought to himself, embracing the ebb and flow of life. Oh, I love you. Like thunder shattering the darkness, a voice resonated. Lin Feng, slightly bemused by the familiar yet foreign ringtone, located his 36 Pro Max phone in the living room, only to discover it was a telemarketing call, which he promptly dismissed. However, upon wishing to change the ringtone, he found no songs from his original world. Furrowing his brow, he opened the Chinese music charts, only to find no trace of his former world's melodies. Could it be a cultural disjunction? This thought suddenly surged through his mind as he searched for literary works from his original realm. Indeed, although this world is also Earth, the cultural strata are entirely different. The once popular novels from my world are absent. Lin Feng pondered. Could it be that he could directly borrow from the narratives of his original world? My apologies to Brother Wu Heng, to red-haired ancestor, to potato, to Tang. Let us leave that aside, but feel free to appropriate the rest. He chuckled inwardly. A rumble echoed unexpectedly from his stomach. As night fell and the clock struck 9, Lin Feng was overtaken by hunger. The former host, accustomed to a reclusive lifestyle, had stocked the refrigerator with ample provisions. He casually prepared a bowl of noodles, sitting at the table, eating while surveying the room. It was evident that the original host diverged from the traditional stereotype of a recluse. The living room was spacious and bright, immaculately clean, with a well-designed 3-bedroom, 1 living room layout. Beyond the living room lay a balcony adorned with tea sets, indicating the former host's penchant for tea. The overall decor exuded a minimalist and casual elegance, eschewing excessive ornamentation yet radiating warmth. Apart from the master bedroom, another room served as a study, the workspace of Lin Feng. There was also a guest room, furnished with a bed and wardrobe, alongside a violin and a guitar. The master bedroom and study were adjacent, while the guest room faced the master suite, with the kitchen and dining area integrated into a cohesive design. Next to the television in the living room stood a piano, a remnant left by the house's original owner during their travels abroad. Lin Feng felt an irresistible urge to sit beside the piano, gently caressing the keys. His fingers, long and delicate, seemed enchanted as they gracefully rested upon the ivory. As the haunting notes of the moonlight sonata lingered in the air, Lin Feng, seemingly unsatisfied, seamlessly transitioned into a rendition of canon. The melodious strains resonated through the atmosphere as he closed his eyes, allowing his thoughts to drift back to a past life. In that existence, Lin Feng was a stark contrast to the Lin Feng of this world. He had graduated from a prestigious 211 university in his previous life. Lin Feng was also an orphan, yet he was fortunate enough to be adopted by a well-to-do couple. He believed that his life would unfold in a certain manner. However, the return of his adoptive parents' biological son rendered his position within the family rather uncomfortable. Fortunately, after the college entrance examination, Lin Feng consciously chose to enroll in a music program at a distant 211 university. His university life was quite smooth. He possessed a cheerful and outgoing demeanor. Perhaps due to a lingering sense of guilt, his adoptive parents generously provided him with a substantial monthly allowance, alleviating any financial concerns he might have had. He frequently enrolled in various extracurricular classes, including piano, painting, singing, and martial arts, and he also independently studied German, Japanese, and English. In his leisure time, he often traveled to marvel at the breathtaking landscapes of his homeland. Had it not been for the need to rescue a drowning girl, he might have pursued studies abroad after graduation. Alas, the unpredictability of life is a constant companion. Returning to the present, Lin Feng found himself disinterested in continuing to play the piano. He tidied up the mess and descended the stairs to dispose of the trash. Upon opening the door, he noticed that the weather had transitioned into October. The chill of the night made him instinctively draw on his neck. Residing on the 6th floor, he quickly took the elevator down to the ground level. The neighborhood was not particularly old, and the number of residents was scant, lending an unusual tranquility to the night. However, the infrastructure was still developing, resulting in dim streetlights that illuminated only about 5 to 6 meters ahead, leaving Lin Feng's family seemingly the only occupants of the building. Stepping out of the dark corridor, Lin Feng truly beheld the night of this world. Just like in his previous life, the moon and stars were identical. He gazed upwards, momentarily entranced, as if his soul had been momentarily suspended in time, only to take a while to regain his senses. Below him, he noticed a woman clad in a white dress, her hair cascading untamed, obscuring her face. Although her features were unclear, there was an undeniable allure about her. Wait a moment, what on earth? Chapter 2. Lin Feng swallowed hard, a shiver coursing through him. He was uncertain whether the figure before him was human or supernatural. In the past, he would have staunchly denied the existence of ghosts. However, having recently undergone a rebirth, he found himself questioning the reality of such phenomena. Were spirits in this world so brazenly visible? His throat felt parched, and he swallowed again. Could it be that the girl had come to claim his life? No, that couldn't be true. After all, he had acted to save her. Minutes slipped by, and Lin Feng gazed at the motionless silhouette, pondering whether this ghost intended to toy with him rather than strike him down immediately. A few more moments passed. To hell with it. Lin Feng's voice carried a note of determination. I've already been reborn. How could I possibly fear you? He mused inwardly. Perhaps it was merely a person after all. With that thought, he slowly turned his head, maintaining a heightened sense of alertness. At the slightest sound from behind, he would dash away, fleeing without a second thought. As Lin Feng moved farther away, the silence persisted behind him, and he fought the urge to glance back. The trash station was not far from the entrance of the community. After disposing of his garbage, he found himself at a crossroads. His mind began to murmur, the snacks at home have run out. I should buy some, not that I'm afraid. He constantly reassured himself. He ventured to the supermarket, replenishing the household supplies, and spent half an hour browsing before finally meandering back to the community. The moment he caught sight of the figure downstairs, his heart seemed to halt, and he inwardly exclaimed, "What the hell?" However, the clock had already approached midnight, and a full moon hung high in the sky, casting its silvery light like a delicate veil over the earth, which appeared to be draped in a shimmering cloak. Lin Feng noticed a shadow beneath the figure's feet. He slapped his forehead in realization. He had been so startled that he hadn't even registered the shadow. Indeed, the presence of a shadow indicated humanity. He exhaled deeply. Phew, that startled this handsome fellow. With that thought, he passed by the figure and ascended the stairs. Yet, as he walked past, he couldn't help but steal a glance. What he saw left him momentarily breathless. The skin of the woman's neck was smooth and translucent, subtly revealing delicate veins beneath, a striking contrast of rosy white illuminated by the moonlight, bestowing upon her an inexplicable allure. Drawing from his years of experience in appreciating beauty, Lin Feng concluded that this was a breathtakingly beautiful woman, merely from the glimpse of her nape. After Lin Feng departed, the enchanting figure seemed to stir slightly, raising her head to reveal her clear, cold eyes. Her gaze was a blend of aloofness and tender affection, her large, watery eyes fixated on the direction in which Lin Feng had vanished. Lowering his head, Lin Feng cast his gaze downward. At that moment, he had already ascended the stairs. Standing on the balcony, contemplating the graceful silhouette below with a complex expression. After a brief moment of reflection, he decided to tidy up. Observing the items he had purchased, a wave of satisfaction surged within him. He had long disposed of the previous occupant's toiletries, replaced by his own new acquisitions. With a cloth in hand, he meticulously polished the floor, ensuring that every corner of the room gleamed with cleanliness. After approximately an hour, Lin Feng reclined on the sofa, feeling a profound sense of accomplishment. Suddenly, a thought crossed his mind, prompting him to spring to his feet and stride towards the balcony. Indeed, the silhouette remained, standing there quietly like a solitary flower quivering in the night breeze. Initially, he intended to turn off the living room lights and indulge in a restful slumber. However, he reconsidered, thinking, let the lights remain on. After all, my brother is both handsome and kind-hearted. As the clock silently ticked towards 2 in the morning, Lin Feng found himself tossing and turning in bed, unable to fall asleep. What on earth is happening? Why can't I sleep? He muttered to himself. Perhaps it was best to check once more. He donned his robe, descended the stairs, and glanced down from the balcony. The silhouette was still there. At that moment, the temperature had dropped considerably, and a chill wind swept through, causing Lin Feng to furrow his brow. He sighed inwardly. Well, I might as well be a good Samaritan. Thus, he slipped on his shoes and approached the silhouette. Standing beside her, he gently inquired, why aren't you going home? It's dangerous out here. Yet, the figure remained silent, as if she were a mute statue, offering no response. Lin Feng pressed on, where do you live? Would you like me to escort you home? The silence persisted. He contemplated further, suggesting, should I call the police for you? Still, she remained uncommunicative. Lin Feng couldn't help but speculate. Have you run away from home? The silence continued, as if she regarded him as mere air. A wave of helplessness and frustration washed over him, and he inwardly cursed, "What on earth is wrong with this girl?" After what felt like an eternity, Lin Feng finally settled beside the silhouette and softly urged, "Come upstairs with me. Regardless, let us at least get you cleaned up and fed. It's unsafe outside. Rest assured, I am a good person." This time, the silhouette stirred, lowering her head as she rose to her feet. Lin Feng estimated her height to be at least 168 centimeters, likely around 21 years of age. With her head bowed, she followed him, clearly famished. Upon returning home, Lin Feng retrieved a brand new towel and bath towel, offering them to the shy figure before him. "Here, take these. They're freshly purchased and unused. There's body wash and shampoo inside." He continued, "I don't have any women-esque clothing. All I have is this short-sleeved shirt and a pair of shorts that I rarely wear. You can make do with these for now. Go take a shower while I prepare something to eat for you." Chinning silently took the clothes, turning to enter the bathroom. Lin Feng pondered inwardly. Is she mute? After a considerable time, the girl emerged from her shower. She gazed at the bowl of noodles on the table and devoured it ravenously, as if she had been starving for an eternity. Lin Feng emerged from his study, having just perused the author's previous novels, which had concluded with the author's tragic suicide, offering readers a form of closure. He resolved to take a brief respite to organize his thoughts before deciding which book to draw inspiration from. Clearing his throat, Lin Feng stepped out of the study, his attention drawn to the silhouette in the kitchen. She wore an oversized short-sleeve shirt of Lin Feng's and shorts that revealed her slender calves, straight as a bowstring. Clearing his throat again, Lin Feng gently coughed, prompting the figure to halt her eating and slowly turn around. He was captivated by her visage, as if enshrouded in mist. Her raven hair cascaded like a waterfall. Her skin was as fair as snow, akin to jade. Her brows resembled distant mountains shrouded in mist. Her eyes sparkled like a clear spring, enchanting and pure. She appeared fresh and elegant, like a lotus emerging from the water, standing gracefully. Her almond-shaped eyes shimmered like autumn waters, radiant and mesmerizing, evoking a sense of awe and humility, leaving no room for any semblance of disrespect. The ethereal charm exuding from her proud and lively demeanor was akin to a lotus flower, only to be admired from afar, never to be trifled with. There's no water. Lin Feng searched his mind, exhausting every adjective to describe the opposite sex, yet still found himself inadequate to capture the extraordinary beauty before him. Noticing the girl's delicate brow slightly furrowed, Lin Feng awoke from his reverie, realizing his indiscretion. Why were you downstairs at my place tonight?" he inquired nonchalantly, rubbing his nose, his voice slightly hoarse. The stunning face before him bore a slight frown, seemingly contemplating Lin Feng's question, yet appearing lost in thought. "Were you just watching me?" The girl's lips parted slightly, her voice ethereal, light, and melodious, yet underlined with a coolness. "Lin Feng, is it that obvious?" "No." Lin Feng opted for a straightforward fabrication. "First, answer my question." Summoning his courage, he pressed on. "Because I ran away from home," she replied, her voice still sweet and melodious. "What is your name?" Lin Feng asked. The girl fixed her gaze upon him, contemplating for a moment before replying, "Mengqing. What do you plan to do moving forward?" Lin Feng continued. "I don't know. I forgot my wallet when I left home, and my phone was stolen," Mengqing responded. After a considerable pause, Lin Feng slowly rose and walked toward the bedroom, then peeked out to say, "You can rest here for the night. The guest room is over there. I just changed the sheets and covers. They're very clean." Lin Feng refrained from inquiring about the girl's home situation. Perhaps everyone harbored their own unspoken burdens. As for why he allowed Mengqing to stay in his home, well, it was simply Lin Feng's kind-hearted nature. Such a beauty, if encountered by ill-intentioned individuals on the street, could lead to dire consequences. Thankfully, he considered himself a good person. Mengqing stared blankly at Lin Feng's departing figure, suddenly lost in thought. After finishing the last 2 bites of her meal, she placed the dishes into the dishwasher, yet awkwardly realized she did not know how to operate it. "Perhaps this is the one," Mengqing murmured softly as she pressed a button, only for the dishwasher to erupt with a cacophony of clattering sounds that resonated loudly, leaving her startled and flustered. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, on the brink of slumber, was abruptly awakened by the noise. He swiftly descended from his bed and hurried to the kitchen, where he found Mengqing's composed demeanor marred by a palpable anxiety. Without hesitation, he approached and turned off the dishwasher, reassuringly saying, "Go back to sleep. Leave the dishes to me." Mengqing's cheeks flushed slightly as she cast her gaze downward, softly acknowledging him with a gentle before retreating to her guest room, thoughtfully closing the door behind her. Chapter 3. Settling in a Sleepless Night. The following day, Lin Feng awoke early, descending the stairs to jog in the morning light. By 7 o'clock, he returned from his run, having purchased 2 breakfasts along the way. However, upon discovering that the door to the second bedroom remained firmly shut, he consumed his portion alone before proceeding to the study to turn on his computer. Which book should he draw inspiration from? Lin Feng fell into contemplation. Should it be the one that speaks of the shifting tides of fortune, cautioning against underestimating the youth? Or perhaps the one that asserts absolute authority through the ages? After a prolonged period of reflection, he remained at a loss. Just then, the phone rang abruptly. "An editor?" Lin Feng murmured quietly. "Hello, is this Lin Feng?" Came a melodious voice, reminiscent of a songbird in flight. Lin Feng snapped back to attention and hurriedly replied, "Yes, it is I. I noticed that your previous novel has been performing quite well. It has been concluded for several days now. Do you have any plans for your next book?" The gentle voice continued. Lin Feng thought to himself, the speaker must surely be a beauty. "Yes, I do intend to write a new book, but I lack a clear direction," he responded after a moment of thought. Having just crossed into this world, he was entirely unaware of the current trends. If he were to replicate, or rather, draw inspiration from existing works, what if it flopped? He needed to produce something extraordinary to turn the tide. Evidently, there was a brief silence on the other end. "You might consider writing an alternate history novel," the voice offered after a short pause. "Alternate history?" Lin Feng echoed softly, bowing his head in deep thought. "History? Since the cultural backdrop of this world differed from that of Earth, might its historical dynasties be distinct as well?" "Hello, are you still there?" "Oh, I apologize, editor. I just momentarily lost my train of thought," Lin Feng replied. "Ah, it seems you have found some inspiration?" The voice inquired softly. "Yes, I have a general direction now, but I need to further contemplate the specifics," Lin Feng admitted. "All right, let us add each other on WeChat. You can provide feedback there in the future." Lin Feng agreed and hung up. A request to add a friend appeared on WeChat. Upon glancing at the avatar, he saw a figure wearing gold-rimmed glasses, with eyes resembling tranquil pools of water. Although her gaze was gentle and unobtrusive, it exuded an indescribable clarity and warmth. As Lin Feng accepted the request, a message followed. "Yin Yuqing." "All right," Lin Feng responded. "Feel free to ask me any questions on WeChat," Yin Yuqing replied. "Sure. I'll take a couple of days to organize my thoughts and send them to you." In truth, the moment Yin Yuqing suggested alternate history, a spark of inspiration flickered in Lin Feng's mind. Given the distinct historical culture of this world, could he directly transpose the history of his past life? What name should this book bear? After pondering for a moment, he considered, perhaps it could be titled Heritage of Huaxia, or would Traversing a Millennium of China be more fitting? As Lin Feng was immersed in his thoughts within the study, the door to the guest room gently creaked open. Mengqing, having struggled to find restful sleep in recent days, immediately succumbed to slumber upon reaching the bed. Sleeping soundly until after 9 o'clock, perhaps the most comfortable night she had experienced in quite some time. Upon entering the living room, her gaze fell upon the breakfast laid out on the table, stirring a conflict within her heart. She longed to partake, yet was uncertain if it had been prepared for her. Moreover, this was not her home, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, having organized his thoughts, arrived at a conclusion. He would title his work Huaxia. The name resonated with strength and grandeur. With the title established, he felt an immense sense of relief and stepped out of the study. Just as he emerged, he beheld Mengqing seated on the sofa, her eyes fixated on the breakfast, her expression a blend of desire and hesitation that tugged at Lin Feng's heartstrings. "Go ahead and eat. It's for you," he said softly. "I didn't want to wake you while you were resting." Mengqing turned her head and offered him a grateful smile. "Thank you. Approaching the dining table, she began to eat without a care for her manners, perhaps too famished to notice. Lin Feng settled on the sofa, quietly observing Meng Qing's silhouette. Suddenly, she clamped her hands over her mouth, her face flushed with embarrassment as she glanced at Lin Feng. At that moment, she embodied the essence of delicate charm, evoking a sense of tenderness and affection. "Come sit here," Lin Feng invited gently. Rising, Meng Qing approached the sofa and took a seat a few paces away from him, the ample space providing a comfortable distance. Lin Feng regarded the enchanting beauty before him and inquired, "What do you plan to do today?" Meng Qing met his gaze and replied softly, "I don't know." After a brief silence, her beautiful eyes lingered on Lin Feng as she spoke in a gentle tone. "I don't want to go home. It was so hard to escape, and I don't have any friends here. I don't know where to go." As she spoke, the light in her eyes gradually dimmed. Lin Feng, feeling a pang of compassion, sighed, "Then you may stay here for the time being." He could not bear the thought of her wandering the streets alone. After all, she was a vulnerable woman, and what if she encountered ill-intentioned individuals? Fortunately, his earnings from a completed manuscript had recently come through, amounting to over 100,000 after taxes, supplemented by his previous savings, ensuring he could manage. Meng Qing cast a grateful glance at Lin Feng. He then asked, "Why were you downstairs yesterday?" She pouted slightly, pondering before responding, "I'm not quite sure how I ended up downstairs. I saw your lights were on and just sat there." In truth, Meng Qing had been lured downstairs by the enchanting sound of piano music. In her mind, anyone capable of producing such beautiful melodies could not possibly be a bad person. Lin Feng chuckled helplessly. "Let us go. I'll take you shopping for some clothes and daily necessities. Since you'll be staying here, it's best to get your essentials sorted." The mention of shopping ignited a spark of excitement in Meng Qing's beautiful eyes. Does this mean she can truly reside here, and that Lin Feng will no longer ask her to leave? Dressed in Lin Feng's shirt and shorts, Meng Qing exuded a unique charm. Lin Feng intended to visit the mall first to select an outfit for Meng Qing. Upon entering the women's clothing store, the sales associate greeted them enthusiastically. Upon seeing the striking couple, the associate's eyes sparkled as she exclaimed, "What a beautiful couple you two make." Upon hearing the word couple, Meng Qing immediately lowered her head. Her cheeks flushed, while Lin Feng, feeling somewhat bashful, rubbed his nose and replied, "Yes, please help her choose some clothes." The sales associate, smiling brightly, led Meng Qing to select her garments, while Lin Feng, initially bored, sat in the waiting area, lost in thought. Hearing a noise from behind, he turned his head and was instantly transfixed. Before him stood a woman clad in a white short-sleeve top paired with a denim skirt, her cascading black hair framing her swan-like neck. Her arms, resembling delicate lotus stems, appeared particularly enchanting against the backdrop of her skirt. The denim skirt grazed her calves, revealing slender, rosy legs adorned with a pair of combat boots, making her appear as if she had descended from the heavens. "Wow, how stunning!" Lin Feng couldn't help but exclaim. Meng Qing's face flushed crimson, while Lin Feng remained in a state of astonishment. A flicker of joy blossomed within Meng Qing. After all, who among women does not appreciate beauty? Being complimented naturally brings happiness. Lin Feng quickly regained his composure, his voice quivering with uncertainty as he asked, "Meng Qing?" Her voice, pure and crystalline, carried a hint of tenderness as she softly responded. Lin Feng then touched his nose and said, "Let us pack this one up. You should choose a few more outfits and undergarments." Meng Qing nodded and turned to try on more clothes. As they exited the shopping mall, the sun had begun its descent. With an empty stomach, Lin Feng realized he hadn't eaten since noon and led Meng Qing toward the nearest barbecue restaurant. As they entered, they captured the attention of the few patrons present. A handsome man and a beautiful woman walking side by side was indeed a picturesque sight. Fortunately, it was not yet mealtime, so the restaurant was relatively uncrowded. After seating themselves, a server approached with a tablet for ordering. With a smile, the server inquired, "What would you like to eat?" You can place your order directly on the tablet. After handing it over, Lin Feng scanned the diverse menu and ordered several meat dishes. Since they had come for barbecue, he passed the tablet to Meng Qing, saying, "Order whatever you like." Shyly, Meng Qing replied, "No need. I'll just eat what you order." In truth, Meng Qing felt a bit embarrassed. The clothes had cost several thousand yuan, a significant sum for an ordinary family. Moreover, she currently had no means to repay this amount, making her reluctant to add to the burden, even though Lin Feng had already been very generous. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Feng chose not to press the matter further and handed the tablet back to the server. "I will repay you for the clothes later," Meng Qing said softly. Lin Feng gazed at the enchanting Meng Qing before him and inquired, "What do you offer in return?" Meng Qing was momentarily taken aback. She neither had a job nor savings and was genuinely at a loss for how to repay him. Fortunately, at that moment, the waiter arrived with the dishes, alleviating the awkwardness. Observing this, Lin Feng deftly began to prepare the meal, while Meng Qing, fixated on the grilled meat, eagerly picked up 4 or 5 pieces with her chopsticks and placed them directly onto the grill. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but twitch his lips in amusement. He used his tongs to separate the meat slices that Meng Qing had clumped together and said helplessly, "If you do it this way, you'll only char the edges while the center remains raw. You must space the pieces apart on the grill." Meng Qing obediently nodded and placed 3 slices on the grill. Lin Feng, exasperated, sighed, "Well, I suppose I shall take over." With that, he picked up the pieces he had initially set aside and placed them onto Meng Qing's plate. Delighted, Meng Qing used her chopsticks to lift the meat and began to eat. After savoring a bite, she silently marveled, "This is truly exquisite, even surpassing the steaks I have at home." Lin Feng watched Meng Qing, who appeared as innocent and adorable as a young girl, and felt a mixture of silence and contentment in his heart, akin to a father watching his daughter relish a meal, finding satisfaction in her joy. With her head bowed, Meng Qing continued to indulge in the grilled meat, oblivious to Lin Feng's gaze. At that moment, all she wished for was to feast, her stomach gradually filling while she could only watch Lin Feng enjoy his meal with gusto. As she observed him, she suddenly noticed the man before her had striking features and his eyes sparkled like a galaxy, clear and profound, embodying the allure of a mysterious gem. It was as if a seemingly innocent third grader bore a depth of understanding beyond her years. Lin Feng sensed Meng Qing's fervent gaze and raised his eyes, coincidentally meeting hers. Yet, Meng Qing remained lost in her thoughts, entirely unaware of the awkward eye contact. A subtle smirk graced Lin Feng's lips as he teased, "What is this? Are you captivated by my charming looks?" Startled, Meng Qing quickly averted her gaze and turned her head to the side. Nonetheless, she couldn't help but ponder, what manner of person was this man before her? Meng Qing held a fair degree of confidence in her appearance. Yet Lin Feng had not crossed any boundaries the previous night. In truth, she had been gambling on the notion that someone capable of playing such a beautiful piece on the piano would be a good person. Lin Feng, observing Meng Qing's reaction, shook his head in resignation and resumed eating the grilled meat. By the time they exited the restaurant, it was already 5 o'clock. Initially, Lin Feng intended to leave directly, but upon reflection, he realized that Meng Qing lacked a mobile phone, which would hinder her mobility. Thus, he decided to accompany her to purchase one. Upon arriving at the phone store, Lin Feng inquired if she had a particular phone in mind, but Meng Qing remained silent. Perhaps she was reluctant to burden him with expenses, or perhaps there were other considerations at play. Seeing her reticence, Lin Feng took it upon himself to select a phone. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose a mid-range poop phone, priced at just over 5,000 yuan. This particular model boasted excellent photography capabilities and an aesthetically pleasing design, making it particularly suitable for young women. Furthermore, if one does not indulge in gaming, then an emphasis on visual appeal and photographic function suffices. Upon exiting the mobile store, Lin Feng accompanied Meng Qing to apply for a SIM card. Unfortunately, due to her lack of identification, Meng Qing was unable to proceed. In a state of helplessness, Lin Feng resorted to using his own ID to assist her. During this process, the service staff, eager to facilitate, suggested a couple's package that offered free calls. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Feng deemed the price reasonable and readily agreed to the offer. Throughout this exchange, Meng Qing remained silent, as she had grown accustomed to the numerous misconceptions about their relationship since their departure. She was almost numb to the assumption that they were a couple. Yet, Her gaze involuntarily lingered on Lin Feng's retreating figure, lost in thought. This unfamiliar man, whom she had only known for a mere 2 days, had already bought her clothes and a phone, and even invited her to stay at his home. Did he not fear that she might one day vanish, rendering his kindness futile? Internally, she felt a twinge of astonishment. Lin Feng seemed unconcerned about her sudden escape and had not pressed her to return home. Lin Feng, observing the contemplative young woman before him, called out, "Hey!" Startled by this abrupt exclamation, Meng Qing quickly regained her composure and looked at him with her beautiful eyes, filled with a sense of grievance. In that moment, Lin Feng felt a surge of bashfulness and rubbed the back of his head, saying, "Let us go. It's time to head home." Meng Qing said nothing, lowering her head as she followed behind him. As they passed through a bustling night market, a little girl, resembling a sprite, tugged at Lin Feng's sleeve and said, "Handsome brother, do you want to buy some flowers? Your girlfriend seems upset. Buy a flower to cheer up the pretty sister." Lin Feng turned to glance at Meng Qing, only to find her still with her head down, silent. At that moment, Meng Qing accidentally bumped into Lin Feng. "Ouch!" she exclaimed, covering her nose, and softly apologized before resuming her quiet stance beside him. Seeing this, Lin Feng was suddenly overcome with a wave of guilt. He purchased a rose from the flower-selling girl and handed it to Meng Qing. However, at that instant, Meng Qing's thoughts had already drifted far away. Abruptly, a vibrant rose appeared before her, akin to a dazzling pearl. She lifted her head to meet Lin Feng's slightly apologetic expression, and much of her earlier irritation dissipated, though she feigned indifference, turning her face away. Noticing this, Lin Feng quickly apologized. "I'm sorry. I just wanted to tease you. I didn't mean to startle you." Meng Qing pondered inwardly. What difference does it make? Well, considering the beauty of this rose, I shall let it go. After Lin Feng spoke, Meng Qing slowly reached out to accept the rose, remaining silent. Yet a trace of subtle satisfaction flickered within her haughty demeanor. Observing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but smile. Indeed, smiles are contagious. Lin Feng's gaze fell upon a claw machine in the distance, and he gently inquired, "Shall we try to catch a toy?" Meng Qing's eyes followed his, instantly sparkling like two twinkling stars. Lin Feng led Meng Qing to the nearest claw machine, inserting a few coins. He concentrated intently on maneuvering the claw, each movement flowing as smoothly as a gentle stream, executed with perfection. Lin Feng whispered a cheer of triumph. Meng Qing, astounded by Lin Feng's adept technique, could hardly close her mouth in amazement. Soon, Lin Feng succeeded in capturing several plush toys, drawing the attention of nearby children, who gathered around him in awe, their eyes brimming with envy and admiration. Meng Qing observed Lin Feng with curiosity as he generously shared the toys he had won with the surrounding children, stirring within her an inexplicable emotion. Determined to join in the fun, Meng Qing took the 10 tokens Lin Feng had given her and fed them into the machine, convinced that following his technique would yield similar success. However, she soon discovered the reality was quite different. Although the claw managed to grasp a toy, it always slipped free during the ascent. Undeterred, she persisted, trying again and again. After multiple attempts, frustration began to creep in, and just as she was about to give up for the last time, a pair of large hands enveloped her small ones. Turning to her side, Meng Qing saw Lin Feng had quietly appeared beside her. Winning toys isn't merely about eagerness. You must trust your instincts. Now is the moment, he advised. Understanding dawned upon Meng Qing, and she swiftly executed the maneuver. A pink rabbit hat was successfully retrieved, filling her with joy, completely oblivious to the fact that her small hands were still covered by Lin Feng's larger ones. Lin Feng discreetly withdrew his hand, brushing his nose as he remarked, "Time to head home." The evening had grown late, and Lin Feng waited for a taxi by the roadside, contemplating whether he should purchase a car in the future, deciding to wait until his manuscript payment arrived. Upon returning home, Lin Feng prepared a simple bowl of noodles, noting that Meng Qing had eaten too much earlier and was not hungry now. "You should take a shower and get some rest," he suggested. Meng Qing nodded in agreement, taking her newly bought clothes to the bedroom. A moment later, her head peeked out. "Shall we add each other on WeChat?" Lin Feng retrieved his QR code. allowing Meng Qing to scan it before she returned to the bedroom to shower. Meanwhile, Lin Feng settled down at his desk, beginning to outline his novel. Chapter 4. I Wish to Learn Piano from You. Lin Feng decided to commence with a grand introduction, for how could one captivate the reader's attention without an impressive opening? Thus, he promptly began to outline his narrative, intricately weaving the origins of ancient Chinese civilization into the creation of the world. In the primordial era, the universe lay in a state of chaos. Tracing back to its inception revealed a realm devoid of yin and yang. Lacking magnetic fields and brimming with lifelessness, there existed no so-called singularity. The sole embodiment of life was the colossal spirit Pangu, who, in his slumber, shattered the chaos. Followed by Nuwa's creation of humanity. Lin Feng diligently penned his thoughts, unwittingly extending the outline to encompass the first emperor of China, Qin Shi Huang. Stretching his somewhat sore neck, he rose and wandered into the living room, intending to quench his thirst. At that moment, he noticed Meng Qing seated on the sofa, engrossed in her phone, seemingly searching for something. Without further inquiry, Lin Feng poured himself a glass of water and returned to his study to continue crafting the outline. Upon noticing Lin Feng's approach, Meng Qing hastily concealed her phone. Lin Feng merely raised an eyebrow, refraining from pressing her further, and casually remarked, "Aren't you going to rest?" Before turning back to his study, Meng Qing quickly replied, "I'm not very tired yet." As Lin Feng made to leave, she inquired, "What piece did you play on the piano last night?" Lin Feng turned his head to look at Meng Qing and asked, "Are you referring to Claire de Lune or Canon?" Meng Qing gazed at him with a mixture of curiosity and confusion, for she had never heard of these compositions, and thus she asked, "Who composed these pieces?" Lin Feng found himself momentarily speechless, but swiftly regained his composure and replied, "I composed them during my leisure time." Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. Still somewhat skeptical of his claim, Lin Feng chose not to elaborate, instead picking up a piece of paper to sketch something, while Meng Qing watched him curiously as he made adjustments. Before long, Lin Feng handed a piano score to Meng Qing, stating, "This is the sheet music for Claire de Lune. You may play it accordingly." Meng Qing stared at Lin Feng in shock, realizing it was indeed his creation. Observing her astonished expression, Lin Feng discreetly touched his nose, silently reflecting, "Although this was not my original composition, in this world, Beethoven does not exist, so I am fortunate to have taken music classes in my past life, learning a few instruments and understanding how to write scores. Otherwise, it would have been quite embarrassing." Meng Qing implored, "Could you play for me?" After a brief pause, she added, "Please." Lin Feng nodded slightly in agreement, and slowly seated himself on the exquisite piano bench. He remained silent for a moment, taking a deep breath, and then gently placed his long, elegant fingers upon the black and white keys. In an instant, a melody reminiscent of celestial harmonies began to resonate. An enchanting and serene piano piece unfolded, like a pure and flawless moon rising gracefully from the tranquil surface of a lake. As the melody evolved, the scene before them transformed into a vibrant tapestry of ever-changing beauty. The radiant moon, suspended high in the night sky, ascended ever higher, piercing through wisps of gossamer clouds, delicate as the wings of a cicada, casting a silvery glow upon the inky darkness. Dream Qing found herself completely enveloped in the exquisite melodies that enveloped her, her gaze irresistibly drawn to Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng was utterly engrossed in playing the piano, his focused demeanor seemingly isolating him from the world beyond. Suddenly, a surge of rapid piano notes crashed forth like a tide, propelling the atmosphere to its zenith. The moonlight cascaded like water, harmonizing with the music to compose a series of soul-stirring melodies. In Dream King's eyes, Lin Feng transformed from an ordinary man into an enigmatic vampire, exuding an irresistible allure. His piano notes were frantic and wild, imbued with a lethal magnetism that ensnared the listener in an inescapable embrace. Yet, as the fervor subsided, the music gradually softened, reminiscent of the tranquil dawn following a tempest, or the vast ocean regaining its serene composure. In that moment, Dream Qing envisioned a captivating scene. Lin Feng standing alone before the boundless sea, a full moon rising slowly, revealing its rounded visage from the horizon. The silvery moonlight danced upon the shimmering waves, illuminating the entire expanse. In this serene ambience, Dream Ching felt an overwhelming sense of peace and strength. She understood that this was not merely music. It was a profound expression of Lin Feng's innermost emotions. Lost in this dreamlike reverie, she found herself enraptured. Finally, the rapid piano notes surged forth like a rushing river, then transformed into a gentle, melodious flow akin to a tranquil lake, gradually settling into a serene hush. Dream Ching gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment, while he, too, was stirred by the melody of the Moonlight Sonata, evoking memories of a past life. As time seemed to stand still, with a soft sigh, Lin Feng rose from the piano and approached the still stunned Dream Ching. "What is the matter?" he inquired. "Nothing. Nothing at all." Dream King's voice trembled, evidently overwhelmed by the impact of the Moonlight Sonata. After all, it was the masterpiece of one of the greatest pianists of her past life, Beethoven. Eventually, regaining her composure, Dream Ching earnestly expressed her desire to learn piano from Lin Feng. "Oh, I merely play out of boredom," Lin Feng responded modestly. "Feel free to ask me any questions, though I'm not particularly adept." Dream Ching shot him a look of disbelief, pondering who else might possess such skills if not he. She then approached the piano and began to play according to the sheet music. Lin Feng retreated to his study, continuing to draft his outline, leaving the door ajar so that the piano's melodies could resonate clearly throughout the living room. Unbeknownst to them, midnight had arrived, and Lin Feng finally completed his outline, sending it off to Yun Yuqing. Just then, a melodious piano piece floated through the air, and Lin Feng leaned in to listen to the enchanting tune. The moonlight, crystalline and translucent as water, is captivatingly beautiful, reminiscent of a picturesque scene, profound and eternal like poetry and song. Lin Feng found himself drawn to the living room, where he beheld a figure illuminated by the moonlight, as if the very light rejoiced in her presence, playfully dancing upon her exquisite silhouette. The radiance of the moonlight cascaded, reflecting her graceful form. Her smile, a fleeting glance, seemed to enchant even the moon itself. As the melodious strains of the piano resonated, Lin Feng envisioned a painting. Beneath the cool moonlight, delicate and lush white blossoms flourished at the edge of the stage, their verdant tendrils twisting and coiling in an embrace that was utterly delightful. The slender flower stems resembled the delicate crescent of a woman's brow, the blossoms unfolding quietly, pristine and elegant, devoid of fragrance, their fragile petals adorned with pure dewdrops, so tender they seemed scarcely able to endure a touch. The moonlight appeared as a celestial angel dispatched from the heavens, her form ethereal, like wisps of smoke, exhaling the fragrance of orchids as she descended. Gradually, the music softened, returning to tranquility. Lin Feng could not help but acknowledge the extraordinary talent of the girl before him. Moreover, he sensed that her familial background was exceptional. After all, not everyone could effortlessly play the piano with such finesse, suggesting a home where the piano was a familiar presence. Mengqing opened her eyes, gazing at the moonlight, which seemed to respond in kind, large and round. She realized the significance of the piano piece, astonished by its complexity during her practice. Finally, her gaze returned to Lin Feng, her eyes betraying a mixture of emotions. Lin Feng offered a gentle smile, remarking, "You played one note incorrectly just now." Mengqing's expression was one of skepticism. Lin Feng had just discovered that the original owner of this body possessed absolute pitch. Mengqing looked at Lin Feng in astonishment. He approached the piano, played the segment she had misplayed, and then returned to his room, saying as he walked away, "It's getting late. You should rest early and practice again tomorrow." Mengqing lay on her bed, still enveloped in a dreamlike state. The moonlight streamed through the window, casting a soft glow upon Lin Feng and Mengqing, as if they were being caressed by the light, akin to a parent tenderly cradling their child. Chapter 5. Do you still sing? The following day, Lin Feng arose early and descended the stairs, running into the morning light. After all, the craft of novel writing often brings with it ailments such as lumbar disc and cervical spine disorders in later years. Therefore, Lin Feng was resolute in his daily jogging regimen to maintain his physical health. Upon completing his run, he returned home, laid out the breakfast he had purchased upon the dining table, and consumed his meal in solitude, leaving Mengqing's portion in the pot. Subsequently, he returned to his study and sent the outline he had prepared the previous day to Yun Yuqing. In the capital, Yun Yuqing was having her breakfast when a message suddenly popped up on her WeChat interface. At 7:20 a.m., Lin Feng had sent a message. Lin Feng, Huaxiao outline. TXT Lin Feng, editor, my outline is complete. You may review it and share your thoughts. Yun Yuqing replied with an OK and opened the file. One must admit, naming it Huaxiao indeed requires substantial confidence. Lacking sufficient conviction or literary skill could lead to inevitable failure. However, the preface astonished Yun Yuqing to such an extent that she momentarily forgot to chew the Xiaolong Bao in her mouth. I am a narrator of history and also its witness. Throughout the long passage of time, I have remained silent for far too long, and now I have finally decided to unveil this long-sealed story. In ancient times, the universe was in chaos. Tracing its origins reveals that before the birth of the cosmos, there existed a formless world devoid of yin and yang, without magnetic fields or life. There was no such thing as a singularity, and the only form of life was the colossal spirit disk. An hour later, Yun Yuqing came upon the chapter concerning the first emperor. I command the 6 kingdoms. The world is unified under one banner. I construct the Great Wall to secure the dragon veins of the 9 provinces, safeguarding my Qin dynasty and protecting my homeland. By the name of the first emperor, I vow here, while I am alive, I shall expand our borders, sweep across the lands, and lay the foundation for the eternal Qin. Upon my demise, I shall transform into the dragon spirit, blessing the prosperity of Huaxia for all eternity. This oath may the sun and moon bear witness, and heaven and earth stand as proof, as well as the celestial, demonic, and divine beings shall hear it. Yun Yuqing was left utterly speechless, unable to utter a single word. This novel existed as if it were a true account of history, and Lin Feng seemed to intend for it to span to the present day. The opening of the Qin dynasty had already left her astounded. She could not fathom how it would continue. The narrative from ancient times to the Qin dynasty was unprecedented, leaving her pondering how it would be developed further. She believed this novel would undoubtedly achieve remarkable popularity, though the extent of its success remained uncertain. Moreover, this was undoubtedly a unique work of alternative history. After a considerable time had passed, Yun Yuqing managed to compose herself and called Lin Feng. He was in the shower, and upon emerging, he noticed several missed calls from her, prompting him to return the call hastily. Lin Feng, Chief Editor, I apologize. I was in the shower and missed your calls. Jun Juqin, no witties. Lin Feng, I wish to inquire, was that novel truly conceived by you alone? Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. Yes, Chief Editor. Yun Yuqing, well, all right, when do you plan to begin writing? We would like to negotiate an exclusive copyright agreement with you. The remuneration and direction can be discussed. Shall we find a time to meet and converse? Lin Feng, let's do it in the next couple of days. After all, I have yet to commence writing. My plan is to accumulate some drafts before we begin. Meeting in person? Yun Yuqing, yes, to discuss matters regarding your new book. Do you have any availability? Lin Feng, sure, I will come over in a few days. The editing company is located in the capital, correct? Yun Yuqing, indeed. Just give me a call before you arrive, and I'll reimburse your travel expenses. Lin Feng, all right. After hanging up, Yun Yuqing hurriedly returned to convene a meeting, unveiling Lin Feng's outline for the Huaxia segment, which, as expected, astonished the editors and chief editors present. Meanwhile, Lin Feng rose and moved to the living room, where he found Mengqing already awake, seated and having breakfast. Today, Mengqing donned a pristine white knitted cardigan, with sleeves cascading like flowing clouds, covering her hands and revealing only her slender, onion-like fingers, evoking a sense of intrigue. Underneath, she wore a black tank top reminiscent of athletic wear, complemented by casual black shorts that fully showcased her long, straight legs. Her inky black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, casually gathered, with a few strands artfully draping from her earlobes, exuding an indescribable charm. Merely her silhouette was captivating enough to leave one spellbound. Lin Feng could not help but steal a few glances before turning to the kitchen for a drink. However, As he turned back, he noticed Meng Qing approaching him gracefully. Her steps light, as if she were a fairy gliding across the waves. Meng Qing parted her ruby lips. I plan to teach piano online, starting with the piece you know, the Clair de Lune. She then lowered her head, her cheeks seemingly flushed, and added softly, I will only show my hands and the piano, not my face. Uncertain of why she felt the need to explain, she then raised her head, her beautiful eyes filled with an indescribable emotion, murmuring, I also wish to repay you as soon as possible. Lin Feng found himself unable to withstand the intensity of her gaze first thing in the morning. Being a young man full of vitality, he quickly became aroused by the situation and stood up without hesitation, leaving no room for doubt. He hurriedly made his way toward the bedroom, covering himself as he walked. Nevertheless, he managed to say, All right, pursue what you wish. If you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Meng Qing, still immersed in the delight of his agreement, did not notice Lin Feng's unusual behavior and settled onto the sofa. She then opened the Union app, emulating renowned online influencers, and began recording a segment of the Clair de Lune prelude to post online, even purchasing a 100-unit cloud upgrade. As for the funds, Lin Feng had a bit of savings left, which he used to buy Meng Qing some clothes and a phone, in addition to transferring her 4,000 yuan for her personal use, all of which he diligently noted down. Before long, Meng Qing's Yunin began to receive a flurry of notifications. Upon checking, she discovered a multitude of likes and comments. The video she had posted garnered 50,000 likes, 11,000 comments, 43,000 saves, and 20,000 shares. Already considered a modest success, especially given that it had only been published for a short time. As Meng Qing opened the comments section, she was greeted by a plethora of praises for this piano piece, hailed as the most exquisite they had ever heard. Occasionally, a few comments from admirers noted, Your hands are truly beautiful. One user remarked, This Moonlight Sonata is the most enchanting piano score I've encountered in modern times. Without exception, sob sob. Another expressed, How can such a melodious piano piece exist? You must finish it. It's so distressing. Yet another pleaded, Sister, I beg you to play it to completion, or I want to be able to sleep. A user humorously identified as Wild Wu Yinzu commented, I'm just a casual viewer. Yet the platform recommended this touching piano piece. Though I may be insignificant, I can still discern its quality. Please finish it. If not, perhaps you could stream live, and I'll support you a little. One commenter questioned, Why have I never heard this piece before? Meng Qing observed the comments with no surprise at the piece's popularity. Anyone with an appreciation for music would recognize its intrinsic value, and she was no exception. She felt compelled to seek Lin Feng's opinion. Unconsciously, she found herself eager to hear Lin Feng's thoughts, perhaps due to his ability to manage everything with such composure, instilling a sense of security, or perhaps because she lacked anyone else to rely on. Meng Qing knocked on the study door, and Lin Feng's voice called out from within, The door isn't locked. You may enter. She opened the door and stepped inside. The study was modest in size, flanked by bookshelves filled with various psychological texts and renowned literary works. Near the window stood a desk where Lin Feng sat, typing intently on his computer. Upon noticing Meng Qing's entrance, he paused, his gentle gaze revealing a hint of curiosity as he inquired, What's the matter? Meng Qing promptly handed her phone to Lin Feng. As he read through the comments beneath the video, he was not surprised. No one understood the value of this piano piece better than he did. He looked up, returning the phone, and remarked, It's become popular so quickly? That's wonderful. Meng Qing softly replied, You seem completely unfazed. Lin Feng responded, Of course. The creations of this handsome gentleman are not to be taken lightly. He chuckled, adding, I do possess a modicum of confidence. Meng Qing rolled her eyes playfully and asked, So what should I do next? I would like to hear your thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng suggested, You have two options. The first is more lucrative. Capitalize on the current popularity by hosting a live stream tonight to collect gifts. Alternatively, he continued, you could create tutorial videos and place them behind a paywall, though this method may yield slower financial returns. The choice is yours. Meng Qing pondered for a while before meeting Lin Feng's gaze. Since you've laid out two paths for me, you must have a preference for which one I should choose. Which do you hope I will take? Lin Feng looked at Meng Qing with mild surprise. Indeed, he harbored his own reservations. He did not wish for her to expose herself to the public eye. Perhaps a reflection of the innate possessiveness many men feel towards women. I suggest you choose the second option. All right, I'll follow your advice. Dreaming gently nodded in acknowledgement before decisively departing, leaving Lin Feng momentarily bewildered. He had already concocted explanations in his mind, yet he could only manage a wry smile as he resumed his writing. He was keenly aware of the potential consequences of not having a backlog of work, fearing the day he might face discontented readers. Thus, he hastened to pen his thoughts. Time flew by, and before he knew it, noon had arrived. Stepping out of his room, Lin Feng found Dreaming still engrossed in her piano practice. Observing her, he noted the princess-like aura she exuded. The sun shone brilliantly outside, casting a radiant glow upon her, while a gentle breeze caressed her hair, causing it and the curtains to sway gracefully. A serene tableau of tranquil days. Lin Feng could not help but acknowledge her remarkable talent and beauty, marveling at her industriousness. Clearing his throat, the music came to a halt as Dreaming turned to him, her beautiful eyes reflecting a look of curiosity. Lin Feng often found himself captivated by those enchanting orbs. It's time for lunch. What would you like to eat? He inquired. Dreaming appeared contemplative for a moment, her delicate brows knitting together in thought. Finally, she uttered, I don't know what I want. Just make whatever you like. With that, Lin Feng refrained from pressing further and ventured into the kitchen. Upon opening the fridge, he spotted the pork belly he had bought the previous day. How about braised pork? He mused. Soon, the delightful aroma wafted through the kitchen, drawing Dreaming's attention. The sound of the piano ceased as her eyes sparkled with anticipation, and she eagerly positioned herself at the dining table, ready to indulge. If Dreaming resembled a princess while playing the piano at that moment, she transformed into a valiant warrior preparing for battle. Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen, presenting the braised pork alongside a dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes and a bowl of egg soup, which caused Dreaming's eyes to shine with delight. However, she patiently awaited Lin Feng to finish setting the table before she began her meal. As she savored each bite, Dreaming could hardly contain her enthusiasm, her mouth full as she praised Lin Feng's culinary skills. Watching her, Lin Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction, akin to the pride of a parent nurturing a daughter. Ah, this feeling is truly wonderful, he thought, chuckling to himself. After a moment of admiring Dreaming as she dined, Lin Feng prepared to join her. But as he lowered his gaze, his expression shifted to one of disbelief. Wait, what? Where's the meat? He rubbed his eyes in astonishment. Just a moment ago, there had been plenty of it. How could it vanish so quickly? Lin Feng stared incredulously at the empty plate, now devoid of anything but sauce. Dreaming glanced at him, a hint of embarrassment on her face. I'm so sorry. It was just too delicious, and I didn't even notice I'd finished it all. Feigning generosity, Lin Feng replied, It's no problem. He then quickly turned his attention to the remaining scrambled eggs and tomatoes. Dreaming, observing him, felt a mix of confusion and amusement. Really? You say it's fine, yet you're eating so quickly. Do you think I would compete with you for food? How ridiculous. However, I have yet to savor the delightful dish of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. Never mind. I am already quite full, so I shall not compete with this fellow for it. Meng Qing then took to sipping the soup, and she mused to herself that this egg soup was rather delectable. After finishing the meal, Meng Qing voluntarily offered to wash the dishes. Feeling somewhat embarrassed after having devoured the braised pork, Lin Feng stood nearby, instructing her on how to operate the dishwasher, advising her to dry the dishes and place them in the sterilizing cabinet afterward. Ding-dong, Lin Feng's phone chimed, and upon glancing at it, he saw a message from Yun Yuqing on WeChat. He opened it to find that she had sent a message stating, We held a meeting today and decided to offer you special treatment. When you come to the capital, we can discuss it in person. The benefits will exceed your expectations. Lin Feng replied with an OK sticker, feeling a surge of happiness, as he was on the verge of being able to purchase a car. He then cheerfully hummed a tune from his past life. How could it be? How could it be? I can only read the lines. Reading the dependence I have for you. The sudden high note startled Meng Qing, nearly causing her to drop the bowl she was holding. Lin Feng offered an apologetic smile, But as Mengqing calmed down, she realized that Lin Feng's humming had a pleasant melody. She inquired softly, "Can you sing?" Lin Feng replied, "Well, I can manage a little bit. Would you like to hear?" Mengqing nodded in agreement. He then proceeded to the piano in the living room, taking a seat to play and sing simultaneously. Mengqing, puzzled, wondered if he could truly perform both. At that moment, seated at the piano, Lin Feng's thoughts drifted to an apology for his previous idol, Zhou. The sky, long shrouded in clouds, finally cleared. As Lin Feng began to sing, Mengqing was taken aback. Was this truly just a little? Still holding on to your smile. Crying yet unable to bury. Mengqing gazed at Lin Feng before her, his high nose, thin lips, and eyebrows that slanted like swords, mingling with a few strands of dark hair at his temples. His handsome profile and flawless facial contours were utterly captivating. Suddenly, Lin Feng closed his eyes, tilted his head, and soared into a high note. "I can only read the lines. Reading the pain I have caused you. I cannot forgive myself. I open my eyes to a blank space, forgetting the expectations you had for me." After the song concluded, Lin Feng opened his eyes and remarked that it had been too long since he last sang, feeling somewhat unaccustomed. He seemed entirely indifferent to Mengqing's reaction. By now, Mengqing felt somewhat numb. His piano playing was exquisite, his singing enchanting, and he was undeniably charming. It was hard not to be captivated. That song, and that accompanying piano piece. Coming back to her senses, Mengqing asked, "What was the title of the song and the sheet music?" "The lyrics and score were all written by me out of boredom." "What do you think? This handsome guy is quite the talent, right?" Lin Feng declared, now devoid of any guilt. Perhaps this was a form of growth, was it not? Mengqing found herself at a loss for words. She hadn't inquired about that. She had clearly asked for the song's name and the piano score. Yet, she conceded that he was indeed quite talented and rather handsome. Lin Feng then remarked that this song is titled Stranded, and the piano score has yet to be named. "Well, I must return to write my drafts, as I will be heading to the capital in a few days. By the way, when you upload Moonlight Sonata, please use my pen name, Mu Feng. Hee. Shuang Mu means Lin, and Mu Feng signifies wind. Isn't that quite clever?" Mengqing cast a glance at Lin Feng, inadvertently caught by him. The elegance of that fleeting glance could likely be felt only by Lin Feng. Nonetheless, at that moment, Mengqing turned away, leaving Lin Feng in a state of daze. How beautiful! Chapter 6. Did we just fall asleep together? Upon returning to the study, Lin Feng began to write fervently, his fingers dancing across the keyboard, undeterred by the chaos of the world outside. Meanwhile, Mengqing commenced her piano practice, but soon found herself gazing dreamily out the window. She had never taken the initiative to share her thoughts with Lin Feng, just as he had never inquired about her life. It was reminiscent of their first encounter when he had brought her home, offering a bowl of noodles. Even though Mengqing had tasted the finest delicacies, nothing compared to that simple meal. Lost in her thoughts about Lin Feng, her beautiful eyes drifted towards the study. What kind of person was he? Undeniably handsome. That much was clear. As for his talent, no one understood Lin Feng's prowess on the piano better than Mengqing. Despite having encountered many remarkable individuals, she felt Lin Feng surpassed them all, at least in terms of musicality. As for his character, he was the kind of person who would share all his toys with children, perpetually cheerful, possessing a childlike innocence, yet capable of deep seriousness. His clear eyes held a hint of detachment, drawing Mengqing in, making her feel as though she might willingly succumb to his charm. It was not mere self-absorption. It was simply that such beauty was present beside her. Lin Feng merely glanced her way, never doing anything to offend her sensibilities. As her curiosity intensified, Mengqing found herself unconsciously approaching the door of the study, observing Lin Feng as he diligently typed away. Soon enough, she reached a conclusion. Lin Feng was indeed very handsome. Particularly, there was something uniquely alluring about a man who is earnest in his work. Meanwhile, Lin Feng remained oblivious to the fact that someone was watching him from the doorway. Mengqing quietly gazed at him, reflecting on a saying she often heard. When a girl begins to take interest in a boy, she should be cautious, for she may soon find herself enthralled. After a while, she retreated to the study and attempted to play Lin Feng's song on the piano. It was evident that Meng Qing might have an edge over Lin Feng in terms of piano skills, having managed to replicate the chorus after just one listen, humming softly along with the melody. Time slipped away like a fleeting shadow, and before she knew it, night had fallen outside. A sudden gust of wind caused her to furrow her beautifully shaped brows as she gazed out the window. It was already past 8 o'clock, although darkness enveloped the world. The outside was eerily quiet. The neighborhood was sparsely populated, and the thick clouds obscured the moon and stars. As the wind picked up, Meng Qing approached the window to close the balcony door. Suddenly, a loud bang echoed through the air. The bright living room was plunged into darkness, leaving Meng Qing frozen in place. In contrast, Lin Feng, engrossed in his writing, stared at the abruptly blackened screen, lost in thought. He then shouted in despair, "No way." 3,000 words of unsaved work. Frustrated, he lamented, "I hope it's backed up in the cloud." With no tears left to shed, Lin Feng grabbed his phone for light and stepped out of the study. The bright lights brought Meng Qing back to reality, her beautiful eyes gazing at Lin Feng. She remained silent, her eyes slightly reddened, but due to the power outage, Lin Feng did not notice her unusual demeanor in the surrounding darkness. It seemed that the electricity was out, and they would have to settle for instant hot pot today. Lin Feng quietly remarked him. "Okay." Meng Qing seemed to respond to Lin Feng's statement. It also felt like she was speaking to herself. As Lin Feng entered the kitchen to fetch some items, the sole source of light vanished, prompting Meng Qing to dash from the living room into the kitchen. Lin Feng turned his head, looking at her in surprise. "What's wrong?" Meng Qing, with a hint of stubbornness, turned her neck and pouted, "Nothing. I just wanted to see if there was anything I could help with." Lin Feng then turned back, but with 2 instant hot pots in hand, he said, "It's fine, you can wait for me in the living room." Meng Qing remained still. Reluctantly, Lin Feng called her over to assist, instructing her on how to prepare the meal, and soon they had it ready. As they began to eat in the kitchen, Lin Feng finished his portion quickly. Observing Meng Qing lost in thought as she ate, he suddenly had an idea and turned towards her bedroom to fetch his guitar. However, upon entering the room, he found it stifling. "Why is it so stuffy? If I don't open a window, it's easy to get sick," he thought, promptly opening the window before returning to the living room. Meng Qing, noticing Lin Feng returning with the guitar, asked, "Do you play guitar?" Lin Feng replied, "I know a little." Meng Qing hurriedly finished her remaining food, tidied up the mess, and was about to head to the living room when suddenly a loud rumble echoed. Startled, Meng Qing froze, tripping over the sofa and tumbling forward. Just as Lin Feng set down the guitar and turned to investigate the sound, he saw a figure hurtling towards him. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, his body unable to react, but fortunately, the familiar scent of Meng Qing reassured him that it was her, allowing him to fall back onto the sofa. So fragrant and soft was Lin Feng's last thought before closing his eyes. Conversely, Meng Qing felt as though she was about to tumble off the sofa, but Lin Feng's presence broke her fall. She instinctively embraced him to steady herself, fortunately clutching his head to prevent her fall. Still in a daze, Meng Qing sensed a warmth against her chest and looked down. Lin Feng's voice drifted lazily. "If you don't get up, I'm going to suffocate. But if you don't want it, that's fine too." Before he could finish, thunder rumbled loudly, drowning out his voice. Meng Qing, having just regained her composure, clung tightly to Lin Feng once more, who was finally able to catch his breath before being pressed against her face again. Dying from suffocation wouldn't be so bad, Lin Feng thought helplessly. Meanwhile, Meng Qing made no extra movements, only holding on to Lin Feng's head tightly. Lin Feng noticed Meng Qing's body trembling slightly, as if she were reminded of something troubling. Lin Feng gently wrapped his arms around Meng Qing's waist, softly patting her back as he murmured, It's nothing. Don't be afraid." Meng Qing offered no reply, her trembling form seemingly beginning to calm. In the pitch-black room, the thunder rumbled outside. It seemed to have no impact on the two of them. After what felt like an eternity, as Lin Feng was on the verge of suffocation, Meng Qing finally released her hold on his head and whispered, Thank you, Lin Feng." However, she showed no intention of distancing herself from him, as if she feared the moment she did, thunder would strike. Lin Feng had no choice but to awkwardly shift his body toward the sofa, finally settling down, while Meng Qing clung to his neck like a little kitten. "Could you move up a bit?" Lin Feng asked. Meng Qing obediently shifted her legs upward, causing Lin Feng to chuckle helplessly. "Never mind," he sighed, then lifted Meng Qing into a princess carry, striding to the center of the sofa while grabbing a guitar. Meng Qing, nearly 170 centimeters tall, was not particularly short, but with Lin Feng's height of about 185 centimeters, carrying her felt quite effortless. With his other hand, he picked up a blanket and draped it over Meng Qing, then leaned back on the sofa. Facing the balcony, he gazed at the torrential rain that had begun to fall, creating an intimate atmosphere between the two. "Shall I sing a song for you? Would you like to hear it?" Lin Feng proposed, seeking to divert attention lest the little Lin Feng inside him protest again. Meng Qing merely murmured a soft agreement against his neck before falling silent. Lin Feng adjusted Meng Qing closer to him, creating space on his thigh for the guitar, and began to strum. "I'm sorry, Xiao Zhou." The beautiful melody filled the air, and Meng Qing turned her head to watch Lin Feng's fingers dance over the strings. She was genuinely curious about how Lin Feng could play the guitar so beautifully. In the rearview mirror, the world fades away, bidding farewell as you turn your back. Your profile remains exquisite. Meng Qing gazed at Lin Feng with admiration. The rhythm gradually built to a climax, and Lin Feng closed his eyes, his deep yet emotive voice rising amidst the storm, as if the heavens themselves were providing accompaniment. "I journey northward, leaving the season of you behind. Around the steering wheel, my regrets spiral. I accelerate, yet cannot shake off the sorrow that closely follows. Count on my shame. How many times have I hurt you? Stopping the struggle, let the mistakes be pure." As Lin Feng finished singing, the thunder outside seemed to diminish significantly. After the song, he opened his eyes and looked at Meng Qing, who was lost in thought, and asked, "What's wrong? Have you been enchanted by me again?" Meng Qing softly replied, and slowly loosened her grip on Lin Feng, yet still showed no intention of leaving his side. Lin Feng gazed at her in surprise, not expecting her to admit it so openly. Indeed, sincerity proved to be a powerful weapon. "Cough, cough, I can't blame you. After all, this genius possesses both talent and charm. Handsome and kind-hearted, ha. Lin Feng boasted playfully. Dream Qing paid no heed to him, merely gazing vacantly at Lin Feng with her enchanting eyes. After a moment, she spoke. "May I accompany you in playing that Moonlight Sonata? Each time I attempt it, I feel as though something is amiss." Lin Feng replied, "Certainly, but you must first come down. It is rather unconventional for you to play while seated in my embrace." Dream Qing leisurely descended from Lin Feng's lap and took a seat beside the piano. She intended to observe Lin Feng's performance first. As Lin Feng approached and settled down, he spoke little and began to play, with the melodious notes of the piano resonating, intertwined with the sound of rain outside. A peculiar sense of harmony enveloped the atmosphere. Dream Qing adored watching Lin Feng play. Although she had only witnessed it twice before, each occasion left her captivated by his gracefulness. It was a sight she could never tire of. After a piece concluded, Dream Qing instinctively moved to sit beside Lin Feng and began to play. Lin Feng, not uttering many words, followed her rhythm with his own. Despite it being their first collaborative performance, an unspoken understanding flourished between them. Such blissful moments always seemed to pass swiftly. At some point, the rain outside ceased, revealing the moon and stars. The gentle moonlight cascaded over the two of them. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away until Dream Qing rested her head on Lin Feng's shoulder, prompting him to realize she had fallen asleep. He gently roused her. "You should return to sleep. The power has yet to be restored, and you won't be able to bathe today." Dream Qing murmured a soft, "all right," before turning to retreat to her room. Lin Feng also returned to his slumber. The following morning, a thunderous clap jolted Lin Feng awake, and he discovered it was already 9 o'clock. Glancing outside, he noted the rain had resumed falling, compelling him to rise and check for power restoration while preparing breakfast. Upon reaching the kitchen and finding the electricity had returned, Lin Feng simply boiled 2 bowls of noodles. After finishing his meal, he returned to his study to verify if his writings from the previous day had been saved. To his dismay, they had not been preserved. Cursing under his breath, he began to rewrite, mentally lamenting, if only I had purchased a notebook instead. Fortunately, as he had just written the day prior, the memories lingered, enabling him to write fervently. Before he realized it, midday arrived, and Lin Feng felt parched, stretching lazily. Rising to fetch a glass of water from the kitchen, he noticed the leftover bowl of noodles from the morning and glanced curiously toward the guest room. He pondered, why did she sleep so late today? Dismissing further thoughts, he returned to his study to continue writing, though an inexplicable unease settled in his heart. A short while later, as the door to the guest room creaked open, Lin Feng stepped out of his study, only to find Dream Ching standing before him in a daze. Her eyes were hazy. Her attire was the same as the day before, albeit dampened halfway, and her hair was similarly wet. Her complexion was flushed, and her neck bore the same rosy hue, though she clutched a set of dry clothes in her hands. Dream Ching glanced at Lin Feng and sleepily said, "Good morning, Lin Feng. Has the power been restored?" "I wish to take a shower." Lin Feng replied, "The power is back. You should eat something before bathing." Before he could finish his sentence, Dream Ching had already wandered into the kitchen to begin eating the noodles, but after only a couple of bites, she headed straight for the bathroom. Lin Feng stood in place, running his hand through his hair as he glanced towards the guest room. It was one thing not to look, but upon seeing it, he was taken aback. The floor was inundated with water, and even the bed was damp. Lin Feng exclaimed, "What on earth?" However, when his gaze shifted to the window, he immediately regretted it, wishing he could slap himself. Yesterday, he had opened the window in Meng Qing's room to let in some fresh air, completely unbeknownst to her. Furthermore, he had returned to his room in a daze, feeling cold without giving it much thought. He had gone to bed without changing out of his clothes, simply covering himself with a blanket. He had no idea it would rain later, and now, observing the puddles, he estimated the rain must have started in the early hours. Meng Qing had likely been shivering all night and appeared to have caught a cold. Meng Qing emerged from the bathroom, already dressed in dry clothes, and noticed Lin Feng standing there. She assumed he was upset because she hadn't finished her noodles, and in a tone tinged with grievance, she said, "Lin Feng, I think I might have a fever, so I lost my appetite. Can I eat when I feel better?" Upon hearing her soft, plaintive voice, Lin Feng felt an overwhelming surge of guilt, wishing he could give himself a slap for being so careless. Lin Feng quickly stood up and carried Meng Qing to his room, saying, "You should rest in my room. Your bed linens are completely soaked." After a pause, he continued, "You won't be able to sleep there. I'll go downstairs to get you some medicine. It will help you feel much better." Meng Qing nodded, and not long after getting under the covers, she began to feel drowsy, having not rested well the previous night. Lin Feng's heart ached for her. He left the bedroom, changed into dry clothes, and took an umbrella downstairs to buy medicine. Suddenly, a loud clap of thunder jolted Meng Qing from her slumber. Calling out for Lin Feng, she received no answer and quickly buried her head under the covers, trembling. However, as she breathed in the familiar scent, she felt a bit more at ease and recalled that Lin Feng had gone to fetch her medicine. She slightly parted the blanket to peek outside, noticing the rain beginning to fall, and a sense of worry crept in. When Lin Feng returned home, he was drenched and muttered, "I'll never buy umbrellas from that online store again." Who knew that a gust of wind would turn an umbrella into a cup? Thankfully, the medicine stayed dry. He first went to the kitchen to pour himself a glass of warm water before heading to the bedroom. Knocking on the door, he called out, "Meng Qing, I'm coming in." Hearing Lin Feng's voice, Meng Qing revealed her face and gently asked, "You're back? Why are you soaked?" Lin Feng replied, "It's nothing, just a strong wind on the way back. But thankfully, the medicine is dry. You should take it now while I go wash up and change into dry clothes." Meng Qing nodded, watching as Lin Feng placed the warm water and medicine beside the bed before leaving. She picked up the medicine box and noticed it still radiated warmth. Did he carry it close to his chest to protect it from getting wet while running back? What a silly boy. Meng Qing's gaze softened. By the time Lin Feng finished a shower and stepped out, Meng Qing had already taken her medicine and lay down. Looking at Lin Feng, she asked, "Are you all right? Do you need to take some medicine too?" Lin Feng chuckled and remarked, "Every medicine carries a degree of toxicity. I shall only consume it when I am truly unwell. Please take a moment to rest. I will prepare some kanji for you. After you eat, you may sleep. For tonight, you can stay in my room. And later, I shall replace the mattress in your room before you return to slumber. Just relax and recuperate. Dream Ching, in a dazed state, murmured in agreement. Lin Feng gently closed the door and set about preparing the soup. As he immersed himself in writing, 2 hours slipped by before the phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Yun Yuqing calling. Hello, came a gentle voice from the other end. What brings you to call, editor? Lin Feng inquired. Is there a specific reason for my call? Am I not allowed to check in on you? Yun Yuqing teased. Haha, fair enough. Lin Feng replied with a hint of embarrassment. All right, enough of the banter. When do you plan to visit the capital? Yun Yuqing asked. I shall come over in a few days. It has been raining here these past couple of days, Lin Feng responded. Very well, I shall definitely make the trip, Yun Yuqing affirmed. Lin Feng smiled as he ended the call. He glanced at the clock and noted that the kanji was nearly ready. He poured a bowl and brought it to Dream Ching. The effects of the medicine were taking hold, and Dream Ching, feeling a bit drowsy, whispered, Lin Feng, I lack strength. Lin Feng gently propped her up against the bed and said, No worries, I shall feed you. After you finish, you can sleep. Dream Ching nodded. Huh. She frowned slightly at the temperature. Noticing her discomfort, Lin Feng blew on the kanji before bringing it to her lips. After she had eaten, Dream Ching lay back down to rest. Lin Feng touched her forehead, finding it still quite warm. He rose and retreated to his study to continue writing. Losing track of time until evening fell and rain began to patter outside, accompanied by distant thunder. He got up to reheat the kanji, drank a bowl himself, and then went to check on Dream Ching. Upon entering the bedroom, Lin Feng discovered that Dream Ching was still quite warm, her clothes slightly damp. Concerned that she might catch a cold from sleeping in wet garments, he called out to her but received no response. Thus, he decided to take action himself. I'm sorry, Dream Ching. I must help you, he murmured. Gently, he lifted the blanket and found her curled up, her wet shirt clinging to her body, revealing glimpses of her black undergarments. The sight was enticing, especially with her delicate features adding to the allure. However, upon touching her feverish forehead, he realized her illness was quite serious. Stealthily, he climbed onto the bed and began to carefully peel away the fabric of her shirt, revealing her undergarments, which struggled to contain her form. He felt an overwhelming urge to liberate her from this constraint, but reason prevailed, reminding him of the consequences of such actions. While the upper garment was relatively easy to remove, the snug denim shorts posed a challenge. Just as he contemplated how to proceed, Dream Ching slowly opened her eyes. In truth, she had already awoken when Lin Feng had lifted the blanket. However, sensing that he harbored no ill intentions, she had chosen to remain still, primarily to avoid any potential embarrassment. Who would have thought that Lin Feng, in his naivety, would be flummoxed by a pair of shorts? He persistently refrained from covering her, causing her to feel quite chilly. On one hand, she found his foolishness amusing, while on the other, a sense of embarrassment washed over her. After all, she was an innocent young woman clad only in her undergarments, unaccustomed to such vulnerability in the presence of a male. What are you doing? Meng Qing softly inquired, intending to tease Lin Feng. Ah, you're awake? Lin Feng exclaimed, taken aback. Yes, I just woke up, Meng Qing replied, feigning a look of grievance as she gazed at Lin Feng. I was worried you might catch a fever from sweating. I told you to get up and take off your clothes, but you didn't wake up. I was considering doing it for you. Would you believe that? Upon uttering this, Lin Feng realized he himself found it hard to believe. Believe it, Meng Qing murmured quietly. I'll do it myself. Lin Feng, puzzled, questioned, What do you plan to get down? Meng Qing looked at him with a half-smile, half-tease. It was only then that Lin Feng snapped back to reality, covering Meng Qing with a blanket before saying, I'm going to write now. Meng Qing playfully scolded him for being foolish. Returning to his study, Lin Feng took a moment to compose himself before opening his computer to write. He had already penned 100,000 words and aimed to reach 200,000 before heading to the capital. Before he realized it, considerable time had passed, and suddenly, thunder roared as heavy rain poured down. At the same moment, the lights in the study flickered out. Lin Feng stared at his black-screen computer, rendered speechless. Silently, he picked up his phone and opened an online shopping site, placing an order for a new computer. Rising, He turned to check on Meng Qing, remembering how frightened she had been of thunder the previous night. Upon opening the door, he was met with darkness. It was likely that any normal person would feel fear, especially if a shadow were to appear in the night. However, Lin Feng felt no fear, only anger, as he surveyed the darkened living room and declared, "If you intend to intrude, I fear nothing and will not back down." One could ascertain that, should a figure truly materialize in the darkness, Lin Feng would charge at it without a second thought, as he was currently fueled by indignation. Entering the bedroom, Meng Qing, sensing the light, opened her eyes and said, "You're here." Lin Feng replied, "Yes, I came to check on you." Meng Qing reassured him, "I'm fine, nothing serious." Just as she finished speaking, a thunderclap echoed outside, causing her to leap up and grasp Lin Feng's arm, leaving him momentarily stunned. In contrast, Meng Qing felt she had already lost her dignity. So what difference did this make? She wrapped her entire body around Lin Feng, prompting him to lift his head in protest. Noticing the comforting sensation on his arm, Lin Feng, with his other hand brushing his nose, said, "Why don't you go back? I want to leave." Reluctantly, Meng Qing released him but held onto his hand, fearing he might escape. Lin Feng settled onto a stool beside her, and soon the effects of the medication began to take hold, causing him to feel drowsy. Time slipped away, and, eventually, Meng Qing opened her eyes, her gaze reflecting a mix of emotions as she looked at Lin Feng. She reached out and gently tapped him, prompting Lin Feng to groggily open his eyes and ask what is wrong. Meng Qing replied, "You should lie down and sleep. Don't catch a cold." Suddenly sensing the inappropriateness of the situation, she added, "Otherwise, we might both fall ill." Observing this, Lin Feng had no choice but to rise and retire to bed, quickly succumbing to slumber. In contrast, Meng Qing, having already rested for an entire day and feeling significantly better, experienced little discomfort. She turned to gaze at the peacefully sleeping Lin Feng, her eyes reflecting a myriad of emotions as she contemplated the intimacy of their shared space. Noting that aside from her undergarments, she wore nothing else. Were they truly sharing a bed? What if a child were to come of this? Meng Qing's thoughts wandered aimlessly. Just then, a large hand encircled her waist, causing her to freeze as she stared at the slumbering Lin Feng. "Oh well, considering you took care of me all day, I suppose I can allow this," she mused, relinquishing any further resistance. Perhaps it was Lin Feng's gentle breath that lulled her back into a drowsy state. Chapter 7. The first visit to the amusement park the following day, Meng Qing slowly awoke, instinctively reaching for the object in her hand. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise as she realized, much like an octopus, she was tightly embracing Lin Feng. A wave of panic surged within her, prompting her to attempt to extricate herself from his grasp. However, she soon discovered that Lin Feng's head was resting on her long hair, rendering her efforts futile. Resigned, Meng Qing turned back, her enchanting eyes fixated on the peacefully slumbering Lin Feng. She murmured softly, "Considering how well you cared for me yesterday, I shall allow you to sleep a little longer. I won't disturb you." Before her words could fully escape her lips, Lin Feng abruptly opened his eyes, gazing directly at Meng Qing. His expression was tranquil, yet there was a hint of emotion within his gaze. In truth, he had already been awake. It was merely that Meng Qing's embrace had made it inconvenient for him to rise. Yet now, upon seeing her, Meng Qing rolled over to face him. They were so close that they could almost feel each other's breath. Lin Feng, however, seemed oblivious, closing his eyes again to continue sleeping. A blush crept onto Meng Qing's cheeks as she stared into Lin Feng's eyes, playfully chiding, "You've woken up, yet you still want to get up?" Lin Feng lazily replied, Just a little longer." Meng Qing, feeling a sense of urgency, playfully admonished him, "You must get up." "Why should I?" Lin Feng mumbled, his voice a mere whisper. "You're pulling my hair." Meng Qing's voice was barely audible, akin to a whispering breeze. "Oh, does it hurt?" Lin Feng opened his eyes to take in the sight of Meng Qing, who looked like a young girl. "It doesn't hurt," she retorted, a hint of grievance reflected in her gaze. "As long as it doesn't hurt," Lin Feng replied, leaning closer to inhale the scent of her hair. "But you..." Meng Qing's words were cut short. "Shoo, let me sleep a little longer. Because of you, I hardly slept at all yesterday. Will you indulge me in this small wish?" Lin Feng lazily closed his eyes once more. That's not you. Meng Qing's beautiful eyes brimmed with a sense of grievance as she looked at Lin Feng, though she soon hesitated. Then take me to the amusement park, she suggested, a glimmer of excitement illuminating her eyes as she gazed at him. All right, we shall go once I wake up. I won tea right today. Lin Feng replied with half-closed eyes. Meng Qing felt a surge of excitement and gently lay beside him, admiring his serene profile as he slept, her heart swelling with joy at the thought of visiting the amusement park. Very well then, I shall allow you to rest your head for a while, she said tenderly. The only response was the sound of Lin Feng's deep snores. Is this fool truly asleep? Meng Qing mused, gazing at him with curiosity, her heart involuntarily reflecting. He is rather handsome. She recalled how Lin Feng had taken care of her for so long the previous day. It was her oversight in not noticing that the window was open, which had exhausted him. Lost in her thoughts, she quietly nestled beside Lin Feng once more. With nothing to occupy her, Meng Qing began to play with her hair, a wave of drowsiness gradually enveloping her. Awakening from a deep slumber, Lin Feng finally enjoyed a restful sleep. He stretched lazily and beheld the beautiful, tear-streaked eyes of Meng Qing before him. Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. You are such a liar, Lin Feng, Meng Qing replied, turning her head away in displeasure, her lips pouting. Her enchanting eyes gazed out at the sky where the sun illuminated her face, enhancing her ethereal beauty. Lin Feng, somewhat perplexed, questioned, How did I deceive you? Meng Qing turned to face him, her voice tinged with grievance. You promised me. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. What? No worries, we can go now. Amusement parks are meant to be visited in the evening, when the fountains and beautiful lights are in full display. How could I deceive you? He asked, maintaining an unflustered demeanor. Really? Meng Qing eyed him suspiciously. No, I would never deceive such a lovely Meng Qing. Lin Feng chuckled. Meng Qing nodded, her irritation seemingly dissipating. Lin Feng, filled with curiosity, asked, Why didn't you wake me? Meng Qing replied, You were sleeping so soundly, I couldn't rouse you. He chuckled sheepishly and proceeded to rise and freshen up, with Meng Qing following suit. The two, one tall and one petite, stood before the mirror, resembling a long-married couple. After completing their morning rituals, Lin Feng changed into casual attire, loose pants, a tank top, and sneakers. Thankfully, his good looks compensated for his relaxed outfit. While Meng Qing meticulously adorned herself, Lin Feng found himself entranced by Meng Qing as she emerged from her room. Dressed in a delicate lavender silk coat over a white tank top that modestly concealed her chest, she revealed a graceful neck and exquisite collarbones. Her lower half was adorned with loose white trousers and white sneakers. Bella good? Meng Qing asked, twirling playfully. You look splendid. Lin Feng nodded in approval. Elated, Meng Qing bounced out of the room, while Lin Feng locked the door behind them. Armed with an umbrella, they awaited the arrival of the bus. Why not take a taxi? Lin Feng inquired. I want to experience the bus. After all, it's my first time going to an amusement park, Meng Qing replied cheerfully, oblivious to the potential adventures that awaited them. Haven't you been before? Lin Feng curiously approached Meng Qing. No, my parents never allowed me to go. They were always busy and never took me, she reflected. All right, but are you certain about taking the bus? Lin Feng pressed. Of course, what's wrong with the bus? Meng Qing asked, puzzled. There are many unsavory individuals on buses. Some are quite perverse and take clandestine photos up girl skirts. He glanced at Meng Qing's skirt as he spoke. It's all right. I'm wearing pants, she retorted defiantly. I've even heard of some who sneakily touch girls. Lin Feng whispered conspiratorially in her ear. No, it's fine. You will protect me, Meng Qing said, shrinking her neck in apprehension. Lin Feng, finding amusement in her fear, continued. I've heard of girls getting pregnant just from riding the bus. He persisted in teasing her. Meng Qing suddenly turned her head. Her beautiful eyes filled with fear as she softly said, Lin Feng, shall we take a taxi? Lin Feng laughed heartily. It seemed that Meng Qing sensed something, her tone slightly annoyed as she remarked, Lin Feng, are you trying to scare me? Lin Feng replied, Did you really notice? Meng Qing pouted. I'm quite clever. Before she could finish her sentence, the bus arrived. Lin Feng led Meng Qing onto the bus, and fortunately, it wasn't too crowded at that moment. He paid for 2 tickets and found 2 adjacent seats. Mengqing sat by the window while Lin Feng took the aisle seat. Suddenly, 2 strikingly handsome young men and beautiful women boarded the bus, capturing the attention of the passengers. The abrupt atmosphere reminded Mengqing of what Lin Feng had mentioned before getting on, making her feel a bit uneasy, so she subtly leaned closer to him. As the bus departed, they were still quite far from the city center, and Mengqing dozed off in a daze. When she awoke, she found the bus crowded with people, and Lin Feng was diligently protecting her, creating a safe haven for Mengqing. With a twinge of concern, she looked at him and asked, "Lin Feng, are you tired?" Lin Feng lowered his gaze to the awakening Mengqing and replied, "Not really, just my arm feels a bit sore." Before he could finish, Mengqing suddenly wrapped her arms around him tightly. She gently rested his head on her shoulder and softly whispered in his ear, "Since you've worked so hard, let me allow you to lean on me for a while." Upon hearing this, Lin Feng said nothing, slowly releasing the arm that had been straining to support his weight. Without his support, his entire body leaned against Mengqing's petite frame. At that moment, a gentle breeze wafted by, causing Mengqing's cascading hair to dance in the wind. The silky strands brushed against Lin Feng's nose, creating a tickling sensation. Simultaneously, a faint, fresh, and sweet fragrance, reminiscent of a young girl, wafted through the air and entered Lin Feng's nostrils, gradually easing his previously taut nerves. Mengqing, feeling both pained and guilty, said, "Why didn't you wake me? Was it foolish to hold on like this? How long have you been doing this?" Lin Feng, eyes closed, savored the moment of tranquility, murmuring softly in her ear, "It's all right, it hasn't been long." Chapter 8. She was like a child. The bus provided a direct route to the amusement park. Upon arrival, Mengqing roused Lin Feng from his slumber. As they disembarked, Mengqing gazed upon the amusement park before her. Couples strolled hand in hand, families accompanied by children laughed joyously, and friends shared in the merriment. Each face radiated exuberant smiles. The vibrant and jubilant atmosphere of the amusement park enveloped the crowd, bestowing upon them boundless delight and joy. Lin Feng approached Mengqing and said, "You go ahead and queue over there. I will procure the tickets." Mengqing nodded and made her way toward the ticket booth. "Big sister, would you like to buy a hairpin? This fox ear one suits you perfectly." A sweet, childlike voice chimed like silver bells. Mengqing looked down to see a little girl, around 10 years of age, gazing up at her with large, sparkling eyes. "Little sister, why aren't you home at this hour?" Mengqing asked softly. "I'll head back after I finish selling, but please try on this fox ear hairpin. It truly compliments you," the girl replied with a bright smile, holding up one of the 2 remaining hairpins in her small hands. Seeing this, Mengqing accepted the fox ear hairpin and placed it atop her head. Just then, Lin Feng approached. After adjusting the hairpin, Mengqing turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Lin Feng, does it look nice?" Lin Feng smiled and replied, "It looks wonderful. Quite adorable, indeed." Mengqing beamed with happiness, then turned to the little girl, saying, "I'll take this one. Little sister, make sure to return home early. It's not safe outside." The little girl thanked her, placing the remaining 2 hairpins into Mengqing's hands before skipping away, as lively as a playful rabbit. Mengqing walked slowly towards Lin Feng and, standing before him, pouted adorably. "Lin Feng, could you lower your head a bit? I can't reach." Lin Feng chuckled and obliged, bowing his head. Mengqing then adorned him with a pig ear hairpin and stepped back, satisfied. Watching Lin Feng laugh heartily, she bounced away like a little sparrow, heading to the queue. Lin Feng observed Mengqing, who was as exuberant as a child, and felt a swirl of emotions within him. Upon entering the amusement park, Mengqing was captivated by the sights before her: the carousel, the swinging pendulum, the roller coaster, and the Ferris wheel. Which one should we start with? She pondered aloud, furrowing her beautiful brow as her slender fingers rested thoughtfully at her lips. "Let us begin with the carousel. I've already mapped out the itinerary." Lin Feng's gentle voice resonated from behind her. At the carousel entrance, the ticket attendant said, "Could you both please present your tickets? I have marked them." Mengqing looked bewildered at Lin Feng. "We bought a single ticket for each ride. We must surrender our ticket to the operator, who will then punch a hole in it to indicate that we've enjoyed that attraction." Lin Feng explained. With that, Lin Feng handed both tickets to the attendant, who smiled as she punched them and returned them, saying, "Young man, your girlfriend is truly beautiful." Lin Feng chuckled and affectionately ruffled his hair, choosing not to refute the compliment. Dream Ching remained silent, accustomed to the frequent misunderstandings of her relationship with Lin Feng as that of a couple. At times, she pondered whether they truly resembled a married couple, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. Yet, she found herself surprisingly unperturbed, perhaps having inadvertently acquiesced to something unspoken. As they entered together, they were captivated by a carousel resembling a small castle, adorned with a brilliant star at its apex, surrounded by ambient lights in a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a mesmerizing spectacle. With a cheerful demeanor, Dream Ching dashed to the carousel and asked Lin Feng, "Can we go on?" Lin Feng replied, "If you wish to avoid being knocked off by the horses, you may try. We must wait until the carousel comes to a halt before we board." "Oh," she responded, standing beside the carousel, her eyes sparkling like stars as she gazed at the enchanting ride. Before long, the carousel came to a stop, and Dream Ching, unable to contain her excitement, called out to Lin Feng, "Aren't you coming up?" Lin Feng chuckled softly, pointing to a nearby sign that read, "Height restriction, 1, 8 meters, no entry." He thought to himself, is this discrimination? What harm could a 1.8-meter person cause? Dream Ching, seeing this, could only nod in resignation as the carousel resumed its motion. Accompanied by light-hearted music, Dream Ching, like a curious child, looked around in wonder. Soon, she found herself facing Lin Feng, playfully blinking at him, while Lin Feng discreetly captured this whimsical moment on his camera. Dream Ching was relishing an experience she had longed for in her youth. Lin Feng gazed at her and recalled a poignant thought. Some individuals find healing in their childhood, while others spend their lives attempting to mend their childhood wounds. The things once yearned for in childhood, when finally attained in adulthood, often lack the same allure. It was akin to the author's childhood desire for a remote-controlled car. When he finally had the means to buy one, he stood at the toy aisle in the store, hesitating for a long while before ultimately departing empty-handed. Perhaps when we can easily obtain the treasures of our youth, we lose the emotional resonance they once held, leaving us to ponder what truly binds us. As Dream King's curiosity waned, she turned to the direction where Lin Feng stood, her expression suddenly dimming. In a fit of anxiety, she scanned the area for Lin Feng, only to realize he had vanished from sight. A sense of unease gripped her heart as she frantically searched for him. However, no matter how diligently she looked, Lin Feng's figure eluded her. She yearned to dismount and seek him out, but discovered she was trapped atop the carousel, unable to descend. Suddenly, an idea struck her. She could call him. In a moment of clarity, she felt as though she had found the only solution. Yet, in her frantic search for her phone, despair washed over her as she realized her bag was with Lin Feng. Loneliness engulfed her like a tidal wave, isolating her from the lively atmosphere surrounding her. Dream Ching, with a vacant expression, clung to the carousel, feeling as if she had become a mere puppet. Unbeknownst to her, the carousel eventually halted, and she slowly disembarked, her steps heavy with trepidation. Has Lin Feng forsaken me? She wondered. This thought spread like a malignant tumor in Mengqing's heart, consuming her with anguish. Why? Had I become a source of annoyance for him? I felt like a burden, complicating his life. Mengqing's heart was overwhelmed with guilt and unease. I seemed incapable of doing anything right, perpetually falling ill and imposing too many burdens upon him. Tears cascaded uncontrollably from her eyes. She suddenly realized that Lin Feng had, unknowingly, occupied a part of her heart. It was an indescribable emotion, perhaps the warmth and comfort he had provided during her most vulnerable moments. As she left the ticket booth, the attendant cast a puzzled glance at Mengqing, silently wondering if they had quarreled. "Miss, could I have your contact information?" the boy asked. Mengqing lifted her gaze, momentarily lost in confusion at the young man's request. She silently lowered her head, becoming a statue of silence. Then, she sidestepped past him and continued to wander aimlessly. Her thoughts were a tangled mess, leaving her uncertain of her destination and purpose. She merely sensed that halting her steps would envelop her in solitude like a shadow. "Miss, what's wrong? You seem a bit down," the boy pressed, trailing after her. Meng Qing raised her head, about to refuse, when she noticed Lin Feng rushing out from the carousel, juggling skewers in a fluster. "Lin Feng!" she cried, tears brimming in her eyes, and dashed toward him, leaving the young man bewildered in the wind, who then turned away with a wry smile. "Where have you been? I thought you had abandoned me." Meng Qing sobbed, embracing Lin Feng tightly. Concerned about staining Meng Qing's clothes with grease, Lin Feng lifted the skewers and chuckled, explaining, "I realized we hadn't eaten all day, and since I was bored waiting below, I thought I'd grab some food. I'm sorry for not telling you. I thought I'd be back quickly, but the line was longer than expected." "Meng Qing, let go so you can eat? I can hardly breathe." "I won't." Meng Qing stubbornly clung to Lin Feng. "Hey, Meng Qing, did you just wipe your nose on me?" "Lin Feng, if you keep talking nonsense, I swear I'll hit you." Meng Qing's face flushed crimson as she released her grip, but still linked her arm tightly with his. "Wow, so soft." Lin Feng mused inwardly. He fought to suppress his impulses. If he didn't think of something soon, little Lin Feng would surely protest. Noticing Meng Qing's firm embrace, he inquired, "Are you hungry?" I guess." Meng Qing's voice trembled with traces of tears. Open your mouth," Lin Feng instructed, bringing a skewer to her lips. Meng Qing blinked her beautifully gem-like eyes, still glistening with tears, creating a sight that was simply heart-melting. She opened her mouth and gently took a bite. The attendant and a young man who had just left the booth observed this tender scene, entranced. "Lin Feng, I am full now. You should eat as well," Meng Qing remarked after Lin Feng had gently wiped her mouth. "All right, what do you plan to do after eating?" Lin Feng inquired softly. Once assured that Lin Feng would not leave, Meng Qing began to gaze around. She soon turned back to Lin Feng and said, "Let us follow the route you have planned." "Very well," Lin Feng replied with a light laugh. After finishing their meal and discarding the remaining refuse in the trash bin, Lin Feng and Meng Qing set off for their intended amusement destination. Lin Feng led Meng Qing to the side of a water pool and softly instructed, "Please wait here a moment. I will fetch a raincoat." Meng Qing obediently nodded all right, with her beautiful eyes fixed intently on Lin Feng's departing figure. She feared he might suddenly vanish. It was only when Lin Feng's silhouette completely faded from view that she reluctantly diverted her gaze. Yet her peripheral vision remained vigilant to his movements. As Meng Qing observed the vast pool before her, a roller coaster shot by like lightning, creating a spectacular splash. Mesmerized, she found herself unconsciously stepping forward. Upon retrieving and donning the raincoat, Lin Feng turned around and instantly spotted Meng Qing at the edge of the railing. At that moment, the second roller coaster was hurtling down at breakneck speed. "Oh no!" Lin Feng silently exclaimed, rushing forward in a flash. Meng Qing stood in awe, captivated by the breathtaking sight of splashing water. "Wow!" she exclaimed, entranced by the scene before her. Just as the water was about to crash down upon her, Lin Feng suddenly appeared, enveloping Meng Qing in his arms. Meng Qing gazed at Lin Feng in a daze, the cascading water behind them refracting vibrant colors like a splendid rainbow, as if the entire world had come to a standstill in that instant. As she looked into Lin Feng's face, an inexplicable feeling took root in her heart. "Lin Feng, you are truly handsome," she thought to herself. Water droplets splashed onto Lin Feng's back, sending a shiver through him, yet he was more amused than annoyed. He turned to Meng Qing and said, "What are you doing? Do you realize that if I had been even a moment later, those splashes would have drenched you?" Pausing briefly, he continued, "In that case, you would be soaked through, and we would be unable to continue our fun. You would have to obediently return home to change." As he spoke, he gently shook his head, seemingly bemused by Meng Qing's reaction. He observed her still in a daze, her eyes clear and transparent, like a mirror reflecting her innate kindness and innocence. Her gaze was so tender that it enraptured Lin Feng, capable of soothing worries and anxieties with a single glance. It was akin to the gentle breeze of spring caressing the earth, warming all in its embrace, or like a crystal-clear spring flowing softly, quenching the parched souls of the weary. Lin Feng could not help but feel a surge of emotion. Meanwhile, Meng Qing remained silent, her enchanting eyes quietly fixed on Lin Feng. After a considerable pause, she slowly spoke. Lin Feng, just now. You were quite fierce with me. No, I wasn't. Lin Feng replied. All right then. Meng Qing's slender eyes sparkled like the brightest stars in the night sky, deeply captivating Lin Feng's gaze. After a while, Lin Feng, feeling somewhat guilty, averted his eyes. Chapter 9. Sleepless Night. Silent Water. Meng Qing turned to Lin Feng and asked, What shall we play next? Lin Feng glanced at the time and replied, We need to head to the Ferris wheel by 10:30. We still have an hour. Meng Qing pointed towards a place resembling a haunted house. Let us go to the Horror Valley. Lin Feng chuckled. Aren't you afraid of ghosts? I am. Meng Qing reluctantly withdrew her hand. Let us ride the roller coaster instead. Excited, she tugged at Lin Feng, oblivious to his momentary hesitation. Lin Feng had no choice but to follow her onto the ride. Meng Qing was exhilarated, glancing around, touching everything in sight, while Lin Feng, in stark contrast, sat silently, gripping the safety bar tightly. Noticing his unusual demeanor, Meng Qing asked, Lin Feng, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm fine, he replied, his face slightly pale. Are you afraid of heights? Meng Qing seemed to have an epiphany. Then let's get off. I don't know, Lin Feng said with a faint smile, trying to calm her as she began to unbuckle her safety belt. It was Meng Qing's first visit to an amusement park, and Lin Feng wanted her to create cherished memories, to enjoy herself without regrets. It's all right. I can give it a try, he said reassuringly. Before Meng Qing could protest further, the safety harness behind them clicked into place, and the roller coaster began to move. Meng Qing, however, was unperturbed, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng, concerned for his well-being. Lin Feng struggled to turn his head towards her, forcing a reassuring smile before closing his eyes. As a roller coaster ascended to its peak, Lin Feng felt his great-grandmother beckoning him. Coming, Grandma. When the ride finally halted, Meng Qing hurriedly unfastened her safety strap and rushed towards Lin Feng, who remained with his eyes tightly shut, appearing as if he were asleep. As Meng Qing looked on in bewilderment, Lin Feng seemed to sense that the ride had come to an end. He unbuckled his safety harness and, without warning, knelt on the ground and began to vomit. Meng Qing? Bystanders? Staff members? Lin Feng? Absolutely. This is not just filler text. In a flurry, Meng Qing helped Lin Feng up and guided him to a nearby bench, cradling him in her arms. She requested a cup of warm water from the staff and began to feed it to him. As she did so, tears streamed down her cheeks, marking one of the most emotional moments she had experienced this year. While tending to Lin Feng, she thought, You're afraid of heights, yet still accompanied me. Lin Feng, how can you be so foolish? Please don't get hurt. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. He was unaware of when he had lost consciousness, but upon awakening, he was astonished to find himself nestled in the embrace of a fairy. The delicate fragrance and soft touch enveloped him in an indescribable comfort. To Lin Feng's astonishment, this ethereal fairy, seemingly untouched by the mortal realm, appeared to be weeping. Her eyes slightly reddened. Lin Feng began to question whether he had traversed realms once again, instinctively reaching out to gently caress the exquisite visage before him. Dear fairy sister, you are truly breathtaking. This sensation feels so tangible. Transitioning from a state of bewilderment to realization, Lin Feng murmured, Am I dead? What will become of Meng Qing? At that moment, a melodious and clear voice resonated. You are not dead. It was Meng Qing, her long and beautiful eyes filled with playful ire as she gazed intently at Lin Feng, her voice laced with feigned annoyance. Oh, hef. Lin Feng finally regained his composure, grinning at Meng Qing. So, when do you intend to remove your hand from my face? Meng Qing raised an eyebrow, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng, yet a hint of amusement danced in her expression, for his first reaction was one of concern for himself. I'll move it right away, Lin Feng replied, reluctantly retracting his hands while still sneaking a playful pinch, silently muttering, One must seize an opportunity when it arises. You. Meng Qing shot Lin Feng a resigned glare. Subsequently, Lin Feng, somewhat unwillingly, extricated himself from Meng Qing's warm embrace, declaring, All right, let us go ride the Ferris wheel. With that, he took the lead, leaving Meng Qing stomping her foot in frustration. Although slightly vexed, Mengqing followed Lin Feng in silence. Upon arriving beneath the towering Ferris wheel, Mengqing gazed up in awe. Especially under the cloak of night, the Ferris wheel appeared extraordinarily magnificent, each cabin resembling a twinkling star, harmonizing with the vast celestial expanse above. As the wheel ascended gradually, the city lights sparkled like a sea of shimmering stars. Lin Feng, accompanied by Mengqing, boarded the Ferris wheel. As they reached the pinnacle, the lights of the amusement park began to dim. Suddenly, the fountain at the center erupted in a dazzling display, accompanied by brilliant fireworks. The vibrant fireworks danced in the night sky, painting it with a dreamlike brilliance. Mengqing gazed longingly out the window, then turned to Lin Feng, her enchanting eyes reflecting an indescribable emotion as she softly asked, You knew about all this? Lin Feng struck an overtly self-satisfied pose and proudly replied, What do you think? This handsome fellow planned it all. It's simply beautiful. Mengqing chuckled lightly, then turned her attention back to the fireworks. The colors of the fireworks resembled a vibrant palette. Vivid reds, refreshing greens, bright yellows, and solemn blues intertwined. These hues burst forth in the air with the sound of explosions, creating a splendid spectacle. Lin Feng fixated on the ever-changing fireworks, watching them gracefully unfold against Mengqing's face. Soft yellows, silvery whites, verdant greens, delicate purples, clear blues, and blush pinks adorned her cheeks, rendering her irresistibly beautiful. The magnificent fireworks burst into the sky, their petals cascading like raindrops, falling into Mengqing's eyes that resembled autumn waters, intoxicating all who beheld them. He did not gaze at the fireworks. His eyes were solely captivated by her enchanting figure. She watched the display before her, yet her heart was filled with a shadow. They both refrained from voicing their thoughts, yet an unspoken understanding lingered between them. On their return, it was late, and the direct bus had already ceased operations. Thus, they could only disembark at the nearest stop. Lin Feng and Mengqing walked home together. Fortunately, the distance of 3 kilometers was not too daunting. As they strolled side by side, the moonlight bathed them, elongating their shadows until they intertwined. Mengqing turned her head towards Lin Feng and spoke. Lin Feng, thank you. Lin Feng glanced at Mengqing, dismissively waved his hand, and began to hum a tune. You say that gradually letting go of love will lead to greater distances. Why bother to change what has already been missed in time? Mengqing listened to the melodious notes and inquired, What song were you just humming? Lin Feng nonchalantly replied, I made it up on spot. His demeanor was tinged with a hint of mockery, a touch of indifference, and a dash of acerbity. Mengqing, having been tempered by Lin Feng's presence, felt a mix of astonishment and curiosity, pondering what thoughts occupied his mind. She then said, Lin Feng, I want to hear it. Please sing for me. Lin Feng cleared his throat and began. The most beautiful moments are not those of rainy days, but rather those spent sheltered together from the rain. You say that gradually letting go of love will lead to greater distances. Why bother to change what has already been missed in time? You used your fingertips to prevent my farewell, imagining you by my side before everything is lost. You say that gradually letting go of love will lead to greater distances. Perhaps fate has only allowed us to meet, to fall in love in this season of autumn. Only after the leaves fall do we realize the fragments of happiness. How am I to gather them? Under the moonlight, their shadows stretched, adorned by the stars. The night was sleepless, and the water was silent. Only the gentle voice of a man could be heard singing to a beautiful woman, with the evening moon and twinkling stars as their backdrop, accompanied by the serenade of cicadas. Chapter 10 Farewell, Thoughts Unending, the Clouds Conceal the Moon. Upon returning home, Lin Feng and Mengqing found the hour quite late. Lin Feng entered the kitchen to prepare some noodles, seeking to satiate his hunger, as both he and Mengqing had scarcely eaten throughout the day. I'll go take a shower first, Mengqing said to Lin Feng, who was busy cooking. All right, go ahead. After your shower, just have a bite before heading to bed, Lin Feng replied while filling a pot with water. When Mengqing emerged from her shower, Lin Feng had already finished his portion and was tidying up before heading to the bathroom himself. Meanwhile, Mengqing sat at the kitchen table, ready to enjoy her noodles, when a sudden thought crossed her mind, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. She intended to call out to Lin Feng. only to realize that he had already locked the bathroom door. With a face aflame, she turned back to her meal, her thoughts elsewhere. I hope he doesn't TC. Meng Qing mused quietly. Inside the bathroom, Lin Feng inhaled the fragrant atmosphere and, without hesitation, felt a stirring in his loins. As he began to undress, he noticed a piece of black fabric and approached it, lifting it to inspect. Whoa! In an instant, Lin Feng's nose erupted with blood, flowing forth at an alarming rate. After some time, recovering from the shock, he placed the lace back in its original position and, instead of a warm shower, opted for a cold one. Just as Lin Feng stepped out of the bathroom, Meng Qing dashed in, taking her time before leisurely exiting. With an air of calmness, she inquired, "Did you see anything just now?" Feigning ignorance, Lin Feng replied, "See what? You really don't know?" Meng Qing's gaze bore into him intensely. Feeling a twinge of guilt beneath her scrutiny, Lin Feng stubbornly maintained, "I truly don't know." "Are you sure?" Meng Qing narrowed her beautiful eyes. "Absolutely, without a doubt." Lin Feng asserted, his heart steady. "Oh, why am I so skeptical?" Meng Qing remarked with a teasing smile. "What are you talking about? Is there no trust left?" Lin Feng defended himself. Yet, Meng Qing continued to gaze at him in silence. "Really, you must believe me." "I certainly did not." "You have a nosebleed," Meng Qing stated flatly before turning towards the bedroom. Just as she closed the door, her face flushed bright red. Meanwhile, Lin Feng stood bewildered before the closed door, then touched his nose in realization. Damn, I forgot to block it. When Lin Feng entered the room, the lights were off, and he had to feel his way to bed. As he reached out, he encountered something soft. "Huh, what is this?" he murmured, giving it a gentle squeeze. "Lin Feng," Meng Qing exclaimed playfully. As he leaned closer, he discovered that his hand rested upon Meng Qing's chest, albeit through the covers. "I assure you, this was a misunderstanding. Do you believe me?" Lin Feng protested, reluctantly withdrawing his hand. "What do you think?" Meng Qing replied, her tone even, betraying no emotion. "Who told you to keep the lights off?" Lin Feng retorted. The two individuals lay in bed, both unable to succumb to slumber. Unbeknownst to them, the dark clouds had dissipated, and the moonlight stealthily crept into the bedroom, casting a gentle glow upon them. Meng Qing quietly observed the man beside her. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Lin Feng glanced at his phone to find a message from Yun Yuqing. "Yun Yuqing, have you rested?" Lin Feng, almost, "What is up?" Yun Yuqing, "An important person from the company is here today and wishes to meet you." Lin Feng, "Who is it?" Yun Yuqing, "You'll find out when you arrive. It's quite significant. Can you come tomorrow? If so, I will book your flight." Lin Feng pondered. The sooner they discussed matters, the sooner he could resume his writing and earn some money. Lin Feng, "All right, I'll take a flight there tomorrow afternoon." Yun Yuqing, "Okay, see you tomorrow." Lin Feng, "See you tomorrow." He set his phone down, noticing that Meng Qing was watching him, her gaze curious. "Who is that?" She feigned indifference. "Our company's editor." Lin Feng explained. "Oh, I just wanted to take a look. I didn't eavesdrop on your conversation," Meng Qing clarified, as if recalling something. Lin Feng turned to her, saying, "It was too much. I'm just heading to the capital tomorrow." On the other end, silence enveloped them. After a while, as Lin Feng felt drowsiness wash over him, Meng Qing finally spoke up. "When will you be back?" "I'm not sure. Perhaps in a couple of days," Lin Feng replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Lin Feng, you will return? One to you?" Meng Qing asked. Lin Feng chuckled. "Are you silly? This is my home. Where else would I go?" Meng Qing seemed to breathe a sigh of relief. The next day, having returned late the previous night, Meng Qing awoke to find it was already 10 o'clock, and Lin Feng had vanished. A sense of disorientation washed over her. Feeling somewhat glum, she stepped outside only to discover Lin Feng packing his belongings. Upon seeing Meng Qing, Lin Feng paused momentarily before continuing his task, saying, "I've left breakfast for you in the kitchen. Go wash up and eat something. Remember to have your meals on time after I leave." "Oh, okay," Meng Qing replied, moving to the dining table to begin her meal. Though her gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng, suddenly struck by a thought, Meng Qing hastily finished her food and dashed into the bedroom. Lin Feng, observing her flustered demeanor, felt a pang of curiosity. He completed his packing and prepared to depart, but called out to Meng Qing, "Meng Qing, I'm leaving. Don't think about me too much. If you miss me, Just video call me. Wait, wait, came Mengqing's breathless voice from the bedroom. Moments later, Mengqing rushed to Lin Feng, panting. I'll see you off. Lin Feng gazed at her in astonishment. She was like a delicate jade, graceful yet not garish, soft yet not seductive. Adorned in a flowing white dress, she resembled a celestial being, though her hurried pace left her slightly breathless. Lin Feng reassured her, "It's all right. I worry for your safety if you venture outside." Ignoring Lin Feng's words, Mengqing stepped out and closed the door behind her. Lin Feng, feeling helpless, followed Mengqing downstairs and hailed a taxi to the airport. He handed the driver 100 yuan and said, "No need to give change. Just take this young lady back after dropping me off." The driver responded with a cheerful smile. The journey was enveloped in silence as the vehicle slowly ascended the overpass. Mengqing gently pressed her face against the window, her cascading hair flowing freely, while the white hem of her dress danced gracefully in the wind. Even just her silhouette left Lin Feng in a tumult of emotions. Upon arriving at the airport entrance, the driver was forced to stop at the curb due to the lack of parking spaces. Lin Feng grabbed his luggage and stepped out of the car, but suddenly recalled something and turned back to tap on Mengqing's window. She rolled it down, revealing her lovely face. Lin Feng approached and softly reassured her, "Don't worry. I will return soon." With that, he turned and walked away. Not long after he left, Mengqing slowly exited the vehicle, silently watching Lin Feng's retreating figure. A gentle breeze swept by, playfully lifting her hair and the hem of her dress, attracting the curious glances of passers-by. The enchanting girl moved with an alluring grace, akin to light willow fluff dancing freely in the wind. Her silky, smooth hair swayed gently, resembling flowing strings of a musical instrument. The farewell stirred a multitude of thoughts within her heart. Chapter 11. The remarkable talent of Mr. Lin aircraft had landed in Beijing 2 hours prior. Lin Feng had sent a message to Yun Yuqing before boarding, so he received a call from her as soon as he disembarked. "Have you arrived?" came Yun Yuqing's voice through the phone. "Yes, I just got off the plane," Lin Feng replied. "Exit through Gate A. Turn left. I'll be waiting for you," Yun Yuqing instructed directly. "All right, but what compels the editor-in-chief to come and fetch me?" Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. "We can discuss it when we meet. It's not something that can be conveyed over the phone," Yun Yuqing concluded, hanging up. Lin Feng glanced at the message from Mengqing that had arrived 2 hours ago. "I have reached home." He replied, "Yes, I just disembarked. Remember to eat," before placing his phone into his pocket and searching for Gate A. As Lin Feng stepped out of Gate A, he noticed a white Porsche Cayenne parked by the roadside. A woman, approximately 172 centimeters tall, donned in a work uniform and adorned with golden frames around her glasses, was scanning her surroundings. Yun Yuqing, with her lustrous black hair, elegantly defined brows, and bright, clear eyes, radiated a unique brilliance akin to the brightest star in the night sky. "Yun Yuqing?" Lin Feng called softly. The young woman turned her gaze towards him, meeting the sight of a strikingly handsome man standing at 185 centimeters tall. "Wow, Lin Feng is truly dashing," she remarked, waving at him before opening the trunk of the car and waiting for him to enter. After placing his luggage in the trunk, Lin Feng slid into the passenger seat. "Well, I certainly didn't expect you to be this handsome," Yun Yuqing teased as she began to drive. "Not only handsome, but also talented," Lin Feng replied earnestly. "Why do I feel like there are cows flying in the sky?" she quipped, glancing upwards as if truly expecting to see flying cattle. Lin Feng awkwardly touched his nose. "The contract is before you. Take a look. If everything seems in order, we can sign," Yun Yuqing stated, shifting to a serious tone to discuss business. Lin Feng picked up the contract and began to review it diligently, while Yun Yuqing remained silent. After a brief perusal, Lin Feng noted that the Chinese website required only a 20% share of the profits, while he would retain 80%. Furthermore, after the printing of physical copies, the company would receive 40%, leaving him with 60%. They also sought exclusive rights for 3 years, with the option for renewal thereafter. No additional demands were made. The Chinese website would not only promote Lin Feng's new book, but also handle the printing of physical copies without requiring any effort from him, indicating their significant goodwill, particularly toward the novice author like Lin Feng. Most importantly, Lin Feng would retain full rights over the book, meaning that if he chose to cease writing at any point, the website could not compel him to continue. This reflected the book's potential impact on the entire company. Lin Feng remarked, "I've skimmed through the contract and—" Lin Feng, as you know, this is truly the company's utmost concession. Yin Yuqing interjected, pausing momentarily before continuing, "because you're receiving a share of the profits. There is no salary at present, only royalties, which will be determined by your subsequent gifts and click rates." Yin Yuqing elaborated further. "Lin Feng, you not only possess the majority of the profits, but more importantly, you hold the ownership. If one day you choose to cease your writing, the company would be at a loss." Yin Yuqing remarked with a bittersweet smile. "All right." Lin Feng then meticulously reviewed the document once more, and finding no issues, he proceeded to sign it. Upon witnessing Lin Feng's signature, Yin Yuqing let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, by the way, which editor are we meeting this time?" Lin Feng inquired, gazing at Yin Yuqing. "Just call me Sister Yin," she replied cheerfully. "We're to meet with representatives from the Education Bureau," Yin Yuqing softly stated. "Ugh. Sister Yin, from the national level?" Lin Feng asked, a hint of astonishment in his voice. Yin Yuqing nodded slightly, falling into silence. Lin Feng then turned his gaze toward the window. As night descended, the capital city sparkled with lights, bustling with traffic and throngs of people, a kaleidoscope of colors dancing against the dark sky. Before long, they arrived at a CAF. Yin Yuqing led Lin Feng inside, where he soon spotted a middle-aged man clad in a Zhongshan suit, sitting upright, accompanied by a young man in a tailored suit. As Lin Feng approached, the middle-aged man immediately rose and extended his hand. "Say, Mr. Lin, greetings. I am Wang Lei from the National Textbook Editorial Department." Lin Feng promptly extended his hand in return. "Mr. Lin, Miss Yin, please take a seat. We can discuss further," Wang Lei said amiably, gesturing toward two chairs beside him. "Mr. Lin, the reason I invited you here is to inquire about the specific implications of Confucian thought in the spring and autumn and warring state sections of your work, Huaxia." Wang Lei inquired directly, clearly astonished by the outline Yin Yuqing had shown him, which had left a profound impression despite its brevity in discussing propriety. "Old Wang, are you referring to Confucian thought?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "Please, don't call me Old Wang. I'm still quite young. How about you call me Brother Wang instead?" Wang Lei, appreciating Lin Feng's manners, responded graciously. "Confucian thought is rather intricate, and I cannot elaborate in detail. However, I can briefly summarize for you, Brother Wang." Lin Feng paused momentarily before continuing. "The essence of Confucian thought lies in Ren and Li. The principle of Ren is that benevolent person loves others to achieve loving others. One must adhere to the path of loyalty and forgiveness, which translates to do not impose on others what you do not desire for yourself. Benevolence serves as the theoretical core of the ideological framework, representing the highest ideals and standards. In terms of educational thought and practice, it manifests as teaching without distinction. As for Li, it pertains to the realms of politics and ethics. Throughout the long course of history, Li has consistently functioned as the moral standard and guidelines for life in feudal society. Additionally, Confucius founded the Confucian school of thought. Though I might not focus extensively on this in my subsequent writing, as I primarily narrate history from a godlike perspective, perhaps only mentioning it in passing. Lin Feng paused to sip some water, his gaze resting on the wide-eyed Wang Lei and the astonished Yin Yuqing. Lin Feng succinctly discussed four aspects: education, economy, politics, and morality, while also making comparisons with other schools of thought. Before they knew it, an hour had slipped by. Lin Feng, feeling weary, left the three individuals in a state of bewilderment. They were so astonished that words escaped them, struggling to fathom the profound enlightenment of one individual. Although these ideas were articulated by Lin Feng as those proposed by Confucius, and he repeatedly referenced Confucius, they were aware that Confucius was a fictional character. Thus, these thoughts were essentially Lin Feng's own reflections. Even more impressively, Lin Feng had just mentioned the philosophies of legalism and Moism, among others. After a considerable pause, Wang Lei slowly regained his composure, gazing at Lin Feng with a complex expression, and asked, "Lin, my young friend, how did you come up with all this?" Indeed, even the Confucian thoughts alone are astounding. Yet you also mentioned legalism. Yin Yuqing chimed in, regarding Lin Feng with the curiosity one might reserve for a marvel. Haha, I had a grand dream of the spring and autumn period where I experienced it all firsthand. Lin Feng admitted, slightly embarrassed. When you plan to write your book? Wang Lei inquired with curiosity. I have already penned several thousand words of a manuscript, and I just signed a contract with Yin Yuqing. I can start a new book upon my return, Lin Feng replied with a smile. Very well. I wish you great success with your new book in advance, Wang Lei remarked, casting a glance at Yin Yuqing, his feelings somewhat complicated by the realization that he had been preempted. Lin, I have another matter to discuss with you regarding the thoughts you just mentioned. I would like to incorporate some of them into our future educational materials, Wang Lei stated. Of course, that is not a problem at all. I'll be quite pleased. Lin Feng readily agreed. Excellent. Wang Lei's admiration for the young man grew. Let us not delay. Let us sign the contract now. With that, he instructed his secretary to bring forth the contract. Lin Feng and Yin Yuqing exchanged astonished glances, both thinking how prepared Wang Lei was. Lin, do you see any issues with the contract? If not, let us sign it right away, Wang Lei urged with a hint of impatience. Lin Feng examined the contract and then set it down, saying, Brother Wang, I would like to allocate 25 of my 50 profits to establish a charitable foundation to support those in need. Wang Lei was not the only one taken aback. Even the secretary and Yin Yuqing were astonished. It is important to note that this involved state matters, where even one post-tax represents an immeasurable value. However, Lin Feng chose to dedicate half to a charitable foundation. Lin, my young friend, truly remarkable. It is no wonder you espouse the thoughts of Confucius and Mencius. Your awareness and enlightenment leave me humbled, Wang Lei stammered, clearly at a loss for words. After signing the contract, Wang Lei bid farewell to Lin Feng, exchanging contact information. Who exactly are you, Lin Feng? Yin Yuqing gazed at him in awe. Just a rather exceptionally handsome individual with a modicum of talent, Lin Feng replied, tilting his head towards the sky, now illuminated by countless stars. He closed his eyes and mused. Having accomplished my tasks, I shall depart, concealing my identity and name. Yin Yuqing was struck by this scene multiple times. Although she had already endured numerous shocks, one must ponder the allure of a handsome gentleman who has recently relinquished millions for charity, only to eloquently recite poetry, particularly to a woman who has been single for many years. Ahem, I must take my leave, Lin Feng remarked, observing Yin Yuqing's dazed expression. Yin Yuqing promptly regained her composure and followed Lin Feng. After escorting Lin Feng to the hotel he had reserved in advance, she bid him farewell. Before departing, she did not forget to remind Lin Feng, stay in the capital for the next couple of days. There is an event that requires your presence. Chapter 12. The invisible longing. Upon returning to the hotel, Lin Feng charged his phone and was greeted by a flurry of messages from Mengqing. At 21:46, what are you doing? At 22, tatlumpu. At 23:10, Lin Feng. At 0:21, Lin Feng, have you encountered trouble? Noticing several missed calls, Lin Feng hurriedly returned the call. As soon as the line connected, it was answered immediately. Mengqing, my phone was dead. I just returned to the hotel and didn't see your messages. I'm sorry, Lin Feng explained. All right, Mengqing's soft voice came through, sounding as if she had just awakened. Have you eaten? Lin Feng inquired. No, Mengqing replied. What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Lin Feng asked gently. A little, Mengqing admitted quietly. Shall we video chat? Lin Feng suggested. After a brief silence on the other end, she replied, okay. Lin Feng ended the voice call and initiated a video call. As the video connected, he felt an inexplicable urge to see Mengqing. The room on the other side was illuminated, and he noticed tears glistening in the corners of Mengqing's elongated eyes. Why are you crying? Lin Feng asked, sensing her distress. Mengqing gazed at him, her furrowed brow slowly relaxing as she whispered, Lin Feng, there was a wild cat crying outside just now. That's normal. Our neighborhood has few residents, so it's not unusual to see wild cats. Lin Feng reassured her, observing her intently. You aren't frightened, are you? He felt a smile creeping up. I thought it was a child's cry. Mengqing's eyes dimmed. Don't worry. Lin Feng began, but suddenly froze, his eyes fixated behind Meng Qing. Startled by his odd reaction, Meng Qing stammered, Lin Feng, what's wrong? Meng Qing, do you see something on a balcony behind you? Lin Feng's voice trembled. Ah, Lin Feng, don't scare me. Meng Qing suddenly covered her mouth, as if realizing something, her wide eyes filled with fear. Ha 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 ha! Lin Feng burst into laughter. Meng Qing looked at him, puzzled, before the realization dawned on her. As Lin Feng laughed heartily, he noticed tears welling up in Meng Qing's beautiful eyes. 1, 2, 3. Her eyes sparkled with unshed tears, and her lips trembled slightly. She tried to stifle her sobs, but the tears slipped down her cheeks regardless. Feeling a pang of guilt, Lin Feng said, Meng Qing, I'm sorry. I only meant to tease you. Lin Feng felt like a mischievous boy. However, Meng Qing turned her phone around, pointing the camera at the ceiling. Lin Feng stared at the familiar ceiling, but soft sobs echoed from the other end. Although the sound was faint, it was unmistakable. Meng Qing, so innocent, did not scold Lin Feng for his prank. She simply hid away, quietly shedding tears. She appeared fragile, yet her inner strength was undeniable. Lin Feng quickly said, I'm sorry, Meng Qing. Would it be all right if I sing for you? Please stop crying. Gradually, the sobs subsided, but they did not cease entirely. A choked voice replied, You sing. Lin Feng smiled softly and cleared his throat. He began to compose a narrative uniquely his own, with words crafted with meticulous care and gentle tenderness. This was a letter awaiting your unraveling, penned with love and a touch of redemption. Meng Qing watched Lin Feng as he sang with his eyes closed. His voice was gentle and elegant, his expression wholly absorbed in the moment. Lin Feng's singing resonated with profound emotion, perfectly encapsulating his sentiments. Even if it meant risking everything, he would not allow himself to falter again. This time was for a lifetime. Unbeknownst to him, Meng Qing had shifted the camera to capture this moment. Her eyes were still misty, tears shimmering at the corners. As Lin Feng's song came to an end, Meng Qing seemed lost in the echoes of his melody. His voice, clear as water, gradually soothed her troubled heart. Are you still angry? Lin Feng asked softly. Oomph. Meng Qing feigned annoyance, then added, I'm not so angry anymore. She continued, but, Lin Feng, don't deceive me again. Otherwise, I truly will be angry. And what will you do if you get angry? Lin Feng teased with a smile. I will ignore you. Meng Qing's voice dwindled, finally becoming a mere whisper. Perhaps Lin Feng's soothing presence had relaxed her once tense spirit. Drowsiness washed over her like a tide, and she gradually fell asleep. Observing Meng Qing slumbering peacefully, Lin Feng felt a mix of helplessness and amusement. This little one truly could drift off at any moment. However, she must have been exceedingly tense. Weeping had evidently alleviated her distress. In truth, since the moment Meng Qing arrived, Lin Feng had sensed her struggle to contain her emotions. Yet he had not found the right opportunity to help her release them. This moment was serendipitous, allowing Meng Qing to unburden her heart. Lin Feng mused to himself. Did they truly think him a fool? He was, after all, a paragon of charm, talent, and emotional intelligence. He lingered a while longer, gazing at the slumbering Meng Qing before rising to leave. He did not end the call, but placed his phone on the bed and went to take a shower. Just as Lin Feng departed, Meng Qing's eyes slowly fluttered open. She was not naive. How could she not perceive Lin Feng's intentions? This young man had been caring for her, attending not only to her physical needs, but also nurturing her emotional well-being. Despite their prior unfamiliarity, he could have chosen indifference, yet he did not. Thank you, Lin Feng. Meng Qing whispered softly. What did you say? Lin Feng leaned closer, startling her into a gasp. Her face flushed crimson, and she lowered her gaze, murmuring, Why haven't you taken a shower yet? As I returned to fetch a towel, your voice reached my ears. Lin Feng mischievously gazed at Meng Qing. What was it you just said about what would happen if I made you angry? Lin Feng deftly shifted the subject. Lin Feng, I'm going to sleep now. Do not hang up the phone. Meng Qing chose to disregard him entirely, turning away to embrace slumber. Lin Feng chuckled softly, bidding her good night, before rising to take a shower. Upon exiting the bathroom, Lin Feng discovered that Meng Qing had already succumbed to sleep. He placed his phone beside her pillow and soon drifted off himself. Lin Feng's breathing gradually steadied, yet Meng Qing opened her eyes, her beautiful gaze resting on him, accompanied by a gentle smile. It was as if Lin Feng was still beside her, peacefully asleep. She murmured softly, "Fool," before slipping into dreams with a smile. Unbeknownst to him, the corners of Lin Feng's mouth had turned upwards ever so slightly. Indeed, longing may be invisible, yet it is undeniably felt. Chapter 13. The Poetry Competition. On the second day, Lin Feng awoke to find Meng Qing still asleep. He ended the call and sent a message, "Don't forget to have breakfast." Shortly after, he received a message from Yun Yuqing. "I will pick you up in an hour." Lin Feng replied, "Okay." An hour later, as Lin Feng descended from the hotel, he spotted Yun Yuqing and, filled with curiosity, asked, "Where are you taking me?" Yun Yuqing responded, "Are you unaware that the poetry competition is being held today?" The poetry competition? Lin Feng was slightly perplexed. "Yes, the poetry competition," Yun Yuqing confirmed. "What purpose does one attend the poetry competition?" Lin Feng countered. "You are going to win the championship, which would serve as a splendid promotion for your new book," she asserted. After discovering Lin Feng's talent the previous evening, she was convinced of his potential to emerge victorious. Thus, she personally escorted him to this much-anticipated event. "Is it possible for me to decline?" Lin Feng lamented, wishing for a tranquil life away from the spotlight. "No, you must attend. Those who engage in poetry often look down upon us novelists. Today, we shall show them," Yun Yuqing declared with determination, her slender fingers gripping the steering wheel tightly, her eyes igniting with fervor. "Editor, I'm still not quite," Lin Feng began, but his words were interrupted. "The champion's prize is 500,000, and if you win, the company will grant you an additional 200,000. Even if you do not secure the championship, the company will still provide you with 100,000, Yun Yuqing explained. "Miss Yun, I believe that is entirely agreeable. You may transfer the 200,000 to my bank account now. My account number is..." Lin Feng responded boldly. Yun Yuqing shot him a glance, and soon they arrived at the venue for the poetry competition. The opulent decorations made one feel as though they had stepped into an ancient gathering of literati, with numerous renowned poetic works adorning the walls. The participants awaited the commencement of the competition with a mixture of tension and anticipation. Yun Yuqing led Lin Feng to their seats, drawing attention as many novelists were also present at the poetry gathering, thus familiar with the chief editor from the Chinese online literary community. Curiosity piqued regarding Lin Feng's identity, especially since he was accompanied by Yun Yuqing. As they settled in, Yun Yuqing introduced Lin Feng to various attendees. "Do you see that balding gentleman over there? He is the author of the works 20 years in Shandong, 20 years in Shaanxi, 30 years in Hebei, and 30 years in Hunan," she pointed out. "And that man with green hair over there? He is the one who wrote The Fractured World," she added, gesturing to a middle-aged man with green hair. The competition commenced with each participant taking the stage to recite their prepared poems aloud. The rules were straightforward. The judges would pose questions, and participants would compete to respond. Those who succeeded could remain on stage to face challenges from the audience. Should no one dare to challenge them, they would be crowned the champion. Lin Feng felt a pang of anxiety. Indeed, 500,000 is not easily won. As he pondered this, the host took to the stage. The host's voice resonated. "Thank you to all our esteemed guests for attending the Huaxia Poetry Competition. Without further ado, let us commence the competition." After a few words regarding the sponsors, the host delved into the subject matter. This round's topic was to be presented by a mysterious guest. The host created an air of suspense. Soon a figure began to rise slowly, drawing nearer. Yun Yuqing wore an expression of uncertainty. Could it be him? As the figure approached the stage, gasps erupted from the audience. "Isn't that Zhao Hai, the esteemed Zhao? What? He is here?" Shock rippled through the crowd, as whispers filled the air. "Who is Zhao Hai?" Some looked around in confusion. "Can you guess who is hosting this poetry competition?" Someone ventured. The individuals unaware of Zhao Hai's significance were left utterly astounded. Zhao Hai, surveying the audience, cleared his throat and said, "Ahem, may I have your attention, please? I am truly grateful to all of you for attending this poetry competition." A moment of silence fell before applause erupted. Zhao Hai continued, "I shall not take up more of your time. Let us begin the contest. The theme revolves around familial love, with no restrictions on 5-character regulated verses, 7-character quatrains, or even modern poetry. With that, he stepped down from the stage, finding his place to meditate quietly. Upon hearing the topic, Lin Feng gently closed his eyes and took a deep breath, envisioning numerous beautiful verses. He slowly walked onto the stage, drawing the attention of the crowd. Who is this young man? It seems less than a minute has passed since Zhao Hai announced the topic. Could he be copying? Are you foolish? Zhao Hai is still here. He cannot possibly deceive him. If he succeeds once, can he do it again? Perhaps he prepared in advance? That is plausible. But if he did prepare for the first round, what about the second? Zhao Hai will select topics randomly. If he lacks talent, he will have to step down. As Lin Feng ascended the stage, not only was the audience surprised, but so was Zhao Hai, having only just disembarked himself. Nonetheless, it mattered little. The true test lay ahead. Lin Feng's thoughts were straightforward. He simply intended to take the stage, having memorized several exquisite verses, timeless masterpieces. Surely, no one could compose superior works to those of Du Fu or Li Bai. This way, no one else could take the stage, thus saving ample time for direct advancement to the next round. With a thread in a loving mother's hand, a garment on her wandering child. Before departing, she sews with care, fearing he may delay his return. Who can express a heart of grass in gratitude for the spring sunshine? These lines echo the heartfelt sentiments of Meng Jiao's The Wanderer's Song from the Tang Dynasty. His voice resonated beautifully, akin to a stream flowing through blossoms, captivating the audience, who were equally astonished. Even first-time listeners recognized this was no act of plagiarism, for such a poem could not possibly have been overlooked. Zhao Hai was equally taken aback. This was indeed a tribute to maternal love. The initial couplet speaks of a mother and child, highlighting the profound bond between them through the imagery of thread and clothing. The subsequent lines focus on the tender actions and sentiments of the devoted mother, whose love for her child is naturally expressed through the minutiae of everyday life. Though there are neither spoken words nor tears, the piece is imbued with a deep maternal love that resonates profoundly and evokes tears. The final 2 lines elevate the preceding 4, employing simple yet vivid metaphors to convey the fervent emotions of a child. How can the tender offspring, akin to blades of grass beneath a spring sun, ever repay the boundless love of their mother? The poem, devoid of ornate language or intricate embellishments, is rich in poetic flavor, expressed through fresh, flowing, and unpretentious language. Its genuine sentiment has touched the hearts of countless readers over the centuries, evoking a profound resonance among many wanderers. Lin Feng's poetry stands out remarkably, his talent astonishing, reminiscent of a legendary figure from ancient literati. Yun Yuqing, seated among the audience, fixates intently on Lin Feng, feeling immense pride in his artistry. She observes Mr. Zhao has left his seat to approach Lin Feng, inquiring if the young poet would like to join their poetry association. This poem is already a crowning champion without a crown. Nothing else could possibly astonish like this piece. Zhao insists, I appreciate the offer, but I currently have no intentions of joining the association. Lin Feng politely declines. Yun Yuqing breathes a sigh of relief. Young friend, please consider it. Our benefits are quite generous, Zhao implores reluctantly. Seeing the exchange, Yun Yuqing strides onto the stage and informs Zhao, Mr. Lin Feng has already signed a contract with us. The audience catches the detail, murmuring, is Yun Yuqing from the Chinese network? What does the Chinese network do? Is it a place for writing novels? Could it be? Zhao, resigned, nods but insists on acquiring Lin Feng's contact information, unwilling to relinquish his hold on such talent. When the host announces Lin Feng as the direct champion of the competition, thunderous applause erupts throughout the venue. Lin Feng smiles and acknowledges the audience. Despite the knowledge that he is already a crownless champion, the announcement still surprises them, and they believe this poem will soon gain widespread acclaim. Lin Feng, you are incredible. You truly are the pride of our company. Yun Yuqing exclaims excitedly. Lin Feng smiles in response, thinking to himself, 70,000, how delightful. As the poetry conference concludes prematurely, Yun Yuqing and Lin Feng prepare to leave. Some writers from the Chinese network and modern poets approach to congratulate him, expressing their desire to learn more of his talent and wisdom. Lin Feng responds with a smile. This poetry conference has provided Lin Feng a platform to showcase himself, despite his initial pursuit of monetary gain. Must you return today? Yin Yuqing asks, a hint of reluctance in her voice as they head to the airport. Yes, Lin Feng nods. Would you not stay a few days longer in the capital? She inquires, somewhat dissatisfied. No, I need to return earlier to work on my new book. I've already delayed too long. He replies casually, his thoughts already far away, pondering how dreaming is faring and whether she is eating well. Lin Feng can hardly wait to return, eager to see that girl once more. Unbeknownst to him, the girl named Meng Qing had already etched her presence in his heart, though Lin Feng remained oblivious to it. Chapter 14. A long-awaited reunion upon disembarking from the plane. The clock's hands pointed towards the afternoon, and Lin Feng gazed upon the familiar city, a wave of sentiment washing over him. Though he had been away for less than 3 days, it felt as if an eternity had passed. He hailed a taxi, opting to return home. Stepping through the threshold, Lin Feng looked around at the familiar surroundings, his mood gradually easing. Perhaps like most, no matter how splendid the external living conditions, nothing could compare to the warmth of home. His gaze soon settled upon the sofa, where Meng Qing was curled up, lost in slumber. He approached her quietly, admiring her peaceful face, her beautiful brows slightly furrowed. Unable to resist, Lin Feng reached out, gently smoothing the crease on her brow, as if wishing to erase the worry etched upon her face. Meng Qing stirred, her usually bright and sparkling eyes now veiled with a hint of drowsiness and confusion. As she recognized Lin Feng, she immediately embraced him tightly. Caught off guard by Meng Qing's sudden affection, Lin Feng reveled in this long-awaited embrace. His broad arms encircled her back, tenderly soothing her. Have you eaten? He whispered softly near her ear. Not yet, she replied, her voice still husky, yet to Lin Feng, it sounded like the soft mew of a kitten. Then sleep a little longer. I will go buy some groceries and prepare dinner, Lin Feng murmured, his voice as gentle as a breeze. Just hold me a bit longer. Meng Qing replied in a hushed tone, uncertain why she had expressed herself so candidly. Perhaps the joy of their reunion had momentarily banished her shyness. Lin Feng, too, was taken aback by her boldness. As a virgin in 2 lifetimes, how could he resist such a lure? Meng Qing's face flushed crimson in an instant as she belatedly realized the suggestive nature of her words. She tightened her embrace, unwilling to let him turn away and witness her embarrassment. The two drew close, feeling the rhythm of each other's hearts, enveloped in a warm and blissful atmosphere that permeated the living room, transforming the space into their own private sanctuary. They held each other for what felt like an eternity until Lin Feng suddenly sensed a protest from his body. Coincidentally, Meng Qing's stomach chose that moment to audibly rumble. The intimate and enchanting ambience was abruptly shattered. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng with a mix of shyness and playful annoyance, saying, Lin Feng, I'm hungry. Shall we cook together? Releasing her, Lin Feng replied, let us go change our clothes and head out for groceries. But are you sure about cooking? I really don't want to see the kitchen in chaos. Without a word, Meng Qing walked into the bedroom, glancing back at Lin Feng with a cheeky grin. As drowsiness crept over Lin Feng's eyelids, Meng Qing emerged from the bedroom, clad in a pristine white dress. Her long hair cascaded like a waterfall, with a few strands delicately resting upon her exquisite collarbone, the hem of her dress gracefully draping over her calves. She exuded a fresh and natural charm, reminiscent of a gentle spring breeze or the serene glow of an early autumn moon, radiating an enchanting allure that seemed effortlessly beautiful. Lin Feng's drowsiness dissipated in an instant. Under Lin Feng's gaze, Meng Qing felt her cheeks flush, and she promptly approached him, saying, let's go. As she uttered these words, she handed her bag to Lin Feng and walked ahead. Strolling through the streets, Lin Feng and Meng Qing were enveloped by the orange-hued sunset, which draped softly over Meng Qing like a delicate veil. The white dress danced with the breeze, and a faint halo seemed to emanate from her figure. Their destination was the supermarket, where they gathered an abundance of items, primarily snacks, for Meng Qing. She had never realized how delectable these puff snacks could be. Lin Feng's eyes widened at the sight of the overflowing cart of treats, not out of concern for the expense, but rather pondering how he could transport them home without a vehicle. He resolved that after receiving his earnings from the upcoming publication, he would first procure a car. Lin Feng remarked, "How are we going to carry all this back? Besides, consuming too many of these might lead to weight gain." "Oh." Meng Qing reluctantly returned the snacks to the shelves. By the time they exited the supermarket, the sun had dipped to the horizon. The sunset painted the sky in vibrant shades of orange and red, resembling a splendid canvas. In this enchanting moment, a couple walked side by side, leisurely traversing the street. The golden rays of the setting sun enveloped them, cloaking them in a shimmering aura. Lin Feng, handsome and debonair, and Meng Qing, with a complexion akin to peach blossoms. Both wore radiant smiles that reflected their happiness. Their eyes sparkled with love and tenderness as they engaged in soft, intimate conversations, sharing snippets of their lives, their laughter echoing in the air. Passers-by were captivated by this charming couple, unconsciously halting their steps to cast envious glances. As night fell and the city lights began to twinkle, they returned home. Upon entering, Meng Qing eagerly took on the task of washing the vegetables, while Lin Feng donned an apron and entered the kitchen to prepare dinner. Meng Qing swiftly cleaned the vegetables before quietly standing at the kitchen door, watching Lin Feng's diligent figure. With deft hands, Lin Feng skillfully chopped and sautéed, each movement exuding elegance and ease. His focused demeanor illuminated with confidence as tantalizing aromas wafted through the kitchen, enticing all senses. Meng Qing gazed at the man devotedly cooking before her, envisioning their future together, returning home after work each day to prepare meals, share dinners, and savor the warmth of family life. This simple yet profound existence seemed rather delightful. However, at that moment, she was suddenly reminded of her secret of escape, and her mood grew heavy. She understood she could not continue to evade reality and must confront the troubling issues that lingered. Yet, she was reluctant to shatter the tranquility and beauty of the present moment, wishing only for time to freeze in that instant. Lin Feng turned to the distracted Meng Qing and called out, "Did you not want to cook? I shall leave this stir-frying of greens to you while I guide you." Meng Qing nodded eagerly in response. "First, blanch the oil wheat," Lin Feng directed her. Meng Qing slightly inclined her head in understanding and proceeded to immerse the oil wheat in water for a brief blanching. Then, her gaze turned once more toward Lin Feng, awaiting his next instruction. With unhurried composure, Lin Feng spoke. "Now you may heat the pan and pour in the oil. When the oil begins to smoke, add the chili peppers first. This will help temper their spiciness." Meng Qing followed his words precisely, but just as she was about to add the peppers, the hot oil suddenly splattered. Reacting swiftly, she dropped the spatula in alarm and darted behind Lin Feng for shelter. "Don't panic. This is perfectly normal. There's no need to be afraid," Lin Feng reassured her as she hid behind him. Hearing this, Meng Qing steadied herself slightly and slowly stepped out from behind him. Drawing a deep breath, she summoned her courage, picked up the spatula, and charged back into the fray like a valiant warrior. "Good. Now add the greens to the pan and stir quickly. Don't worry if the oil splashes a little," Lin Feng continued guiding her. Meng Qing nodded and did as instructed. Despite lingering traces of fear, she performed admirably. Before long, a vibrant, tender plate of stir-fried greens was successfully plated. Judging by the color and aroma, "This looks excellent," Lin Feng remarked approvingly. Meng Qing lifted her chin with a touch of pride. Soon after, Lin Feng and Meng Qing carried the prepared dishes to the dining table. Unable to resist, Meng Qing eagerly picked up her chopsticks and began sampling the dishes, while Lin Feng watched with amusement as she devoured the food, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. He thought to himself, "Ever since that painful lesson about eating too slowly last time, I've learned never to dawdle again." Then, a dramatic moment unfolded. That piece of meat was clearly mine first, Meng Qing protested with a pout, watching helplessly as Lin Feng plucked the coveted morsel and placed it in his own bowl. "Does it have your name carved on it?" Lin Feng retorted, barely suppressing a laugh. "But I spotted it before you did." Meng Qing insisted, her lips pursed in indignation, resembling nothing so much as an aggrieved kitten. "The problem is, You only looked at it and thought about taking it. You didn't actually secure in your bowl? Lin Feng countered with an innocent shrug. Feigning ignorance. You're shameless. Just realizing that now? You're despicable. Thank you for the compliment. Realizing she was no match for him, Meng Qing could only lower her head and continue eating in silence. Once the meal was finished, Lin Feng turned to Meng Qing and said, You wash the dishes first. I'll go prepare tomorrow's draft. I'm publishing a new book. Fine, Meng Qing replied, still sulking over the stolen piece of meat. Lin Feng retreated to his study to write, while Meng Qing, after washing the dishes, moved to the living room to practice the piano. The soothing melody drifted through the air, easing Lin Feng's weary mind. By midnight, Lin Feng had uploaded his new novel, Huaxia. The moment it went live, it drew a flood of attention. After all, the Chinese literature platform had been hyping it for quite some time. Meanwhile, Meng Qing, seated in the living room, opened her phone to read it as well. She had downloaded the app long ago. Opening the book, one is immediately captivated by its majestic beginning. In ancient times, the universe was in chaos. Tracing back to its origins reveals a primordial world before creation, a realm without distinction between yin and yang, devoid of magnetic fields or life, where no singularity existed. The sole being was the colossal Pangu, who had been slumbering until one fateful moment when he suddenly opened his eyes. Nuwa sculpting humanity. The great battle between Zhurong and Gonggong. Nuwa sacrificing herself to mend the heavens. The conflict between Qi Yu and the Yellow Emperor. Through the vast river of time, the first glorious dynasty, the Xia, was finally born. This revelation not only astonished Meng Qing, but also left Yun Yuqing, who was already familiar with the outline, utterly stunned, let alone the multitude of netizens. Damn, is this historical fiction or mythological legend? Exclaimed one netizen in awe. Why include these mythological elements? What exactly are Fuxi, Nuwa, and Pangu? Another queried in the comments. Perhaps it truly is historical fiction, but since it begins with the origins of humanity, it needs to explain how mankind came into existence. So what is the deal with the Xia dynasty? According to the book, are we all descendants of the Yellow Emperor? Mu Feng clearly has profound cultural depth. Hard to imagine how the author's mind works. Fidi de familia. As if I've experienced something similar in a dream. Yet, there are always dissenters. One detractor sneered, nonsensical setting. Darwin clearly stated humans evolved from apes. Immediately, others countered, it's just fiction. Why take it so seriously? Huaxia soared to the top of Weibo's trending list upon release, drawing massive attention. Opinions were divided. But without exception, it caused a sensation, even among those who don't typically read novels. Of course, this had nothing to do with Lin Feng. After uploading the chapters, he paid no further attention. Returning to the bedroom, he found Meng Qing still reading. Lin Feng, were humans really molded by Nuwa? She asked as he entered. Heck yes. You could test whether it was Nuwa who created humans, or men and women who create them, Lin Feng teased cryptically. Meng Qing rolled her eyes at him, turned off her phone without another word, and watched as Lin Feng lay beside her, preparing to sleep. A drowsiness settled over her. These past days without him by her side had left her restless. Drawing closer, she inhaled the distinct masculine scent that brought her an inexplicable comfort. Chapter 15. Life is no longer dull with you. In the early morning, sunlight streamed through the window, gently illuminating the room. And Meng Qing awakened from her dreams. As she slowly opened her eyes, she realized she was tightly embracing Lin Feng, a faint blush creeping across her cheeks. However, as her gaze fell upon Lin Feng's serene face in slumber, Meng Qing found herself lost in contemplation. She quietly studied the man before her, unable to suppress her inner impulse. Meng Qing delicately reached out and brushed her fingers along Lin Feng's straight nose. The moment her fingertips made contact with his skin, an unusual sensation surged within her. Quickening her heartbeat, she casually draped her long, graceful legs over Lin Feng's. Suddenly, she felt a firm object pressing against her thigh. What is this? She wondered. Could it be a bone? Driven by curiosity, Meng Qing cautiously lifted the covers and peered down. To her surprise, a small tent had formed beneath Lin Feng's sleeping attire, standing out conspicuously. Her eyes widened in disbelief as she muttered to herself, "What on earth is this?" At that moment, Mengqing was filled with confusion and puzzlement. Having never encountered such a phenomenon, she found herself at a loss, staring blankly at the mysterious little tent in an attempt to unravel the enigma. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and found Mengqing gazing down at him. If he had awakened just a moment later, his innocence would have been compromised. "What are you doing?" he asked, feigning nonchalance. "Huh? I'm fine," Mengqing stammered, suddenly feeling as though she had been caught in a wrongdoing, and instinctively buried her face in Lin Feng's chest, too shy to look up. Lin Feng, feeling a mix of embarrassment and amusement at Mengqing's ostrich-like reaction, thought to himself how one could endure such an enchanting embrace so early in the morning. Realizing the awkwardness of the situation, Lin Feng discreetly shifted Mengqing away from him. "Mengqing, how could you pull me away like that?" she exclaimed, her face showing disbelief. Seizing the moment while Lin Feng was distracted, she dove back into his embrace. Once again, Mengqing felt something at her waist and looked down, noticing the little tent that Lin Feng had pitched. She curiously inquired, "Lin Feng, what is this bone? Why is it so hard?" Her innocent, slender eyes gazed at him. Lin Feng was on the verge of collapse. How could there be such a naive girl? He realized it might be necessary to find an opportunity to enlighten Mengqing on the basics of biology. "Ahem. Well," Lin Feng stammered, unsure of how to explain, and decided to use cooking as an excuse to slightly push Mengqing away. Feeling a bit miffed, Mengqing turned her face away, refusing to look at Lin Feng. As they exited, she sulked back to the bed, her heart brimming with indignation. "Why did this fool push me away?" "Dinner is ready." Lin Feng's voice was gentle, yet Mengqing remained obstinate, choosing to stay silent throughout the meal. After finishing and washing the dishes, she announced, "I'm going to write now." Lin Feng suddenly realized that he had become somewhat indolent lately. How could he allow the beautiful woman to wash the dishes every day? Yet, he quickly reassured himself that since she ate his food and lived under his roof, it was only fair for her to contribute a little. He understood. Mengqing was evidently still somewhat distracted, pondering why Lin Feng had pushed her away earlier while she listlessly finished washing the dishes. Then she spotted Lin Feng in the study, engrossed in typing away, his fingers flying across the keyboard, his brow furrowed as if contemplating a matter of utmost importance. Lin Feng exuded a unique charm, akin to a magnet that irresistibly drew people's gaze, leaving them inexplicably enamored. His inner world resembled an enigmatic tome, concealing myriad unknown secrets between its lines, invoking curiosity. However, Mengqing felt an unusual anger brewing within her, silently wondering, why had he pushed her away that morning? The sensation of being overlooked spread through her heart, entwining her emotions like creeping vines. It must be said, the thoughts of a woman are often inscrutable, and her imagination is boundless. As Mengqing pondered, she approached the piano in the living room, intending to alleviate her inner turmoil through music, yet found herself unable to concentrate. The merciless melody flowing from the piano keys mirrored her current mood, melancholic and sorrowful. Unable to bear it any longer, Mengqing resolved to seek clarity from Lin Feng. Thus she made her way to the study door. She gazed at Lin Feng, engrossed in his writing, her eyes reflecting a pitiful expression, hoping he might notice her discontent. Yet, Lin Feng remained oblivious, fully absorbed in his task, seemingly unaware of her presence. Mengqing quietly approached him from behind, extending her arms to gently encircle his waist. Much like a tender vine, Lin Feng halted his movements, turning slowly to meet her gaze, his eyes landing on her tear-filled ones. He was taken aback and inquired, "What's wrong? Why did you push me away this morning?" Mengqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her voice tinged with a slight choke. Lin Feng couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness. Who would question a good person like this? Didn't she understand? Must he state it so plainly? Meeting Mengqing's tearful gaze, Lin Feng felt a pang of guilt, suddenly comprehending her feelings. It dawned on him that her earlier silence was a response to his actions. He had pushed her away to avoid any awkwardness, but she perceived it merely as rejection. Lin Feng mulled over his mixed emotions of exasperation and tenderness. Observing her distressed state, He gently lifted Mengqing into his arms, allowing her to rest against his chest. Savoring this moment of tranquility, in that cozy study, they drew closer, the atmosphere thick with unspoken affection reaching its zenith. Lin Feng tenderly patted Mengqing's hand, smiling softly as he said, "I'm sorry. I pushed you away this morning simply because I felt embarrassed. I didn't realize it would upset you. Why were you embarrassed? Was it because I was in your arms? But you've held me before," Mengqing replied, her eyes slightly reddened. Lin Feng then opened a bookmarked website, eager to enlighten Mengqing on the subject at hand. Dreaming, blushing, gazed at Lin Feng and inquired, "So, you are indeed aroused?" Lin Feng rolled his eyes in response. "Isn't that obvious? How could I not be with such a stunning beauty upon me? You've pressed against me." Dreaming adjusted her posture, feeling uncomfortable with Lin Feng's weight atop her. "Then you should get off," Lin Feng suggested. "No, I will stay here to help you write," Dreaming replied. Her curiosity piqued as she turned to glance at the half-finished novel on Lin Feng's computer, where the tale of King Zhou and Su Daji unfolded amidst the flames of war. Lin Feng made some revisions as he wrote. "Do you think King Zhou is a villain?" Dreaming inquired. "Well, what do you think?" Lin Feng countered, uncertain how to respond. "I believe he is, yet he is not," Dreaming pondered. "If King Zhou dies, will Su Daji perish as well?" Lin Feng asked. "Indeed," she affirmed. "Jiang Ziya is quite impressive, isn't he?" "Indeed," she concurred. "Would the Shang dynasty not fall?" Lin Feng questioned. "Do you wish for their downfall?" "I do not know," Lin Feng replied, engaging in a back-and-forth dialogue. The moment spent writing could transform into such romance. Lin Feng mused suddenly. Would King Zhou speak with an accent? Being from Anyang? Dreaming asked curiously. "Certainly, I am the king of Shang, known as Dixon," Lin Feng declared in a refined accent. Dreaming couldn't help but laugh. Looking at Lin Feng, here lay their story, their affections and longings, devoid of indifference and estrangement. They reveled in this companionship and tacit understanding, making their time spent writing seem even more delightful and engaging. The study was filled with their narratives. The words they crafted together would become a cherished memory. Because of your presence, the once monotonous life has transformed into something vibrant. Chapter 16. Day by day, Mengqing sat quietly beside Lin Feng, accompanying him in his novel-writing endeavor. Time slipped away unnoticed, and before long, it was afternoon. Lin Feng lifted his gaze toward the window, where the setting sun bathed the entire room in a golden hue. The autumn sunlight was always so dazzling, the orange glow filtering through the window and illuminating Mengqing's delicate form. She was enveloped in a warm orange halo. Her tightly shut beautiful eyes and long lashes were kissed by a golden radiance, reminiscent of the gentle warmth of the sun. Lin Feng paused his fingers on the keyboard, his eyes fixated on the peacefully sleeping Mengqing, lost in a daze. The splendor and unique charm of the sunset never failed to evoke a sense of joy and hope within people. Unconsciously, Lin Feng's hand gently caressed Mengqing's soft cheek. In an instant, Mengqing stirred awake, her slender eyes slowly opening to gaze at Lin Feng with a playful smile, teasingly saying, "Lin Feng, how dare you take advantage of me?" A hint of embarrassment colored Lin Feng's face. He initially intended to withdraw his hand, but just then, Mengqing grasped his arm, preventing him from doing so. With a swift movement, she pressed her cheek against Lin Feng's broad palm. This sudden gesture left Lin Feng astonished, rendering him momentarily speechless. At that moment, Mengqing's cheeks flushed, yet she soon revealed a mischievous grin, softly declaring, "Lin Feng, since you dare to take advantage of me, now it's my turn. Bring your face closer. I don't want to move." As she spoke, her eyes remained locked onto Lin Feng's. Her large, elongated eyes sparkled like faint stars adorning the night sky, captivating and drawing one's gaze irresistibly. Lin Feng opened his mouth as if to say something, yet hesitated before leaning closer. Mengqing reached out and gently caressed Lin Feng's cheeks, her gaze fixed on his eyes. Mengqing felt deeply that Lin Feng's eyes were bright and clear, akin to a window through which one could traverse time. At times, they appeared as deep as a tranquil pool, causing her to feel somewhat entranced, even slightly lost in their depths. However, It was precisely those eyes of Lin Feng's that brought Mengqing hope during her darkest moments, dispelling the shadows. Who is more beautiful, me or Sudaji? Mengqing's voice floated softly, like a gentle breeze stirring ripples across a lake. Her large, glistening eyes sparkled with curiosity, as if anticipating an answer. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback. He had not expected such a question from Mengqing. After a moment of hesitation, he slowly replied, Sudaji, I have never truly seen her, but according to legend, she must be an unparalleled beauty. However, if you smile more often, I believe you would undoubtedly be more enchanting and alluring than her. Before Lin Feng could finish his words, he witnessed a radiant smile blossom on Mengqing's face. Her lips curving upwards to reveal a row of pristine white teeth, her eyes shimmering with an indescribable allure and charm. Such a smile is truly enchanting, akin to a melodious tune that lingers in the hearts of people, refusing to fade away. Lin Feng found himself momentarily entranced. Qing, too, remained silent. Both were captivated by one another. In the quiet of the room, they gazed at each other, perhaps sensing that, inadvertently, a seed sown long ago was on the verge of sprouting. Finally, Lin Feng suppressed his emotions. After all, he knew nothing of Qing's family circumstances, nor did he truly understand her as a person. Qing sensed Lin Feng's hesitation, her heart fluttering with uncertainty. Should she confide in him? Yet, would he truly be willing to escort her back? As Lin Feng observed Qing's occasional frown and her lips forming a slight pout, a smile crept upon his face. He gently proposed, Shall we not dine out tonight? Qing nodded softly, replying, All right, whatever you say. Lin Feng contemplated a desire to enjoy a barbecue by the lakeside. Qing then rose, retreating into the room to change into a sky-blue long dress. The gown appeared as if tailored exclusively for her, perfectly accentuating her slender figure. Subsequently, she elegantly gathered her silky hair and gracefully approached Lin Feng, twirling lightly before him. In that fleeting moment, Lin Feng was entirely captivated. Her brows were exquisitely shaped, resembling a finely crafted artwork, harmonizing beautifully with her deep-set eyes, enhancing her allure. Stunning Lin Feng found himself momentarily dazed, even beginning to question if Qing was truly a mesmerizing fox spirit, for how else could she so enchant him? Suddenly, Qing exclaimed with delight, shattering her aloof demeanor, and joyfully stepped outside, filled with exuberance. After all, receiving compliments from the man she admired brought her immense joy, making her feel like a carefree little girl. Lin Feng and Qing took a taxi to their reserved destination, a lakeside area in the suburbs, where the crowd was sparse, with only a few groups scattered about, creating a charming atmosphere. Approaching the lake, twilight had descended, casting a dark hue over the water that mirrored the starry sky and the crescent moon above. Due to their prior reservation, Lin Feng and Qing settled into a table near the water's edge. Soon, the waiter brought over the freshly grilled skewers. Having gone without food all day, they eagerly began to feast, attracting curious glances from those nearby. My, how long has this couple been without a meal? Excuse me, I apologize for the interruption. The waiter approached with a smile, speaking softly. At that moment, Qing's small mouth was smeared with grease, and she playfully pouted at Lin Feng. Observing this, Lin Feng effortlessly reached for a napkin and tenderly wiped her adorable lips, then turned to the waiter, inquiring, What's the matter? Qing, with her large, curious eyes, fixed her gaze on the waiter. The waiter internally lamented, Oh dear, why must I, a single soul, witness this scene? However, he maintained an outward demeanor of politeness and professionalism, responding, There is nothing of great importance. Our boss was delighted to see you both enjoying your meal so heartily. So he specifically instructed me to add another dish for you as a token of his appreciation. As soon as he finished speaking, the waiter swiftly turned and departed. Mengqing turned her delicate face away and said to Lin Feng in a soft voice, This boss of yours seems quite amiable. Lin Feng wholeheartedly agreed. A gentle breeze caressed their faces, tousling Mengqing's hair, yet it did nothing to diminish her beauty. Seated across from Lin Feng, she savored the delightful moments brought by the lakeside barbecue. As they relished the exquisite food, they engaged in lively conversations about the little joys of life. At times, a whimsical topic would provoke hearty laughter, while at other moments, they playfully tugged at each other like children. Just then, Mengqing's gaze was captured by a bird perched on a tree by the lake. Excitedly, she pointed at the bird and exclaimed, "Lin Feng! Lin Feng! Look quickly! That bird sings so beautifully! Can you hear it?" Following the direction of Mengqing's finger, Lin Feng listened for a while before chuckling. "All I hear is the sound of your chattering." With a playful pout, Mengqing retorted, "Lin Feng, are you teasing me on purpose?" Lin Feng quickly clarified, "Not at all. How could I?" Then Mengqing pressed on, "Is my voice not pleasant to hear?" Lin Feng promptly replied, "Of course it is." "Well, at least you know what's good," Mengqing declared, then resumed her meal. During this time, she even ventured to the kitchen to personally grill a corn for Lin Feng. Carefully, she presented a charred ear of corn to him, her heart brimming with joy as she said, "Here, try my barbecue. This corn has been specially prepared by me." Lin Feng gazed at the adorable girl before him, his heart touched. He accepted the corn, smiled, and took a bite, instantly captivated by the flavor. The spicy kernels burst in his mouth, releasing a delightful kick. He hastily gulped down some beer and remarked, "Your skills are quite impressive. Is it not tasty?" No. I mean, it's not just bad. It's very bad. I think I saw my great-grandmother waving at me." Mengqing chose not to respond, instead gazing at Lin Feng with a tipsy smile. As Lin Feng shared tales from his encounters in the capital, Mengqing listened quietly, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Suddenly, she burst into laughter. "Ha ha, Lin Feng, you have so much sauce on your lips." Lin Feng felt a flush of embarrassment as he touched his face. "Really? I didn't notice." Before he could finish, Mengqing reached out to wipe his mouth. After the barbecue concluded and night deepened, the two took a taxi home. In the car, Mengqing, feeling a bit tipsy, leaned against Lin Feng's shoulder, swaying gently. Lin Feng looked at her inebriated state, his heart overflowing with tenderness. Mengqing clung to Lin Feng's arm and whispered softly, "Lin Feng, thank you." In her heart, she thought that being with him felt rather nice. Soon after, she rested her head on his shoulder and drifted off to sleep. Upon arriving at the residential complex, Lin Feng gently woke Mengqing. After they went upstairs and entered the bedroom, Lin Feng said, "I'll go take a shower first." Mengqing, exhausted and slightly tipsy, rose unsteadily from the bed. Lin Feng merely responded with a muffled After her shower, Mengqing encountered an awkward predicament. She had forgotten to bring her undergarments. She had two choices: either call Lin Feng to fetch them for her or step out uncovered. Reluctantly, the sound of running water ceased, and her voice echoed from the bathroom. "Lin Feng, I forgot my undergarments. Could you bring them for me?" Lin Feng perked up instantly at the request and cheerfully agreed. He went to the wardrobe, opened the second drawer on the left, and retrieved her delicate undergarments from a hidden compartment. Approaching the bathroom, he handed them to her. Mengqing accepted them with a hint of embarrassment. After all, these were intimate garments, and having a man handle them felt somewhat improper. Still, wearing them was better than the alternative. By the time Lin Feng finished a shower, Mengqing had already burrowed under the covers. As soon as he lay down, she inched closer. Though separated by a layer of bedding, the proximity was enough to stir the imagination. "What are you doing?" Lin Feng eyed her suspiciously. Did Mengqing not realize the effect she had on him? Didn't she know that the only reason a beauty like her remained unharmed was because he was a decent man? "I want to hear you sing," Mengqing murmured. Her bright eyes glazed with intoxication as she gazed at him. "No, sleep," Lin Feng replied drowsily. "Please?" she pleaded. "No." "Then tell me a story." "No." "Then I'll crawl into your blanket." Mengqing pouted. "No." Lin Feng immediately protested. "Why not?" she asked, tilting her head in confusion. "I said no means no." Lin Feng waved dismissively. Suddenly, Mengqing sat up, completely forgetting she was clad only in her undergarments. Fortunately, the dim lighting and Lin Feng's closed eyes spared her any embarrassment. "Lin Feng, are you hard?" she blurted out. "What nonsense are you spouting? You're drunk. Go to sleep," Lin Feng retorted. Mengqing laid back down and fixed her gaze on him. "Tell me the story of Shi Shi, please." "I'm not drunk." Fine, Lin Feng relented, turning to face her. In the late spring and autumn period, she sure was born into poverty. She often washed silk by the stream, her beauty unmatched. After the state of Yu was defeated, they were forced to submit to the state of Wu. King Gojian of Yu scoured the land for the most beautiful women to present to King Fuchai of Wu. She sure, with her natural grace, was among them. Fuchai doted on her extravagantly, building palaces like the Spring Night Hall and the Guanhua Pavilion solely for her performances and banquets. Meanwhile, King Gojin endured hardships to strengthen Yu, eventually defeating Wu. After Wu's fall, Shi Shi's fate became a mystery. Some say she was drowned in the sea. Others claim she eloped with family, drifting away on the lakes. Lin Feng, is Shi Shi still alive? Don't let the ending be so tragic, Meng Qing murmured, her voice tinged with melancholy. All right. Can we sleep now? Lin Feng closed his eyes, preparing to succumb to slumber. He could only feel a cool jade lotus embracing his waist. Chapter 17. Firefly Mountain at Dawn. The morning light playfully filtered through the window, with golden rays of sunshine generously invading the room, filling it with a radiant glow that cascaded over Lin Feng and Meng Qing. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, only to find Meng Qing tightly wrapped around him like an octopus. After several attempts to free himself, he realized it was futile and resigned to his fate. Turning his head, he gently embraced Meng Qing's fragrant shoulders and drifted back into a deep slumber. Ha ha! Meng Qing's laughter filled the air. Lin Feng, startled, lifted his head to behold her brilliant smile and remarked, "Ah, so you were pretending to be asleep?" "Not all," Meng Qing replied, gazing at Lin Feng. "Then why are you laughing?" he inquired. "Humph, I won't tell you," she teased, adjusting into a more comfortable position and snuggling closer to Lin Feng, gradually closing her eyes once more. Lin Feng, reluctant to rise, remembered their indulgent drinking the previous night and felt a lingering dizziness, opting to hold Meng Qing and doze off again. As time passed, noon arrived. Lin Feng observed Meng Qing still lost in slumber and decided to rise. He quietly made his way to the kitchen to prepare lunch. While simmering soup, he uploaded the latest chapter of his novel, relieved to have pre-written drafts saved. After finishing the meal, Lin Feng entered the bedroom to rouse Meng Qing. "Time to wake up and eat," he whispered into her ear. Meng Qing remained unresponsive. "Wake up. It's time for breakfast." Lin Feng raised his voice slightly. Realizing her deep slumber, he sighed, "I had hoped to take someone to climb Firefly Mountain this afternoon, but if she doesn't get up soon, I'll have to go alone." Meng Qing opened her beautiful eyes and gazed at Lin Feng, declaring, "Lin Feng, I want to go too. I'll get up now, wash up, and eat. You cannot leave me behind." "I'll go after I finish eating," he said, moving towards the door. "Oh, you think you can play games with me? Don't you dare leave me, Lin Feng." Meng Qing naively believed he would truly abandon her, hastily getting up to chase him, completely forgetting that she was only in her underwear. Hearing the commotion behind him, Lin Feng turned just in time to see Meng Qing leap toward him, resulting in an unexpected collision that brought them face to face. So it's the scent of milk," Lin Feng thought to himself, flustered. "Today Lin Feng, should just resign from life. I cannot utter a single word against those present." Meng Qing insisted, "No, you cannot leave me behind," utterly oblivious to the awkwardness of the moment. Huff Meng Qing, "I promise, you please let me go, I'm truly going to suffocate." Lin Feng's feeble voice emerged from beneath Meng Qing. Realizing the situation, Meng Qing gasped and quickly retreated to the bed, her face flushed. Lin Feng maintained a facade of calmness, instructing, "Go change your clothes, wash up, and eat. We'll head to Firefly Mountain tonight." He casually made his way to the living room and collapsed onto the sofa. As a man who had been single in 2 lifetimes, he had never encountered such a situation before. Merely standing to converse and walking to the living room was already a daunting challenge for him. Surely, everyone can understand the predicament of a 2-time bachelor suddenly in close proximity to a beautiful woman. When Meng Qing emerged from changing her clothes, ready for dinner, both of them pretended that nothing had transpired, yet the lingering atmosphere was thick with ambiguity. "I consume Lin Feng's, drink Lin Feng's, and have never given Lin Feng a dime. Merely watching is not a loss," Meng Qing mused carelessly. With this newfound clarity, She felt considerably more at ease and inquired of Lin Feng, "What is Firefly Mountain?" "That is a mountain located near our city, renowned as one of the most romantic places in the world. At night, the mountains twinkle with fireflies like stars, creating a magical ambience. I've heard the scenery up there is truly breathtaking," Lin Feng replied. "How beautiful is it?" Meng Qing asked curiously. "How would I know? I've never been there," Lin Feng answered. "When shall we go?" Meng Qing pressed. "After dinner, as it will take us quite some time to get there," Lin Feng replied. "Which is more beautiful, the fireflies or my chest?" "Of course, you are beautiful. But the fireflies," Lin Feng said suddenly, his eyes widening as he gazed at the smiling Meng Qing. "Lin Feng!" Meng Qing exclaimed in indignation. "It's not my fault. Yelling at me won't help. You were the one who came over," Lin Feng shrugged. "Humph. You've infuriated me," Meng Qing declared, pouting and turning away to change in the bedroom. Lin Feng called after her, "Dress warmly. It will be chilly on the mountain tonight." "Got it. You remember to wear something warm too," Meng Qing shouted back. By the time they were ready, it was already 4 in the afternoon. Lin Feng donned a trench coat and a pair of comfortable sneakers, carrying a heavy backpack. Meng Qing wore cream-colored trousers, paired with a pristine short-sleeved t-shirt and a soft, warm cashmere coat. A cute cashmere hat adorned her head, concealing her delicate brows but perfectly showcasing her bright, sparkling eyes, giving her an air of freshness and charm. Together, they stepped outside into the crisp autumn air, the season pleasant and refreshing, a stark contrast to the sweltering heat of summer. Clad in their outerwear, they felt a sense of cozy comfort. Soon, Lin Feng and Meng Qing hailed a taxi. Inside the vehicle, Lin Feng suggested, "Take a nap. We still have some distance to cover before reaching Firefly Mountain." Meng Qing nodded and replied, "You should sleep too. Just let the driver wake us when we arrive." Seeing her compliance, Lin Feng also nodded. Meng Qing then rested her head against him, and he inhaled the soothing fragrance of her hair, which helped him drift into slumber. Upon arriving at Firefly Mountain, night had already fallen. Lin Feng gently woke the slumbering Meng Qing, and they both descended from the car. Standing before the enchanting and mysterious landscape of Firefly Mountain, they were utterly captivated by the breathtaking sight before them. As if enveloped in a dreamlike realm, the air is imbued with a refreshing and pleasant essence, serene enough to soothe the soul. Here, there exists neither clamor nor worry, only the embrace of nature, resembling a paradise crafted solely for the two of them. The couple eagerly embarked on their ascent, each step along the winding staircase drawing them higher. Time slipped away quietly, and before they realized it, an hour had passed. "Lin Feng, how much longer until we reach the summit?" Meng Qing inquired, her breath slightly labored and weariness evident in her demeanor. Lin Feng gazed upwards towards the peak shrouded in the inky darkness of night, pondering for a moment before replying. "Perhaps about a third of the way left." "Very well." Meng Qing nodded gently, signifying her understanding. Despite her body beginning to show signs of fatigue, she was reluctant to yield easily. Thus, with determination, Meng Qing gritted her teeth and continued to follow Lin Feng. After approximately another half hour, Lin Feng noticed that Meng Qing's stamina had reached its limits and suggested a brief respite. Meng Qing acquiesced with a nod. Seated upon a rock, Meng Qing watched as Lin Feng rummaged through his backpack. Shortly, he produced the provisions he had prepared earlier, handing her some bread and water before retrieving his camera. "Can you still take pictures?" Meng Qing asked curiously. "Please, is there anything this handsome fellow cannot do?" Lin Feng boasted playfully. It was not surprising for him to be proud. As an avid traveler, he was indeed one of those who excelled at photography. "You're quite skilled, aren't you?" Meng Qing exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at him. "Indeed, such admirable gentlemen are rare these days." "Allow me to capture a photo of you," Lin Feng offered. Meng Qing shot him a playful glare, but turned to face the camera. Her curiosity piqued about Lin Feng's photographic abilities. With a click, Meng Qing approached, her intrigue evident. The photograph revealed a poised young woman, her graceful figure accentuated by a flowing azure gown that perfectly complemented her ethereal charm. Her eyebrows arched delicately at the corners, and her long lashes rested like gossamer upon her almond-shaped eyes, which fluttered gently. A soft breeze tousled the ends of her hair, creating a whimsical dance, while while the captured gaze of Meng Qing, deep and enchanting, seemed to unveil the beauty of her very soul. Stunned once more, Meng Qing asked, "Is there anything Lin Feng cannot do? Let us proceed. It is time to ascend the mountain," Lin Feng called to the dazed Meng Qing. As she gathered herself, she hurried to his side and inquired, "What else is it that you cannot do?" "No, wait, what else can you do?" "Quite a lot, I suppose, as I am a remarkably talented gentleman," Lin Feng replied with self-admiration. Meng Qing turned away, accustomed to the presence of this talented yet boastful individual. Nevertheless, Lin Feng's claim held truth. As a time traveler without systems or advantages, could he not cultivate his own unique talents? It seemed quite reasonable to him. They meandered atop the mountain, reveling in the tranquility of the night, while Lin Feng captured numerous photographs of Meng Qing, immortalizing each splendid moment. As they strolled along, engaged in heartfelt conversation, sharing their emotions, time seemed to fly by in the company of someone cherished. Especially while listening to one another's tales, they found themselves, almost unknowingly, at the mountain summit. Lin Feng and Meng Qing gazed at the vast sky from the mountaintop, as if reaching out to touch the twinkling stars above. This majestic natural spectacle captivated them, offering a unique visual delight of the starry expanse. As night descended, countless stars emerged from the profound darkness, radiating a mysterious and enchanting glow, akin to a magnificent tapestry woven across the heavens. They reveled in the tranquility, far removed from the clamor of city life and the blight of light pollution. Gazing up at the celestial panorama, they felt profoundly moved by the grandeur of the scene. The Milky Way stretched across the sky, and the stars shimmered brilliantly. In that moment, they sensed an intimate connection with the vast cosmos, blending harmoniously with the night sky. Standing atop the mountain, observing the celestial display, they transcended the mundane, experiencing the interconnectedness of humanity and the universe. It evoked awe for nature's magnificence and a poignant awareness of human insignificance, whether atop the mountain or in any other place where the stars could be admired. Such experiences would compel them to ponder the mysteries of nature and the cosmos more deeply. As they marveled at the myriad stars, suddenly, a meteor streaked across the darkened sky, shattering the stillness of the night. Lin Feng and Meng Qing were taken aback by this unexpected sight, their eyes fixed on the meteor, as if glimpsing a beautiful future. Then came another and another, meteors cascading across the heavens, reflecting on their faces, as they gazed in wonder at this extraordinary spectacle. The likelihood of witnessing a meteor in one's lifetime is quite rare. It is a fleeting and random occurrence, with a mere probability of 0.0014, or roughly once every 250 years. While Meng Qing stood mesmerized by the scene before her, Lin Feng seized his camera to capture this exquisite moment. The stars sparkled, and the meteor shower dashed by like fleeting shadows, beneath which lay a woman reminiscent of a celestial fairy. Meng Qing, overwhelmed by the sight of the shooting stars, called out exuberantly, and then an even more astonishing scene unfolded. Fireflies, hidden among the grass, suddenly took flight, perhaps startled by her exuberance or disturbed by the meteors. The fireflies, with their beauty and magic, transported them back to cherished childhood memories. These tiny sprites of summer nights emitted a soft, enchanting glow, bringing boundless wonder and joy. The existence of fireflies is not only a marvel of nature, but also a testament to biodiversity. In the rural fields, as twilight enveloped the landscape, swarms of fireflies danced with their luminescence, adorning the dark night like stars. They communicated through their flickering lights. Time slipped away swiftly, and before they realized it, they had lingered in Firefly Mountain for quite a while. The night was fleeting, and they reluctantly prepared to depart this enchanting place, returning to the realities of life. Meng Qing, with a heavy heart, descended the mountain alongside Lin Feng, both aware that the sights of this day, beyond just the meteors and fireflies, would remain etched in their memories for a lifetime. As Meng Qing became aware of the pain radiating from her ankle, she glanced down to discover that her ankle had inexplicably swollen and turned red. Lin Feng approached and, noticing the condition of Meng Qing's ankle, bent down to assist her in removing her shoes. "What are you doing?" Mengqing inquired, observing Lin Feng as he began to take off her socks, a hint of curiosity in her voice, yet she made no effort to halt his actions. "I'll give it a gentle massage. Otherwise, you may find it difficult to walk tomorrow," Lin Feng replied, kneeling on one knee and resting Mengqing's ankle on his thigh while he began to knead it. "Oh, all right," Mengqing said, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, yet a flicker of happiness danced in her eyes. After a moment, Mengqing noticed that the pain in her ankle had truly subsided, which she found quite remarkable. "All done, but you still can't walk. How about I carry your bag, and you ride on my back down the mountain?" "We're almost there anyway," Lin Feng stated, turning his back to her. Mengqing nodded, feeling a sense of security as she climbed onto Lin Feng's back. "This is so comfortable," Lin Feng mused inwardly. At long last, they reached the foot of the mountain, where they boarded a vehicle to return home, enveloped in a serene silence. Both were filled with cherished memories from their journey. Although they were about to depart from Firefly Mountain, they were aware that its beauty and tranquility would forever reside in their hearts. Upon returning home, it was already midnight. Mengqing headed to the shower to prepare for bed, while Lin Feng immediately entered his study to create a photo album for her, meticulously organizing all their pictures. Whenever they would glance at the album, it would evoke the delightful moments they had shared. By the time Lin Feng finished, it was already 1 a.m. Gazing at the luminous moonlight outside, he found himself lost in thought. After taking a shower, he returned to the bedroom just as Mengqing nestled against him. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Lin Feng asked, observing her. "I can't sleep," Mengqing murmured, holding him close. "All right, let us go to sleep," Lin Feng gently replied. Came her faint yet steady breathing soon after. Lin Feng looked at the peacefully slumbering Mengqing, momentarily entranced, before embracing her and drifting off to sleep together. Chapter 18. Are you no longer interested in repaying me? As Mengqing awoke in the morning, her drowsy eyes gazed upon Lin Feng, who was busily engaged in his activities. Sunlight filtered through the curtains, illuminating the entire room. Following the delightful aroma, Mengqing rose and approached the kitchen doorway, where she found Lin Feng intently preparing breakfast. "Good morning, Lin Feng. How did you know I was up?" Mengqing inquired with a smile. Lin Feng glanced back with a proud grin, replying, "I have long been aware of your biorhythm." Pleased by his response, Mengqing nodded and proceeded to fetch chopsticks and bowls, joining Lin Feng in the enjoyment of a delicious breakfast. After their meal, Mengqing took to the piano in the living room, practicing diligently. During this period, she had been learning the Clair de Lune, a piece Lin Feng had taught her, as it was this very melody that had introduced her to a remarkable man and initiated a new chapter in her life. Meanwhile, Lin Feng sat in his study, fully engrossed in his writing. Each day, he immersed himself in his own world, chronicling the myriad tales of his past lives. Upon hearing the piano's enchanting sounds drifting from the living room, Lin Feng paused his work, surrendering to the soothing melody. The notes flowed gently and beautifully, as if they could penetrate the very soul, stirring the most tender emotions within. Mengqing skillfully played each note, her fingers dancing gracefully over the keys like ethereal sprites. Deeply moved by the exquisite melody, Lin Feng felt a wave of warmth and emotion wash over him, as if the world were entirely enveloped by the music. To his surprise, Lin Feng realized Mengqing possessed an extraordinary talent. She had already become quite proficient. He resumed his writing, and time slipped by unnoticed. Feeling a hint of fatigue, he stretched his back and closed his eyes, listening to the continued piano playing, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Mengqing occasionally glanced towards the study, where Lin Feng was diligently typing. A shared thought arose in both their minds. How wonderful it would be if time could remain this way forever. After a brief rest, Lin Feng rose from his study and entered the living room, where he found Mengqing still at the piano. The midday sun streamed through the window, casting a warm glow around her as she tucked her hair behind her ear, resembling a figure from a dream. Upon noticing Lin Feng's presence, she halted her graceful hands and smiled, asking, "What shall we have for lunch?" Lin Feng replied, "I'm not sure yet. What do you feel like eating?" Mengqing responded, "I crave the meatballs you made last time." It's been ages since I've had them. Nodding in agreement, Lin Feng stepped back into the kitchen and remarked, "It seems we haven't bought groceries in a while. The kitchen is bare. We'll have to go out this evening to shop." Meng Qing agreed, suggesting, "Then let us have noodles." Lin Feng returned to the kitchen and prepared 2 bowls of noodles. The two of them sat together to enjoy their meal. Life was devoid of dramatic peaks and valleys, yet it was reassuringly tranquil. In such simplicity, they found solace, relishing the peace within. After finishing lunch, Lin Feng returned to his study to continue writing, while Meng Qing resumed her piano practice. By the time Lin Feng emerged from his study, it was already 6 in the evening. He gazed at Meng Qing, who lay sleeping on the sofa, bathed in the golden light of the setting sun that streamed through the balcony, casting a kaleidoscope of colors into the room, illuminating her figure in a breathtaking tableau. Lin Feng approached Meng Qing, gently rousing her from her slumber. As she opened her eyes and recognized him, she said, "Lin Feng, come sit closer." With a chuckle, Lin Feng complied, drawing nearer to her. Meng Qing then rested her head on his thigh, shifting into a more comfortable position while facing him. "I'll just take a short nap," she murmured. Lin Feng smiled and nodded in agreement. Suddenly, a notification chimed. Lin Feng glanced at his phone and saw a message from Yun Yuqing. "Hey there, where you up to?" she inquired, followed by a playful rabbit emoji. He typed back, "Just finished writing and about to head out for groceries and cook." Yun Yuqing teased, "Wow, so talented and handsome, and you never miss a beat. How about I support you?" Lin Feng replied, "No way. Supporting me would be quite costly. Besides, if you had me, wouldn't that bring tears to the eyes of a billion girls?" "Huh, I'd love to see you try to escape, Lin Feng," Yun Yuqing retorted, feigning annoyance. "Come on, give a shot. Bet you can't catch me," he replied, sending a panda emoji instead of words. "Ugh, why are you so infuriating?" she exclaimed in exasperation. "Have you ever heard a poem?" Lin Feng suddenly asked. "What poem?" She responded, "A man, a scoundrel. You are a scoundrel, not unlike a mayfly, insignificant. Who in the world does not know your scoundrel nature? Passers-by avoid you, and none speak with you. They look upon you as if you were invisible. How tragic indeed." Lin Feng recited through voice message. "What does that mean?" Yun Yuqing inquired. "It means you're a scoundrel," he replied playfully. Lin Feng." She sent an angry emoji. "Don't be mad. Is this what breaks your composure?" He texted again. "I know you're eager, but hold your horses. Was I a scoundrel in my past life?" Yun Yuqing asked. "I was about to inform you that your payment for the last poetry competition has been transferred, but now I think I'll keep it to myself. I have no idea about your past, but in this life, you certainly are, for I'm a scoundrel as well. And aren't you aware that notifications are sent when money arrives in your bank account?" Lin Feng continued. "Enough of this. I'm off to enjoy life," he concluded, turning off his phone. In an office in the capital, a loud noise suddenly erupted, leaving the surrounding employees bewildered. Who has angered her this time? As Meng Qing gazed at the sunset casting its warm glow through the tinted glass. It illuminated the man's white shirt and sharp features, casting a soft golden hue upon him. If Lin Feng were to hear Meng Qing's thoughts, he would undoubtedly exclaim, "Ultraman, Lin Feng, you are quite handsome," she suddenly remarked, catching his attention. Noticing that she had opened her eyes, Lin Feng, in a moment of self-assuredness, tilted his head at a 45-degree angle, closed his eyes, and confidently declared, "I know, men like me are indeed rare." Dreaming, Qing paid no heed to Lin Feng. She descended from his lap and proceeded to the bedroom to change her attire. The two made their way to the supermarket to shop, and as she purchased a large bag of snacks, Lin Feng silently resolved to buy a car the following day. By the time they exited the supermarket, evening had fallen. Walking side by side, the evening breeze swept over them, prompting Lin Feng to sing involuntarily. That night, he encountered the one who resided in his heart. Their feet decided to ignore the calls and return home together. The late-night chill would not dare to blow her away. Her enchanting gaze seemed poised to speak to me. Her slender figure floated gracefully, silently turning towards me. She seemed to ask, "Do romantic lovers love me?" The greedy evening breeze dared to kiss her, caressing each strand of her hair tenderly. The unworthy evening breeze had no right to comfort her. I had resolved to protect the one I cherished for a lifetime. Suddenly, Lin Feng burst into song. His voice was clear and melodious, akin to a celestial melody from the heavens. Dreaming, Qing found herself entranced by his singing. As she listened, she gazed at Lin Feng, feeling that each song he sang was unlike any she had ever heard. Although she could not fully comprehend the lyrics, a portion resonated with her. Could it be an original composition, or perhaps a dialect? Curiosity spurred her to inquire, "What song is that?" Lin Feng paused his singing and replied, "It's called The Guardian of Flowers." Oh, dreaming, Qing's beautiful eyes sparkled with delight, curving like a crescent moon as she urged, "Continue singing." "I enjoy listening," Lin Feng resumed, the rhythmic melody compelling one to dance. That night, he encountered the one who resided in his heart. Their feet decided to ignore the calls and return home together. The late-night chill would not dare to blow her away. Her enchanting gaze seemed poised to speak to me. Her slender figure floated gracefully, silently turning towards me. She seemed to ask, "Do romantic lovers love me?" Upon arriving at their doorstep, they were suddenly confronted by an unfamiliar man standing there. The gentleman was clad in a white suit, his chiseled features and resolute eyes reflecting a profound confidence that revealed the truest depths of his inner self. Lin Feng had to admit that this man was nearly his equal in appearance. The stranger gazed at dreaming, Qing with a soft yet penetrating look, as if he could see into every corner of her soul. Dreaming, Qing appeared moved and instinctively grasped Lin Feng's hand. The man seemed momentarily taken aback, but soon smiled and greeted Lin Feng before quietly departing, leaving the couple in a state of bewilderment. Lin Feng, perplexed, watched the man's retreating figure and inquired, dreaming, "Qing, do you know that man? Why was he standing at our doorstep?" After a moment of contemplation, Lin Feng shook his head and replied, "I have never seen him before. He must not be my acquaintance. Perhaps he was mistaken. Yet, don't you find his gaze rather peculiar?" Dreaming, Qing offered no response, merely tightening her grip on Lin Feng's hands. Lin Feng gazed at Meng Qing with a hint of surprise, sensing the profound depth in the unfamiliar man's gaze, as if it concealed some secrets. Although he was unaware of the man's identity, he felt an odd familiarity with Meng Qing. The two returned to their room in silence, with Meng Qing lost in her thoughts. She repeatedly pondered the stranger's sudden appearance, while Lin Feng, noticing her preoccupation, chose not to pry further and busied himself in the kitchen to prepare dinner. As Meng Qing watched Lin Feng depart, she contemplated revealing her lineage to him. This was a significant secret, one that she had long buried deep within her heart. When Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen with the dishes, Meng Qing regarded his familiar face. After wrestling with her rationality and emotions for some time, she resolved to disclose her heritage to Lin Feng. She understood that he was the closest person to her at present and the one she trusted most. His support and understanding meant more to her than anything else. During dinner, Meng Qing prepared a simple meal. They sat facing each other, the atmosphere somewhat somber. "Lin Feng, I have something to share with you," she said, her expression earnest and her voice slightly trembling. Lin Feng set down his utensils and looked intently at her, asking, "What is it, Meng Qing?" Seeing the warmth in Lin Feng's eyes, Meng Qing found it difficult to contain her emotions, softly stating, "Lin Feng, I have a story to tell you, a story that pertains to me. I trust you and wish to share it." A little girl was born into a different kind of family. This family was affluent, so wealthy that the girl rarely left home, having her life meticulously arranged for her, from learning etiquette to acquiring knowledge and mastering the piano. Regardless of the girl's desires or feelings, her fate appeared predetermined from the moment of her birth. She had never contemplated rebellion, as her path had been laid out for her from the very beginning. Gradually, Meng Qing began to recount her past, her journey of growth, and the painful and bewildering experiences she had endured. Lin Feng listened intently, offering no interruption. Eventually, when the girl was to be arranged in marriage, she realized she possessed no say in whom she would end up with. Thus, she resolved to rebel. One fateful night, she fled, devoid of money and direction, wandering aimlessly. She had no destination, no purpose, only the desire to escape. Until at last, she found herself beneath a building, captivated by a beautiful melody. She encountered a man, and her decision to ascend with him was a gamble. She hoped that the one playing the piano was a good person. As she gradually came to know this man, She embraced a simple yet fulfilling life, longing for it to continue indefinitely. Mengqing suddenly paused and added, the girl cherished this existence, perhaps even harbored feelings for that man. She then turned her gaze towards Lin Feng, who looked on in astonishment. Mengqing anxiously gazed at Lin Feng, who remarked, a girl encounters a man who treats her exceptionally well, possesses talent, is exceptionally handsome, and spends money on her. Am I right? Mengqing blushed and nodded. Her eyes filled with curiosity as she looked at Lin Feng. He continued, as they gradually spent time together, the girl one day developed feelings. Yet she was uncertain if it was love. She simply felt an immense happiness in his presence. Correct? Mengqing nodded again. Then Lin Feng stated, the truth is always singular. Could that girl be you? And the boy, is he not me? Mengqing softly murmured in affirmation. Suddenly, Lin Feng understood, gazing deeply into Mengqing's eyes, leaving her flustered and her heart racing. Lin Feng gently asked, are you with me just to avoid repaying your debts? Mengqing, taken aback, exclaimed, Lin Feng. Flushed with embarrassment, she turned and hurried away, leaving Lin Feng in contemplation. Could it be that such a captivating girl would truly take an interest in someone like him? A mere commoner? Even if she did, it might only be fleeting. Lin Feng was reluctant to gamble on such uncertainties. Afterward, he took a shower and retired to his room to sleep. Just as he lay down, Mengqing emerged with a blanket, surprising him. As Lin Feng's consciousness began to blur, he felt someone slip into the bed, enveloping him in an embrace. Mengqing declared, I can't sleep without holding you. Lin Feng said nothing more. He simply turned and wrapped his arms around Mengqing, and together they drifted into slumber. Chapter 19. The strange woman Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, as sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow throughout the room. He lazily stretched and then turned to look at Mengqing, who was still peacefully asleep, a smile gracing his lips. Everything from the previous night felt like a fleeting dream, now relegated to the past, as they both chose to forget. Lin Feng gradually got out of bed, completed his morning routine, and headed downstairs for a run, intending to buy breakfast along the way. At the moment Lin Feng exited the room, Mengqing slowly opened her eyes, her gaze complex. She was acutely aware that her time was limited. The man had found her, and her family must surely know, though she was uncertain when they would appear. Feeling somewhat despondent, Mengqing lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling, her thoughts drifting aimlessly. After an indeterminate period, Lin Feng gently opened the door and called, time to get up for breakfast. Mengqing, seeing him standing at the entrance, suddenly remarked, you should say, Princess, please rise. Lin Feng, taken aback, shrugged and replied, Princess Meng, please rise for breakfast. Shall I carry you? All right. Mengqing responded, fixing her gaze on him. Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, but soon approached her, cradling her delicate waist with one hand and supporting her back with the other. He lifted her into a princess carry, causing her cheeks to flush. Mengqing wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's neck, raising her beautiful eyes to meet his. If only it could always be like this, Lin Feng. I feel as though I could never like anyone else. Mengqing mused silently. Lin Feng set Mengqing down on a chair, his gaze drifting downward. Her sleepwear was slightly disheveled, revealing her exquisite collarbone and skin as translucent as crystal, glistening softly under the sunlight. Below that lay a profound cleavage, and her complex expression, a blend of grievance and reluctance, resembled a plum blossom blooming alone, evoking a myriad of emotions within him. Lin Feng was not oblivious. Had he been a little more reckless, he might have agreed to confess his feelings to Mengqing the previous day and secured her affection, freeing himself from financial worries thereafter. However, he was uncertain whether Mengqing's feelings for him were rooted in love or mere dependence. Perhaps he had indeed developed feelings for her, yet she remained an innocent girl, untouched by the world's harsh realities. He wished for Mengqing to never regret mistaking gratitude for love in her youth, a blunder that could haunt her for a lifetime. Thus, Lin Feng did not shy away. He was merely waiting for the moment he could ascertain his own heart or when Mengqing could understand her own feelings. The two sat in silence, each preoccupied with their own thoughts as they ate. As they finished their meal, Mengqing suddenly spoke, Lin Feng, Do you think Qin Shi Huang really built a palace for a Feng? Lin Feng pondered for a moment before replying. Perhaps. He was an emperor, after all, seeking to please a beauty. Could you teach me a piano piece? Meng Qing suddenly interrupted. Though puzzled, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. After their meal, they made their way to the balcony. Lin Feng said, "This piece is for you." As Meng Qing looked on in surprise, Lin Feng slowly took a seat, his long fingers poised over the keys. The A section commenced in a minor, exuding a gentle and intimate aura, before transitioning to C major, the relative major of a minor, instantly brightening the mood. The melody grew clearer, and the emotions became more evident. After a series of swift transitions in sound, the composition returns to section C, rich in chords, ushers in a shift in atmosphere. The mood becomes solemn and composed, akin to a performer lost in contemplation. Dreaming of the enchanting piano melodies, she realizes that she will never forget Lin Feng. Scientists have asserted that if one wishes to retain the memory of a person, perhaps music may serve as a vessel. By playing a particular piece during moments spent together, one can enshrine that individual or memory within the melody. Subsequently, a musical phrase composed of triplets emerges, expressing fervent emotions. Following a descending chromatic transition, the piece gracefully returns to section A, concluding in a beautifully tender ambience that encapsulates the essence of a youthful spirit, innocent, vibrant, and full of life. Not far below, within a black Rolls-Royce, several individuals appear taken aback. Among them, a middle-aged man slowly closes his eyes, seemingly in meditation or perhaps attuned to the music. Time has slipped into midday, and the two have unknowingly spent the entire morning together. Shall we grab something to eat? What would you like? Lin Feng inquires. I like roast duck. Could you help me buy some? Dreaming responds, somewhat awkwardly. Lin Feng, puzzled, nods and steps outside. As he descends to the first floor, he notices a young woman in professional attire passing by. Whether intentional or not, Lin Feng feels a sense of anticipation from her. Puzzled yet unperturbed, he exits the building and observes a line of cars, contemplating the arrival of a notable figure. As he brushes past a Rolls-Royce, he remains unaware that the middle-aged man inside is gazing intently at him. Lin Feng, sensing an inexplicable connection, turns to meet the older man's penetrating gaze through the glass. The middle-aged man is taken aback. The youth's countenance bears a depth that unsettles even someone seasoned by years of struggle. Intrigued, he averts his gaze. Lin Feng scratches his head, contemplating whether his suspicions are unfounded. Regardless, he decides to procure the roast duck for dreaming. Suddenly, the doorbell chimes with a crisp sound. Dreaming, as if anticipating the visitor, leisurely opens the door and, after seating herself properly, inquires, "What brings you here?" The unfamiliar woman replies, "Miss, the master wishes to know if you have had enough fun. It is time to return home." Unperturbed, Dreaming tidies the kitchen and retorts, "What if I say no?" The stranger responds with a firm tone, "Then I'm afraid, miss, that would not be acceptable." Dreaming halts her movements, turning to regard the woman with a playful arch of her brow, her gaze laced with intrigue. "Oh, and what repercussions would that entail? What can you possibly do to me?" The woman asserts, "Miss, I cannot impose upon you, but you are aware that the man..." Before she can finish, Dreaming's voice cuts through the air, icy and sharp. "Silence. I grant you a chance to rephrase your words. What do you intend to do with him?" Her tone is frosty, each word piercing like a dagger, in stark contrast to her usual gentle and graceful demeanor. Mengqing's eyes now radiated a piercing intensity that could astonish even Lin Feng, who stood nearby. The unfamiliar woman was evidently intimidated by Mengqing's commanding presence, leaving her somewhat flustered. "Miss, I," she stammered. As the chilling aura surrounding Mengqing gradually dissipated, the stranger quietly exhaled in relief. Mengqing spoke with a calm demeanor. "Regarding the words you just conveyed, whether they were your own or a message from my father, I can agree to return home with him." After a brief pause, her tone grew resolute as she continued. "However, should you dare to harm Lin Feng, while I may be unable to retaliate, there are matters within my control. Don't you think?" "Mississippi." The stranger faltered, unsure of how to respond. Yet, Mengqing recognized that this woman was merely a messenger, and thus refrained from pressing her further. Return and inform my father that I am willing to go back. But my condition is this, for the next week. You must not disturb Lin Feng or me, Ming Qing stated slowly. All right, promise her. You should come back. A voice crackled in the stranger's earpiece. Understood. I shall return now, the woman replied softly, leaving it ambiguous whether her words were directed at the middle-aged man or Ming Qing herself. Upon Lin Feng's return to the community, he coincidentally brushed past a luxury vehicle. Once home, he discovered Ming Qing sitting despondently in the living room. Your favorite roasted duck has arrived, Lin Feng announced as he set the dish down, noticing the redness in Ming Qing's eyes, glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at him. He hurried over, concern etched on his face. What's wrong? He inquired. Ming Qing opened her arms, her eyes as clear as autumn waters, yet clouded with tears that evoked a sense of tenderness. Lin Feng, intrigued by her adorability, lifted her into his embrace and entered the kitchen, playfully asking, Aren't you coming down? Ming Qing gently shook her head, silently regarding Lin Feng, her eyes brimming with unshed tears of grievance. Lin Feng, feeling a pang of sympathy, asked, What happened? I went out to get roasted duck, and you return like this. It's all right, Lin Feng. I just want to eat roasted duck. Will you feed me? Ming Qing murmured from the safety of his arms. Fortunately, Lin Feng's tall stature prevented the 168 centimeters Ming Qing from appearing out of place. With a tender gaze, Lin Feng opened the roasted duck, lifting a piece to Ming Qing's lips. As she savored the morsel, her eyes were filled with affection, seemingly intent on etching Lin Feng's image deep within her heart. Chapter 20. The Kiss of Dreaming Emotions. Let us venture out for some fun, Dreaming Emotions exclaimed, her cheeks stuffed with roasted duck, puffing out like an adorable little squirrel as she sweetly addressed Lin Feng. Where shall we go? Lin Feng inquired, observing Dreaming Emotions as she sprang up from beside him like a nimble rabbit, darting into the living room to retrieve her phone. She then returned to Lin Feng's embrace with the ease of a bird returning to its nest. Look, here it is, right in our city, she said, her eyes sparkling with excitement. I've heard so many people have been visiting this spot, and with autumn upon us, the scenery is simply breathtaking. I wish to see it with you. Would that be all right? Lin Feng regarded Dreaming Emotions with a tender smile and nodded in agreement. Her face lit up in a joyous grin. In that moment, he intuitively picked up a piece of meat and brought it to her lips. At that instant, Dreaming Emotions shed the icy demeanor she displayed around unfamiliar girls, transforming into an innocent little girl, nestled within Lin Feng's warm embrace. When shall we go? Lin Feng asked softly while feeding her. This afternoon, she replied cheerfully. Very well, Lin Feng smiled and nodded in affirmation. Dreaming Emotions yearned to create the most beautiful memories, eager to witness the wonders of the world alongside Lin Feng. After their meal, Dreaming Emotions retreated to her bedroom to change, while Lin Feng waited downstairs, hailing a car. Soon, they set off together to the nearby, enchanting maple forest. Just as they departed, a sleek black phaeton slowly came to life not far behind, steering in their direction. Upon their arrival, they alighted from the vehicle, and before them lay the maple forest, resembling a vibrant tapestry, with each season conjuring its unique beauty like a magician. The autumn foliage appeared as a fervent painting, with layers of red and yellow intertwining, weaving a kaleidoscopic world. The autumn maple forest blazed like a passionate flame, exuberant and free. Maple leaves scattered across the pathway like colorful butterflies, dancing gracefully in the gentle breeze, seemingly narrating a mesmerizing tale. As the wind stirred, the leaves transformed into lively notes, fluttering in harmony, producing a soft, melodious rustle, a gentle composition penned by nature itself. The two inhaled the fresh air deeply, the refreshing aroma invigorating their spirits. Upon stepping into the maple grove, it felt as if they had entered a realm of purity and tranquility. Countless couples strolled past them, each lost in their own sweet world, entwined and whispering heartfelt secrets. The unintentional smiles and expressions of affection exchanged among them seemed to convey to Lin Feng and Dreaming Emotions that love is indeed a wondrous and beautiful phenomenon. Lin Feng, could you take a picture of me? Dreaming Emotions asked, picking up a maple leaf and gazing at him. Certainly, Lin Feng replied. nodding as he lifted his phone to capture the enchanting moment. Clad in a khaki coat, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, topped with a beret, her legs appeared even more alluring against the backdrop of her tall boots. Her bright eyes flitted between the camera and Lin Feng, embodying the essence of beauty and joy. Amidst the throng, Lin Feng and Meng Qing undoubtedly formed a striking tableau, capturing the attention of many. How did the photos turn out? Let me see, Meng Qing exclaimed, as she joyfully sprinted towards Lin Feng to retrieve his phone. This one is exquisite, and this one too. Both are beautiful, she remarked, her face radiating with the glow of happiness. A voice interrupted their moment. A kindly old lady approached, holding a camera. Young man, could you please take a photo for me? Lin Feng turned to her and nodded, readily accepting the task. Meng Qing stood beside him, watching as he framed the shot for the elderly woman. After the photo was taken, she beamed with satisfaction, nodding appreciatively. Thank you, young man. You truly are a good soul. Is this young lady your girlfriend? Not at all. Dear lady, you needn't be so formal, Lin Feng replied with a warm smile. Meng Qing, standing nearby, also nodded in agreement, her expression mirroring his kindness. The old lady, her face aglow with a gentle smile, continued, You must be newcomers, yes? My husband and I visit this place every year. Her tone shifted as she sighed softly. After he passed away, I have come alone. Each time, I capture photographs to send to him, assuring him that I am well. This marks our 30th year. Upon hearing her words, both Lin Feng and Meng Qing felt a profound tremor within their hearts. They could scarcely fathom such enduring love, a promise so steadfast it seemed almost unbelievable. Young ones, cherish one another dearly. Do not wait until old age to lament the fleeting moments under a waning sun, the old lady imparted, her voice imbued with earnestness before she turned to depart. The couple watched her retreating figure, their hearts heavy with unspoken thoughts. No regrets? Lin Feng pondered aloud. Perhaps, he mused. Suddenly, he recalled that this was the very campus where he pursued his studies, and he turned to Meng Qing, saying, Let me show you our university. It is nearby. Her eyes lit up with excitement as she eagerly nodded and followed Lin Feng through the gates of the campus. That is the library, and over there is the cafeteria, where I often work during the summer. He leisurely described the various buildings and shared tales of his experiences at the university. Meng Qing, have you not returned home in 4 years? She suddenly inquired, curiosity piqued. Home? Lin Feng's expression clouded momentarily, as if lost in a tangle of thoughts. I am an orphan, he stated matter-of-factly, as though it were an inconsequential detail. Yet, those words struck Meng Qing like a dagger, piercing her heart with an unbearable ache. A wave of anguish surged within her, and tears cascaded down her cheeks unbidden. Meng Qing enveloped Lin Feng in a tight embrace, her voice choked with emotion. I'm so sorry. Lin Feng, I'm so sorry. Lin Feng, feeling a mix of helplessness, gently patted her back in comfort. It's all right. Look at me. I'm quite happy now, aren't I? Yet Meng Qing continued to weep, as if she wished to expel all her remorse and sorrow. I don't care. I don't care. Lin Feng, I apologize. After a while, Meng Qing slowly lifted her head, her lips slightly downturned, and tears still glistening in her sorrowful eyes. At that moment, she resembled a pear blossom swaying in the wind, evoking deep sympathy. Her silent weeping allowed one to profoundly sense the beauty and melancholy that resided within her heart. Lin Feng gazed dazedly at Meng Qing's rain-drenched visage, momentarily lost in thought. He did not respond to her, while Meng Qing mistakenly believed that Lin Feng was still upset with her. Unsure of how to console him, she realized that if this misunderstanding was not resolved, it could create an insurmountable rift between them. Thus, with determination, Meng Qing bit her lip, closed her eyes, and leaped into Lin Feng's embrace, wrapping her arms around his waist. Without hesitation, she pressed her lips gently against his, initiating a soft kiss. Lin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment, momentarily taken aback. Meng Qing playfully chided, Did no one ever teach you that one should close their eyes while kissing? Her words became muffled amidst the fervent kiss. This is my first kiss, Lin Feng murmured, tightening his hold around her waist. It is also my first kiss, Meng Qing whispered back, but I prefer kissing with my eyes open." As she pulled away, Lin Feng's voice resonated in her ears. He then lifted Meng Qing in his arms, taking the initiative. His movements were stiff, as if he were pouring forth all his emotions, while Meng Qing, refusing to be outdone, boldly opened her cherry lips and playfully bit Lin Feng's tongue. In that instant, an electric sensation coursed through them both. Lin Feng, momentarily entranced, regained his composure and gently pried open Meng Qing's lips, his tongue exploring her sweetness. It was a silent exchange of affection, with Meng Qing reciprocating his advances. As they kissed, their eyes remained open, allowing them to perceive each other's love reflected in their gazes, feeling the warmth of one another's breath. His tongue softly coaxed her teeth apart, and her fragrant tongue eagerly responded to his gentle exploration, enveloped in a moment devoid of words, filled solely with insatiable desire and tenderness. The kiss deepened, and Lin Feng, overwhelmed, lifted his head, yet this time he did not withdraw. Meng Qing sensed this, but felt no embarrassment. Their kiss blossomed like a delicate flower, fresh and dewy, dancing lightly in the breeze. Lin Feng's profound kiss felt like a searing flame upon Meng Qing's lips, awakening within her a longing that transcended mountains and rivers. Like autumn leaves ablaze with fervent emotion, Meng Qing surrendered herself to the consuming fire of passion. Unable to refuse, perhaps she had already acquiesced. As Meng Qing's little hands wandered restlessly downward, they recoiled as if shocked by electricity. A gust of autumn wind swept through, lifting her hair like a fairy in dance, creating a gossamer veil that gently enveloped the two lovers. It seemed as if the heavens themselves, unwilling to bear witness, conspired to shield this couple, akin to celestial beings. In the wind, they lost themselves in their fervent embrace, as if time itself had paused for their union. The fiery leaves, poetic and picturesque, ignited the essence of autumn in its entirety. Each maple leaf resembles a heartfelt love letter, imbued with profound affection and boundless longing. The unexpressed emotions within echo the depths of a vast ocean, tumultuous and surging. The inexhaustible declarations of love are akin to the continuous, winding mountains, ever unfolding. Or perhaps they are the unspoken words, akin to a tightly sealed treasure chest, concealed from view. Chapter 21. Parting for a better reunion. Not far from where Lin Feng and Meng Qing shared a kiss, a car pulled up, leaving them somewhat taken aback. How long had they been kissing? A girl holding a camera inquired of her companion. "About 4 or 5 minutes, I suppose. Should we inform the boss?" The driver suggested. "Of course, we must," the girl replied while sending the freshly taken photographs to her employer. "Lin Feng, if you don't let go, I might suffocate." Meng Qing pouted. "Just one more minute," Lin Feng chuckled. It was endearing how she could leave on her own, yet still sought his approval. 3 minutes later, Meng Qing delicately withdrew her lips, her mouth resembling a small cherry, with gently upturned lips that exuded a natural sweetness. Lin Feng found it increasingly difficult to contain himself, but Meng Qing, blushing, held his face and said, "No more kisses. If we continue, my lips will swell." Still in Lin Feng's embrace, they locked eyes, and Meng Qing smiled brightly, planting a gentle kiss on the tip of his nose before jumping down and wrapping her arms around his. "I want to eat cotton candy." "Lin Feng, do you think maple leaves miss their trees?" "Certainly. Do you think we will return here next year?" "As long as you wish to." "Do you have someone you like?" "Yes." "Who is it?" "Blue eucalyptus has met the fragrant locust bird." "Tagore's stray birds? What does that mean?" "Guess." "Will you bring someone else here?" "Who is someone else?" "Another girl." "That depends on Meng Qing. If she is always in my thoughts, then there will be no chance of bringing another girl here." "What if I leave?" "Where would you go?" "Home." "Then I will wait for your return." "What if I can't come back?" Meng Qing whispered. Lin Feng paused, turned to look at her. "Then I will come find you." Meng Qing gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes unexpectedly reddening once more, and murmured while holding him, "Lin Feng, I don't want to wander anymore. I want to go home." "All right." Lin Feng hailed a taxi, and together they returned home, to that space that belonged solely to the two of them. Exhausted, Lin Feng leaned against Meng Qing's shoulder and fell asleep, while she looked at him with complex emotions. She understood the realities of their home. It would be all too easy to suppress Lin Feng. What if they had never met? Would he be happier without their entanglement? to find someone he adored and lead a simple life. If she had never encountered Lin Feng, perhaps she would never have known happiness. Lin Feng, I am sorry. After I leave, I do not wish for you to wait for me. I only hope you will always remember me. Meng Qing gently kissed Lin Feng's forehead. Upon returning home, Meng Qing first took a shower, then they walked into the kitchen together to prepare dinner. Despite merely observing, their spirits remained buoyant. Lin Feng, why we need to fry the vegetables first? Curiosity filled Meng Qing as she inquired, what is the name of this dish? Lin Feng replied, it is my signature dish. Fish fragrant shredded pork, which I developed myself. You are truly remarkable, Lin Feng. Meng Qing unabashedly expressed her admiration. Ha ha, oh, come now, let's be modest, Lin Feng retorted, filled with self-importance. I understand, Meng Qing chimed in, reminiscent of a young girl. However, does this dish actually contain fish? She asked, her brow furrowed in confusion. Lin Feng, momentarily at a loss for words, countered, do the couple's lung slices contain a couple? Do the wife cakes contain a wife? Were the couple's lung slices and wife cakes you speak of? Meng Qing questioned, her expression betraying her bewilderment. Have you ever tried imperial cuisine? Lin Feng inquired curiously. There's a dish called dragon soaring and phoenix dancing, but it pales in comparison to your cooking, Meng Qing reflected. Does dragon soaring and phoenix dancing contain a dragon? A phoenix? Lin Feng pressed further. Oh, I see now. Just state the name of the dish directly. I am not a fool. Why must we meander so? Meng Qing gazed at Lin Feng, her eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and condescension. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, while Meng Qing, undeterred, carried the dishes to the table. Lin Feng, I feel like having a drink, she said, balancing the dishes as she spoke to the busy Lin Feng. All right, but only a little, he replied, emerging from the kitchen with the final dish. Meng Qing happily retrieved the wine from the cupboard, and together they savored their time over drinks. Unbeknownst to them, Meng Qing's cheeks flushed with warmth. Lin Feng, I want to go to sleep now. Okay, Lin Feng, also feeling the effects of the alcohol, carefully supported Meng Qing as they made their way to the bedroom. As he was about to lay Meng Qing on the bed, she sleepily clung to him, saying, Lin Feng, please pull up the window frame. Perplexed, Lin Feng complied, drawing the curtains. Just as he turned to return to the bed, Meng Qing leaped towards him. Already feeling the effects of the wine, he had little strength left and embraced her as they fell onto the bed. Upon landing, Meng Qing leaned in to kiss Lin Feng's soft lips, her affection both fervent and proactive. Under the influence of alcohol, Lin Feng reciprocated her kiss. Their breaths intertwined, each greedily inhaling the essence of the other. Meng Qing slowly opened her eyes, kissing down Lin Feng's neck as he held her tightly. Lin Feng, I give myself to you. Will you remember me for eternity? Meng Qing gazed at him with glistening eyes. With that, she began to undress, while Lin Feng, hazy from the wine, did not quite grasp her words, only to awaken to the sight of her shedding her garments. Moonlight streamed through the gaps, illuminating Meng Qing's form, casting a silvery glow upon her, allowing Lin Feng to behold her breathtaking beauty. Beauty, akin to the enchanting allure found within the realms of dreams and fairy tales, is epitomized in the delicate figure clad in a sheer white garment, her presence evoking a profound sense of compassion beneath the ethereal moonlight. One feels an instinctive urge to embrace and care for her, yet such sentiments do not stir any frivolous desires. As Lin Feng's hand ventured up the sacred maiden peak, Meng Qing softly uttered a sound of mild protest. She opened her eyes to gaze into Lin Feng's, her expression radiating an innocent and joyous smile. In that fleeting moment, Meng Qing resembled a young girl captivated by her beloved, tears glistening in her eyes, akin to droplets of happiness. Lin Feng, I adore you. Being with you brings me immense joy. Her tears mingled with a sweet smile, pure and sincere, as she gazed deeply into Lin Feng's eyes. Suddenly, Lin Feng was jolted from his stupor, questioning his actions. He swiftly enveloped Meng Qing in his embrace, and though she squirmed slightly, she could not resist him. Ultimately, she relented, for Meng Qing had already resolved to surrender herself to Lin Feng that evening. Even if they did not end up together, she would have entrusted her most cherished possession to him, and she bore no regrets, for he was Lin Feng. Yet, it seemed Lin Feng did not desire her. Did he not love her? As Meng Qing's thoughts spiraled within Lin Feng's arms, he had already drifted into slumber. Upon awakening the following day, they both appeared to have tacitly forgotten the events of the previous night. Meng Qing, however, seemed to intentionally distance herself from Lin Feng. In the subsequent days, they each pursued their own endeavors. Meng Qing practiced the piano while Lin Feng immersed himself in writing novels. Lin Feng was abruptly awakened by commotion, and upon stepping outside, he beheld Meng Qing in a flowing white dress, exuding a grace he had never witnessed before. "What brings you here?" Lin Feng inquired, a hint of confusion in his voice. "Lin Feng, I'm leaving. The money in this card is what I owe you. The remainder serves as compensation for your care during this time," Meng Qing replied with serene composure, her beautiful eyes betraying no hint of abnormality. "Leaving?" Lin Feng paused, asking a rather foolish question. "Where to?" "Home. Back to Jinling," she replied, still smiling as she looked at Lin Feng. "Thank you for your care during this period. Do visit me in Jinling if you have a chance." Her tone was reminiscent of casual pleasantries exchanged between mere acquaintances, as if they were not intimate lovers, but simply ordinary friends. "Meng Qing, are you ready?" A voice echoed, and a handsome young man entered the room, casually glancing at Lin Feng before nodding slightly. "Hello, we meet again. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Shen Yunhao." Lin Feng recognized him as the stranger who had appeared at their doorstep previously. "Hello," Lin Feng greeted with a furrowed brow. "All right, let's be on our way," Meng Qing said with a smile, casting a calm glance at Lin Feng as she waved goodbye. "Farewell. Take care." Lin Feng nodded slightly at Meng Qing, then directly returned to his room. This moment was captured by the corner of Meng Qing's eye, causing her heart to tremble violently, as if in a painful struggle. Her heart seemingly bleeding, filled with unbearable anguish. Meng Qing took a seat in Shen Yunhao's car, and as the vehicle started moving, the calmness on her face could no longer be maintained. Tears poured forth from her eyes like a fountain. "I am sorry, Lin Feng." She turned her head, glancing through the car window for one last look at the place that held the most beautiful memories of her life. Perhaps she would never return again. Not long after Meng Qing's departure, Lin Feng stepped out of his room and caught sight of the car that had already vanished from view. He smiled faintly and murmured, "Meng Qing, no matter what you encounter, I will not let you slip away. I will go to Jinling." After observing the peculiarities of the past 2 days, Lin Feng understood that Meng Qing was troubled, attempting to provoke him through Shen Yunhao, employing indifference as a ruse. Could that truly succeed? Having spent every day with Meng Qing, how could he not discern the emotions of this young girl? The more indifferent she appeared, the more turbulent her heart was. Glancing at the familiar scenery within the room, Lin Feng seemed to see countless reflections of Meng Qing, breaking into a smile. That innocent and lovely yet elegant and noble girl had already sown seeds in his heart. Would she be able to escape so easily? Was such a thing truly so simple? Lin Feng would not allow it. Chapter 22. The arrival of Yin Yuqing. Lin Feng tossed and turned in bed, unable to find slumber. Unbeknownst to him, the sentiment of dream had taken an immeasurable position in his heart. He had no choice but to rise and retreat to his study to continue his writing. As he opened his computer, a headline caught his attention. Does Huaxia truly exist? Who exactly is the author, Mu Feng? Lin Feng was somewhat astonished and clicked on it. The article sprawled across several thousand words, enumerating various matters concerning Huaxia. Why is Confucius' philosophy deemed so noble? Is Laozi's ideology right or wrong? What books did Emperor Qin burn? And who were the scholars he buried alive? Who exactly is the sage? Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, scrolling through it, before promptly closing the window to continue his upload of the latest chapter, the Han Dynasty. The long overcast sky was interrupted by the ringing of his phone, a sound he had recorded himself, as he believed no song in this world could rival the beauty of the original. Glancing at the caller ID, he saw it was Yin Yuqing. Placing the phone to his ear, he inquired, "What is the matter, Miss Yin? Have you seen the news?" Yin Yuqing asked. "Yes, I have." "Why?" Lin Feng replied, "It's nothing. I just wanted to remind you not to be affected by it. You are now somewhat of a celebrity. Many within and outside the industry are aware of you. Even if they do not know you personally, They certainly know of the novel Huaxia, which is quite renowned. She said in a gentle tone, "Is that all? I thought it was something significant. I'm not so fragile as to be swayed by such things." Lin Feng responded nonchalantly. "Do you have time recently?" Yun Yuqing suddenly inquired. "Indeed, aside from writing, what else could I possibly be doing?" Lin Feng answered. "There is an event being held in the capital the day after tomorrow, and I hope you can attend. Many people will be there, which could help enhance your reputation. If possible, it would be even better if you could come in person," Yun Yuqing explained. "All right, but remember to reimburse my travel expenses," Lin Feng joked lightly. "No need for that. I happen to be out of town these days. I'll be back in the capital tomorrow and can pick you up directly. Just send me your address," Yun Yuqing replied indifferently. "That seems a bit inappropriate. Just a man and a woman alone," Lin Feng politely declined. However, before he could finish his sentence, Yun Yuqing had already hung up the phone. Lin Feng had no choice but to send his location, dismissing his concerns. After completing his writing, he leaned back wearily in his chair, his gaze drifting towards the piano in the living room, lost in thought. The sunset bathed the horizon, casting a warm glow into the foyer, and he pondered how unfamiliar he was with this solitude. He wondered how dreaming Qing was faring in Jinling, whether she was well, whether she was happy. Indeed, people tend to take things for granted when they are always present. It is only in their absence that one realizes their significance. There's a saying that applies to both people and things. We only comprehend their importance once they are lost. A sudden knock on the door interrupted Lin Feng's reverie. He rose to open it and was met by a well-dressed urban beauty sporting gold-rimmed spectacles, leaving him momentarily speechless. "What brings you here?" Lin Feng asked, a rather foolish question, before adding, "Wait, are you serious? Why would I be? Knowing full well you were here, I decided to share this with you. After a 5-hour drive, I am utterly exhausted." Yun Yuqing skillfully removed her shoes as she walked and collapsed onto the sofa, murmuring, "I'm completely worn out." Lin Feng looked at her in surprise, then proceeded to the kitchen to pour a glass of water, which he handed to Yun Yuqing, inquiring, "When did you set off?" "Tomorrow morning," she replied after finishing the water and returning the cup to him. "So, I'll have to stay at your place tonight." "All right, the guest room has a bed. Tidy it up yourself while I prepare dinner," Lin Feng said, not probing further as he busied himself cooking noodles. Yun Yuqing ventured into the guest room, discovering it to be quite tidy. In truth, it had been prepared long ago, but due to Meng Qing's habit of sleeping with Lin Feng, she never returned, and both tacitly avoided the topic, leaving the guest room untouched. Emerging from the room, Yun Yuqing was taken aback by the sight of Lin Feng in the kitchen. When he brought the noodles to the table, she dug in without hesitation, exclaiming, "I didn't realize you could cook. Who can't boil noodles? Can you?" Lin Feng replied, casting a disdainful glance her way. "What do you mean by that?" Yun Yuqing paused, her eyes ablaze as she glared at him. "Just the literal meaning," Lin Feng retorted, a mischievous grin on his face. Don't be angry, don't be angry." Knowing she could not win the argument, Yun Yuqing resumed eating. Once they finished, Lin Feng casually remarked to Yun Yuqing, who was preparing to leave, "Go wash your own bowl." "Hey, I'm a guest," she replied, exasperated. "What of it? Do guests shout at their hosts like you?" Lin Feng countered as he carried the dishes. Fuming, Yun Yuqing stomped her foot before following him into the kitchen. After washing her bowl, she returned to the guest room, visibly upset. Lin Feng, unfazed, retreated to his study to write. Before long, the moonlight enveloped the surroundings, casting a serene glow over the quiet night, soothing all the clamor, leaving only the stars to accompany the moon, quietly illuminating the world. Lin Feng emerged from his study and found himself drawn to the piano in the living room, where he sat down and began to play. As the beautiful melody filled the air, Meng Qing's figure gradually materialized in Lin Feng's mind. Just as Yun Yuqing finished in the bathroom and was about to return to her room, she halted at the sound of Lin Feng's piano, captivated by the enchanting tune. "How to conceal my sorrow, in the place where I lost you, your fragrance dissipating in haste. In the moonlight, seeking the figure of longing, if parting is the painful beginning." Yun Yuqing found herself swaying to Lin Feng's song, unable to resist. "I will be lost in thought, then forget you, tightly closing my eyes. I will be lost in thought, and then smile softly." The tears in my heart blur my sight. I can hardly see. As the final note of the melody faded, the rain began to fall outside. Though Lin Feng remained seated, seemingly enveloped by a shroud of hesitation, Yun Yuqing quietly observed him, pondering that if Lin Feng were to venture into the entertainment industry, he would undoubtedly achieve great success. Gazing at the solitary figure amidst the darkness, Yun Yuqing found herself intrigued. This version of Lin Feng possessed an enchanting allure and an air of mystery, starkly contrasting with the Lin Feng who usually irritated her. With these thoughts in mind, she approached him and inquired, "Lin Feng, do you still play the piano?" Startled, Lin Feng jolted back to reality, his mind still clouded from previous distractions. A thunderclap resounded, causing the curtains to billow in the gusty wind, which swept Yun Yuqing's long hair into a wild dance. If Meng Qing resembled a celestial being beneath the moonlight, ethereal and untouchable, Yun Yuqing was akin to a captivating spirit, an enchanting fox demon. Lin Feng's thoughts took a mischievous turn. Had he stumbled upon a haunting? The flickering lightning obscured his view of Yun Yuqing's face, and she too was startled by the sudden thunder, muttering softly that it was indeed frightening. To be honest, I am more afraid of how I recall being home alone, Lin Feng thought, his legs turning to jelly at that moment. "Lin Feng, what's wrong?" Yun Yuqing called out to him as he sat in his chair. Hearing the familiar voice, Lin Feng gradually regained his composure and realized it was Yun Yuqing. No wonder he had been caught off guard. After dinner, she had retreated to her guest room to rest while he continued typing away, lost in his thoughts about Meng Qing, his mind in disarray after finishing the piano piece. Yun Yuqing, as if discovering something, looked at Lin Feng and remarked, "You're not afraid of ghosts, are you?" "What a joke. Me, afraid of ghosts?" Lin Feng replied nonchalantly as he rose from his chair and stepped onto the balcony to close the window. Turning back to Yun Yuqing, he said, "You should head back and get some rest. What are you thinking about?" With that, Lin Feng returned to his bedroom, lying down and allowing his thoughts to drift aimlessly into slumber. Chapter 23. Xiao Qingya. The following day, after breakfast, Lin Feng and Yun Yuqing took a car to the capital. Upon arriving in the capital, Yun Yuqing escorted Lin Feng to the hotel entrance and said, "You go up and rest first. I have a meeting at the company, and I will come and pick you up shortly." Lin Feng waved his hand, feeling fortunate that he could stay in a five-star hotel without having to pay, and then proceeded to the elevator. At the reception, Lin Feng mentioned Yun Yuqing's name, and the attendant promptly led him to a VIP room. Upon entering, he was greeted by a spacious living area, complete with floor-to-ceiling windows, luxurious sofas, and an exquisitely designed lamp that exuded opulence. Standing by the window, Lin Feng gazed down below, marveling at the privileges of the affluent. He nodded to the attendant, signaling her to leave. Sinking into the plush sofa, Lin Feng checked his phone, only to find that Meng Qing had still not sent him a message. A twinge of melancholy washed over him. Why had that silly girl not reached out? Had she arrived home safely? Lost in his thoughts, he gradually succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, a series of knocks jolted Lin Feng awake. Groggy, he opened the door to find Yun Yuqing, who had traded her usual professional attire for a stunning purple off-shoulder gown that accentuated her waist in a way reminiscent of willow branches. Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, her cheeks flushed slightly, and she cleared her throat, asking, "Is this what you're wearing?" Lin Feng nodded, questioning whether he needed to change. Yun Yuqing frowned and promptly turned away, saying, "Come on, we need to buy you some clothes. Do you have any idea who will be at the banquet tonight?" Lin Feng shot her a glance and replied, "What's wrong? I can charm them with my looks." Yun Yuqing tossed her bag at him, muttering under her breath about his lack of shame, and headed downstairs, reminding Lin Feng, "Let us go. I'll buy you clothes." Eagerly, Lin Feng picked up her bag and followed her, a sheepish smile on his face, thinking, why didn't she say so earlier? Little did he know that Yun Yuqing was silently considering the costs, planning to deduct them from his manuscript fees, leaving Lin Feng feeling utterly helpless. Upon entering the shopping mall, they headed straight for a brand store. Once inside, Yun Yuqing announced her identity, and before long, a manager came to greet them. Lin Feng looked at Yun Yuqing in surprise. Was she a VIP at this establishment? A hidden wealthy woman? The manager smiled warmly at Yun Yuqing, "Say, Miss Yun, it's a pleasure to have you here. If you need anything, just let me know over the phone, and I will ensure it is delivered promptly." Yin Yuqing returned the smile, saying, "Manager Wang, I'm here to buy clothes for him. Please find someone to assist him." Manager Wang looked at Lin Feng with some surprise, but immediately switched to a welcoming demeanor, shaking Lin Feng's hand. Lin Feng thought to himself, it's no wonder he became a manager. His ability to read situations and change expressions is akin to the art of Sichuan opera. Manager Wang inquired, "What type of clothing do you need, sir?" Lin Feng shrugged and glanced at Yin Yuqing, who suggested, "How about that gown over there?" She pointed to a nearby white suit with a pink lining. Upon seeing it, Lin Feng quickly asked Manager Wang, could the pink lining be changed to white? Manager Wang nodded with a smile and then led Lin Feng to change his attire. Yin Yuqing, feeling somewhat bored, glanced up from her phone as someone approached, only to be momentarily stunned. Lin Feng's chiseled features were striking, and the collar of his white shirt was slightly open, revealing a hint of his alluring Adam's apple, which stirred the imagination. The suit he wore exuded a unique charm, perfectly accentuating his shoulder lines, embodying a flawless blend of youth and maturity. Lin Feng, slightly exasperated, looked at Yin Yuqing, who seemed almost entranced by him, and quipped, "Are you captivated by me?" Instinctively, she nodded, but then blushed deeply, realizing her reaction, and hurriedly left him behind, while Lin Feng stood there with a smirk, unwilling to admit it. Wait a moment, she hasn't paid yet, he thought, and promptly chased after her, calling out, "Come back, you haven't settled the bill." Manager Wang, somewhat astonished, pulled Lin Feng aside, saying, "Sir, Miss Yun is a VIP customer. Her expenses will be directly deducted from Miss Yuan's card. No need for immediate payment." Lin Feng nodded, grabbed his clothes, and dashed out, while Manager Wang regarded the pair's retreating figures with a complex expression. "Can you drive?" Yin Yuqing asked, glancing back at Lin Feng, who was following her. "Of course. I can even ride a motorcycle. If it weren't for my lack of a Hawaiian father, I could fly a plane," Lin Feng replied jokingly. "Then you drive. I'll input the address into the car's navigation system, and you can follow the route," Yin Yuqing said, proceeding to the passenger seat and fastening her seatbelt. Closing her eyes to rest, Lin Feng got into the car, started it, and noted, "Oh, this Qian is automatic." He then rolled down the window and drove away from them all. Yin Yuqing subtly shifted her gaze to Lin Feng. It must be said, his appearance was undeniably captivating, especially in that suit, which further highlighted his charm. The open collar allowed the evening breeze to tousle his hair, and she found herself momentarily entranced, swallowing hard. "Who exactly are you, Lin Feng? Talented? Mysterious? Generally optimistic, yet last night you resembled a prince." Yin Yuqing pondered, shaking her head and directing her gaze outside, lost in complex thoughts. Upon arriving at the banquet, Lin Feng and Yin Yuqing entered together, greeted by a dazzling array of lights and extravagant decorations, the venue radiating a rich, celebratory atmosphere. The scene before them was akin to a dream straight out of a fairy tale. Yin Yuqing, seemingly accustomed to such events, quickly sought out a few acquaintances to converse with, while Lin Feng, without any familiar faces, found a discreet corner to observe the lively setting and began to revel in the experience. His presence drew curious glances, and not far away, a pair of sisters exchanged intrigued looks. One, with short hair, remarked to the other, long-haired sister, "Wenhui, do you think that guy slipped in here and invited?" Wenhui, amused, shot a glance at Lin Feng and replied, "Xiaoyi, I doubt it. That white suit he's wearing, I've seen it at a previous event. It's not something just anyone can buy." Xiaoyi, surprised, then inquired, "Isn't your family seeking investments recently? What if that guy is a hidden wealthy heir?" Wenhui shook her head and remarked, "No amount of wealth could sway one with mere words." Xiaoyi nodded in agreement, then turned her gaze toward Lin Feng, saying, "You know, this young man is quite handsome." Wenhui also acknowledged with a nod as she looked at Lin Feng. Could it be that he too was drawn by the allure of Xiao Qingya? The thought of the soiree's main focus, the birthday celebration of Xiao Qingya from the Xiao family, crossed their minds. Chapter 24. The multifaceted Lin Feng. As the banquet reached its climax, the crowd suddenly fell silent. The lights dimmed, and the grand central doors swung open, revealing a woman in a white off-the-shoulder gown, clad in pure white. She resembled an angel descending to the mortal world, exuding an aura of purity and serenity that effortlessly captivated all who beheld her. The woman was escorted by a middle-aged man in a tailored suit, his chiseled features hinting at the striking handsomeness of his youth. The guests immediately surged forward to exchange pleasantries, and the man smiled warmly. "Everyone, I'm delighted you could attend my daughter's birthday celebration. Please enjoy yourselves." He then began greeting each guest individually. Lin Feng cast a glance at the woman and murmured to himself, "Her demeanor is so similar to Meng Qing's." Shaking off the thought, he returned to savoring the delicacies before him, rare treats he seldom had the chance to indulge in. Missing out would be a true loss. Yin Yuqing scanned the room anxiously for Lin Feng before spotting him tucked away in a corner, devouring the feast. She sighed inwardly, this guy. All he cares about is eating. Approaching him, she said with mild exasperation, "Why are you hiding here? Come with me. I need to introduce you to some people." Reluctantly abandoning the crab leg on his plate, Lin Feng trailed behind her with visible reluctance. Noticing his sullen expression, Yin Yuqing clicked her tongue in disapproval. "Do you even know what this banquet is for? Should I?" Lin Feng arched an eyebrow. Ignoring his retort, she continued, "This is the birthday celebration of Xiao Qingya, the princess of the Xiao family." Lin Feng nodded. "And?" Yin Yuqing stared at him in disbelief. "And? You don't know the Xiao family?" Lin Feng shook his head. The Xiao family is one of the most prestigious clans in the capital, with influence spanning antiques, dining, entertainment, and more, especially their passion for Jiangnan porcelain. Xiao Qingya is the favorite daughter of Xiao Yunhe, the family patriarch. So, before she could finish, Lin Feng interjected, "So I should grovel before the Xiao family? Or fawn over Xiao Qingya?" Yin Yuqing nodded. "Isn't that obvious?" Lin Feng suddenly sighed, tilting his head back at a 45-degree angle and pressing his hands to his forehead. He then fixed her with a gaze that made her frown in bewilderment. Slowly, he recited, "Bells and drums, fine dishes and jade. These are not true treasures. I only wish to stay drunk and never wake." He paused. "This is for you. Do you truly think I am that kind of person?" Yin Yuqing was stunned. Poetry, spoken so effortlessly and with such depth. A whirlwind of emotions churned within her. Admiration for his refusal to conform, yet astonishment at the maturity of his perspective. As she stood frozen, a voice interrupted her thoughts. "Yuqing? Who is this?" A middle-aged man approached, his expression curious, as were the faces of those around him. Snapping back to reality, Yin Yuqing nodded politely. "He has an author signed under our publishing house." "An author?" The man frowned, skepticism mirrored by the onlookers. "Just an author?" Yet everyone had witnessed her bringing Lin Feng here. "Yes," she confirmed. "The writer of Huaxia, Mu Feng, also known as Lin Feng." Yin Yuqing casually introduced Lin Feng, causing an abrupt silence among the middle-aged man's companions, who gazed at Lin Feng in astonishment. Xiao Yunhe and Xiao Qingya also turned their curious eyes towards him. "Are you Mu Feng?" inquired a relatively young man beside the middle-aged individual. Lin Feng glanced over and nodded. The middle-aged man quickly regained his composure, regarding Lin Feng intently as he remarked, "Young friend Lin, you are truly gifted." Lin Feng awkwardly waved his hand in response. Soon after, Yin Yuqing led Lin Feng away, leaving the middle-aged man standing there with a complex expression. Lin Feng, intrigued, looked at Yin Yuqing and mused, "Are you wondering why so impolitely left?" He is the chief editor of the Foreign Language Network, and our views often clash, Yin Yuqing explained to Lin Feng. Nodding in understanding, Lin Feng followed Yin Yuqing as she introduced him to a gathering of individuals who were equally astonished. For who could have anticipated that a Chinese author could be so youthful? The crowd soon engaged Lin Feng in enthusiastic conversation, relishing the cultural exchange. Although Yin Yuqing found herself unable to interject, she was content to observe from the periphery. "Young friend Lin, do you believe that Qin Shi Huang's unification of the 7 states was good or bad?" An elder inquired. "I believe it was beneficial. It strengthened national cohesion. One could argue that Qin Shi Huang played a crucial role in the narrative of Huaxia. Without his unification, the story could not have progressed," Lin Feng replied. "How do you perceive Emperor Wu of Han's elevation of Confucianism?" A middle-aged man asked. Emperor Wu's endorsement of Confucianism as the state's guiding ideology, while also incorporating various schools of thought, not only had a profound impact at the time, but also greatly influenced subsequent generations, thereby facilitating future writings. Lin Feng answered fluently, appearing to address their inquiries while simultaneously saying little of substance. After all, Lin Feng was the author. How he chose to depict the history within his work was a reflection of his own thoughts. Yet, the ideas he presented led the audience to acknowledge the immense value they derived from his insights, which is why they were so astonished to see Mu Feng appearing so youthful. However, a woman posed a question. Lin Feng, why did Yu take her own life? What was the fate of Shi Shi? Lin Feng regarded the short-haired woman before him, piquing Yun Yuqing's curiosity as well. After all, the fates of these two legendary women had only been briefly touched upon in Lin Feng's narrative. Yuji's demise was acknowledged, yet Shi Shi's fate remained unaddressed. Yuji took her own life to avoid dying after Xiangyu. As she was a woman of profound devotion, Lin Feng paused before continuing. As for Shi Shi, her outcome, after fulfilling her mission to aid the Yu kingdom in vanquishing Wu, she hanged herself in the pavilion of the beautiful women out of remorse for Wu King Fu Chai. Alternatively, some believe that after successfully completing her task and weakening Wu's power, she returned home to live a joyful life with family. Note, both viewpoints possess certain historical foundations. However, as Shi Shi is not a verifiable historical figure, the specifics of her fate may remain forever uncertain. As Lin Feng concluded his explanation, the young woman with short hair had reddened eyes as she gazed at him. Yun Yuqing sighed softly. Indeed, while the second outcome appeared more favorable, how could it not also be seen as a betrayal of Fu Chai? What are you all discussing? Your spirits seem rather low. Is it due to our inadequate hospitality? Xiao Yunhe approached, observing the somber expressions of the group. No, the Xiao family is splendid. It's just that we have heard some unfortunate news. A mediator quickly responded, regaining composure. Oh, what news could cause such a gloom? Xiao Yunhe inquired, puzzled by the collective melancholy. The fate of Shi Shi. A middle-aged man replied with resignation. Are you referring to the Shi Shi from Huaxia? Xiao Yunhe asked. The middle-aged individual seemed taken aback. Realizing that the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Yunhe, was indeed a reader of novels, and he nodded in acknowledgement. Xiao Yunhe not only read, but had also praised Mu Feng as an extraordinary talent on multiple occasions, feeling a sense of regret for not having encountered him sooner, as he had gleaned profound philosophies and perspectives on life from Huaxia. What, then, is the fate of Shi Shi? Xiao Qingya, seated beside Xiao Yunhe, posed the question first. The short-haired girl then recounted Lin Feng's earlier explanation of the ending, causing Xiao Qingya's beautiful eyes to glisten with unshed tears. How did you come to know this? Xiao Yunhe seized the moment, directing his inquiry toward the group. At once, all eyes turned toward Lin Feng, including Xiao Yunhe's, who initially appeared surprised but soon regained his composure, adopting a calm demeanor. And who might this young friend be? Xiao Yunhe asked. Hello, I am Lin Feng. He introduced himself with a polite demeanor. Lin Feng? Mu Feng. Xiao Yunhe exclaimed, incredulity washing over his features as he regarded Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded, and Xiao Qingya's gaze fixed intently on him, astonished by his youth and remarkable talent. Chapter 25. High mountains and flowing water. Lin Feng felt a bit embarrassed under the gaze of Xiao Qingya, scratching his head awkwardly. Xiao Yunhe offered a compliment and then departed with Xiao Qingya. After all, Lin Feng was merely talented and did not warrant excessive attention. Receiving praise from the head of the Xiao family, Xiao Yunhe was already quite commendable. Fortunately, Lin Feng was not one to cling to pride at the cost of discomfort, and Xiao Yunhe's departure actually made him feel much more at ease. Yun Yuqing observed Lin Feng turning back to his food with a mix of annoyance and amusement, exclaiming, You really enjoy eating, don't you? Curiously, she picked up a piece of pastry and brought it to her lips, discovering that it was indeed rather delicious. Lin Feng, with his mouth full, pointed at the pastry and mumbled, Try this. The flavor is exceptional. Intrigued, Yun Yuqing took a piece and tasted it. The delicate texture releasing a subtle fragrance of peach blossoms, not overly sweet, but imbued with a natural essence that compelled her to continue eating. Soon, the astonished gazes of others were drawn to the sight of these two handsome young men and beautiful women devouring the food voraciously. To be honest, most attendees at such gatherings were either prominent figures or their notable descendants. While the food at the banquet was not something they consumed daily, it was accessible if desired. The primary purpose of attending such gatherings was to forge connections. After all, it was a splendid opportunity, even if one were to sneak in. Listening to the discussions of influential figures and discreetly sipping some soup could yield considerable benefits. What if one were to befriend a powerful individual and subsequently rise to prominence? Therefore, while others were eager to network, Yun Yuqing and Lin Feng, who had been engrossed in their food, inadvertently attracted attention. Although Yun Yuqing was aware of her humble origins, her family background was far from ordinary, allowing her to forego the need for networking. However, who was that young man beside her? What was their relationship? As the crowd speculated, the parties involved seemed oblivious. It wasn't until Yun Yuqing suddenly felt herself choke, hands clutching her throat, that she began to panic and frantically tapped Lin Feng. Realizing her predicament, Lin Feng turned to her, and upon seeing her distressed silence, he quickly poured a glass of red wine and offered it to her. Yun Yuqing, in a fluster, gulped it down and took a moment to regain her composure, only to become acutely aware of the surrounding gazes, causing her fair cheeks to flush crimson. Embarrassed, she excused herself, while Lin Feng remained unperturbed, continuing to savor his meal. "Does this peach blossom pastry particularly delight you?" A voice, seasoned yet confident, inquired. Lin Feng turned to see an elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit, his hair white. Nodding in acknowledgement, the elder continued, seemingly lost in his own thoughts. Legend has it that the peach blossom pastry was favored by the imperial concubines of ancient times. One year, a concubine, enchanted by the sight of fallen peach blossoms, commanded that the petals be gathered and the palace chefs create pastries from them. Thus, the chefs combined petals, lard, flour, and red bean filling to craft these delicacies. After tasting them, the concubine praised them highly and named them peach blossom pastries. Subsequently, every year during the peach blossom season, she would summon the chefs to make these pastries, which gradually evolved over time into the modern version we have today. Lin Feng turned around, unable to discern any hidden tale within the peach blossom pastry. Wiping his mouth, he remarked, "The sweetness of this pastry is just right, neither oily nor greasy. Paired with fragrant tea, it is truly a delight for the palate." The elder's expression shifted from surprise to a knowing smile, his gaze betraying a sense of admiration as he replied, "I did not expect such a young person to appreciate it so much. Indeed, this peach blossom pastry is a rare delicacy, quite valuable and a splendid tribute." Pausing for a moment to observe the bustling crowd engaged in conversation, he picked up a piece of the pastry, savoring it slowly. "Alas, it is a pity that, apart from you, few have truly tasted this delight." Lin Feng wholeheartedly agreed. "Indeed, it is a shame for such exquisite cuisine to go uneaten. I wish I could take some home." The elder, with a twinkle in his eye, encouraged, "If you enjoy it, take some with you when you leave. No one will mind." Lin Feng, taken aback, exclaimed, "Really? Then I shall make sure to pack some properly." As the elder and Lin Feng leisurely enjoyed their treat in a corner, a few individuals recognized the elder but were deterred by his commanding gaze, halting their steps, while others lamented their failure to recognize him sooner. The elder wished only to relish this culinary experience with the young man, desiring no interruptions. Lin Yuqing, glancing back, was somewhat surprised to see Lin Feng sharing laughter with the elder, but chose not to intrude. While Lin Feng and the elder indulged in their gourmet experience, the banquet transitioned into another segment. A young man stepped forward, addressing the patriarch, Master Xiao. "My grandfather heard that Xingya's birthday is approaching and specifically asked me to present this fine Hetian jade." Xiao Yunhe gazed in astonishment at the exquisite jade before him, chuckling as he replied to the young man, "Huh, you should offer it to Xingya. It is not my birthday." Xiao Qingya, ever gracious, accepted the gift with a heartfelt thank you, while the young man beamed with joy, having fulfilled his task of delivering this offering. With the young man's gesture, others began to present their gifts as well. I have nothing of great value to offer, so I shall give you the necklace I often wear." A melodious voice rang out, silencing the crowd. All eyes turned to a striking figure clad in a flowing red dress that accentuated her fair complexion and lustrous black hair, a perfect harmony akin to a masterpiece crafted by an artist, leaving onlookers entranced. Her eyes sparkled like autumn waters, and her lips were as rosy as gems, evoking gasps of admiration. She was undeniably a vision of goddess-like beauty. "It's Yi Linyan," a voice exclaimed, prompting the crowd to collectively inhale sharply. They had not anticipated the presence of a Yi family, especially as Yi Linyan called out to Qingya. It seemed that the two families were not as estranged as rumor suggested. Rather, their relationship appeared to be quite amicable. Xiao Qingya's subsequent actions only reinforced the crowd's assumptions. With a graceful stride, Xiao Qingya approached, her beautiful eyes twinkling as she playfully glanced at Yi Linyan, saying, "You truly are something. You come unprepared and yet claim to gift me your necklace. Do you think I am unaware of its significance? Save it for your future husband." Yi Linyan smiled and said, "Everyone listen carefully. It's not that I refuse to give, but rather she declines to accept." The crowd dared not make a sound. Following this, Yi Linyan cheerfully greeted Xiao Yunhe, who responded with a hearty laugh. "Little Yun is doing quite well, becoming increasingly astute like your father." Yi Linyan humbly replied, "Wherever could that be? You flatter me, Uncle Xiao. I am still far from my father's prowess." Xiao Yunhe nodded with a smile and chose not to pursue the topic further. With Yi Linyan's arrival, the atmosphere of the banquet reached its zenith, and the guests began to offer their well wishes in succession. In contrast, Lin Feng continued to enjoy the peach blossom pastries with the elderly gentleman, who was taken aback by Lin Feng's genuine fondness for them, having witnessed him flaunting an entire plate. "Young friend, may I pose a question?" the elder inquired. Gazing at Lin Feng wiped his mouth before responding, "Please, Grandpa, go ahead. Are you truly the author of Huaxia?" The elder regarded Lin Feng with a hint of skepticism. Lin Feng nodded, feeling a twinge of disappointment at the disbelief, perhaps due to his youth. "Really? Indeed. You are Mu Feng?" "Absolutely. Huaxia is genuinely your work?" "Yes." "Well then, is that all you wish to ask, old man?" Lin Feng interjected, slightly exasperated, though aware that interrupting was impolite. The elder's expression of disbelief was somewhat amusing to Lin Feng. "All right, I merely wanted to inquire about the tale of Boya and Ziqi," the elder cautiously remarked, and then added, "I wish to understand how Boya and Zhong Ziqi came together. Boya was once a prominent minister of the Jin state, renowned as a master of the seven-stringed guqin, while Zhong Ziqi was merely an ordinary woodcutter. Their identities were starkly distinct. Because of the music," Lin Feng stated, taking a bite of crab leg. "What music?" the elder queried, his brow furrowing in confusion. It was understandable, as Lin Feng's intention in writing Huaxia was to elucidate history without delving into minute details, for that encompassed 5 millennia of history, and even a lifetime of writing would not suffice to cover all. Thus, many matters were merely glossed over. At that time, Boya, the minister of Jin, was dispatched to the Chu kingdom. On the eve of the Mid-Autumn Festival, he found himself alone on a small boat at the confluence of the Han River. But due to the tumultuous winds and waves, he sought refuge on a small hill, waiting for the storm to abate. Lin Feng sipped his wine and continued. Boya waited until nightfall. That evening, being mid-autumn, the moon shone exceptionally bright. Gazing at the luminous orb, he became lost in thought and inspired by the scene. He felt compelled to perform a piece. Thus, he took out his guqin and began to play with utmost concentration. Lin Feng narrated as though he were a spectator, and gradually the banquet fell into silence. Unbeknownst to them, both Lin Feng and the elder were engrossed in their exchange, oblivious to the quietude enveloping the surroundings. Xiao Yunhe looked on in astonishment, while Xiao Qingya was about to approach, but was halted by Xiao Yunhe from a distance. Yi Linyan too cast a curious glance in their direction. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Zhong Ziqi, who was gathering firewood on the mountain, sought refuge from the rain nearby. As he passed by, he was captivated by the enchanting melodies emanating from Boya's guqin. Zhong Ziqi became utterly entranced by the exquisite strains of Boya's music, gradually losing himself in the experience. When Yuboya concluded his performance, Zhong Ziki felt a profound sense of tranquility and could not help but express his heartfelt admiration. Lin Feng continued his narration. Meanwhile, Yuboya, absorbed in his playing, was brought back to reality by Zhong Ziki's praise. He promptly rose to greet him and played another piece for him. Upon finishing, Zhong Ziki remarked that the music was as magnificent as towering mountains, akin to an awe-inspiring peak. Delighted by this compliment, Yuboya played yet another tune, to which Zhong Ziki responded, describing the melody as resounding and flowing like a relentless river, truly marvelous. Thus, with each piece Yuboya played, Zhong Ziki provided unique feedback based on the characteristics of the music. The two shared an extraordinary connection, one silently performing while the other listened intently, offering timely responses. And thus they became kindred spirits, a tale of high mountains and flowing waters. Lin Feng swallowed hard, feeling a bit awkward. The elder seemed lost in contemplation until Xiao Qingya stepped forward and asked Lin Feng, what happened next? Lin Feng looked at Xiao Qingya with surprise, while Xiao Yunhe, with an apologetic look, addressed Lin Feng. I apologize for the interruption, Lin, my young friend. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, and then saw Xiao Qingya turn to the elder beside him and call out, Grandfather. Lin Feng's mind was in disarray, but he quickly regained his composure. Relieved he had spoken thoughtlessly, the elder nodded, seemingly retreating into his own world, and asked Lin Feng, is it truly for this reason? The elder voiced the unspoken thoughts of those around. Seeing this, Lin Feng continued, after Yuboya and Zhong Ziki became kindred spirits, Yuboya, upon completing his diplomatic mission, was to return to the state of Jin. They agreed to reunite a year later to play together again. However, when Yuboya returned during the Mid-Autumn Festival the following year, he waited long without sight of Zhong Ziki. Assuming Zhong Ziki had trouble finding the Han River entrance, he sat down to play, hoping to attract him with his music. Yet, after playing all night, Zhong Ziki was still absent. The next day, Yuboya inquired with a passing elder about Zhong Ziki's whereabouts. The elder regretfully informed him that Zhong Ziki had recently passed away from a grave illness. His last wish was for his family to construct his tomb by the riverbank, so that every year on the night of the 15th day of the 8th month, during the Mid-Autumn Festival, he could hear Yuboya's beautiful melodies. Grief-stricken, Yuboya followed the elder's directions to Zhong Ziki's grave, sitting by it to play a piece entitled High Mountains and Flowing Water. However, upon finishing, he could not help but let out a sorrowful sigh. Breaking the strings of his beloved guqin and casting it aside onto the nearby stone, exclaiming that his only true friend in this world had departed, leaving him to ponder. For whom could he play this instrument now? This is the tale of Bo Ye and his severed strings, a poignant narrative indeed. Lin Feng recounted the story, slowly, leaving the audience in contemplative silence. Even the elder remained quiet. To his surprise, he learned of the profound connection between Bo Ye and Ziqi, and he turned to Lin Feng, inquiring, why do you not inscribe their story? Lin Feng, with a helpless shake of his head, replied, it is impractical for me to document every individual. Such an endeavor would consume my entire lifetime. However, if time permits, I shall endeavor to elucidate a few stories in my leisure. The elder nodded in satisfaction and then asked, are you familiar with the performance of High Mountains and Flowing Water? Lin Feng affirmed with a nod, and the eyes of the onlookers sparkled with anticipation. Might you grace us with a rendition? The elder implored, his gaze filled with eager expectation. Lin Feng smiled and nodded. Fortunately, he had studied the guqin in his past life, and perhaps he could bring its beauty to this world as well. The elder then instructed someone to fetch his guqin. Chapter 26. Captivating all when the steward brought forth the guqin, Lin Feng excused himself to wash his hands. This act transcended mere habit. It embodied a profound cultural identity. In ancient times, musicians would perform rituals before playing, including incense burning, face cleansing, and changing attire. The Ming Dynasty musician Yang Biaozheng articulated, before strumming the guqin, one must burn incense to purify the space, sit firmly with a tranquil heart, harmonizing breath and spirit, aligning with the divine and the way. The incense referred to here is sandalwood, which, when burned, imparts a calming effect, grounding the performer and facilitating a swift immersion into the musical realm. The act of cleansing the face and changing attire reflects a deep reverence for the art, elevating the performance to a refined cultural expression. After cleansing, the oils from one's hands are washed away, thus safeguarding the strings from contamination and rust. Moreover, changing one's attire mandates a proper appearance. Sitting upright between the fifth position, avoiding any slouching or tilting, ensuring one's feet rest firmly on the ground. As Lin Feng settled on the stool, he positioned himself on the front two-thirds, maintaining a relaxed yet upright posture. He extended his graceful hands, took a towel to cleanse and dry them, preventing moisture, sweat, and oils from sullying the strings and diminishing their lifespan. Lin Feng dispelled all anxious thoughts, untroubled by the correctness of his playing or the audience's approval. Wholly absorbed in the act of music-making. Once prepared, the old man's demeanor transformed, embodying the essence of etiquette and culture grace. With his 10 fingers gliding over the strings, Lin Feng's gaze was tranquil and serene, his expression focused. In that moment, he shed the layers of frivolity, distancing himself from the clamor of the mundane world. In his eyes, only the guqin existed. As he plucked the strings, the notes danced through the air, akin to joyful sprites, each note pulsating with life, weaving a vivid melody that resonated with the essence of existence. The pure and untainted sound of the guqin effortlessly captivated the audience, the deep tones carrying a subtle weight, enveloping their hearts, soon transforming into a flowing symphony akin to celestial music. At times, it was as gentle as silk. At others, it soared with fervor. Immersed in the harmony of mountains and streams, one could feel the rhythm of life itself. The grandeur of nature echoed a musical poem, where the calls of mountain birds and the murmuring of streams ensnared all in a state of rapture. Within this natural amphitheater, the beauty and vitality of life were palpable. As his fingertips caressed the guqin, the notes flowed like a mountain stream, suffusing the air with an ancient yet refreshing aura. Everyone present perceived the imagery conjured by the music. Their minds became ethereal, their thoughts crystalline, and the vision was exquisite. The flowing notes of the guqin, dreamlike and surreal, evoked a tapestry of emotions, enchanting all with its timeless elegance. Gradually, the sound deepened before fading away, drawing the performance to a poignant close, leaving a lingering sense of wistfulness. Even more astonishing was the perfection of the melody that emanated from his 10 fingers. Xiao Qingya gazed at Lin Feng with astonishment in her beautiful eyes. She was well-versed in the art of music, having been taught the guzheng by a master. Yet Lin Feng displayed a prowess that rivaled, if not surpassed, those esteemed musicians. Not only was Xiao Qingya taken aback, but the crowd around them was equally mesmerized, pondering the truth that appearances can be deceiving. This seemingly ordinary youth was capable of producing such melodious sounds. While many of the elegantly dressed young lords at the ball were far from pure, they merely donned a facade. Yi Linyun, with her eyes wide in disbelief, found it hard to fathom that such a piece could be performed by one so young. Who was he? This question echoed in the minds of many, not just Yi Linyun. Meanwhile, Yin Yuqing's expression was complex. Was he a genius with an imaginative mind? A lover of wealth? A cynical spirit? A skilled pianist? A singer? Or is he simply the ethereal musician before her? The enigma surrounding Lin Feng was overwhelming. Xiao Yunhe observed Lin Feng with a flicker of intrigue in his gaze. The warmth of an elder was replaced by the shrewdness of a merchant, his sharp eyes seeming to penetrate Lin Feng's very essence. The old man, however, had closed his eyes, seemingly lost in the world of music they had just experienced, and after a moment, he slowly opened them, exclaiming, "Excellent! Excellent! Excellent!" Uttering the word thrice in admiration. Lin Feng smiled and nodded, maintaining an outward composure akin to an old sage, while internally he felt a rush of panic. Grateful that no one in this world had heard his performance. Otherwise, he would surely be the subject of ridicule for having forgotten the latter half, improvising on the spot. The middle-aged man spoke first, addressing Lin Feng. "Brother Lin, might I inquire if you possess the sheet music? I would hate for such a splendid composition to be lost to time. I would be willing to purchase it. Here is my business card. I am Chu He. The transition from referring to Lin Feng as a young friend to now addressing him as brother indicated a significant shift in perception. Such is the reality in the realm of the affluent, where there are no eternal friends, only enduring interests. Lin Feng, unhurried, approached the elder and discreetly took a piece of pastry, remarking, "It is best understood through experience than through words. However, I shall not sell the sheet music. Should the nation require it, I will donate it freely." In an instant, the banquet fell silent, only to erupt moments later. "Brother Lin, do consider. Mr. Lin, if this sheet music were to circulate, it would surely gain renown. Mr. Lin, I offer 50 million for the rights to use it. I'll give 80 million. I only desire the usage rights, not the copyright." It was at this moment that Lin Feng realized the extraordinary allure of the piece he had just performed. However, the words had left his lips with no room for retraction. After all, what could be wrong with donating it to the nation? He waved his hand dismissively, shaking his head in refusal. The crowd's enthusiasm dimmed slightly, and just as they were about to continue their persuasion, the elder spoke up. "Since our young friend Lin does not wish to sell, I implore you all to refrain from pressing the matter." He paused momentarily before continuing, "Moreover, I hope everyone can respect young friend Lin's wishes and avoid any further discussions." With that, the elder fell silent, and the audience had no choice but to acquiesce. As the banquet drew to a close, guests began to leave one by one. "Lin Feng, I hope you won't mind my taking the liberty to call you young friend Lin," remarked one of the departing guests. Old Master Xiao gazed at Lin Feng with the demeanor of an elder and inquired, "Of course not, Old Master Xiao." Lin Feng replied, nodding while savoring the pastries. At last, Old Master Xiao could no longer restrain himself, observing with a furrowed brow, "You have been eating the entire evening. Are you genuinely hungry, or—" Lin Feng, seemingly oblivious to the remark, picked up a piece of steak. He had not eaten all day, and truth be told, he was feeling rather full. He resolved to indulge in another crab, a serving of caviar, and a plate of salmon, accompanied by a few glasses of champagne, after which he would cease his feasting. As he dined, he sought out Yin Yuqing. Noticing her engaged in conversation with others, he reluctantly abandoned his pursuit. It seemed Yin Yuqing had sensed his gaze and turned to look in his direction. Chapter 27. Are you a genius? Noticing Lin Feng's gaze, Yin Yuqing felt slightly puzzled. After exchanging a few words with those beside her, she approached gracefully. "Grandfather Xiao," she greeted the elder with natural ease. The Yin family's girl has grown so much," Old Master Xiao remarked with a warm smile. Yin Yuqing nodded politely before turning to Lin Feng. "Let's go," she said, then addressed Old Master Xiao again. "Grandfather Xiao, I won't disturb you further." At that moment, Xiao Yunhe, Xiao Qingya, and Yi Linyan approached. They first paid their respects to Old Master Xiao before greeting Yin Yuqing. The three young women then engaged in casual conversation. Xiao Yunhe's eyes met Lin Feng's, but this time, his gaze lacked the condescension of an elder. Instead, it carried the shrewdness of a businessman. "Nephew Lin, you possess remarkable talent," he remarked. "Society often fails to respect talent until it reaches a certain stature." Lin Feng wiped his lips and responded humbly, "Uncle Xiao, you flatter me." Xiao Yunhe seemed pleased, chuckling meaningfully. "Ha! Talented yet modest, truly promising for one so young." Lin Feng understood that Xiao Yunhe wouldn't approach him without purpose, so he waited for the next words. "Nephew Lin, my daughter has always been fascinated by the Qin, yet she has never found a satisfactory teacher. I wonder." Xiao Yunhe spoke deliberately. Both Old Master Xiao and Lin Feng were taken aback, though the elder recovered quickly. "Indeed, my granddaughter is deeply devoted to the Qin, but lacks a suitable mentor. What are your thoughts, young friend Lin?" Lin Feng smiled wryly. "Uncle Xiao, Grandfather Xiao, I'm occupied with writing novels and prefer not to be constrained. You understand. That's no issue, Nephew Lin. Simply teach Qingya whenever you have time. No interference with your writing. A monthly salary of 100,000. My apologies, Uncle Xiao," Lin Feng declined politely. 200,000. It truly isn't about the money. 500,000. Xiao Yunhe exuded the confidence of vast wealth. "Distance is the concern, My home is far from the capital. 1,000,000 per month. I have an unoccupied villa near the Shao residence, free lodging and meals. Just 3 hours of teaching Qingya daily. Xiao Yunhe seemed determined to overwhelm him with wealth. Sir Xiao, Lin Feng replied, how can I bow my head to serve the mighty if it stifles my joy? Xiao Yunhe and old Master Xiao were momentarily stunned. Such refinement. Even a refusal carried such elegance. Very well, nephew Lin. Come whenever you can, no strict obligations. Agreed? Xiao Yunhe spoke hastily, fearing rejection. His invitation wasn't solely for Lin Feng's musical skill. It was his potential. Years in business had honed his instincts. Lin Feng was no ordinary man. If he chose to strive, success would come effortlessly. Better a friend than a future rival, especially with old Master Zhao's fondness for him. Thus, under the pretense of Qin lessons, he sought to secure Lin Feng's presence. Agreed. Lin Feng readily agreed, thinking that while he had refused a bow for mere 5 dough of rice just a moment ago, now he was being offered 6 dough without hesitation. The truth was he found it difficult to decline, especially considering the substantial stature of the other party. To refuse again would seem pretentious, and besides, he felt a sense of freedom in this arrangement. Where one resides is of little consequence, particularly when Dream King's family seemed quite affluent. In the future, should he venture to Jinling, having an ally would provide him with confidence. How could he expect Dream King's family to consent otherwise, relying solely on his writing or the talents in his mind? What worth do talents have without monetary backing? Xiao Yunhe clearly did not anticipate Lin Feng's immediate acceptance and burst into laughter, exclaiming, excellent, excellent. Lin nephew, you are truly genuine. Old Master Xiao was equally pleased, believing that Lin Feng harbored no ulterior motives. At that moment, 3 women approached, and it must be said that the trio formed a striking tableau, pure, icy, and enchanting. What are you laughing about, father? Xiao Qingya inquired, glancing at Xiao Yunhe. Qingya, you arrived just in time. I have just engaged a teacher for you, Xiao Yunhe replied, gesturing towards Lin Feng. Xiao Qingya was initially taken aback, but then, with her beautiful eyes, she nodded at Lin Feng, saying, hello, teacher Lin. Lin Feng shrugged, placing his hand over his nose, responding with a somewhat sheepish Before Xiao Qingya could continue, Yi Linyan interjected, Mr. Lin, do you still sing? Lin Feng was momentarily stunned, and both Xiao Yunhe and old Master Xiao were equally taken aback, looking at Lin Feng with astonishment. Slowly, Lin Feng nodded. Wow, I can't believe it, exclaimed both Xiao Yunhe and old Master Xiao in unison, unable to contain their surprise. Yi Linyan's beautiful gaze fixed upon Lin Feng, resembling a hungry wolf eyeing its prey, as she asked, I wonder if Mr. Lin could sing a song for us. Lin Feng glanced at Yin Yuqing, who appeared equally helpless. Just moments ago, the 2 girls had pulled her aside to inquire about Lin Feng, and she had recounted how she knew him. They seemed to latch onto the highlights. Lin Feng could play the piano and sing, his words flowing like poetry. Yi Linyan was a well-known star in the entertainment industry, currently contemplating a foray into music but struggling to find the right song. She was eager to see what Lin Feng could offer. Rest assured, if the song is good, I would be willing to purchase the rights. The price is not an issue, she stated grandly. Another one? Lin Feng mused inwardly, wondering if today might bring him unexpected fortune. Very well, he replied, moving towards the piano and addressing the middle-aged man playing it. May I perform a piece? The man glanced at the crowd behind Lin Feng and quickly vacated the seat. Miss Yi, this one is for you, Lin Feng declared, and with dexterous fingers, he began to play. I have grown weary of waiting your so-called arrangements. How long must I endure this? You always expect me to comply. The audience was astonished. Good heavens, you truly can sing. The 3 women were wide-eyed, particularly Yi Linyan, whose eyes sparkled with wonder. Xiao Yunhe and the elder Xiao were equally astonished, exchanging glances before sharing a wry smile as they turned their attention to Lin Feng, who was skillfully performing. In the past, the hopes you bestowed upon me were shattered time and again. Who? I have finally come to terms with the love that cannot return. Yet, you always realize too late, only to finally articulate your feelings, pleading with tears for me to stay. I have ultimately accepted the love that cannot return. There are far too many obstacles before us. Yet you cannot let go of my hand, preferring to be unambitious and imploring me not to depart. Depart. Behold the void of love in my hands. I beg you not to leave. Lin Feng slowly rose and looked at Yi Linyun, asking, what do you think? Yi Linyun, with her beautiful lips, was rendered speechless by shock, yet instinctively nodded. Meanwhile, the other two girls gazed at Lin Feng with stars in their eyes. Yun Yuqing could not help but exclaim, could it be that you are a genius? Chapter 28. Lost? As Lin Feng and Yun Yuqing departed from the banquet, it was already quite late. However, they casually packed a few boxes of peach blossom pastries. Linji, do come by tomorrow. Xiao Yunhe called out as he watched Lin Feng leave. Lin Feng nodded and drove away. After Lin Feng's departure, Xiao Qingya turned to Xiao Yunhe and inquired, Father, why should he teach me? Qingya, Lin Feng is a remarkably low-profile individual. He doesn't merely instruct on Huaxia. His writings are profoundly authentic, filled with thoughts that are astounding for a single person to conceive. They embody contradictions and conflicts, yet represent the pinnacle of that era, Xiao Yunhe explained, pausing momentarily. Thus, any field would recognize such a person as a genius. Having him teach you the Guqin is one aspect, but primarily, it's about forging a friendship. Having an ally is far superior to accumulating adversaries. Who knows, a century from now? Father, you're still young. Such notions are premature. Xiao Qingya interrupted. I understand, Father. Xiao Yunhe smiled and refrained from further commentary, returning to the hall to speak with Elder Xiao. Indeed, such young talent is rare. My brief interaction with him revealed a demeanor that is neither servile nor arrogant, distinctly unlike many others. Elder Xiao remarked to Xiao Yunhe. Yi Linyun approached Xiao Qingya and said, what is the matter? If you're not keen on him teaching you, you can pass him to me. That song he performed was truly enchanting. Suddenly, as if struck by a thought, she exclaimed, oh no, he didn't give me the lyrics. It's all right, there's no rush. He will come again tomorrow, and you can ask then, Xiao Qingya reassured her. All right, then I shall stay at your place tonight. It's been ages since we shared a bed. Yi Linyun teased playfully. Xiao Qingya shot her a glance, recalling how the girl always fidgeted at night. Lin Feng. Yin Yuqing called out, but fell silent afterward. At the traffic light, Lin Feng turned his head to observe Yin Yuqing, who appeared deep in thought. What's the matter? He inquired. Are you planning to cease your writing? Yin Yuqing asked softly. Why do you ask that? Lin Feng queried, perplexed. With the tutoring position at Xiao Qingya's, you're no longer in need of money, hence? Yin Yuqing sighed. Not at all. This job lacks stability. Who knows how long I can maintain it? Writing is my vocation, and I wouldn't abandon it so easily. Rest assured I won't. Besides, I merely perform. I'm not selling myself. I still have ample time, he replied, just as the light turned green. Lin Feng started the car and added, I have arranged with the head of the Xiao family not to let it interfere with my schedule. Yin Yuqing nodded in understanding, leaning back in the passenger seat and slowly drifting off to sleep. As Lin Feng drove, his thoughts wandered to Jinling. Meching, how are you? Why haven't you replied? This was a message Lin Feng had sent that morning. Since Mengqing's departure, he had received no response. Unbeknownst to him, Mengqing had indeed returned home, but her phone had been confiscated and she was under strict supervision, fearful that she might attempt to escape. At that moment, in a luxurious villa room in Jinling, Mengqing had already gone a day without food. Miss, please have a bite. You mustn't neglect your health. Zhang Ma implored gently from outside the door. Zhang Ma, please take it back. I want to eat. Mengqing replied softly from beneath her covers. Miss, if you let yourself starve, the master will be heartbroken. Zhang Ma continued to plead earnestly. I want to eat, Mengqing repeated succinctly. Sighing, Zhang Ma lamented, alas. Mengqing gazed out at the moon, her mind swirling with thoughts. Lin Feng, have you been looking for me? Do you miss me? Before I left, I treated you so harshly. Will you be disappointed in me? Perhaps even cease to care for me? Lin Feng, I'm sorry. It was never my intention. I was merely afraid, unbeknownst to her. Tears streamed down Mengqing's cheeks. Suddenly, the door swung open, and in a flurry, she wiped her face and exclaimed, Didn't I say not to enter my room without permission? Turning seen not Zhang Ma, but her father, Meng Hai, she found his countenance stern, an undeniable authority in his gaze as he addressed Zhang Ma. Is she still not eating? With a pained expression, Zhang Ma nodded in response. Meng Hai glanced at Meng Qing, but said nothing more, his eyes betraying no emotion as he turned to leave. Miss, please eat something. If you harm your health, he will be saddened too, Zhang Ma implored once more. In truth, the affair between Lin Feng and Meng Qing was no secret within the Meng household, nor in the entirety of Jinling. After all, Meng Qing's departure had sent ripples throughout the prominent families of the city. Will Lin Feng be saddened? Meng Qing wiped her tears and addressed Zhang Ma. Zhang Ma, where is the food? I shall eat now. Zhang Ma's furrowed brow relaxed as she replied at last. The miss is ready to eat. The food has cooled somewhat. I will go heat it up. Saying this, she picked up the dishes to leave. No need. I will eat it now, Meng Qing stated, taking the food from Zhang Ma's hands, much to her astonishment, and began to eat. Zhang Ma looked on with concern. Having cared for Meng Qing since her childhood, Zhang Ma felt a bond akin to that of a mother and daughter, despite not being related by blood. Meanwhile, in the capital, Yin Yuqing slowly opened her eyes, initially startled, then turned to Lin Feng, who was fiddling with the navigation. What are you doing? She asked, her voice still hoarse from sleep. Lin Feng locked the car doors, his intense gaze fixed on Yin Yuqing. Are you aware of the recent sensational murder case? Yin Yuqing nodded, perplexed. The dismemberment had caused quite a stir. Lin Feng, having closed his lips, continued, in the dead of night, in the wilderness. A solitary man and woman, with no witnesses, no evidence, and no surveillance. He fell silent, his eyes still on Yin Yuqing. Feeling a chill from his penetrating stare, she suddenly recalled that the suspect, according to police reports, was a young man, likely a psychological deviant. The thought sent shivers down her spine. With her right hand subtly reaching for the seatbelt and her left hand hovering over the door handle, she kept her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Lin Feng said little, merely pursing his lips and smiling as he gazed at Yin Yuqing. At that moment, Yin Yuqing was in utter despair, trembling as she stammered, Lin Feng, please, don't frighten me. I'm scared. At that moment, the poised demeanor of a powerful female executive had vanished, revealing a young girl, not yet 18, paralyzed by the fear of a killer. Lin Feng, feeling a sudden awkwardness, rubbed his nose and sheepishly replied, Ahem, you misunderstand. The truth is, I was just lost in thought and lost my way. I'm unsure of where the hotel is. Yin Yuqing momentarily froze, then responded, Lost. Lost your way? Chapter 29. Could it be that we truly encounter a murderer? At that moment, Yin Yuqing suddenly realized, her cheeks flushed with indignation as she shouted, Lin Feng, what? You're just overthinking things. Lin Feng shrugged nonchalantly. Yin Yuqing chose to ignore his retort and exited the vehicle, preparing to drive to the hotel herself. It seems. We're low on fuel, Lin Feng admitted sheepishly, scratching his nose. Yin Yuqing was taken aback. Where on earth have you driven us to? Although I have not refueled since returning from my business trip, it should have run out completely. I don't know. I saw you sleeping so soundly that I thought I would scout the way myself, Lin Feng replied. Then where are we now? Yin Yuqing shot him an exasperated glance. I have no idea. There's no signal here, Lin Feng remarked, gazing into the silent darkness. Yin Yuqing could no longer contain her frustration at that moment. She wished to give Lin Feng a piece of her mind. Seeing her reaction, Lin Feng surrendered, reclined his seat, and said, Let us just sleep. We'll wait for morning and hopefully find a passerby to help us. With that, he switched off the car lights. Yin Yuqing stood there, incredulous at the absurdity of the situation. Resigned, she opened the sunroof, leaning back to gaze at the starry sky through the glass. Hearing the movement, Lin Feng opened his eyes and teasingly remarked, Luxury cars are just different, huh? Look at that little sunroof. Yin Yuqing ignored him, her displeasure still palpable. The atmosphere grew awkward for a moment, but as she gazed at the vast expanse of stars, her mood began to lift. It had been a long time since she had relaxed enough to appreciate the night sky since starting her job. Indeed, it was ironic how everyone, caught up in their busy lives, seldom took a moment to look up at the magnificent universe above them. Lin Feng, do you have any plans for the future? Yin Yuqing asked, still lost in stars. I don't know. I'm just an ordinary person with no grand ambitions. I want to write novels, live my life without worries about food or clothing, and when I'm bored, travel and take photos." Lin Feng replied softly, his eyes closed. "I envy that." Yin Yuqing confessed. "Oh, Miss Yin envies me, a mere commoner? You have no worries about food or clothing and plenty of money. Why envy my ordinary life?" Lin Feng teased. "But I get tired too," Yin Yuqing said, almost self-deprecatingly. She fell silent, her gaze shifting towards Lin Feng. The starlight filtered through the window, casting a gentle glow on his profile. In that moment, his straight nose, deep-set eyes, and slightly upturned lips were illuminated, and his long eyelashes seemed to hold the stars themselves. Under the starlight, Lin Feng's side profile resembled the brightest star in the night sky, distant yet enigmatic, shimmering with a unique brilliance that was both profound and irresistible. "Lin Feng, sometimes I feel like you don't belong to this world," Yin Yuqing blurted out unexpectedly. Realizing her words, she offered a bitter smile, thinking she might be too worn out lately to express such absurd thoughts. However, she failed to notice the subtle quiver at the corner of Lin Feng's lips. "Lin Feng, tell me a story." Yin Yuqing, having recently awakened, was not particularly fatigued. "Well, consider it my compensation for leading you astray into this desolate wilderness. Once, there was a kind-hearted young man, around 20 years of age, yet unmarried and childless. He spent his days in the company of an old yellow ox, earning him the name Niulong or cowherd. Tragically, shortly after his birth, both of his parents passed away, and he was raised by his elder brother and sister-in-law. They treated him with extreme harshness, showing no regard for him as a brother, forcing him to toil in the fields from dawn till dusk, providing him only meager sustenance. One day, after finishing his work, Niulong sat alone on a hillside, lamenting, "Life is too difficult for a solitary soul. If only you could speak, dear brother, how delightful it would be to share a conversation." To his astonishment, as soon as he finished speaking, the old yellow ox spoke. "Niulong, I'm the golden ox star from the heavens, banished to this realm for violating celestial laws. Your words have awakened some of my powers, indicating that your fortune has arrived. Today, several celestial maidens will bathe at the Phoenix Pool. You should go and hide the red, celestial garment of the maiden clad in red. She shall become your wife. Remember, it must be red." Eventually, the two became united. However, this bliss was short-lived. The inevitable soon occurred. During a morning assembly, the Queen Mother of the West learned of this transgression and was furiously incensed. The heavenly regulations explicitly forbid all deities from consorting with mortals. The weaving maiden has violated these laws, disregarding the established order. Nearby, a minor celestial maiden whispered, "The weaving maiden is doomed." The seven from the peach garden was punished for illicitly mingling with mortals and remains imprisoned at Mount Hua. Consequently, the Queen Mother commanded celestial soldiers to retrieve the weaving maiden and bring her back for punishment. Lin Feng recounted this tale, anticipating that Yin Yuqing would react like other girls, bursting into tears. Such a romance seems overly simplistic. Niulong merely spied on the weaving maiden bathing, stole her garment, and whisked her away as his bride, leading a life of domestic bliss thereafter. Yin Yuqing retorted indignantly, "Moreover, I perceive Niulong's pursuit of the weaving maiden as nothing short of a rogue's tactic. Not only did he spy on her while she bathed, but he also concealed her clothing, capturing a naked beauty with empty hands." She continued to express her discontent. Furthermore, the Queen Mother was indeed furious with Niulong's lewd actions, hiding the feather garment and abducting her innocent daughter. But considering her own daughter as child, she refrained from punishing him, allowing them to meet once a year on the Qixi festival. Isn't this akin to the practices of procuring brides in the mountains? In modern terms, such acts would constitute the crime of abduction, Yin Yuqing declared. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback, not expecting such clarity of thought from her. He then coughed lightly. After all, it's just a legend. One should merely listen and not take it too seriously. As the storm of emotions within Yin Yuqing began to subside, a lingering frustration kept her awake. She turned to Lin Feng and requested, "Please tell me another tale that won't incite my anger." Once upon a time, there was a mountain, and within that mountain stood a temple, where an old monk resided alongside a young novice. The old monk would recount, once upon a time, there was a mountain. After Lin Feng repeated this several times, he abruptly halted. Stop, stop. What do you mean by that? Yun Yuqing interjected. At that moment, Lin Feng swiftly covered her mouth. Following his gaze, Yun Yuqing noticed a shadowy figure outside the window. Her eyes widened in alarm. Fortunately, the car was unlit, rendering its interior invisible to the outside world. The figure lingered by the window for what felt like an eternity, and Yun Yuqing held her breath, too fearful to make a sound. After what seemed like an interminable wait, the shadow appeared to have departed. Just as she exhaled a sigh of relief, she whispered, Lin Feng, what should we do? Before she could finish her thought, Lin Feng's large hand swiftly covered her mouth once again. Following his gaze, she turned to look behind, only to find that the shadow had inexplicably reappeared at the back of the car. A chilling thought raced through Yun Yuqing's mind. Could it be that they were facing a genuine murderer? Chapter 30. Will I stay here from now on? Yun Yuqing gazed out of the rear window, relieved that the car was equipped with a privacy film. An unsettling anxiety surged within her, causing her to clutch Lin Feng's hand tightly. In this isolated vehicle, surrounded by the vastness of the wilderness and enveloped by the darkness of the night, an inexplicable fear crept into her heart. Although she dared not utter a sound, her grip on Lin Feng's hand was her only source of comfort. What lies beyond? Lin Feng? Yun Yuqing whispered into his ear. Lin Feng responded by placing a finger over her lips, signaling her to remain silent. Suddenly, a shadowy figure outside the car broke the stillness, its voice echoing like a ghost wandering in the night. The sound was chilling and hoarse, sending a shiver down Yun Yuqing's spine. Her mind raced with fearful possibilities. Were they being followed? Or was a wild beast lurking nearby? The more she pondered, the more her dread intensified. Petrified, Yun Yuqing remained mute, gripping Lin Feng's hand for a semblance of reassurance. She shut her eyes tightly, striving to steady her racing heart. Yet tranquility eluded her. It all felt like a scene from a horror film, prompting her to question whether they had mistakenly ventured into the wrong place. Lin Feng, too, sensed the palpable tension and cautiously peered out the window, but nothing was discernible in the darkness, no matter how hard he strained his eyes. The unfamiliar environment and the eerie noises instilled a flicker of fear within him as well, yet he knew he had to maintain composure. Minutes ticked by, and gradually, the menacing figure seemed to withdraw. As time passed, the sounds receded, ultimately fading into the obscurity of the night. Yun Yuqing's heart finally began to ease. She released her clenched fists and exhaled a long breath. Lin Feng, too, felt a wave of relief wash over him, his expression softening as he relaxed in the driver's seat. Has it gone? Yun Yuqing inquired softly. Keep your voice down. It could be a thief. We don't know if he has accomplices, Lin Feng replied seriously, turning his gaze back to the window, but the darkness rendered everything invisible. Get some sleep. I will rest later, Lin Feng suggested to Yun Yuqing. Okay, she responded, still gripping Lin Feng's hands as if they were her sole anchor of safety. A sleepless night passed, and dawn broke, illuminating their surroundings. Lin Feng could vaguely discern the scenery around them, feeling the gentle arrival of morning light as the shadows dissipated. Outside the window lay a serene natural landscape, starkly contrasting the terrifying scene of the previous night. Yun Yuqing stirred awake, realizing she was still clutching Lin Feng's hand against her chest. She exclaimed, hastily withdrawing her grip. Lin Feng opened his weary eyes, revealing bloodshot whites that indicated he had not slept a wink throughout the night. What is your name? You held my hand so tightly yesterday that I couldn't pull away. My arm is sore, Lin Feng remarked, exasperated. Yun Yuqing retorted, recognizing her fault, and chose to ignore Lin Feng. At this moment, a truck approached, prompting Lin Feng to rush over and stop it. After he handed the driver 3 bills, he managed to acquire some 95-octane fuel. Yun Yuqing looked at Lin Feng with a twinge of concern as he poured the 95-octane fuel into her vehicle, knowing well that she typically only used 98. Lin Feng reassured her, it's fine, it's not 92. 95 is perfectly acceptable. Once the refueling was complete, Yun Yuqing insisted that Lin Feng rest while she took the wheel. Leaning against the passenger seat, Lin Feng soon dozed off during the drive. Yin Yuqing gazed at the sleeping Lin Feng with a complex expression. Upon arriving at the hotel, she chose not to wake him, and as she observed his peaceful slumber, a hint of tenderness welled up in her eyes. Perhaps sensing her gaze, Lin Feng gradually opened his eyes to find Yin Yuqing staring intently at him. "Are you planning to do away with me?" he quipped. Yin Yuqing rolled her eyes and replied, "We've arrived at the hotel." With that, she opened the passenger door and playfully kicked Lin Feng out, driving off without a backward glance. Lin Feng rubbed his sore backside, ready to unleash a string of curses, when a thunderous roar caught his attention. A sleek black sports car swept toward him and came to a halt. Impressive driving skills, Lin Feng thought, narrowly avoiding a collision. The door swung open to reveal a pair of long, elegant legs, followed by a woman stepping out of the car, dressed in a flowing azure gown. She looked at Lin Feng and inquired, "Mr. Lin, are you ready?" As she removed her sunglasses, Lin Feng recognized her as Lin Yun and was struck by puzzlement. "Where to?" he asked. Just then, another pair of long legs appeared from the passenger seat. Xiao Qingya, adorned in a white dress that gracefully showcased her shoulders and exquisite collarbones, resembling a work of art. The two women stood by the car, drawing the attention of passers-by. Although the hotel was frequented by business people, the sight of these two stunning beauties evoked a mythical aura akin to that of Bai Shi and Qing Shi. "Mr. Lin, my father instructed me to show you some properties today." Xiao Qingya's voice rang out, devoid of discernible emotion. Lin Feng recalled the events of the previous evening's banquet, nodded, and climbed into the vehicle. As the car began to move, Lin Yun turned to Lin Feng and asked, "Mr. Lin, may I call you Lin Feng?" He chuckled lightly and nodded. Her laughter chimed like silver bells. "Qingya, you must address Lin Feng as master, while I, Lin Yun, can call you by your name directly." How delightful! Realization dawned on Lin Feng, and he understood the playful banter. Xiao Qingya shot a disdainful glance at Lin Yun, who began to hum a cheerful tune. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingya gazed out the window, lost in thought, while Lin Feng leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes. Before long, the car glided into a serene villa district, and Lin Feng was taken aback by the tranquility. This peaceful estate was enveloped by lush greenery, with a placid lake reflecting the sky, exuding an air of calm and serenity. The garden at the center of the estate was exquisitely designed, showcasing a riot of colorful blooms, resembling a vibrant canvas. From crimson roses to pink orchids, and from lavender to white carnations, each blossom appeared strikingly vivid and enchanting. In the garden, a diminutive fountain danced with droplets, sparkling with a soft luminescence, reminiscent of a string of crystalline necklaces. Lin Feng marveled, noting the distinctiveness of the affluent world. Soon, the car halted before a white villa, its classic and elegant architectural style exuding an aura of freshness, cleanliness, and nobility, radiating a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Xiao Qingya spoke, "Mr. Lin, we have arrived." Lin Feng alighted from the vehicle and entered the villa, where the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows and soaring ceilings enhanced the brightness and transparency of the interior, harmonizing seamlessly with the natural light from outside. The choice of materials for the floors, walls, and furnishings predominantly featured white tones, creating a refreshing and pleasant living environment. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback, realizing the extent of wealth present. His gaze instinctively shifted toward the white piano positioned in the center of the living room, and he gasped in awe. "Mr. Lin, this will be your residence from now on," Xiao Qingya remarked, glancing at Lin Feng while shaking her phone. "I will be living here?" Lin Feng exclaimed, astonished, his mouth agape. Chapter 31. Dreaming of you, yes, Mr. Lin. If you need anything, feel free to contact me. "Let's exchange contact information," said Xiao Qingya, as she picked up her phone to scan a QR code. "I'd like to add you as well," Lin Yun chimed in, retrieving her phone to do the same, and soon Lin Feng was added to their contacts. "Xiao Qingya still calls him Mr. Lin? When you plan to speak up?" Lin Yun teased, a playful glint in her eyes. "Lin Yun." Xiao Qingya's face visibly flushed with embarrassment. Lin Feng, feeling awkward, excused himself to explore the house. It was undeniable. The residence was vast. He could change rooms every day for a week without repetition. "Remarkable," Lin Feng mused as he stepped into one of the bedrooms. Sunlight poured into the room, and although it remained uninhabited, it was evidently well-maintained and spotless. He leisurely approached the bed and reclined against it. After Xiao Qingya and Yi Linyun finished their playful banter, they noticed Lin Feng had ascended the stairs. Upon reaching the upper floor, they found him dozing at the edge of the bed. Sunlight streamed through the white curtains, and a gentle breeze caressed the man's face. Lin Feng, having neglected to change out of his clothes from the previous day, sported an open collar that revealed his alluring Adam's apple. The light accentuated his youthful charm, reminiscent of a cherished memory. The two girls were momentarily captivated. "Qingya, don't you think Lin Feng is rather handsome?" Yi Linyun whispered, lowering her voice. "Indeed, it's not every day that a man earns your praise," Xiao Qingya replied before heading downstairs. Reluctantly, Yi Linyun tore her gaze away, following her down. "I suppose we must wait for Lin Feng to awaken before discussing the collaboration," she remarked, retrieving the contract she had prepared earlier from her bag. Xiao Qingya nodded in agreement, unaware that Lin Feng would slumber until the afternoon, with nothing to occupy them. And given that Xiao Qingya was tasked by her father to stay, while Yi Linyun had a contract to finalize, the two girls remained in the villa. After finishing the meal that had been delivered, they found themselves idly watching a drama in the living room. As they witnessed a passionate kiss between the lead couple, Yi Linyun curiously inquired, "Qingya, what does it feel like to kiss?" "How would I know? I've never kissed anyone," Xiao Qingya replied with a roll of her eyes. Then added, "Aren't you in the industry? What does it feel like? I always use a stunt double for that. I've never kissed anyone myself." "I wouldn't just casually kiss someone," Yi Linyun retorted. Then, with a mischievous glint in her eye, she turned to Xiao Qingya and said, "Qingya, if I manage to win Lin Feng over, will you call me teacher's wife?" "You're dreaming." Xiao Qingya laughed, playfully swatting at Yi Linyun. Just as Yi Linyun stood up, the playful slap landed squarely on her rear. "Hey, you're taking advantage of me," Yi Linyun exclaimed, her cheeks flushed as she shot a glance at Xiao Qingya, who was now teasingly reaching toward her chest. The two girls erupted into laughter and playfulness. Lin Feng, groggy and disoriented, blinked awake, thinking to himself, "This is unbearable." Descending the stairs, I was immediately greeted by the sounds of commotion. Following the noises, I beheld two young women playfully tussling on the sofa. Yi Linyun was playfully atop Xiao Qingya, the sunlight casting a mischievous glow upon them. Xiao Qingya's cheeks flushed slightly, her skirt slipping down her delicate shoulder. Her hair in disarray, Yi Linyun, resembling a mischievous sprite, now appeared even more like a serpentine enchantress. The spirited frolic came to an abrupt halt as they noticed Lin Feng's presence, their expressions frozen in surprise. How tantalizing! A moment of unexpected intimacy? Lin Feng, feeling somewhat embarrassed, rubbed his neck and said, "Ahem, please continue, don't mind me." He stood there awkwardly. A hint of embarrassment washed over the two women. The food has arrived from Auntie. It's in the kitchen. You should eat first," Xiao Qingya suggested, her face still tinged with crimson. With a sense of regret, Lin Feng made his way to the kitchen. As he departed, Xiao Qingya shot a disapproving glance at the smirking Yi Linyun, saying, "Get down from there." By the time Lin Feng returned after finishing his meal, the two women had composed themselves. Xiao Qingya sat regally on the sofa, while Yi Linyun curled up like a playful serpent, her smooth feet and fair calves on display as she smiled brightly at Lin Feng. Were it not for the lingering blush on their faces, Lin Feng might have believed he had awakened from an enchanting dream. "Lin Feng, Master, Yi Linyun wishes to discuss a contract with you," Xiao Qingya began, but then seemed to remember something and altered her statement. Lin Feng, taken aback, picked up the contract from the table and perused its contents. It was a simple agreement, intending to grant Yi Linyun the singing rights to the song he had performed the previous day for 3 years, while retaining ownership and copyright for himself. Without further ado, he affixed his signature. Yi Linyun, brimming with joy, seized the contract and inquired, "Lin Feng, when will you provide me with the lyrics and music?" "Wait for my return. I need to head back today to organize some things," Lin Feng replied. Yi Linyun nodded in understanding, and with the contract signed, the two women took their leave. Lin Feng also returned a phone call to Yun Yuqing before boarding a flight back home. Upon landing and taking a taxi back to his neighborhood, the evening had already descended. Walking along the familiar streets, Lin Feng found his thoughts drifting back to earlier days. Back then, a certain girl often accompanied him, calling out his name with a cheerful smile, always inquiring about this and that, pausing to admire the moon and stars, coaxing him to sing. Snapping back to reality, Lin Feng opened his door to the familiar scent of his home, yet the essence of Mengqing seemed to be fading, as if she had never existed. Like a fleeting dream, after finishing his meal and taking a shower, he lay on his bed, the absence of a familiar presence making him question whether this was all merely a dream. I must not let Mengqing return only to find me gone. In a flurry, he rushed into his study, grabbing a pen to write a note. Mengqing, when you next come here, if you cannot find me, please come to Beijing to seek me out. Lin Feng. After finishing the note, he sent a message to Mengqing, but it felt as if it had sunk into the depths of the ocean. The night deepened. Mengqing, I miss you. In Jinling, the Meng residence. At this moment, Mengqing was still in the room, desperately pleading with Zhang Ma. Please, just let me use my phone for a while. Zhang Ma hesitated before responding. Miss, the master has instructed me not to allow you to use electronic devices. I promise I won't make any calls. I just want to read a novel, Mengqing implored, her large, innocent eyes gazing at Zhang Ma with a pitiful expression. Miss, it would be difficult for me to explain this to the master, Zhang Ma replied. Very well. Mengqing sighed, her spirits dampened as she leaned against the edge of the bed. Lin Feng, how are you? I miss you. As the night stretched on, sleepless and burdened, she felt an ache in her heart, alone beside the silence. Meanwhile, Lin Feng awoke in the morning, tidied up, and reluctantly left the house, closing the door with a sense of longing. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated to depart, fearing that if Mengqing returned, she might not find him. What if she came out again? However, he quickly resolved himself. Yes, he could shelter Mengqing, but would her family ever consent? Would they agree to her marrying an ordinary man who possessed only the ability to write novels and play the piano? The answer was undoubtedly no. Therefore, Lin Feng yearned to stand openly before Mengqing, unashamed and resolute. Chapter 32. New abode. As Lin Feng disembarked from the plane, it was already noon. He chose not to disturb anyone and proceeded to the villa with his luggage. Fortunately, Xiao Qingya had previously arranged for his identity information to be registered, allowing him easy access. Upon entering the empty villa, Lin Feng placed his belongings in the bedroom, took a refreshing shower, and then descended to the living room to retrieve his computer. He began uploading his latest chapter, which delved into the tumultuous period at the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty and the onset of the Three Kingdoms. Lin Feng perused the reviews, all of which were overwhelmingly positive. Good heavens, how is it possible to maintain such a rigorous line of thought? What? Has the Han Dynasty truly fallen into decline? From upstairs came a voice. What are you lamenting about? Did not the Qin Dynasty also meet its demise? Alas, I eagerly await the new chapters, he mused. As Lin Feng contemplated the comments, his phone rang. He glanced at the screen and saw it was Yun Yuqing. Hello? Lin Feng answered lazily. Have you arrived in the capital? Yun Yuqing's voice was somewhat muffled, as if she were in a bustling meeting. Yes, I just got here, Lin Feng replied. Send me your address. I'll take you out for a tour shortly, she said casually. There's no need. I do prefer to rest for a bit. Tomorrow, I have to go to the Xiao family to teach Xiao Qingya how to play the piano. Lin Feng politely declined. All right then, just send me your address, and I'll find time to visit you, Yun Yuqing said before abruptly ending the call, leaving no room for Lin Feng to refuse. After sending her the address, Lin Feng set his phone aside and rose to prepare a meal. In reality, it was merely a matter of boiling noodles. In the living room, Lin Feng pondered how he would teach Xiao Qingya the next day, a conundrum that left him rather perplexed. Well, I suppose I'll cross that bridge when I come to it, he thought, realizing the refrigerator was nearly empty due to the lack of occupants. Lin Feng changed his clothes and went out to buy groceries. Fortunately, the villa area was not too remote, and he quickly found a supermarket using the navigation app. Lin Feng was taken aback to discover the pork was priced at 25 yuan per pound. Do these pigs feed on gold? He thought, feeling a pang of regret. Although he was now close to being a millionaire, the price still stung. After a rather painful shopping experience, Lin Feng returned to the villa and was surprised to find Yun Yuqing waiting at the entrance. What brings you here? he asked suddenly. Yin Yuqing seemed startled for a moment, but quickly recognized him. Were you not home? I went grocery shopping, he replied, lifting the shopping bag as evidence. You can cook? She inquired, a hint of astonishment in her voice. Do you underestimate me? Lin Feng teased, then proceeded to open the door. Yin Yuqing followed him inside, idly examining the interior decor. I'm hungry, she declared, settling onto the sofa while watching Lin Feng. The setting sun cast a warm glow on Yin Yuqing's profile, creating a moment of ethereal beauty reminiscent of dreams from the past. Lin Feng? Yin Yuqing called out, noticing his momentary daze, and waved her hand to rouse him from his reverie. Her captivating eyes reflected a hint of confusion as they met his. Nothing. I'll go prepare the meal, Lin Feng stammered, regaining his composure with an amused chuckle as he headed to the kitchen. Yin Yuqing watched him leave, pondering Lin Feng. What odd expression he has. Yin Yuqing, feeling somewhat fatigued, leaned against the sofa, pondering to herself, it should be a while longer. I'll take a short nap. When Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen after finishing dinner, he found Yin Yuqing already fast asleep. Dusk had fallen, and the sun continued its relentless descent, invading much of the room with its light. As the sun gradually set, the horizon was painted with vibrant hues of twilight. And soon, the sun vanished, taking the evening glow with it. The living room, adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows, seemed almost sentient in its playful ambience. Yin Yuqing, curled up on the sofa near the balcony, appeared serene, her breathing steady. Lin Feng stood silently in the living room, quietly observing the woman before him, though one could discern that his mind was adrift in thought. Dreaming of you, how are you? He whispered softly before returning to reality. He approached her gently, nudging her awake, saying, dinner is ready. Please rise. All right, Yin Yuqing murmured, her voice reminiscent of a sleepy kitten. Gradually, she sat up and made her way to the kitchen. Lin Feng, this is delicious, she exclaimed, her cheeks puffed with food. Lin Feng chuckled softly as he watched her devour her meal. Lin Feng, may I request a piano piece from you? I heard you play once before, and it was truly remarkable. Yin Yuqing suddenly inquired. Lin Feng initially froze in surprise, then smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. He made his way to the piano, seated himself, and delicately placed his hands upon the keys. With fervor, Lin Feng began to play, his fingers dancing swiftly and accurately, each note seemingly flowing from the depths of his heart. The music resonated like the shimmering surface of a lake, filling the room with a soothing and tranquil atmosphere. As his fingers caressed the keys, the melodies cascaded like a clear spring, enveloping all in a captivating serenade. While Lin Feng played, the door was unexpectedly pushed open. Xiao Qingya and Yi Linyan quietly entered, standing silently at the side, completely unnoticed by Lin Feng. Yi Linyan gestured to Yin Yuqing to remain silent, then turned her attention to the performance, listening intently. The admiration and astonishment in their eyes grew increasingly evident, completely entranced by Lin Feng's music. Their souls seemed tethered by a delicate thread, momentarily shedding all worries and pressures, utterly captivated by his piano performance. Xiao Qingya's gaze was filled with reverence and wonder, fully immersed in Lin Feng's artistry. The music was so splendid and enchanting that it resembled celestial harmonies, irresistibly drawing them into its embrace. Under Lin Feng's spellbinding performance, Xiao Qingya and Yi Linyan felt as if they had transcended time, wandering through the flow of youthful memories. They could not help but feel a profound longing for this blissful moment to endure. As Lin Feng concluded his final notes, he turned to see the expressions on Xiao Qingya and Yi Linyan's faces. He smiled at Yin Yuqing, saying, "It seems my music has captivated them as well." Yin Yuqing burst into giggles. At that moment, an unspoken understanding united them all. Lin Feng's piano skills were truly extraordinary. Lin Feng, your piano talent is simply remarkable. Upon hearing your performance, we were utterly captivated, as if we had been transported to a mesmerizing realm of music, praised Xiao Qingya. Yi Linyan concurred, exclaiming, "Indeed, Lin Feng, your piano melodies are simply exquisite. Each note is imbued with spirit and grace. We are truly honored to witness your artistry." Lin Feng, with a bashful smile, humbly replied. Perhaps in the future, I shall perform for you again. Lin Feng, your piano skills are remarkable, remarked Xiao Qingya, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Chapter 33. Dreaming of you, how fortunate you are. What brings you here? Lin Feng inquired, directing his gaze towards Xiao Qingya. Well, I heard you had returned. So Lin Yun insisted on dragging me along, Xiao Qingya replied. With a frown, Lin Yun shot a look at Xiao Qingya. I wonder who it was that pulled me over as soon as class ended. Xiao Qingya, feeling a touch embarrassed, blushed and shot a playful glare at Lin Yun. The two girls began to bicker, completely oblivious to the presence of the two outsiders. Yin Yuqing glanced at the two, then turned to Lin Feng. Are you planning to set your new chapter in the Three Kingdoms? Indeed, the tale unfolds during the late Eastern Han Dynasty, centering around the conflicts among the three nations. Lin Feng elucidated. Oh, Yin Yuqing expressed curiosity, causing even the raucous Xiao Qingya and Lin Yun to pause. Observing the eager expressions of the three, Lin Feng elaborated. The Three Kingdoms consist of Wei, Shu, and Wu. Wei is led by Cao Cao, who wields the emperor as a puppet to command the lords. Shu is represented by Liu Bei, a descendant of the Han royal family, and Wu is governed by Sun Quan of Jiangdong. As time slipped away unnoticed, the sky darkened. Yet the three girls remained oblivious. Lin Feng interjected, All right, it's getting late. You should head back. Lin Feng, name your price. I wish to have you narrate stories to me every day. If you tire of speaking, my lap is available for you to rest upon. What do you say? Lin Yun proposed. Lin Feng, taken aback, cast a perplexed look at Lin Yun, while Xiao Qingya discreetly distanced herself from her. Well then, Mr. Lin, we shall take our leave, said Lin Feng as the two girls prepared to depart. By the way, may I inquire if you are familiar with the Meng family of Jinling? Lin Feng suddenly recalled something and addressed the departing trio. The Meng family? Jinling? Why do you ask, Mr. Lin? Xiao Qingya questioned, her brow furrowing in confusion. I have a friend with some connections to the Meng family. Lin Feng fabricated a casual excuse. The Meng family is indeed one of the three prominent families in Jinling, the others being the Shun family and the Yun family. Lin Yun remarked, glancing at Yin Yuqing, and there is also the Yun family. The three families are evenly matched in power, but recently, I have heard whispers of a potential alliance between the Meng and Shun families, with the Meng family's daughter as the bride. Such a union would consolidate their strength to undermine the Yun family. Lin Yun continued, seemingly swept up in her own narrative, much like Lin Feng had been earlier. In fact, the Shun family had initially intended to ally with the Yun family, but the woman from the Yun family refused. The reason being that she is independently striving in the capital and has achieved notable success, rendering the Yun family unafraid of the Shun family. This is precisely why the Meng and Shun families have opted to unite, for fear that the Yun family might surpass both, Lin Yun expounded. Upon hearing the mention of the Yun family, Lin Feng immediately surmised that it referred to Yin Yuqing, and her endeavors in the capital aligned with his thoughts. However, he was still somewhat astonished, not expecting Yin Yuqing to possess such a distinguished background. And what happened next? Lin Feng inquired eagerly. The daughter of the Meng family was aware of her arranged marriage. Little did she expect to leave the banquet abruptly, forsaking her home. Lin Yun remarked. It was then that Lin Feng comprehended the reason behind Meng Qing's departure. What has become the Meng family now? Lin Feng inquired with a hint of urgency. It is said that the daughter of the Meng family has someone she adores outside and is staging a hunger strike in protest against the head of the Meng family. She is quite a spirited woman. Lin Yun chuckled slightly. What a foolish girl. Lin Feng felt a pang of bitterness within and asked, Are they still pursuing the marriage? It appears that the Shun family is indifferent, yet the Meng family seems hesitant, Lin Yun replied. How formidable is the Meng family? Lin Feng asked curiously. Their strength is comparable to the Xiao family in the capital and our Yi family, Xiao Qingya stated. Lin Feng, feeling somewhat helpless, thought to himself, I originally aimed to traverse here to peacefully write a novel and enjoy my little world. I will visit Jinling, Meng Qing, wait for me. Thank you. Lin Feng expressed his gratitude to the two young women. Lin Yun waved her hand dismissively and departed with Xiao Qingya, while Yin Yuqing remained. I apologize. I did not intend to deceive you. Yin Yuqing spoke from her position. Lin Feng, puzzled, responded, "Ah, what are you apologizing for? I did not mean to deceive you." Yin Yuqing reiterated, "It's quite all right. You were under no obligation to inform me." Lin Feng waved his hand and ascended the stairs. Lying in bed, Lin Feng's thoughts were somewhat chaotic. Although he was unaware of the Meng family's strength, he had already sensed the might of the Shao family. It would be challenging, but he must attempt it. The first step is to strengthen his own power, he mused before drifting into a slumber. In his dreams, Meng Qing appeared in a flowing white gown, resembling an ethereal being, beckoning to Lin Feng. He rushed towards her, only to find he could not grasp her, as if she were a fleeting illusion. The following day, Lin Feng rose early and went for a run, discovering the breakfast prices in the capital were reasonable. He purchased a basket of dumplings and a cup of soybean milk, and after finishing his meal, he retreated to his study to write. For a moment, he felt as though he had returned to his former life, and before he realized, the morning had slipped away. Stretching his back, he proceeded to the kitchen to prepare a simple meal, and after dining, he took a taxi to the Shao family. Having exchanged messages with Shao Qingyao prior to his departure, the housekeeper was already waiting for him at the door upon his arrival. He was escorted before the elder of the Shao family, who, upon recognizing Lin Feng, beamed with delight and instructed his servants to prepare exquisite peach blossom pastries. Lin Feng modestly declined, not wishing to overindulge, for he had indeed enjoyed them during his last visit. Elder Shao inquired, "Lin Xiaoyu, may I ask why Dong Zhuo does not declare himself emperor directly?" Lin Feng was taken aback, realizing that Elder Shao had been attentive. After a moment of contemplation, he began to explain. Firstly, it would incite public outrage. At that time, Dong Zhuo had deposed the crown prince and assassinated the empress. Should he seize the opportunity to claim the throne, it would undoubtedly provoke widespread discontent, granting many justifiable reasons to oppose him. And his own subordinates would likely not heed his command, rendering his power effectively null. Secondly, Dong Zhuo lacked any substantial allies. No one was willing to assist him. It is indeed his own fault for lacking social grace. At that time, he was acutely aware of the formidable reputation of Sun Jian from the south. Yet this individual was not particularly amiable. Moreover, Dong Zhuo himself harbored a certain arrogance, unwilling to approach Sun Jian directly. Instead, he opted to send envoys to convey his terms, implying that he wished to establish a familial alliance with the Sun family, while also catering to their demands. However, Sun Jian did not acquiesce. Furthermore, during that era, no one held Dong Zhuo in high regard. As previously mentioned, he did not hail from noble lineage. His father was merely a minor official. His current achievements were solely the result of his own relentless efforts. To others, he was simply perceived as a brutish figure, and such uncouth individuals commanded little respect, particularly from the aristocracy, who regarded him with disdain. Lin Feng recounted this thoughtfully, and just as he finished, a voice interjected. "So that is how it is?" It was Xiao Yunhe, who had suddenly appeared behind Xiao Lao. "Nephew Lin, your insights are indeed profound." Xiao Yunhe had not anticipated hearing Lin Feng's reflections upon his arrival, and it was astounding to him that one could articulate such nuanced observations, grasping the intricacies of human nature from various angles. The more he observed Lin Feng, the more he found him agreeable. Chapter 34. Aspiring to enter the business realm? It has been several days since I last saw Lin Ji. Qingye has gone to school and may not return until the afternoon, Xiao Yunhe remarked. "That is of no consequence. I have come to seek you out, Uncle Xiao," Lin Feng replied. "Oh, what brings you here, Lin Ji?" Xiao Yunhe inquired, seated in his old chair, looking at Lin Feng with curiosity. "Uncle Xiao, I am looking to secure some funding." Lin Feng paused before continuing. "Funding?" Xiao Yunhe expressed surprise, then regarded Lin Feng thoughtfully. "I have been contemplating a project lately, but I lack investors." Upon finishing his words, Lin Feng handed over his proposal to Xiao Yunhe. Xiao Yunhe accepted the document with astonishment, yet he remained somewhat skeptical. While he acknowledged Lin Feng's potential, he also recognized that Lin Feng had never before ventured into the business world and required some practical experience. Glancing at the proposal with casual indifference, his expression soon shifted to one of concentration as he began to read. Lin Feng remained silent beside him, crafting this proposal out of concern for his solitary upbringing in the orphanage, devoid of any connections, with entrepreneurship being his sole recourse. Xiao Yunhe, at this moment, appeared to be the one who could assist him. After a while, Xiao Yunhe slowly set the proposal down. His gaze had transformed from that of senior to that of a peer, and even his manner of address shifted. Lin Feng, how long did it take you to create this proposal? Xiao Yunhe asked. I conceived it just this morning, Lin Feng replied. Xiao Yunhe's eyes widened in astonishment. Indeed, the proposal revolved around a bike-sharing initiative, and Lin Feng had meticulously outlined both its advantages and drawbacks, also providing solutions for the latter. His experience as a novelist allowed him to convey his ideas clearly. Lin Feng, I will bring this matter to our family meeting, Xiao Yunhe continued, but rest assured, if they do not approve, I will personally fund your endeavor. With that, he exited the room. Old Xiao regarded the departing Xiao Yunhe with a knowing glance before turning to Lin Feng. Young friend Lin, let us continue our meal. Lin Feng nodded, and the two resumed their conversation, discussing familial matters. Moments later, the door swung open, and Xiao Qingyao peeked in, addressing old Xiao, grandfather. She then glanced at Lin Feng and added, Lin Feng. Before she could finish her sentence, old Xiao interjected, Aren't you going to address him as teacher? That is unnecessary. Besides, the age difference between Miss Xiao and myself is not substantial, thus calling me teacher feels somewhat. Lin Feng began, but trailed off. Shall we begin now? Xiao Qingyao asked. I will first go upstairs to take a shower and instruct the servants to prepare, she continued. Yes, do hurry back. Do not keep Lin Feng waiting, old Xiao urged. Thus, Lin Feng and old Xiao departed, arriving at an elegantly rustic bamboo pavilion. Lin Feng had lost count of how many times he had been astonished today. The wealthy truly live in splendor. Old Xiao instructed the servants to bring forth an ancient guqin. Upon glancing at it, Lin Feng was rendered speechless. The instrument was evidently crafted from century-old cedar, its surface adorned with deer antler ash, while the lacquer finish was traditional and exquisite. As Lin Feng began to pluck the strings, the sound produced was remarkably pure. Old Xiao beamed with delight and turned to Lin Feng, saying, Young friend, this masterpiece comes from the hands of Master Wang. Lin Feng secretly marveled at the distinct lifestyle of the affluent. Just then, Xiao Qingyao entered, adorned in an elegant ancient long dress, embodying the grace of a beauty from antiquity. Lin Xiaoyu, my granddaughter is quite remarkable, isn't she? Remarked old Xiao with a smile. Casting a glance at Lin Feng, a graceful lady is the ideal companion for a gentleman, Lin Feng replied. Xiao Qingyao, overhearing their conversation, felt a slight flush on her cheeks as she glanced at Lin Feng and then addressed old Xiao, grandfather, her enchanting eyes radiating a playful indignation. Ha, you may practice. I shall remain by your side without intruding, chuckled old Xiao. What would Miss Xiao like to learn? Lin Feng inquired, directing his gaze towards Xiao Qingyao. The piece you played, High Mountains and Flowing Water, she answered. Very well. I shall play it once more. Please listen attentively, Lin Feng responded. With that, he adjusted his attire and, with his articulate fingers, began to pluck the strings of the guqin as melodious and captivating notes flowed forth. Seated in an elegantly rustic study, Lin Feng arranged the qin table and delicately strummed the strings, allowing the music to cascade gently, rich with nuance and emotion, evoking the image of an unparalleled gentleman amidst the mountains and rivers. Both old Xiao and Xiao Qingyao were left with one sentiment. The music was exquisite. Despite having heard it before, its beauty still left them in awe. Lin Feng's exceptional guqin skills shone brightly, particularly in his mastery of the instrument. Each gentle stroke of his fingers released a captivating and mysterious rhythm, as if channeling centuries of wisdom and sentiment. Lin Feng believed that old Xiao was one who could genuinely comprehend and appreciate the beauty of the guqin. Xiao Qingyao's eyes sparkled with brilliance as she gazed at Lin Feng, unable to resist the profound impact of the music. To her astonishment, she discerned countless stories woven within his melodies. Each pluck of the string ignited a spark, narrating history, reminiscent of the legendary friendship between Bo Ye and Ziqi. As they sat together, gazing at the majestic mountains and flowing waters, sharing smiles, yet expressing profound longing. Indeed, Lin Feng, having lived two lives, understood that while many might simply experience history, he could truly feel it. This understanding compelled him to learn the guqin, to embrace the elegance of ancient times, while also infusing his own sentiments of yearning into the music. Old Xiao bore a look of delight. He had always approached musical artistry with a discerning eye. Yet, once again, Lin Feng's performance profoundly moved him, as if he had rediscovered the true essence of the guqin that he had sought for so long. Throughout his performance, Lin Feng traversed emotional waves, captivating the hearts of both Xiao Qingya and Old Xiao. He conveyed his passion and understanding of the guqin, inspiring Xiao Qingya to continue her journey in creating her own musical expressions. Music serves as a universal language, capable of conveying the most genuine emotions and thoughts without words. Once the piece concluded, both Old Xiao and Xiao Qingya remained with their eyes closed, enveloped in the lingering echoes of the guqin. If Lin Feng's performance at the soir had been merely for the sake of playing, today he infused his emotions into the music. After a considerable time, Xiao Qingya and Old Xiao slowly opened their eyes, and in their shared gaze, they recognized the astonishment reflected in each other's expressions. Lin Feng rose and approached Xiao Qingya, saying, "Before coming here, I was unaware of what you intended to perform, thus I did not prepare the sheet music. I shall arrange it when I return home tonight. So for now, shall we focus on the instrument itself?" Xiao Qingya nodded, though she was not a novice, while not a master. She had certainly achieved a degree of success. Yet, in Lin Feng's presence, she felt as if she were nothing. This was the very reason she willingly sought to learn. For Lin Feng was simply too formidable. As time passed, Lin Feng patiently taught Xiao Qingya the techniques of the guqin, guiding her from the fundamentals to more advanced concepts. He also shared his own insights and understanding of the instrument. Xiao Qingya was exceptionally bright and possessed a natural talent, much like Meng Qing's proficiency with the piano. She quickly grasped the essence of the guqin. Xiao Lao observed the musical exchange between Lin Feng and Xiao Qingya, his eyes filled with joy and admiration. He understood that the guqin was not meant for one person alone, but belonged to those who could truly comprehend and appreciate its beauty. Lin Feng's melodies conveyed the exquisite charm of the guqin to Xiao Qingya, while he generously imparted his interpretations and experiences, allowing her to feel the depth and allure of the instrument. Time flew by, and before they knew it, evening had fallen. As Lin Feng prepared to take his leave, Xiao Yunhe entered and urged him to stay for dinner, suggesting they discuss subsequent arrangements. Subsequent arrangements? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized that Xiao Yunhe had made a decision. "Very well, I shall impose upon you," he replied with a nod. Xiao Qingya went to instruct the servants to prepare the ingredients, while Xiao Lao remained in the room to study the guqin. Lin Feng and Xiao Yunhe retreated to the study, sitting across from one another. "Nephew Lin, this time I will provide the funding and manpower and will proceed according to your proposal," Xiao Yunhe began. "Thank you, Uncle Xiao," Lin Feng responded with a sincere smile, aware that they were about to negotiate terms. "In truth, I initially intended to support you wholeheartedly, even without seeking a share of the profits. However, there are others who depend on this as well," Xiao Yunhe continued. "Thus, I have secured funding from the Xiao family, but we will not interfere with your decisions, provided that they do not harm the company. The rest will follow the normal procedures, and we will merely take our share of the profits." Lin Feng was taken aback by this unexpected arrangement and regarded Xiao Yunhe with a hint of confusion. "Rest assured, Nephew Lin, I am personally guaranteeing this, which is why I could make such a swift decision," Xiao Yunhe explained, his gaze steady on Lin Feng. He recognized that Lin Feng was unlike anyone he had encountered before. Who else could present such a flawless proposal on the first attempt? He believed Lin Feng was prepared for any challenges that might arise and had outlined solutions for them as well. Thus, Xiao Yunhe placed great importance on Lin Feng's future, sensing that this individual was destined for greatness. The instincts of a businessman told him that this person would soon soar to great heights, akin to a kunpeng, either remaining grounded or soaring to the very heavens. The acumen, decisiveness, and foresight of the businessman are vividly embodied in Xiao Yunhe. Lin Feng has come to understand Xiao Yunhe's intentions, which, at the very least, remain within the realm of Lin Feng's acceptance. To put it bluntly, he feels like a beggar. Although he could take this proposal to any company for investment, the terms may not be favorable. With this realization, Lin Feng rose and expressed his gratitude to Xiao Yunhe. "Thank you, Uncle Xiao." The more Xiao Yunhe observed Lin Feng, the more he appreciated his politeness and talent, an unassuming youth, devoid of any youthful arrogance. Suddenly, a knock on the door interrupted the moment, accompanied by a voice from outside. "Father, dinner is ready." The two men exited the room to find Xiao Qingya, now dressed in casual attire. Lin Feng nodded to her, while Xiao Yunhe approached and inquired, "How was your practice this afternoon?" "Father, it was excellent. Mr. Lin taught very well." Xiao Qingya praised Lin Feng without reservation, surprising Xiao Yunhe. After the meal, Lin Feng took his leave, and Xiao Qingya accompanied him to the door, asking Mr. Lin, "What time will you come over tomorrow?" "Perhaps in the afternoon." Lin Feng pondered before responding. "Very well. I shall await your arrival at home," Xiao Qingya replied. Lin Feng nodded and departed, while Xiao Qingya stood in place, gazing thoughtfully at Lin Feng's retreating figure, lost in contemplation. Chapter 35. The concert. Lin Feng returned home, freshened up briefly, and lay on his bed, speaking with Meng Qing about the events of the day. "Meng Qing, I have secured a business deal with the Xiao family today. Please wait a little longer. I will soon stand before you. Rest assured, you are not alone." In Jinling, at the Meng residence, Meng Qing's voice echoed from within. "I have said I would not enter into a marriage alliance. Why must you insist on this?" Came the voice of Shen Yunhao from outside the door. "Leave me be," Meng Qing retorted, opening the door with a frosty demeanor. "Meng Qing, a marriage alliance would greatly benefit both our families, and we have grown up together, almost as childhood sweethearts," Shen Yunhao explained urgently. "Get out. Who allowed you to come in?" Meng Qing's cold gaze pierced through Shen Yunhao. "My father visited Uncle Meng today to discuss our marriage," Shen Yunhao stated. "I will never agree to this, you know that. I would rather die," Meng Qing responded icily. "Why? Am I not even better than that useless Lin Feng?" Shen Yunhao asked, frustration creeping into his tone. "Do not speak of him in such a way," Meng Qing declared, closing the door firmly. She then collapsed on her bed, tears streaming down her face. "Lin Feng, where are you? I miss you so much." Meng Qing sobbed helplessly beneath her blanket. "Will we never meet again in this lifetime?" She lamented, regretting the words she had spoken to Lin Feng when she left. The next day, Lin Feng awoke and, as usual, went for a run, had breakfast, and worked on his writing. As afternoon approached, he rubbed his eyes, just as a message from Xiao Qingya arrived. "Lin Feng, can you come to our school tonight?" Lin Feng responded with a question mark, followed by, "What is going on?" "Nothing much, just that Linian asked me to invite you," Xiao Qingya replied instantly. "All right, what is the location?" Lin Feng pondered for a moment, noting he had no other plans for the afternoon, and agreed. "Remember to dress nicely," Xiao Qingya added after sending her location. Lin Feng felt a twinge of confusion, but chose not to question it further, realizing he would be dining with her. He went downstairs to prepare a simple meal before returning to his study to organize the proposal, as Xiao Yunhe had already given his consent, and he needed to act swiftly. Before he knew it, night had fallen. Lin Feng glanced at the evening glow before changing into a fresh outfit, one that Yin Yuqing had bought for him. He then took a taxi to Jingchang Normal University, where Xiao Qingya studied. During the ride, Lin Feng decided to use his first month's salary to purchase a car, regardless of its condition, as the starting fare in the city was exorbitantly high. Upon arriving at the school gates, Lin Feng spotted Xiao Qingya waiting for him. Clad in a white dress that accentuated her elegance, she waved enthusiastically upon seeing him. This gesture garnered the attention of those around them, for Xiao Qingya was renowned as the campus beauty, and the only one who could stand beside her was the equally affluent Yi Linyan. Though Xiao Qingya was not overly aloof at school, she maintained a certain distance from others at all times. Indeed, she treats everyone in the same manner, and thus people do not seem to mind. After all, it is all the same regardless. However, at this moment, Xiao Qingya took the initiative to greet a gentleman, which left even her friend, who accompanied her, somewhat taken aback. Leah regarded the two with a discerning gaze. Something fell amiss, 12-fold amiss, to be precise. Who is this? Lia invited, had curiosity piqued. He is a talented instructor invited by my father, Xiao Qingya replied. Just then, Lin Feng approached, and Xiao Qingya directly addressed him. I thought you wouldn't come. I have printed the sheet music. You should practice it at home. You possess considerable talent. As Lin Feng spoke, he retrieved the sheet music from his backpack. All right. Thank you, Xiao Qingya said, her eyes sparkling with delight as she accepted the music. Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Lia, a friend of Qingya's. Lia stepped forward, scrutinizing Lin Feng. Hello, Lin Feng responded politely, despite his discomfort with her gaze. What is your relationship with Qingya? Lia asked bluntly. Lin Feng was somewhat taken aback, while Xiao Qingya anxiously interjected, Lia, I just explained this to you. Qingya, you must understand that many men are drawn to your wealth, Lia retorted sharply. Ahem, Miss Li, do we have some misunderstanding? Lin Feng remarked awkwardly. Misunderstanding? Lia turned her head to glance at Lin Feng and then back to Xiao Qingya. Qingya, are you certain he is qualified to be your teacher at such a young age? Lin Feng, feeling somewhat exasperated, chose to ignore Lia and coldly addressed Xiao Qingya. Did you not say Yilin called for me? Where is she? Lia was surprised, not expecting Lin Feng to know Yilin. Xiao Qingya also noticed the distance in Lin Feng's tone and explained, Lin Feng, I apologize. I haven't mentioned you to them. It's fine. So what does she need from me? Lin Feng waved dismissively, joking that with 2 lifetimes behind him, he had no reason to be upset over such trivial matters. Seeing Lin Feng's continued indifference, Xiao Qingya turned to Lia and said, Lia, I have always considered you a friend, but that does not justify bullying my teacher. You need not judge. Are you more discerning than my father or grandfather? Apologize to Mr. Lin immediately. Qingya, I am doing this for your own good, Lia replied, somewhat taken aback. However, seeing Xiao Qingya genuinely angry, she felt compelled to apologize. Mr. Lin, I sincerely apologize, she said through gritted teeth. Lin Feng, however, did not even glance at Lia as he walked away. Xiao Qingya followed suit, while Lia glared coldly at their retreating figures. Lin Feng, I am sorry, Xiao Qingya spoke first. It's all right. I am not angry. I merely wish to know why Yi Linyun summoned me. Lin Feng understood that given the situation, he had no reason to be upset. After all, he was still being treated to a meal by the other party. As Lin Feng's tone softened, Xiao Qingya let out a sigh of relief and immediately smiled brightly, saying, Today we are holding a New Year's Eve party, and Yi Linyun has chosen to perform her debut song in the evening, paving her way into the music industry. Oh, that sounds wonderful, Lin Feng nodded in agreement. Since the first song is one you composed, she wishes for you to be present, Xiao Qingya added. I see. That sounds good. When does the party begin? Lin Feng did not decline the invitation. It starts in an hour. Would you like to grab a bite to eat first? Xiao Qingya's cheeks flushed slightly as she realized this was her first time taking the initiative to suggest a meal with a boy. Lin Feng, oblivious to Xiao Qingya's subtle change, nodded and replied, I'm a bit hungry. The two then proceeded to the restaurant. Chapter 36. The unusual Yi Linyun in the dining hall of Beijing Normal University. Lin Feng and Xiao Qingya sat across from each other. Although Xiao Qingya was focused on her meal, her peripheral vision kept darting towards Lin Feng, secretly contemplating how handsome Mr. Lin was. As Lin Feng lifted his gaze, their eyes met, and he inquired with a hint of curiosity, What's the matter? Xiao Qingya's cheeks turned slightly pink as she hurriedly replied, It's nothing, and averted her gaze to her food. Don't stare at me. Even though I am charming and talented, do not fall for me, Lin Feng said with utmost seriousness. Xiao Qingya rolled her eyes in response. Their dining together caused quite a stir in the cafeteria. Is that Xiao Qingya? Why is she dining with a boy? One exclaimed. That boy is rather handsome, another remarked. It was as if they were evenly matched, akin to Xiao Qingya and her literary companions, both equally captivating. Lin Feng teased. Miss Xiao seems to be quite famous at school. Not really. There was a spontaneous campus beauty event earlier, Xiao Qingya replied after swallowing a spoonful of soup. And then I ended up on the list alongside Linyun. Lin Feng nodded, thinking that if glares could kill, he would have perished 1,000 times over. Xiao Qingya, sensing the tension, quickly wiped her mouth and asked, Have you finished eating, Lin Feng? He nodded, managing a wry smile. Let us go. Your allure is too overpowering. Xiao Qingyan nodded apologetically. As the two reached the entrance of the dining hall, a group approached them. The leading young man glanced at Xiao Qingya and asked Qingya, "What are you doing here?" Xiao Qingya frowned slightly and replied, "Zhang Hao, we're not that familiar. Is there a problem with me dining with a friend?" Zhang Hao paused for a moment, then cast a disdainful look at Lin Feng, mocking a pretty boy. "You." Xiao Qingya's face flushed with indignation. The crowd began to take notice. "Oh, Zhang Hao is here? This should be interesting," someone remarked. "Who is Zhang Hao?" Another inquired. "He is the captain of our school's basketball team, and I hear his family is quite wealthy," came the response. "Indeed, a few ruffians flaunt their power. But is he as strong as the Xiao family?" A voice questioned. "Are you joking? Their family doesn't even compare to the Xiao family's little toe. Did you not see how Xiao Qingya rebuked him?" He didn't dare to respond. Hearing the crowd's murmurs, Lin Feng pondered. Not as strong as the Xiao family? He then slowly stepped forward, refusing to let this go unchallenged. Earlier, he had let a girl like Leah slide, but now he would not hold back. Lin Feng, who was not particularly short, met Zhang Hao's gaze with a smile and said, "Why the hostility when out and about? Let us introduce ourselves. I am Lin Feng." He extended his hand, and Zhang Hao, intrigued, began to reach out, but hesitated halfway. "Get lost. You think you're worthy." Zhang Hao started, but before he could finish, Lin Feng seized his hand firmly, gripping it like a vice. Zhang Hao realized he could not break free, while Lin Feng remained unfazed. Zhang Hao realized he had encountered a true martial artist. Indeed, Lin Feng had attended several martial arts training institutions in his previous life. While he could not be deemed a master, intimidating a few students was certainly within his capability. With a smile, Lin Feng leaned closer to Zhang Hao's ear and whispered, "Be cautious next time." Upon releasing his grip, Zhang Hao noticed the slight purplish hue of his palm, a testament to Lin Feng's formidable strength. "Let us go, Qingya," Lin Feng called out with intentional loudness. Xiao Qingya, taken aback by his sudden address, felt a surge of joy and promptly followed Lin Feng, casting not a single glance back at Zhang Hao. Zhang Hao squinted, observing the pair as they departed. Meanwhile, Leah, a short distance away, watched them with an amused expression before glancing back at the bewildered Zhang Hao. "Thank you for earlier," Xiao Qingya said, catching up to Lin Feng. "It was nothing, Miss Xiao, just a moment's effort." "He provoked the situation himself," Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. "Could you refrain from calling me Miss Xiao? Just call me Qingya," she requested. Looking at him earnestly, Lin Feng nodded in agreement, and the two continued walking toward their destination. The venue at Capital Normal University was vast, capable of accommodating tens of thousands. Naturally, many students from the university were present, along with countless fans, especially given that Yi Linyun had been striving in the entertainment industry for many years. Renowned for her enchanting presence, she had garnered the title of Queen of Glamour without ever being embroiled in scandal. On stage, she could transform into an angel or a devil, captivating the audience with every gesture and smile. Yi Linyun was adored by countless fans. The venue was adorned with her posters, and throngs of admirers surrounded the entrance. Among them was a man holding a banner that read, "Miss Yi, please step on me." Lin Feng found this perplexing and baffling. He had not anticipated Yi Linyun's immense influence. The open square of the university was teeming with people, drenched in sweat, and it was evident that not all attendees were from the university. Numerous fans from other institutions were likely present as well. "Should I ask Yi Linyun for a few autographs to sell later?" Lin Feng mused quietly, taken aback by the scale of the event. She truly was a big star. "What's wrong?" Xiao Qingya asked, her eyes sparkling with amusement as she observed Lin Feng. "Could you help me get dozens, perhaps hundreds of signed photos later?" Lin Feng asked eagerly, believing that their close relationship would make this request feasible. "Why do you want so many autographs?" Xiao Qingya inquired suspiciously, raising an eyebrow at Lin Feng's ambitious request. "To sell them, of course. I could sell each for 1,000. Imagine the fortune I could make," Lin Feng exclaimed, rubbing his hands together in excitement. Xiao Qingya stared at Lin Feng, whose lewd grin shattered her previous impression of him. Where had the noble Lin Feng gone? What happened to the ethereal Lin Feng? The scholarly Lin Feng? Overwhelmed with disappointment, she turned on her heel and walked away. Lin Feng, filled with regret, cast one last glance at the crowd of fans. Two individuals swiftly entered the venue, as Xiao Qingya and Yi Linyun were close friends, directly presenting Xiao Qingya with two VIP tickets situated in proximity to the stage. In truth, such VIP tickets were often bestowed by school authorities as favors, and the attendees were of notable distinction. Within this terrace venue, there were no exclusive VIP boxes, merely a small circle near the stage, allowing for an intimate view of Yi Linyun. After Lin Feng and Xiao Qingya took their seats, curious glances were cast their way. Gaining entry to the VIP section signified belonging to the upper echelon, and thus, everyone was aware of Xiao Qingya's significant background, someone not to be trifled with. They merely approached to exchange pleasantries before retreating. The concert commenced shortly thereafter, and the atmosphere within the venue grew tranquil. Lin Feng felt a sense of admiration for Yi Linyun's influence. As Yi Linyun gradually ascended from the center of the stage, accompanied by artificial snowflakes cascading around her, a refreshing coolness enveloped the air. The white, ethereal scene, harmonized with the lighting, rendered the entire spectacle dreamlike. At that moment, a woman clad in a simple white dress emerged from backstage, exuding purity akin to snow. Her enchanting visage, swan-like neck, and slender, exquisite figure meandered through the snowflakes. Arms outstretched, head tilted back, displaying a serene and exquisite smile, as if she were one with nature. This scene instilled a profound tranquility within the hearts of onlookers. As if, in that instant, all spiritual impurities were shed, desires extinguished. The potent allure was undeniable. Lin Feng found himself momentarily entranced, silently praising her. The melodious and captivating song began to resonate, pure, simple, and graceful, cleansing the souls of those present. Chapter 37. The concert concludes as the final notes reverberated through the air. Many remained enraptured by the melodies. It was only when Yi Linyun stepped off the stage that the thunderous applause erupted, with countless voices chanting Queen. Soon after, the true embodiment of royalty graced the scene. Clad in a fiery-hued, fitted gown reminiscent of a qipao, with a daring slit along the left side, her exquisite figure was accentuated flawlessly by the vibrant attire. At that moment, Yi Linyun radiated an irresistible allure, seductive and enchanting, leaving many mesmerized and parched with desire. The exhilaration peaked as she danced gracefully, igniting a primal urge within the audience, compelling them to tear away the fiery gown she wore. Lin Feng stood in stunned silence, while Xiao Qingya silently mused. What's happening? Are they truly so entranced? Lin Feng turned to her and nodded. Indeed, it's quite surprising. Oof. Xiao Qingya turned away, leaving Lin Feng bewildered. As the song concluded, the crowd erupted into a frenzy of shouts, their voices hoarse, yet their fervor undiminished. The title of Queen resonated through the night sky. The unexpected beauty of Yi Linyun's singing took everyone by surprise. She waved to the audience, which quieted almost instantly, a testament to her formidable charm. With a gentle smile that captivated hearts, her alluring red lips parted as she spoke. I'm so pleased to see you all here. Your enthusiasm fills me with pride. I love you all. A chorus of declarations echoed back. Ah, I love you too. The crowd surged with excitement once more. A deafening roar that forced Yi Linyun to cover her ears, bending slightly like a child, until calmness returned. Thank you all for coming. I am thrilled to perform here at my alma mater. As for the second reason, let's leave that as a mystery. Her gaze, intentional yet elusive, flickered towards Lin Feng. Lin Feng pondered the purpose of her gaze. Is she looking at me? Why? Yi Linyun then began to sing again, the crowd as cheers crescendoing with each note. She sang for 2 glorious hours, yet the audience's enthusiasm showed no signs of waning. As the concert neared its conclusion, Yi Linyun stood center stage, microphone in hand, and announced, as for the second point I mentioned earlier. She paused to catch her breath. Having just finished a captivating dance, I wish to express my gratitude to Lin Feng. The crowd responded with confusion. Who is Lin Feng? No one knows. The teachers didn't tell us. Feeling a bit awkward, Lin Feng had anticipated merely a private acknowledgement, unaware that Yi Linyun would publicly mention him. He glanced at Xiao Qingya, who shook her head. I don't know either. Linyun didn't mention it to me. Meanwhile, on stage, Yi Linyun continued, and today, he's here with us. I would like to invite him to join me in singing this final song. The crowd, following Yi Linyun's gaze, turned towards the VIP seats. Lin Feng, illuminated under the stage lights, seemed to transform into pure radiance. Resigned to his fate, Lin Feng, amidst the bewildered murmurs of the fans, stepped onto the stage and greeted, "Hello everyone, I am Lin Feng. I am also the author of Huaxia. For those interested, you can find it on the Chinese website." At that moment, Yun Yuqing, watching the live broadcast from Heiress, was somewhat dazed. Could this guy really do that? Some in the crowd began to connect the dots. Oh my gosh, it's him. Lin Feng? Mu Feng? What? Huaxia is actually by him? Incredible. A true talent. Of course, there were also school leaders and professors present, many of whom were avid readers of this novel, appreciating its profound themes. They had even formed a special group dedicated to studying the ideas within Huaxia. Yi Linyun, amused yet exasperated, picked up the microphone and declared, "Actually, I have prepared a surprise for you all. The next song I will perform is my own, and the talented author beside me is responsible for the lyrics and music." The crowd erupted in cheers. Although Yi Linyun had been singing all night, every song had been a cover, and the prospect of an original piece was exhilarating. "Now, may I invite this gentleman to accompany me on the piano?" she continued. The applause grew even louder as Lin Feng made his way to the center of the stage. He began to play, and the enchanting melody mingled with a symphony of instruments, bringing the crowd to a serene hush. Yi Linyun took the microphone and gently began to sing, "I have grown weary of waiting, what you call arrangements. How long must we wait for the future to arrive?" Initially, the audience fell silent, but soon, deafening cheers erupted, nearly drowning out Yi Linyun's voice, only to subside as they listened intently. "The pain you've caused is truly hard to bear. Finally coming to terms, but love cannot return." Suddenly, Yi Linyun passed the microphone to Lin Feng, whose clear male voice resonated through the venue. "There are too many obstacles before us, yet you refuse to let go. I would rather be unremarkable than plead for your departure." Yi Linyun reclaimed the microphone and sang passionately, "You always want me to be obedient, planning the future slowly. How long must we wait for what remains unspoken?" As the final chorus approached, Yi Linyun effortlessly ascended into the melody, finally coming to terms, "But love cannot return, and you always realize too late, only to express your feelings in tears, begging me to stay." The performance concluded, leaving even the most ardent fans nearly fainting from excitement. After 3 long minutes, the venue finally quieted down. With a playful tone, Yi Linyun remarked, "Mr. Lin, did you write this song after a breakup?" Lin Feng shook his head, merely lost in thoughts of Meng Qing. Yi Linyun inquired, "I wonder when Mr. Lin plans to compose his next song." Lin Feng replied, "Whenever the opportunity arises." "Then it's settled. I shall reserve it in advance," Yi Linyun said with a playful smile. Lin Feng discreetly covered the microphone and asked, "Miss Yi, could you possibly send me a few hundred signed photos later?" Yi Linyun, still smiling, nodded, but quickly reacted in shock, staring at Lin Feng. "How many? A few hundred?" She shot a glance at Lin Feng, incredulous. "You have the audacity to ask for that many. Signing hundreds would surely tire my hand. Why not ask for a few thousand?" Lin Feng responded, "If it's feasible, I wouldn't mind." Yi Linyun nodded, a smile that was both amused and enigmatic gracing her lips. Lin Feng felt a surge of happiness. A few hundred photos meant substantial profit. As he descended the stage, both Yi Linyun and Xiao Qingya were well aware that in the future, individuals would undoubtedly seek Lin Feng out to purchase his songs. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, Yi Linyun's performance concluded splendidly, and the audience departed in a state of excitement. Chapter 38. As the concert concluded, Lin Feng and Xiao Qingya rose to depart from the venue. Lin Feng initially intended to leave promptly, but was suddenly interrupted by a message from Yi Linyun. "Please wait a moment. Someone wishes to meet you." Reluctantly, Lin Feng resumed his seat. Xiao Qingya, noticing Lin Feng still settled in his place, inquired, "The concert has ended. What holds you captive?" "It's nothing. Yi Linyun just messaged me to wait for her." Someone wants to see me, Lin Feng replied, showing her his phone. Xiao Qingyao mentioned they would meet again tomorrow before taking her leave, while several figures in the distance discreetly slipped away. As Lin Feng dozed off, a woman adorned with a mask and sunglasses appeared before him, gently tapping his head. Have you fallen asleep? I apologize for keeping you waiting, Yi Linyan whispered as she leaned closer. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, asking, no problem. Who am I to meet? Come with me. I will take you to a place where you will understand, Yi Linyan replied enigmatically. Where are we going? Lin Feng questioned, perplexed. You will find out once we arrive. It is not suitable for discussion here, she stated, turning to signal him to follow. Stretching his limbs, Lin Feng trailed Yi Linyan to a sleek black business car. Once inside, Yi Linyan removed her mask and turned to Lin Feng, saying, what do you think? Was my performance tonight exceptional? Indeed. By the way, when will you give me your autograph? Lin Feng inquired. Hundreds of autographs? What do you need them for? You're not infatuated with me, are you? Yi Linyan's beautiful eyes scrutinized Lin Feng, followed by a playful statement. If you are, I can sign for you every day. Lin Feng suddenly realized that there existed someone even more self-absorbed than himself. Soon they arrived at the restaurant's entrance, and Yi Linyan donned her mask before exiting the vehicle. With Lin Feng trailing behind, they swiftly ascended in the elevator. Behave yourself. If he takes a liking to you, your fortunes may change, Yi Linyan advised Lin Feng. A sudden chill coursed through Lin Feng, causing his mouth to twitch. Yi Linyan, I am straight, he muttered silently. What's wrong? Yi Linyan asked, her brow furrowing in confusion. Upon realizing his unease, she began to tremble with laughter. Ha ha, Lin Feng, that is not what I meant. Ha ha ha. She giggled exuberantly. Let us hope so, Lin Feng retorted with a slight grimace. The elevator doors soon opened, and Yi Linyan stepped forward to adjust Lin Feng's attire, assuring him, all set, no need to be nervous. Lin Feng subtly evaded her touch as they entered a private room. Inside sat a middle-aged man in a sharp suit, his gaze piercing. Father, I've brought him, Yi Linyan announced, stepping forward to address the man. I see, the middle-aged man acknowledged with a nod. Lin Feng quickly grasped that this was Yi Linyan's father, representing the Yi family, on par with the Xiao family. Perhaps a collaboration with the Yi family could expedite his ambitions. In that fleeting moment, Lin Feng's mindset shifted. Yet, all of this hinged upon his own capabilities. Good evening, Mr. Yi. I am Lin Feng, he introduced himself. Lin Feng nodded. It would be inappropriate for others to initiate the greeting. Out of respect and propriety, he should be the one to speak first. It was not mere flattery. The other party was the head of the Yi family, and if one were to flatter, there would be a cue. Yi Yuanshan's eyes revealed a hint of surprise. Lin Feng, I have heard of you. Your talent is remarkable, particularly with the bike-sharing initiative you proposed recently. Yi Yuanshan sipped his tea nonchalantly. The information was readily available, and the Xiao family had not concealed anything. What? The bike-sharing concept was your idea? Yi Linyan exclaimed in astonishment, covering Hermot. Her father had previously mentioned the plan, initially skeptical, but upon further reflection, it was clear that it was immensely profitable and a burgeoning trend. The Xiao family was evidently the first to seize this opportunity. She was taken aback to learn that Lin Feng was the mastermind behind it. Indeed, Lin Feng replied calmly. Immediately, Yi Yuanshan's gaze expressed admiration. He was neither arrogant nor excessively modest. The reason for this meeting is that you assisted Lin Yun in writing a song. She has sung your praises and insisted that I meet you, Yi Yuanshan stated. That day was merely coincidental. I had some spare time and wrote the song. I never anticipated that Missy would take a liking to it. It was a fortunate chance, Lin Feng replied, nonchalantly selecting a piece of king crab. Yi Linyan and Yi Yuanshan exchanged glances, their lips twitching. This fellow was indeed unapologetically confident. What did he mean by spare time? Just writing casually? Cough, cough. Yi Yuanshan cleared his throat, noticing that Lin Feng's plate was overflowing. Yi Linyan giggled, thinking to herself, this glutton. She then picked up her chopsticks to serve Lin Feng, saying, you must try this. It's Iberian ham, and this is exquisite caviar, exceptionally fresh. Yi Yuanshan, understanding the unspoken camaraderie, refrained from interrupting them. After they had dined well and enjoyed their drinks, Lin Feng wiped his mouth and said, Mr. Yi, I would like to discuss a collaboration. Lin Feng spoke directly. He understood that businessmen valued profit above all else. Sentimentality over a song? Dining together? If only it were that simple. Oh, Yi Yuanshan's interest piqued. I wish to establish a gaming company and would like to invite you to join me. I am aware that I am currently occupied with a bike-sharing initiative and may appear greedy, but if you trust me, I can prepare the proposal and have it ready for you to review by tomorrow, Lin Feng stated steadily. Yi Yuanshan narrowed his eyes and regarded Lin Feng. Young Lin, this is not child's play. I acknowledge that, but please rest assured, Mr. Yi, Lin Feng replied. Very well. If you can indeed deliver it tomorrow, I shall review it carefully. If there are no significant issues, I will invest directly. Rest assured, the contract will be straightforward, Yi Yuanshan smiled. Lin Feng nodded, thank you. Mr. Yi. Lin Feng was acutely aware that time was of the essence. He needed to rise swiftly while concealing his strongest asset, the IP of Huaxia. This encompassed various realms such as film, music, and gaming. On a broader scale, he had initially envisioned a life of ordinariness, devoid of entanglements in the entertainment industry or commerce. Yet, fate had other plans. For the sake of his dreams, every sacrifice was justified. Subsequently, the trio chose not to revisit the previous topic, instead enjoying a harmonious meal filled with casual conversation that fostered deeper bonds. Even Yi Yuanshan affectionately referred to Lin Feng as little brother Lin, while Lin Feng reciprocated by calling him elder brother. As time slipped away unnoticed, Lin Feng eventually stood up and addressed Yi Yuanshan. Elder brother Yi, it's getting late. I must take my leave to work on the proposal. Ah, very well. I shan't keep you, little brother Lin, Yi Yuanshan replied, a hint of intoxication evident in his gaze. He then turned to Yi Linyun, instructing, Linyun, please see off little brother Lin. Yi Linyun rose and said, Lin Feng, you're leaving? No need to trouble Miss Yi. I can manage on my own, he replied, not waiting for further conversation before departing. As Lin Feng exited, Yi Yuanshan's eyes regained their sharpness, lost in contemplation as he watched Lin Feng's retreating figure. Meanwhile, Yi Linyun remained silent, her gaze lowered, leaving her thoughts a mystery. No one could discern what occupied Yi Yuanshan's mind, nor could they fathom the expression on Yi Linyun's face, as Lin Feng stood downstairs, lost in his own reflections. Chapter 39. Xiao Qingya has disappeared. Lin Feng stood downstairs, contemplating for a moment before departing with a light chuckle. Regardless of the setting, merchants invariably prioritize their own interests, particularly individuals like Xiao Yunhe and Yi Yuanshan, and even Xiao Qingya and Yi Linyun, whose intentions in approaching him were far from innocent. It is not mere narcissism on Lin Feng's part. Consider, if he were an inconspicuous individual, who would take notice of him? In his recollection, prior to his death, the times Yin Qiqing had contacted him were few and far between. Everyone harbors a concealed facet. Did Yi Yuanshan truly wish to meet him solely because he gifted his daughter a song? Was Yi Linyun's introduction to her father merely a simple formality? A song? That was something Yi Linyun had purchased with her own funds. In his 2 lifetimes, Lin Feng had initially perceived life with clarity, aspiring to live as a humble homebody, traveling occasionally, and marrying when the time was right, finding contentment in solitude otherwise, leading a carefree existence. Ultimately, whether or not he possessed a so-called golden finger system would not alter his inherent nature. Yet, certain individuals and events invariably propelled him forward. Nevertheless, he harbors no regrets. This is for that Navi girl, for the one he shared but a brief moment with, and for the one who has been patiently awaiting him. Lin Feng, who once remained oblivious, now comprehends the situation. He understands why the Meng family exhibited a distant demeanor when Meng Qiqing departed. Thus, some paths may be arduous and exhausting, but if one refrains from walking them, regret is inevitable. As the saying goes, I see all beings as mere grass and wood, yet only you stand as a verdant mountain. Lin Feng hailed a taxi, wearily leaning against the back seat, gazing at the shimmering lights outside. Meng Qiqing, wait for me. I shall surely stand before you, he mused, gradually succumbing to slumber. Suddenly, a ringing phone jolted him awake. Glancing down, he saw it was a call from Xiao Yunhe. He answered, placing the phone to his ear. "Hello, Uncle Xiao, what's the matter?" "Lin Feng, is Qingyao with you?" Xiao Yuna's voice came through, tinged with urgency. "No. She left after the concert," Lin Feng replied, puzzled. "Her phone is disconnected," Xiao Yuna stated. "What? What did you notice?" Lin Feng inquired swiftly, his mind racing. He recalled that when Xiao Qingyao departed, 2 or 3 others had left with her. However, he had thought little of it, believing that as a member of the Xiao family, she could not possibly be abducted right under their noses in the capital. Who could it be? Lin Feng pondered. He then addressed Xiao Yunhe. "Uncle Xiao, I happen to see a few people leaving with Miss Xiao, one of whom had red hair. I cannot ascertain if she has been kidnapped, but considering her prolonged absence, we cannot dismiss that possibility. Please investigate the surrounding surveillance footage. I'm not far from the school. I'll help you look into it." "Thank you, Lin Feng. I will instruct my people to begin the investigation immediately." Xiao Yunhe concluded the call abruptly, clearly in a state of urgency. Lin Feng signaled the driver to turn back. He was acutely aware that he was merely an ordinary individual, unable to effect significant change. Thus, he could only rely on fate and take a chance. After all, the Xiao family remained his benefactor, and if anything were to happen to Xiao Qingyao, what would the future hold? Upon returning to the university gate, Lin Feng observed the now somewhat desolate entrance, feeling lost amidst the vastness of possibilities. Where could Xiao Qingyao have gone first? Who might she have met? Each erroneous assumption could cost precious time, and given the time constraints, reporting to the police was not an option, leaving him without the means to conduct a thorough search. As Lin Feng pondered these matters, an elderly security guard approached him, inquiring, "What troubles you, young lad? Did you have a quarrel with that girl of yours?" He then stepped closer, adding, "I must say, youngsters these days have such fiery tempers. A little patience goes a long way." Lin Feng, puzzled, glanced at the security guard, wondering how he recognized him. The guard, with a teasing tone, remarked, "Your girlfriend is quite well known at the university. I saw her for the first time in 3 years walking with a boy. Lucky you." Realization dawned on Lin Feng. It was indeed Xiao Qingyao's fame that made him memorable. However, the guard continued, "Honestly, you should try to make amends with her." Lin Feng sheepishly scratched his head, replying, "I intend to apologize," but she isn't answering her phone. The guard continued to offer wisdom. Youngsters often reconcile quickly after a little spat. Lin Feng chuckled. "I'm hoping to do just that, but she seems to have stepped out." "Ah, young lady, they can be quite unpredictable. You needn't wait here. She has left with her friends," the guard informed him. Lin Feng was initially taken aback, but soon realized she must have exited the campus with other girls. "Sir, do you happen to know where they went?" Lin Feng inquired. The guard, noting Xiao Qingyao's striking beauty, replied, "I simply noticed her. They likely went in that direction." He gestured toward a certain path. Lin Feng glanced in the direction indicated by the guard. "Thank you very much, sir, and I apologize for the disturbance," he said, bidding farewell to the guard. He then called Xiao Yunhe to reassure him not to worry just yet and to see how things unfolded the following day. After all, a missing person report could be filed after 24 hours, provided there was evidence suggesting potential danger to the individual. Once the call ended, an unsettling feeling lingered within Lin Feng. However, he felt powerless to do anything further, so he urged Xiao Yunhe to utilize the Xiao family's connections to investigate. After disconnecting, Lin Feng took a taxi home, arriving at 11 o'clock in the evening. He headed straight to his study and began drafting a proposal, starting with the game project. A game related to the 3 kingdoms could be developed, one that not only connects with the narrative he is currently crafting, but also serves as a means of mutual promotion. As Lin Feng contemplated this, he began to write, though he did not delve into the intricacies of game operation, for he was no deity, omniscient in every domain. Such technicalities were to be entrusted to professionals. His responsibility lay solely in the realm of user experience and feedback. However, having played similar games in his previous life, he possessed insights into potential modes, gameplay, and the overall direction of development. Time was of the essence, Lin Feng thought resolutely. In Jinling, at the Meng residence, Meng Qing lay supine on her bed, her eyes devoid of spirit. Though unaware of her future fate, she felt trapped within the cage forged by the alliance of the Meng and Shen families. Confined to her chamber, she remained oblivious to the events unfolding beyond her walls. "Lin Feng, where are you? I miss you," Meng Qing mused, a crystalline tear tracing the curve of her eye. A wave of helplessness washed over her, quickening her breath. Each night, her dreams were filled with serene, yet beautiful moments spent with Lin Feng. She could not forget the harsh words she had uttered before her departure. Did they not wound him? Would he no longer harbor affection for her? Regret began to seep into her heart for having spoken those words. It is often said that it is easy to transition from frugality to luxury, yet arduous to revert from luxury to frugality. Meng Qing was no exception. Her descent into luxury was not of material wealth, but rather of emotional solace and inner peace. Before encountering Lin Feng, she had resigned herself to a predetermined fate, accustomed to a life meticulously orchestrated by others. Yet, after their meeting on that fateful night, the man who had salvaged her from her despair, simple Lin Feng, endearing Lin Feng, had illuminated the possibility of shaping her own destiny. She discovered that her innermost thoughts could be perceived, that her discontent could be understood, and that she could find comfort within herself. Had Meng Qing always been subject to her family's arrangements, she might have accepted it without question. However, the unique emotions that Lin Feng had awakened within her were transformative. As she opened her eyes to the sky, the moon shone brightly, illuminating the night as if it were day. A resplendent moon hung high in the heavens, traversing through layers of clouds. The uneven clouds concealed the round moon, casting dappled shadows upon the earth, creating an otherworldly spectacle. "Lin Feng, I wonder if you are gazing at the moon as well." Meng Qing mused dreamily. "I am watching the moon, and if the moon is watching you, does that not mean I am watching you?" In the capital, moonlight spilled into the study. Yet the man within was already weary, resting his head upon the desk. Perhaps sensing Meng Qing's longing, the slight furrow in his brow eased somewhat, and before long, the sound of his gentle snores filled the air. The following day, Lin Feng awoke with a start, momentarily disoriented. Shaking his head, he wondered how he had fallen asleep the previous night. Thankfully, his proposal had been completed. He then descended to wash up and had a simple breakfast before heading to the Yi Corporation. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Yi Group, Lin Feng approached the receptionist and inquired, "Good day, I have previously arranged to meet with Mr. Yi. May I proceed directly?" "I apologize, sir, but we must first verify your appointment." The receptionist smiled politely and said, "All right." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. The receptionist made a phone call to confirm and then directly led Lin Feng to Yi Yuanshan's office. As Lin Feng entered the office, he was met with a look of evident surprise from Yi Yuanshan, who quickly regained his composure and stated, "Brother Lin, do you realize that opportunities are fleeting? I can grant you a bit more time. There is no need to rush." It was apparent that Yi Yuanshan was skeptical about Lin Feng being able to produce a proposal in just one night. "No need for that, Brother Yi. I have already completed it," Lin Feng replied, handing over his meticulously crafted business plan. Yi Yuanshan, however, nonchalantly set the proposal aside without glancing at it. At that moment, a young man clad in an impeccably tailored suit entered the room, exclaiming, "Uncle Yi, there's been a situation. The shareholders are demanding an emergency meeting." The distinction between the Yi family and the Shao family was clear. The Shao family was a traditional family enterprise, while the Yi family operated as a consortium. "Brother Yi, I shall not intrude further. Should you agree, please feel free to call me," Lin Feng said as he stood to take his leave. "Very well. I have pressing matters to attend to. I shall ensure to host you properly next time, Brother Lin," Yi Yuanshan replied before departing with the young man. As they left, the young man who had referred to Yi Yuanshan as uncle cast a disdainful glance at Lin Feng. Exiting the Yi Group, Lin Feng fell into deep contemplation. It seemed unwise to rely solely on one company. He needed to seek opportunities to engage with other enterprises. Although Yi Yuanshan had not explicitly stated it, his demeanor clearly conveyed his lack of esteem for the proposal Lin Feng had crafted in a single night. Nevertheless, it was understandable. Yi Yuanshan was a seasoned veteran of the business world, possessing a broader perspective on matters. Who was Lin Feng to present an overnight endeavor as worthy of his consideration? Just then, a call from Xiao Yunhe interrupted his thoughts. "Qingya has been kidnapped." Xiao Yunhe's voice came through the line. Chapter 40. The rescue of Xiao Qingya. Uncle Xiao. How did you know? Lin Feng inquired with a look of confusion. Today, I received a message instructing me to bring 5 million to the address they provided this afternoon. They threatened that if I dared to call the police, they would ensure that Qingya and I would meet the same grim fate. Xiao Yunhe explained, pausing momentarily. They even mentioned that they are willing to perish, as taking down the young lady of Xiao family would not be a loss for them. What's your plan then, Uncle Xiao? Lin Feng asked. Damn it. If it weren't for Qingya being in their clutches, would they have the audacity to threaten me? Xiao Yunhe exclaimed suddenly. After a brief hesitation, Lin Feng said, Uncle Xiao, let me accompany you. It is better to have support in case of danger. That's out of the question, Xiao Yunhe replied, attempting to refuse. Don't worry, Uncle Xiao. After all, I bear some responsibility for Xiao Mrs. Kidnapping. This time, I shall atone for my past negligence, Lin Feng asserted. Very well. I will discreetly notify my people to alert the authorities. They won't be able to escape, Xiao Yunhe declared with indignation. All right, Uncle Xiao. I'll take a taxi there now, Lin Feng responded. After hanging up, Lin Feng departed from Ye's group, unaware that a pair of eyes were watching his departure from behind a glass panel. Upon arriving at the Xiao family residence, Lin Feng found Xiao Yunhe waiting for him. Without any unnecessary conversation, the two set off towards their destination. As they navigated the treacherous mountain roads, dark clouds had unexpectedly gathered overhead, as if forewarning them of impending misfortune. The atmosphere inside the car grew somber, with Xiao Yunhe visibly anxious. Just then his phone rang. I see your vehicle, came the voice of the kidnapper from the other end of the line. Mr. Xiao, drive another kilometer ahead and stop the car there. You will exit the vehicle and proceed on foot from that point, the kidnapper continued. I'm bringing one person with me. You insist on cash. But you know that carrying 5 million is no small feat, Xiao Yunhe replied, suppressing his anger. That's acceptable. The kidnapper surprisingly agreed to Xiao Yunhe's request without hesitation. Due to the uneven terrain, it took them half an hour to reach their destination. Lin Feng and Xiao Yunhe exited the vehicle, with Xiao Yunhe discreetly signaling the driver. At that moment, the kidnapper called again. You two should walk along this road until you reach an abandoned factory. Place the money at the entrance and leave. What about my daughter? Xiao Yunhe demanded. Huh, Mr. Xiao, I believe you are in no position to negotiate conditions at this point, the kidnapper scoffed. Lin Feng realized the kidnapper had no intention of releasing her. You treat Xiao Qingya as if she were an ATM? He thought. Not seeing my daughter means I will not leave, Xiao Yunhe stated firmly. Do you truly believe the Xiao family is powerless? If it comes to that, I believe you're well aware of our capabilities, Xiao Yunhe continued, his tone resolute. The kidnapper hesitated at Xiao Yunhe's demeanor. After a considerable pause, he finally responded, haha, as expected from the head of the Xiao family. Very well, I will agree to your terms. Subsequently, Lin Feng opened the trunk to retrieve the separated bundles of 5 million, with each of the 3 boxes weighing approximately 19 kilograms. Lin Feng took the initiative to carry 2 suitcases while Xiao Yunhe picked up one, and together they made their way forward. With so much money, if only it were mine, Lin Feng mused as he walked. Suddenly, a rather unsavory thought crossed his mind. What if he were to start a side business? He quickly shook his head. Engaging in activities that could harm the nation was unacceptable for a young man of the 21st century. After walking for a considerable time, the sky began to darken. Xiao Yunhe, panting, cast a surprised glance at Lin Feng. He noticed that Lin Feng appeared unfazed despite the rugged mountain path, which should have left them both exhausted. Xiao Yunhe was merely carrying 1 suitcase, while Lin Feng bore the weight of 2, though it was possible to drag the luggage. Many parts of the trail required them to carry it by hand. Yet, Lin Feng remained composed, his breathing steady. At last, they arrived at the factory, and Lin Feng felt a pang of confusion. What on earth is processed here? Why is it situated in the mountains? At that moment, Xiao Yunhe's phone rang. Come in, the kidnapper said before abruptly hanging up. Lin Feng and Xiao Yunhe exchanged glances and proceeded inside, as the outside world had succumbed to darkness. The factory was shrouded in gloom, an oppressive atmosphere enveloping them. Xiao Yunhe switched on his flashlight, and they ventured into a more open area where a faint glimmer of light illuminated their path. Before long, they spotted 3 kidnappers, their faces obscured by masks. And in their midst was the bound Xiao Qingya. She was tied to a chair, her mouth sealed with tape, yet her beautiful eyes were filled with concern. It was evident that she was still wearing the outfit from the moment of her abduction. Fortunately, the kidnappers seemed motivated solely by greed, as opposed to any malicious intent. Otherwise, who could fathom what she might have endured? Upon seeing Xiao Qingya, Xiao Yunhe rushed forward, only to be met with a threatening stick brandished by one of the captors. A chill swept over both Lin Feng and Xiao Yunhe, bringing Xiao Yunhe back to his senses, causing him to halt in his tracks. Meanwhile, Lin Feng's mind raced. A gun? How could he possibly have a gun? Cold sweat broke out on his brow. What a lack of honor, he thought, swallowing hard. Mr. Xiao, where is the money? We exchanged cash for the girl. The lead kidnapper demanded. How can I trust that once you have the money, you won't kill us to cover your tracks? Xiao Yunhe retorted. Rest assured, we are merely after wealth. Taking your life would only complicate matters. If we were to kill you, escaping Beijing would become an impossibility, the kidnapper replied. Very well. Xiao Yunhe conceded, signaling Lin Feng with his eyes to present the money. Lin Feng obediently tossed the cash forward. Yet, a twist of fate ensued. The kidnappers did not release Xiao Qingya. What? Are you reneging on the deal? Xiao Yunhe narrowed his eyes. Huh, Mr. Xiao, have you underestimated our intelligence? Or do you consider yourself exceptionally clever? Miss Xiao is our only leverage. Once she is in your hands, forget leaving Beijing. You might not even make it out the door, the kidnapper sneered. Of course, if you're truly concerned for Miss Xiao, you could always volunteer as a hostage. Though enveloped in darkness, Lin Feng could still perceive the mocking expression of the kidnapper. Very well, I shall comply, he declared, while Xiao Yunhe subtly gestured to Lin Feng. As Xiao Yunhe approached, the kidnapper loosened the ropes binding Xiao Qingya. However, Xiao Qingya, having been restrained for so long, seemed to struggle to stand, possibly due to muscle stiffness or lack of nourishment. As Xiao Yunhe drew closer, Xiao Qingya managed to rise to her feet. At that moment, Xiao Yunhe suddenly called out, Lin Feng. With unwavering resolve, he confronted one of the kidnappers, displaying extraordinary courage and composure. Gripping the kidnapper's collar tightly, he signaled to Lin Feng to hasten to Xiao Qingya's rescue. Just then, the seemingly frail Xiao Qingya executed a swift spinning kick to the kidnapper's groin, eliciting a pained cry as he collapsed. Upon hearing the commotion, Lin Feng rushed forward, deftly pushing aside the kidnapper's hands and delivering a kick to another, swiftly mounting him. In a flash, he seized the opportunity, offering no chance for the kidnappers to react. A gun? You must be joking. In the capital, beneath the watchful eyes of all the powerful figures, you dare wield a firearm? Lin Feng exclaimed as he confronted the kidnappers. Let me put an end to your pretense. Slap. Let me dismantle your bravado. Slap. Let me thwart your abductions. Slap. If I forget my lines, so be it. I shall strike first and speak later. Slap. Let me halt your heinous acts. Slap. Let me ensure you learn nothing good. Slap. Suddenly, amidst the shadows, several more individuals emerged, with one swiftly subduing Lin Feng. Caught off guard, Lin Feng exclaimed, What treachery is this? The remaining kidnappers advanced purposefully towards Xiao Qingya. After delivering his final blow, Lin Feng charged forward, summoning all his strength to break free from the kidnapper's grasp. Racing towards the cornered Xiao Qingya, he shielded her with one arm, softly reassuring her while keeping a vigilant eye on the approaching kidnappers. In an instant, Lin Feng launched a decisive attack, striking at the kidnapper's face with the ferocity of an unleashed force, igniting a fire within the cramped space. His visage reflected in Xiao Qingya's eyes was one of unwavering determination and warmth, as if no evil or fear could ever breach their bond. At that moment, Lin Feng transformed into a warrior of unparalleled valor. The kidnappers, now engulfed in despair, realized their scheme to exploit Xiao Qingya for personal gain had spiraled into an irretrievable disaster. Amidst the chaos, a voice rang out, Stand back. The kidnappers retreated in an instant, only to witness a blaze erupt. Flames danced wildly in the dim factory, unyielding and uncontrollable. The inferno surged forth, ferociously consuming everything in its path. The abandoned factory became engulfed in flames, the deafening explosions resonating like the arrival of an apocalypse. The leader of the kidnappers let out a sinister laugh. Ha! Perish in flames. His gaze swept over Lin Feng and Xiao Qingya as he made his escape. The group of kidnappers hastily leapt from the second floor, only to land directly on a police car below. The inferno seemed to announce their grim fate and endless torment. Xiao Qingya grasped Lin Feng's hand tightly. Without hesitation, Lin Feng pulled Xiao Qingya as they fled towards safety. The flames surged behind them, intertwining with the howling wind to create a haunting melody. They struggled against the searing currents, engulfed by flames. Halfway through their escape, Lin Feng suddenly recalled someone left behind. Xiao Yunhe, exhausted from the fight, leaned against the wall. Lin Feng rushed back, only to see a shard of glass hurtling toward Xiao Yunhe. He sprinted in front of Xiao Yunhe, pulling him away just in time, then turned to assist Xiao Qingya in supporting him. Together, they leaned on each other, mustering their last ounce of strength as they trudged toward the glimmering hope of survival. The fire cast a crimson glow upon their faces, yet their eyes still flickered with the hope of life and dreams of the future. As they neared the exit, the flames surged ferociously behind them. Lin Feng threw himself in front of Xiao Qingya and Xiao Yunhe, shielding them from the fierce blaze, using his remaining strength to propel them towards safety. The fire raged, shrieking sharply, yet could not extinguish his passion for life and his unwavering devotion to love. In that moment, he resembled a shooting star streaking across the dark sky, leaving behind a brilliant light, etched into the essence of every soul. This was Lin Feng's own reflection. Outside, numerous police officers awaited, rushing forward at the sight of the two being pushed out, risking their lives to assist. Xiao Qingya cried out in distress, "Save Lin Feng. He's still inside." Xiao Yunhe, with reddened eyes, added, "Lin, my nephew, is still in there." Soon, everyone spotted Lin Feng sprawled at the entrance, his clothes charred and tattered, revealing his SpongeBob SquarePants shorts. Do not inquire why Lin Feng lay there. It is simply a matter of pride. Then, the young man slowly rose. And what the onlookers saw was not merely the cartoonish shorts, but a fervent yearning for life. People rushed to support him, to aid that embodiment of hope. No, not just SpongeBob, but Lin Feng, who longed for existence. Indeed, SpongeBob is quite endearing, but I personally prefer Patrick. As for Squidward and the lazy proprietor, I have yet to encounter them. Lin Feng, bewildered, thought, "Oh no, please don't help me up." He then rubbed his face against the nearby ashes. The crowd assisted Lin Feng, especially Xiao Qingya, who looked at him with a heart full of concern. She prepared to rush over and wipe his face. But Lin Feng realized he could not feign unconsciousness. Otherwise, his dignity would be at stake. Just as Xiao Qingya approached, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and said to her, "I'm glad you and Uncle Xiao are safe." He then forced a reassuring smile. Yes, indeed, the night, the soot-streaked face, the gleaming white teeth. Xiao Qingya couldn't help but chuckle softly at the sight. Soon after, an ambulance arrived to take the three of them away. Lin Feng was indeed somewhat bewildered by the last burst of flames. The reason he felt fine yesterday was solely due to the adrenaline. However, once the adrenaline subsided, his body began to retaliate, causing him to faint. Upon awakening the next day, he found himself in the presence of Xiao Qingya and Xiao Yunhe, alongside a dignified lady standing next to Xiao Qingya. Old Master Xiao stood beside Xiao Yunhe. "You're awake?" Xiao Qingya suddenly noticed Lin Feng, opening his eyes. "Thank you, Lin Xiaoyu." Old Master Xiao approached him. "Thank you for saving Yunhe and Qingya," the lady added. In truth, both Xiao Qingya and Xiao Yunhe were not severely harmed. One had merely overexerted herself, while the other suffered from muscle spasms, thus requiring rest. They recounted how Lin Feng had rescued them the previous day, prompting the Xiao family to come and check if Lin Feng had regained consciousness, so they could express their gratitude in person. Not at all. Lin Feng wearily raised his hand. Xiao Qingya was the first to react, picking up a glass of water and offering it to him. "Linji, thank you once again." Xiao Yunhe stepped forward. "This 20 million is a token of our gratitude for saving Qingya and me," Xiao Yunhe said as he handed Lin Feng a check. Lin Feng waved his hand in refusal. "Linji, The debt of gratitude for saving a life cannot be repaid. Please accept it, otherwise I shall be restless. Xiao Yunhe insisted. Very well. Lin Feng reluctantly accepted the payment. Enough now. I shall not disturb you any further, Lin Xiaoyu, old master Xiao remarked before rising to depart, leaving only Xiao Qingyao behind. Let us go. There is a dedicated caregiver, the lady urged, pulling Xiao Qingyao along, who reluctantly followed, glancing back every few steps. Chapter 41. The establishment of Fengqin Company. As everyone was about to leave the hospital room, Yun Yuqing rushed in. Lin Feng, are you all right? She asked anxiously. Do I look like someone who's in trouble? Lin Feng replied, puzzled. Yi Lin Yun then approached to inquire about Xiao Qingya and Xiao Yun's condition before slowly walking to Lin Feng's bedside. Lin Feng, my father reviewed the proposal you wrote last night. He intended for me to discuss the collaboration with you today, but then you had this incident. So I came to check on you first. How are you? Yi Lin Yun said. I'm fine. I've already drafted the execution plan. Just follow what I've outlined. Lin Feng waved dismissively. Xiao Yunhe, who was about to leave, cast a complex glance at Lin Feng and then at Yi Lin Yun before departing with Elder Xiao. In the car, Elder Xiao squinted and asked, what's wrong? Are you troubled? It's nothing, father, Xiao Yunhe replied solemnly. Elder Xiao lazily lifted his gaze and remarked, you know Lin Feng is not an ordinary individual. He is akin to a kunpeng, soaring to great heights when the wind rises. He paused before continuing, thus. Some matters should be approached with a lighter heart. There is no need to be overly entangled. At that moment, Elder Zhao's eyes were no longer kind or murky, but rather possessed a unique clarity. Understood, Xiao Yunhe responded in a subdued tone, then sighed deeply, choosing not to elaborate further. Inside the hospital room, as the nurse entered, she was taken aback to see 3 stunning women standing by the bedside, wondering who the patient could be to attract such beauty. Upon glancing at the bed, she soon realized it was an exceptionally handsome man. It's time for a dressing change, sir, the nurse said cautiously. You all can step outside, Lin Feng instructed. Why should we go out? Yi Lin Yun questioned, while Xiao Qingya and Yun Yuqing also looked at Lin Feng in confusion. I need a change, Lin Feng frowned slightly. Then go ahead. We won't look, Yi Lin Yun replied, glancing at Yun Yuqing on her left and Xiao Qingya on her right, both girls nodding emphatically. Xiao Qingya even covered her eyes with her fingers, declaring, I promise not to peek. If it weren't for the brief eye contact through the gaps in her fingers, Lin Feng might have believed her. You misunderstand. Sir only has burns on his back, and the other areas don't require a change, the nurse weakly clarified. Lin Feng then turned over, removed his hospital gown, exposing his back, and lay down with his eyes closed, saying, go ahead. Wow, wow. Yi Lin Yun and Xiao Qingya gasped, swallowing hard as they beheld Lin Feng's back. Meanwhile, Yun Yuqing regarded the two with disdain, thinking how pitiful they were. After a moment, she turned her already flushed face towards the window, but 3 seconds later, she found herself glancing back at Lin Feng's profile. Sunlight streamed through the window, enveloping Lin Feng in a halo of light, and his clean, elongated silhouette evoked an enchanting illusion. Lin Feng lowered his head, the wispy bangs partially obscuring his brows and eyes. This diminished his mature demeanor while lending him a touch of youthful charm. Under the sunlight, the distinct layers of his dark hair reflected a beautiful sheen that momentarily mesmerized everyone present. After the nurse finished changing the dressings, Lin Feng turned to the 3 girls who were still in a daze. Ahem, may I inquire about the process of establishing a company? He asked. Oh. While Xiao Qingya and Yun Yuqing were still lost in thought, it was Yi Lin Yun who regained her composure first. It requires preliminary approval. Then you need to apply for a business license before going to the bank and tax authorities to open an account. What is on your mind? I wish to start my own company, but I'm not quite sure how to go about it, Lin Feng admitted. With a considerable sum of money at his disposal, especially the additional 20 million given by Xiao Yunhe, Lin Feng was determined to establish his own company. He did not want to be beholden to anyone. To put it plainly, his collaborations with the Xiao and Yi families were conducted in his personal capacity, yet financial matters were subject to their influence. Lin Feng only had a say when it came to strategic planning. In other respects, he wielded little authority. He yearned to seize the reins of control. believing that relying on oneself was far superior to depending on others. Furthermore, he contemplated the necessity of presenting a commendable enterprise when he moved to Jinling. Establishing a company requires professional assistance. You merely need to provide some documentation and personal information. I happen to have contacts for that, Yin Yuqing noted. Lin Feng glanced at her and nodded. Then let us arrange a meeting for when you're discharged, Yin Yuqing suggested. Let us do it this afternoon. Lin Feng urged anxiously. Your injury? Yin Yuqing inquired. Yes, your injury. Both Yi Lin Yun and Xiao Qingyao expressed their concern. It's nothing serious. The injuries are quite minor. Lin Feng insisted on being discharged, and the girls could not dissuade him. After changing his clothes, Lin Feng proceeded to complete the discharge formalities. Aside from a slight burn on his back, he suffered no significant injuries. He was eager to finalize the company, ideally before negotiating with the Yi family, so that he could collaborate under the company's name. After bidding farewell to the three girls, he took a vehicle back to retrieve his belongings. Yin Yuqing advised him to prepare everything, as they would connect with the relevant parties that afternoon. Thus, he needed to act swiftly. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng gathered his things and headed to the designated location arranged by Yin Yuqing. Meanwhile, Xiao Qingya and Yi Lin Yun hurried home to inform their families about Lin Feng's intention to start a company. At the Xiao family residence, Xiao Qingya relayed Lin Feng's plans to Xiao Yunha. Father, what are your thoughts on this? She asked. Lin Feng is exceptionally talented. His previous proposals demonstrate that if he truly establishes a company, I believe it won't be long before it flourishes, Xiao Yunha remarked, taking a sip of tea. And what is your plan, father? Xiao Qingya inquired, puzzled. We can now consider investing in shares. His company is just starting and does not require much capital. If we secure a 15% stake now, we would be regarded as major shareholders, which might alleviate any future disappointments. At this moment, Xiao Yunha's gaze revealed the shrewdness of a businessman. Conversely, Xiao Qingya shook her head and remarked, Father, if you propose to take 15 of the shares, Lin Feng will undoubtedly refuse. Xiao Yunha, taken aback, glanced at Xiao Qingya and inquired, Why? Although Lin Feng appears affable, neither I nor Yi Lin Yun, nor even Yin Yuqing, have truly comprehended him. Xiao Qingya took a sip of water and continued, In truth, he has always maintained an appropriate distance from us. If you present that condition directly, Lin Feng will refuse without a moment's hesitation. After she spoke, she emphatically nodded. Qingya's assertion was indeed correct. At that moment, Elder Xiao entered the room. Though he had little interaction with Lin Feng, he instinctively sensed that Lin Feng was no ordinary individual. Let us proceed, as Qingya suggested, Elder Xiao said, first glancing at Xiao Qingya and then turning to Xiao Yunha. How is it that you failed to see more clearly than Qingya? However, why not seize the opportunity to gain a little more benefit now? We would not be taking advantage without offering assistance in return. Xiao Yunha had not finished his thought when he met Elder Zhao's calm gaze. I understand now, Father, Xiao Yunha replied. At this time, at the Yi family residence in the capital, Yi Linyun expressed, Father, we absolutely cannot propose a request for 30 of the shares. Why not? Yi Yuanshan replied with a nonchalant demeanor. Father, Lin Feng will categorically refuse. Yi Linyun's voice was tinged with urgency. Monsieur, why are you so quick to dismiss the matter? Yi Yuanshan remained silent, but a young man beside him, who had previously called Yi Yuanshan uncle, interjected. Zhao Qing, apologize. Yi Yuanshan instructed, Froning. The young man named Zhao Qing quickly realized his faux pas and hastily bowed, saying, I apologize, Missy. It was Zhao Qing who overstepped. During his apology, Zhao Qing lowered his head, concealing his expression, yet his fists were tightly clenched, which Yi Yuanshan noticed. Meanwhile, Yi Linyun did not even glance at Zhao Qing, turning instead to Yi Yuanshan and asserting, Father, you have mentioned that Lin Feng is an exceptional business talent. We should cultivate a positive relationship without resorting to such tactics. Alas, I understand. Precisely because he is talented, we must propose such conditions, and I trust he will excel. Yi Yuanshan responded. Father, that is utterly unacceptable, Yi Linyun insisted, her brow furrowed. Miss Yi, is Lin Feng not merely a novelist? He lacks any substantial background. If the Yi family wished to suppress him, do you truly believe he could rise? Zhao Qing sneered ominously. Be silent. How dare you speak of him? Yi Yuanshan suddenly admonished, casting a cold glare at Zhao Qing. Were it not for the proposal Lin Feng presented, would those shareholders have been appeased? Yi Yuanshan's voice was frigid. Zhao Qing, do you not understand your own position? Yi Linyun remarked with impatience, then redirected her gaze towards Yi Yuanshan. Linyun, I can concede a maximum of 15. If that is still insufficient, then we shall proceed according to your thoughts, Yi Yuanshan remarked, narrowing his eyes. Very well, Linyun replied, promptly exiting the office. Is Lin Feng's injury severe? Yi Yuanshan suddenly inquired. Having already left, Lin Yin turned back, her gaze complex as she responded, fortunately, it is not serious. Well, then, that is satisfactory, Yi Yuanshan repeated thrice. Lin Yin departed the company and made her way to the designated location. When Lin Feng arrived at the agreed-upon place, he was somewhat perplexed to see Lin Yun and Xiao Qinya also present. What brings you both here? He asked. With a playful tone, Lin Yun replied, You will find out shortly. Turning his head, Lin Feng spotted a man clad in professional attire, holding a folder. Upon noticing Lin Feng approaching, he extended his hand and said, Hello, Mr. Lin. I am introduced by General Yun. My name is Wu Xiao. Hello. Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Lin, may I pose a few questions to facilitate our planning? Wu Xiao inquired. Lin Feng nodded and took a seat. What areas does your company intend to focus on? Wu Xiao asked. Internet, Lin Feng stated directly. The others were somewhat taken aback, realizing that Lin Feng's decision to start a company was not a spur-of-the-moment whim, but a well-thought-out plan. The internet encompasses an incredibly vast scope, making it difficult to define. Indeed, this was Lin Feng's strategy. He understood that concentrating on a single aspect might not guarantee success. However, the internet would undoubtedly thrive, aligning with the trends of the Grand Era. What amount of registered capital do you plan to allocate, Mr. Lin? Wu Xiao continued. Lin Feng cast a puzzled glance at Wu Xiao. Oh, Mr. Lin, registered capital refers to the financial assets granted to a corporate entity for management purposes, or the assets owned by the corporate entity itself. It signifies the total capital registered with the Administrative Department for Industry and Commerce, also known as statutory capital. Its core significance lies in representing the financial status of the corporate entity and the source of its management rights. Wu Xiao elaborated slowly. 300,000, Lin Feng stated, noting that this amount was derived from his post-tax royalties and signing fees, thus qualifying as personal income. Understood, Wu Xiao replied. However, in a private enterprise, one cannot dominate entirely. Thus, it is necessary to allocate some shares. I comprehend this, Lin Feng nodded, recognizing that no individual can wholly control a limited company, thus necessitating the sale of a portion of shares. I intend to invest, Lin Feng declared. I plan to as well. And me, Xiao Qinya chimed in. As Wu Xiao finished his statement, Lin Yun, Yin Yuding, and Xiao Qinya simultaneously voiced their intentions. Lin Feng was taken aback. Now it made sense why they had been waiting for him so eagerly. Rest assured, I require only a 5 stake, and I shall receive a modest annual dividend without participating in company decisions, Lin Yun stated. I need merely 1, Xiao Qinya added. Lin Yun cast a surprised glance at Xiao Qinya. I too only request a 1 share, Yin Yuding interjected. Lin Feng did not express a clear stance. After a moment of contemplation, he suggested, let us discuss this later. Very well, Mr. Lin. May I inquire the name of your company? Wu Xiao asked. It shall be named Fengqin Company, Lin Feng replied. Why is it called Fengqin Company? Xiao Qinya inquired, perplexed. Guess, Lin Feng evaded a direct answer. All right, I shall return to prepare. Mr. Lin, could you kindly share your mobile number for future correspondence? Wu Xiao requested. Sure, Lin Feng said, rising to exchange numbers with Wu Xiao. He then bid farewell to the group of women. Xiao Qinya and Yi Linyun also departed directly, as they needed to report back home. Lin Feng gazed out the window, eagerly anticipating the day he would meet Mengqing. Mengqing, how have you been? Wait for me, he thought, watching the sunset, his mind awash with memories. He recalled the lively silhouette dancing in the golden light, the girl whose smile was captivating, the one whose innocence evoked a sense of tenderness, and the girl who always treaded carefully. Soon after, Lin Feng opened his social media account. where he had amassed hundreds of thousands of followers. He crafted a poignant post. The blue eucalyptus has met the graceful bird. I cherish nothing in this world but you. Chapter 42. Is Lin Feng a libertine? In Jinling, the maid Zhang knocked on the door, announcing, Miss Meng, the master wishes for you to come downstairs. Understood. I shall be there shortly, came Meng Qing's somewhat hoarse voice from within the room, followed by the opening of the door. Zhang Ma observed the gaunt figure of Meng Qing, feeling a pang of sympathy, and sighed softly. Meng Qing descended from her bedroom to the living room, her gaze drawn to the glaring orange sunset outside the window. It is rather blinding, she murmured to herself with a touch of self-deprecation. This marked her first departure from her bedroom since returning to Jinling. Upon entering the living room, she noticed 5 individuals seated upon the sofa, her father and mother. Meng Qing approached, greeting them. Hearing her voice, Meng Hai turned, offering a slight nod and a soft Please, take a seat, her mother instructed, and thereafter fell silent. Good day, Uncle Shun, Aunt Xiao. Meng Qing greeted another pair of middle-aged couples. Meng Qing, what has happened? You look so thin, Xiao Shuzhen remarked, her tone laced with concern. Indeed, have you not been eating well at home? Come to Uncle Shun's. He prepares delightful meals. Shun Zhen chuckled amiably. Thank you, Uncle Shun and Aunt Xiao. I shall graciously decline for now, Meng Qing replied politely. Shun Zhen said no more, casting a glance at the man beside him, who was observing Meng Qing intently. Meng Gu, the purpose of our visit pertains to the betrothal matter. I am aware that Yun Hao is somewhat lacking in ambition, which has hindered Meng Qing's progress. Therefore, I propose that we arrange for Yun Che to be engaged to Meng Qing, Shun Zhen declared. Meng Hai and Wang Wanqing turned their attention to Shun Yun Che. Meng Uncle, Aunt Xiao, greetings, Shun Yun Che offered, acknowledging Meng Hai and Xiao Shuzhen. When did you return, Xiaoke? Wang Wanqing inquired, a hint of surprise in her voice. Uncle, I arrived just yesterday, Shun Yun Che replied. Will you be returning, Xiao Che? Meng Hai asked. Uncle, this time I shall remain, Shun Yun Che replied. Meng Qing's gaze fell upon him. He bore a striking resemblance to Shun Yun Hao, yet his demeanor differed markedly. Shun Yun Che, adorned with frameless glasses, exuded a scholarly air. He may not have been as handsome as Lin Feng, but he carried an air of composure. Shun Yun Che noticed Meng Qing's scrutiny and responded with a casual nod, acknowledging her presence. Meng Hai turned to Shun Zhen, stating, let us set this matter aside for now. Since Xiao Che has just returned, let us share a meal together. The dishes have already been prepared. Very well, Shun Zhen acquiesced without further comment. At the dining table, Xiao Shuzhen urged, come, Xiao Qing, eat this, do indulge. She served Meng Qing a generous portion. Thank you, Aunt. Meng Qing accepted graciously, not declining. Wang Wanqing also served her husband a piece of meat, and then continued to eat quietly. Meng Gai, in silence, transferred a piece of meat from his bowl to Meng Qing's, along with a shrimp. Meng Qing gazed at her overflowing bowl, feeling a profound sense of helplessness. None of the dishes she yearned for were included. As the meal progressed, the atmosphere remained warm and congenial. After dining, the two families tacitly withdrew, leaving Shun Yun Che and Meng Qing alone in the living room. However, before departing, Meng Hai cast a complex glance at the two individuals. Miss Meng, when do you plan to marry me? Shun Yun Chao inquired candidly. I have someone I like, Meng Qing replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Oh, who might that be? Shun Yun Chao asked, his eyes glinting with intrigue. An ordinary person, Meng Qing maintained her stoic demeanor. Do your parents know? Shun Yun Chao removed his glasses. They do, Meng Qing responded, somewhat puzzled. Then why do you think they still allow us to meet? Shun Yun Chao massaged his temples. Because Lin Feng is an ordinary person. They believe his life will remain unremarkable, for in their eyes, only social standing matters. Meng Qing articulated each word with precision. Indeed, but Miss Meng, have you ever considered the futility of your hesitation? Do you plan to evade this for a lifetime? Shun Yun Chao fixed his gaze on Meng Qing. I understand, but... Meng Qing's words trailed off. But you are, after all, the daughter of the Meng family. Your wealth is derived from them. And you fear they may trouble Lin Feng, correct? Shun Yun Chao interjected. Meng Qing fell silent, merely nodding, acknowledging the truth in Shun Yunchao's assertion. Do you truly believe Lin Feng can stand against the Meng family? Or the Shun family for that matter? Shun Yunchao inquired, watching her with keen interest. I do not know, but Lin Feng is not an ordinary person, Meng Qing murmured softly. Indeed, Shun Yunchao replied. Meng Qing regarded him with a hint of surprise. Long ago, I suspected I would be betrothed to you. In fact, my parents never intended for Shun Yunhao to be engaged to you. The only person suitable for that role is me, Shun Yunchao stated calmly, perusing his phone. Thus, I have also conducted an investigation into Lin Feng. He proceeded to display photographs from his phone before Meng Qing. Her gaze fell upon the images, and her expression turned vacant. The first photo depicted Yin Yuqing at Lin Feng's residence. The second showed Lin Feng and Xiao Qingya at the university gate. The third captured them enjoying a concert together. And the fourth featured them singing on stage alongside Yilin. Meng Qing stared at the photographs in disbelief. So, Miss Meng, do you truly understand Lin Feng? Shen Yinchao asked. And what is it that you wish to convey? Meng Qing swiftly composed herself, adopting a nonchalant demeanor. Lin Feng might be the type to indulge in romantic escapades, Shen Yinchao suggested. No, he certainly is not. Meng Qing whispered to herself. How can you be so certain? Men are all the same, Shen Yinchao remarked casually. How can you be so confident that Lin Feng is a good person? What makes you so sure he isn't after your wealth? Meng Qing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she gazed at the photos, murmuring, he does not know my true identity. Meanwhile, Shun Yunhao seemed oblivious to Meng Qing's distress, continuing, I have investigated him. He is indeed talented, as you are aware. A man as handsome and gifted as he is surely surrounded by admirers. After a brief pause, he said, you're not by her side. He feels lonely as beautiful and affluent women suddenly appear around him. Oh, by the way, I forgot to mention to Miss Meng that the three young ladies are the esteemed Miss Xiao Qingya from the Xiao family and Miss Lin Yun from the Yi family. As for the other one, I need not elaborate. Shen Yunjia glanced at Meng Qing with a hint of mockery. Who knows, the so-called good man you speak of, Lin Feng, might also be a man of lewd inclinations. Meng Qing remained rooted in place, gazing at the photograph on her phone, tears having already traced their path down her exquisite cheeks. Unable to contain herself any longer, she covered her face with her distinctly knuckled hands and began to weep silently. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, Lin Feng sneezed, rubbed his nose, and wondered who was thinking of him. Chapter 43. Deep affection. Shun Yunchao gazed at the tearful Meng Qing, and with an air of nonchalance, remarked, hence, Miss Meng, our marriage would indeed be a match of equal stature. Where did you obtain these photographs? Meng Qing inquired, her voice trembling, yet she refrained from answering Shen Yunchao. A private investigator, as you are well aware, Shen Yunchao shrugged indifferently. Is he doing well? Meng Qing's reddened eyes bore into Shen Yunchao. Shen Yunchao, somewhat incredulous, nodded slowly. Mr. Shun, are you engaging in such trivial antics as well? Meng Qing's sobs ceased, her tone reverting to its previous calm, had it not been for the slight quiver in her voice. Shen Yunchao would have found it hard to believe that the weeping Meng Qing and the composed one before him were the same person. Why do you say that? Shen Yunchao asked, perplexed. In truth, you have performed admirably. I nearly believe your words. However, what you do not know is that I have cohabited with Lin Feng for quite some time, even sharing the same bed. Meng Qing paused momentarily, then articulated slowly, yet I have maintained my virtue. I had even resolved to go through with it that final night, but Lin Feng remained unmoved. Thus, your error lies in underestimating the bond between Lin Feng and myself. Shen Yinchao was taken aback. He could not fathom what kind of courage compelled Meng Qing to utter such self-deprecating words in defense of Lin Feng. Who had emboldened her? Was it Liang Jingru? A faint, helpless smile crossed Shen Yunchao's lips. Very well, Miss Meng, I shan't jest with you any longer. In fact, I have no intention of getting engaged. Meng Qing, bewildered, asked, then why say so much? Shen Yunchao curled his lip, internally pondering if he truly vexed her so. Nevertheless, he continued, actually, I have a girlfriend abroad. Meng Qing nodded slightly, her gaze drifting out the window, appearing indifferent to his words. Frustrated, Shen Yunchao exclaimed, however, I have conducted an investigation on Lin Feng. My assertions are not entirely unfounded. Upon hearing Lin Feng's name, Meng Qing immediately turned her head, her large eyes filled with anticipation for Shun Yunqiao to elaborate. Shun Yunqiao, filled with mixed emotions, contemplated, was Lin Feng truly so captivating? Currently, it seemed Lin Feng was engaged in a partnership with the Xiao family, while also serving as a Guqin tutor for Xiao Qingya. Wow, Lin Feng plays the Guqin as well. He never mentioned it to me. When we meet, I shall have him play for me for an entire day and night. Well, perhaps just a day. I wouldn't want to exhaust him. Maybe just one piece, Meng Qing murmured. Shun Yunqiao, astonished by Meng Qing's youthful enthusiasm, cleared his throat and said, "Are you even listening to me?" Meng Qing lifted her head and replied, "Yes, yes. Em listening." Lin Feng's collaboration with the Xiao family pertains to a project dubbed the Shared Bicycle Initiative. Since it is no longer a secret, the investigation was relatively straightforward. The information I acquired is scant, yet it is not difficult to deduce the astounding profits that lie behind this plan. One cannot help but admire Lin Feng's business acumen, Shun Yunqiao stated. "Wow, my Lin Feng is truly impressive," Meng Qing gushed. Shun Yunqiao had grown accustomed to sneering. Yes, 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 your Lin Feng is the best, the strongest, the most outstanding." Meng Qing, seemingly oblivious to Shun Yunqiao's sarcastic tone, either did not register it or simply chose to disregard it. Shun Yunqiao sighed. "There is no saving you." He continued, "As for the relationship with Xiao Qingya, I am not entirely certain of the specifics, but it aligns closely with what you mentioned. After all this time, he has not acted out of line even once. He truly is a good man." "Indeed, my Lin Feng is a good man," Meng Qing replied with a hint of pride. Regarding his connection with the Yi family, it was through Yi Linyun that he met Xiao Qingya at her birthday banquet, where Lin Feng composed a song for her. Shun Yunqiao glanced at Meng Qing, eager to witness her reaction, but was met with disappointment. He writes songs for other girls, but not for me. The next time we meet, he must compose 2 songs for me. I can sing as well," Meng Qing huffed indignantly. At that moment, Shun Yunqiao was convinced that Meng Qing was indeed beyond redemption. They had performed together at a concert. As for the collaboration with the Yi family, it was likely Lin Feng who had put himself forward. The exact nature of the project was unclear, but it was rumored that the shareholders of the Yi family had convened a meeting, which had become quite tumultuous regarding a gaming venture, only to be resolved inexplicably later. It remained uncertain whether this was linked to Lin Feng, but if it were, he truly was an extraordinary business prodigy. Shun Yunqiao regarded Meng Qing with a complex expression, while she listened with delight, devoid of any deeper thoughts. She merely believed that Lin Feng's excellence would bring them closer together, thus making her parents' approval more likely. The latest news is that Lin Feng plans to establish a company, which should have some connection to you, Shun Yunqiao remarked, looking at Meng Qing. Meng Qing turned her gaze towards him, her beautiful eyes revealing a look of confusion. "What does that have to do with me?" "The name of the company." "The name of the company?" "Yes." "What is it?" "Lin Feng's company is named Fengqing Company," Shun Yunqiao replied. Meng Qing took a moment to process this, her eyes welling with tears. It dawned on her that Lin Feng's efforts were for her sake, that it was not merely her unreciprocated feelings, and that he had not misunderstood her on the day he left. As she pondered these thoughts, tears streamed down her cheeks, like morning dew falling upon flower petals. But unlike before, her face now bore a smile of happiness. Those tears were of emotion, joy, and elation. Shun Yunqiao, in a fitting moment, picked up his phone and played Yi Linyun's Rewind. However, it was the concert version, not the later solo release. As the music played, the crowd's cheers made it evident that it was a live rendition. "I have had enough of waiting. We faced too many obstacles. Your hand cannot let go." Just as the male vocals began, Meng Qing exclaimed, "That's Lin Feng's voice." Shun Yunqiao nodded. When the music concluded, Meng Qing remained lost in thought for an extended period. "Very well, I shall take my leave," Shun Yunqiao remarked. Meng Qing nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, by the way, I intend to visit the capital to meet him. If possible, I would like to explore a potential collaboration." A self-deprecating smile graced Shun Yunqiao's lips as he mused. "A half-fiancé and a boyfriend meeting? How amusing. Is there anything you would like me to convey to him?" he inquired. After a prolonged silence, Mengqing finally responded, "No. I wish to speak to him in person. You need only observe how he is faring for me. Please, just see if he's doing well. 1,000 words cannot compare to a single meeting. I cannot articulate the depth of my affection for you, but for the chance to see you, I would run great distances. When the Tyndall effect manifests, light takes form. When you appear, the fluttering of the heart finds definition." Without uttering another word, Shen Yunxiao rose to depart, but paused at the door to say, "Oh, by the way, Lin Feng posted something yesterday." Mengqing, puzzled, inquired, "What was it?" "The blue eucalyptus has encountered the sure Huai bird. It loves nothing but you," he replied, before exiting, leaving Mengqing alone in the room. As he opened the door, Shen Yunxiao was met with the sight of Meng Hai, Wang Wanqing, Shun Zhen, and Qiu Shuzhen eavesdropping at the threshold. Shen Yunxiao stared in astonishment at the four, his mouth agape. "So, you all heard everything?" The four exchanged glances, each remaining silent. Chapter 44. Is he really that wonderful? Shen Yunxie gazed at the four individuals before him, their attempts to disguise their emotions evident, and he felt a twinge of shock. Sighing, Shun Zhen turned away, leaving the room, followed closely by Qiu Shuzhen. Shen Yunxie trailed behind them. The group made their way to the living room and settled down. "When did you start dating?" Shun Zhen inquired, fixing his gaze on Shen Yunxie. 2 years ago, Shen Yunxie replied, contemplating how he had intended to subtly hint to his parents about his relationship in the coming days, allowing them time to adjust, only to discover that he had been overheard. "Well, it seemed appropriate to lay everything bare. I met her while I was abroad. She is truly a wonderful person. Initially, I hadn't planned on pursuing a relationship, but she has been my unwavering support ever since," Shen Yunxie explained. "Nonsense," Shun Zhen retorted, irritation seeping into his voice. Dream High cast a complex glance at Shen Yunxie and remarked, "It's all right, head of the Shun family. Since Xiao Che has found someone he cares for, let us forego the marriage discussions." Sighing, Qiu Shuzhen echoed the sentiment. She genuinely cherished Mengqing, even though she was aware that Mengqing had met a boyfriend during her time away from home and had even begun cohabiting with him. However, she did not mind, and had even put aside her pride to discuss matters of engagement. Wang Wanqing remained silent. "Zhang Ma, please fetch her," Dream High instructed the housekeeper, standing nearby. "Very well, sir," Zhang Ma replied. Zhang Ma went to the study and called Mengqing, entering to find her frozen in place, her eyes slightly reddened, stirring a pang of sympathy in Zhang Ma's heart. "Miss, the master wishes for you to come out," Zhang Ma said gently. Mengqing murmured softly, offering no further words as she made her way to the living room. Upon her arrival, Mengqing sensed the awkward atmosphere enveloping the room and chose a seat at the edge of the sofa, lowering her head in contemplation. For a moment, the 5 individuals were engulfed in their own thoughts, none willing to break the silence, and the tension lingered. After a lengthy pause, Shen Yunxie spoke up, "Actually, it need not be this way. Lin Feng possesses considerable talent. Moreover, the Xiao and Yi families have commercial collaborations with him." He then turned to Dream High, adding, "Uncle Meng, perhaps you could view this from a different perspective. Lin Feng is not lacking in merit." Dream High regarded Shen Yunxie with a neutral expression, devoid of any visible emotion. Sighing, Shan Jin remarked, "Head of the Meng family, we shall not intrude any longer. We take our leave. Please, be cautious on your journey." Dream High replied, "Xiao Che, is what you said truly the case?" Shen Jin asked. "What?" Shen Yunxie, driving, was uncertain of which matter his father was referring to. The collaboration between Lin Feng and the Xiao and Yi families, Shen Jin stated, his tone tinged with an inscrutable emotion. "The Yi family remains undecided, but given their stance, it seems highly probable. As for the Xiao family, it is quite evident. A simple inquiry in the capital would reveal much. However, the plan has only just commenced and has yet to reach Jinling. Nevertheless, I believe it won't be long before we see progress, as initiatives have already begun in the capital," Shen Yunxie explained. "What of his relationship with that young lady from the Yun family?" Shen Jin queried, his gaze complex as he looked out the window. Currently, the investigation revolves around their cooperative relationship, which can also be seen as a superior-subordinate dynamic. Lin Feng's book is published by Yun Yuqing. "What book?" Huaxia, came the astonished responses. Xiao Che, is hua written by Lin Feng? Inquired Qiu Shuzhen. Indeed, and Lin Feng has publicly acknowledged it, replied Shen Yunshe as he drove. However, the atmosphere within the car grew silent. Shen Yunshe glanced in the rearview mirror, but the interior remained dim, preventing him from discerning Shen Zhen's expression or fathoming his father's thoughts. After bidding farewell to the Shen family, the living room fell into silence once more. I'm off to bed, Wang Wanqing announced before departing, leaving Mengqing and Menghai behind. Tell me about Lin Feng. Menghai prompted first. All right. Mengqing nodded and began her narrative. After I left home that day, I was penniless, with only a ticket to Hangzhou. I had initially planned to wait a bit longer before leaving. Mengqing glanced at Menghai, apprehensive of her reaction, yet she found no discernible emotion on Menghai's face, prompting her to continue. I had no destination in mind, just the desire to escape Jinling, running as far away as possible, so I simply boarded the train. Menghai interrupted. But you had no ID. How did they let you through? I told them I lost my ID, and they allowed me to register, then let me go. Mengqing explained awkwardly. Menghai regarded her with a knowing look, but chose not to press further, encouraging her to continue. Upon arriving in Hangzhou, night had already fallen, and I wandered aimlessly, unsure of where to go. I walked for what felt like an eternity, weary and hungry, until I found myself beneath Lin Feng's building. At that moment, he was playing the piano, a melody so enchanting that I could not explain why I chose to stop there. Perhaps it was the sparse population of that community, or the lights spilling from his home, or maybe it was the exquisite strains of his piano music. Mengqing reminisced about that fateful night, the inception of their intertwined destinies. Menghai observed Mengqing with a complex expression. Later, he came down to take out the trash and mistook me for a ghost, fleeing in fright. Mengqing chuckled as she recounted the memory. Menghai gazed at her, reminiscent of a child, feeling a pang of emotion. When he returned, he did not call for me, but ascended directly, leading me to believe I would have to spend the night outside. In truth, I was terrified. The darkness surrounding me made me dread the prospect of him turning off the lights. The power had been cut in the neighborhood, leaving only his apartment illuminated. Just as I resigned myself to a night outdoors, he descended and brought me inside. That night, he prepared a bowl of noodles for me. Perhaps my hunger amplified its taste, but it was the most delicious meal I had ever had. He then offered me a place to sleep in the guest room. Menghai sighed as Mengqing continued her monologue, lost in her own world. Later, he took me shopping for clothes, and I spent his money. While this sum was not particularly substantial, it was quite considerable for Lin Feng at that time. For an ordinary family, expenses of 5,000 to 6,000 were not trivial. Subsequently, he transferred another 5,000 to me, reserving some for his own expenses. Menghai nodded in agreement. Indeed, 5,000 to 6,000 could be deemed a significant amount for a typical family, especially when it was for a stranger, one whose ability to repay was uncertain. Lin Feng's actions subtly transformed Menghai's perception of him. Soon after, we began living together. I played the piano while he wrote novels. At times, he would teach me how to play and even sing for me. Writing novels? Menghai interjected, interrupting Mengqing. What kind of novels? In truth, Menghai had conducted some investigation into Lin Feng and was aware of his literary pursuits, but at that time he had not paid it much heed. Now, curiosity piqued. Menghai wondered what kind of novel could entice Yun Yuqing to visit him personally. He had overheard the conversation between Shen Yunjia and Mengqing at the door. It's called Huaxia, Mengqing replied. Menghai's eyes widened in shock, his voice trembling as he asked, Are you implying that Mu Feng is Lin Feng? Mu Feng? Lin Feng? No wonder, no wonder. Menghai muttered himself. Is he truly that remarkable? Chapter 45. The establishment of a new company. Mengqing was oblivious to Menghai's emotions and continued to speak at length. There was a time when I fell gravely ill. It was Lin Feng who took care of me. I regretted not closing the window while I slept, and since it was raining, my room became thoroughly soaked by the next day. My bed, blankets, and mattress were all drenched, leaving me no choice but to sleep in Lin Feng's bed. He tended to my needs, and even when he went out to buy medicine in the rain, he tucked the medication into his coat to shield it from getting wet, all while braving the downpour to return to me. Mengqing's face radiated joy as she recounted this. due to the room being uninhabitable. We ended up sharing a bed that night. Mengqing's words were still flowing when Menghai interjected sharply. What nonsense! We did nothing. Mengqing hurriedly explained, though inwardly she thought it was merely a matter of embracing each other. Menghai scoffed, acknowledging Lin Feng's prudence in not taking advantage of the situation. Mengqing continued. The next day, Lin Feng took me to the amusement park. It was my first visit, and I found it utterly delightful. He introduced me to the carousel and the Ferris wheel, where we watched fireworks together. Such a breathtaking sight. Oh, and we even rode the roller coaster. Despite Lin Feng's evident fear, he still accompanied me. Mengqing's smile persisted, a sight Menghai had not witnessed on his daughter in quite some time. He pondered why such seemingly trivial occurrences could elicit such joy from Mengqing, recognizing their simplicity yet feeling their profound significance in her heart. We also ventured to Firefly Mountain, where we marveled at the meteor shower and the countless fireflies illuminating the night. That evening, there were particularly many shooting stars, and the fireflies were in abundance. However, as we descended the mountain, I inadvertently twisted my ankle, prompting Lin Feng to carry me down. Subsequently, we visited the maple forest, during which I accidentally misspoke and feared that Lin Feng might misunderstand my intentions. Anxious about creating a rift between us, I took the initiative to kiss him. "Huh, I know," Menghai remarked, his tone tinged with disapproval, fully aware that he still possessed photographs from that time. Mengqing seemed to disregard Menghai's words. Her cheeks flushed, as if shy. After a brief pause, she continued, "In truth, I am uncertain when I began to harbor feelings for him, but by the time I realized it, he had already carved a place in my heart. Later, with the arrival of Shen Yunhao, I came to understand that I might soon have to part ways." Mengqing's smile faded gradually, her tone growing somber as she stated, "I know that now that he has found me, you will too. I am aware that you will not approve of Lin Feng, yet I did not anticipate your arrival to be so swift. I felt powerless. I had hoped to turn the tide in my favor, yet Lin Feng did not act as I expected." Her melancholic demeanor began to shift towards agitation as she continued. "I know you would disapprove, which is why I deliberately distanced myself from Lin Feng when I left, pretending not to care. I thought perhaps allowing him to misunderstand me for a lifetime would be acceptable, but to my surprise, Lin Feng did not misinterpret my actions. Everything he did was for me to stand proudly before the Meng family." After Mengqing finished speaking, she fell silent, aware that pleading would be futile. Menghai gazed at her quietly for a long moment before sighing and saying, "You should rest early," before leaving the living room. Upon returning to the bedroom, she looked at Wang Wanqing, who was lying on the bed with a facial mask. "Did you hear that?" she inquired. Wang Wanqing nodded in response. "What are your thoughts?" "I'm not certain." Menghai sighed again. "Perhaps I will visit the capital soon to meet this Lin Feng," Wang Wanqing suggested. Menghai nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Mengqing returned to her room, lying on the bed with a sense of unease, uncertain of her parents' thoughts regarding the situation. "Lin Feng, I miss you so much." In the capital, Lin Feng was roused from his slumber by the ringing of his phone. "Hello, Mr. Lin, I apologize for the disturbance. This is Wu Xiao," came a voice from the other end. "Yes, what is it?" Lin Feng replied, still somewhat dazed. "Mr. Lin, the company's processing procedures are nearly complete. You can bring the documents over this morning to finalize everything," Wu Xiao informed him. "All right," Lin Feng acknowledged before hanging up and heading downstairs. After having breakfast, he took a taxi directly to the agreed-upon location, where he found Wu Xiao waiting for him. Suddenly, Lin Feng realized a significant issue and addressed Wu Xiao. "But the company hasn't been established yet?" Wu Xiao smiled reassuringly. "No worries, Mr. Lin. The registration was done in advance." Adjusting his glasses, he explained, "You need the business license and tax certificate to commence operations. Otherwise, it would be unlicensed. So, registration can proceed first." The two then began the process. After enduring a lengthy morning, they finally completed the procedures. "Mr. Lin, it has been a pleasure collaborating. I will keep you informed of any subsequent matters," Wu Xiao stated. Lin Feng nodded, and they bid farewell. Where should the company be located? Lin Feng pondered while gazing out the window. The capital seemed an ideal place for development, albeit with high land prices. Hangzhou was closer to home, but less suitable for growth. What about Jinling? Just as he was contemplating, his phone rang. "Lin, my brother." came Yi Yuanshan's voice from the other end. What is the matter, Brother Yi? Lin Feng responded. Do you have time now? Could you come to the Yi group? We need to discuss a collaboration. Sure, Lin Feng replied, hanging up and heading straight to the Yi group. This time, as Yi Yuanshan had given prior notice. The receptionist promptly escorted Lin Feng to Yi Yuanshan's office. Ah, my younger brother has arrived. Yi Yuanshan greeted Lin Feng warmly as he entered. A stark contrast to their previous formal encounter. Lin Feng internally scoffed but maintained a congenial demeanor, responding with a smile. Haha, it's fortunate I have no pressing matters. Don't say that. Aren't you starting a company recently? Yi Yuanshan chuckled. Oh, it's just a small venture, hardly worth mentioning, Lin Feng modestly replied. It may be a small company now, but who knows what the future holds. I hope that when the time comes, my younger brother will extend some leniency. Yi Yuanshan teased. You flatter me, Brother Yi. Lin Feng smiled on the surface, but inwardly he pondered how old Bai was still trying to play tricks on him. Brother Lin, I reviewed the proposal you submitted last time. It was excellent. I wonder when we might sign a contract. The sooner we initiate, the sooner we can reap profits. Yi Yuanshan interjected, diverting the topic. Any time works for me. However, I've been quite occupied with company matters lately, so it may take a little while, Lin Feng replied. Yi Yuanshan narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, this little brat, when will he have time? Now that we're discussing collaboration, he claims to be busy. Nevertheless, he maintained a calm demeanor and responded, that's perfectly fine. On this visit, I would like to inquire about the direction we should focus on for this game. Yi Yuanshan continued. In truth, when I devised this game, my primary focus was on the card game genre. Lin Feng elucidated. Chapter 46. Fonvero, I see, Yi Yuanshan remarked. We could introduce some formidable cards with higher damage and greater health, imposing a certain degree of pressure, but not excessively so, just a notch above, gradually leading to even more powerful cards, enticing players to invest money and draw for superior cards. Lin Feng replied. Yi Yuanshan's eyes sparkled with keen interest. Although it appeared he had little stake in this, upon reflection, he mused, drawing lots? Isn't it just a probability I control? Besides, it's akin to boiling a frog in warm water. If each person contributes $1, once the numbers swell, it amounts to a significant sum. He was uncertain about many things, but one thing was for certain. This game would undoubtedly become a sensation. Observing Yi Yuanshan deep in thought, Lin Feng concluded that all merchants shared a similar disposition. Such matters could be grasped with a mere nudge. He then stood to take his leave, stating, I won't disturb you any longer, Yi Leoch. I shall return home now. Perhaps I'll visit again when the opportunity arises. Yi Yuanshan simulet, responding. When will you come to our Yi family? Lin Yan has asked me to inquire when you plan to compose a new song. Just as Yi Yuanshan finished speaking, the office door swung open to reveal Yi Linyan. She looked directly at Lin Feng and asked, So, when will you write a song? Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively and chuckled. I lack inspiration at the moment. Once I wrap up my current affairs, I shall write. That must be agreed upon. I'm the first to reserve, and you mustn't go back on your word, Yi Linyan replied, her large eyes filled with feigned innocence. Lin Feng mused internally. If Yi Linyan were in ancient times, she would surely be captured as a fairy. He then rose to take his leave. Why must you leave as soon as I arrive? Yi Linyan teased, drawing closer as she spoke. Well, I have to go teach Xiao Qingya piano this afternoon. Lin Feng replied, subtly stepping back. Then teach me piano as well. Didn't the Xiao family offer you $1 million a month? I'll give you $2 million. What do you say? Yi Linyan said with a cheerful smile. Alas, I plan to finish teaching this month, and then cease. I'm rather busy, Lin Feng said with a wry smile before bidding farewell. He then hailed a taxi and made his way to the Xiao residence. He reflected that he hadn't yet taught Xiao Qingya the piano, as the Xiao family had refrained from asking him to teach after he saved Xiao Qingya and Xiao Yunhe, allowing him to recuperate. Deep down, Lin Feng felt a twinge of guilt, knowing his injuries were not severe. Upon arriving at the Xiao residence, he was escorted to the living room by the butler. Mr. Lin, Miss Xiao may still be resting. I'll have someone call her, the butler informed. That's fine. I'm in no rush, Lin Feng replied. The butler then sent a maid named Xiao Feng upstairs to summon Xiao Qingya, while Lin Feng settled into a chair to wait. Miss. Xiao Fang knocked on the door while calling out. What is it? Xiao Qingya, clad in a pink nightgown and looking drowsy, answered. Mr. Lin has arrived, Xiao Fang said, bowing her head respectfully. Oh, I understand. Xiao Qingya replied before closing the door. Xiao Fang's expression remained unchanged as she silently counted to 3. 3, 2. Did you say Lin Feng has arrived? The door swung open abruptly, and Xiao Qingya's face, flushed with excitement, lit up the room. Xiao Fang nodded in response to her inquiry, and without hesitation, Xiao Qingya dashed down the stairs. Xiao Fang called after her, Miss, you haven't changed your clothes yet. However, it seemed Xiao Qingya either did not hear her or chose to ignore her, as her eagerness to see someone had completely overtaken her thoughts. Lin Feng, initially bored, was surveying his surroundings, reflecting on the lavishness that wealth could bring. Look at this crystal chandelier. Could it be real? And this golden toad. Is it truly made of gold? He mused silently to himself. Lin Feng, Xiao Qingya exclaimed. He turned his head to see her rushing towards him in a pink nightgown, slightly out of breath from her haste. Lin Feng, you're here, she said breathlessly. Ahem, Miss Xiao, perhaps you should change your attire first, Lin Feng suggested, rubbing his nose and averting his gaze. The temptation to look too long was overwhelming. Thankfully, the living room was devoid of anyone else. Xiao Qingya gasped, suddenly realizing her attire, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson as she hurried back upstairs, brushing past Xiao Fang, who was in pursuit. Lin Feng merely shrugged at Xiao Fang. In the room, Xiao Qingya held up 2 dresses before the mirror, asking Xiao Fang, which do you think looks better, the red one or the white one? Miss, you would look lovely in anything, the maid replied, observing Xiao Qingya's exuberance with a hint of admiration. I really like the red, but the white design is quite appealing. Xiao Qingya mused, caught in a dilemma. Xiao Fang, could you fetch me that butterfly necklace? And bring me the hairpin as well. Do you think Lin Feng likes beauty marks? As Lin Feng began to feel drowsy, he noticed Xiao Qingya descending the stairs. Clad in a simple white dress with a greenish underlay, her long black hair elegantly pinned up and adorned with turquoise earrings. She exuded an air of an ancient noble's daughter, with a few strands of hair cascading over her collarbone. After calming his thoughts, Lin Feng stood and asked, Miss Xiao, are you ready to begin? Xiao Qingya replied softly, her beautiful gaze fixed intently on him, causing Lin Feng to feel a slight unease. Her eyes sparkled with the vibrancy of a butterfly, both lively and wise. In contrast, Yi Lin Yun's eyes held the brilliance of a phoenix, shining with a captivating light. Yin Yuqing's gaze was deep, exuding confidence and independence, while Meng Qing's eyes, long and striking, appeared ethereal, untouched by the mundane world. Please start playing. I'd like to see how far you've progressed, Lin Feng said, pulling himself back to the present. All right, Xiao Qingya replied, settling down to begin her performance. Lin Feng slightly shifted his body, diverting his gaze and closing his eyes, as the sound of the guqin filled the air. The melodious notes wrapped around him like the gentle sway of ancient tree branches, and he could not help but acknowledge Xiao Qingya's remarkable talent. Xiao Qingya gazed intently at Lin Feng, her eyes revealing an indescribable emotion. Indeed, she resembled an ancient beauty dancing gracefully, enchanting all who beheld her. Lin Feng, with his eyes closed, pondered this thought. Wait, why is she likened to a graceful maiden? Isn't that akin to the saying of high mountains and flowing waters? He promptly opened his eyes, only to meet Xiao Qingya's gaze. An awkward moment ensued between them. Fortunately, Xiao Qingya soon lowered her head to continue playing the guqin. Lin Feng, meanwhile, was captivated by the emotion reflected in Xiao Qingya's eyes. Something felt amiss, exceedingly amiss. In truth, when one harbors feelings for another, the sentiment is often palpable. How could Lin Feng possibly be oblivious? The emotion in Xiao Qingya's gaze was unmistakable. Could there truly be a fool who fails to perceive another's affection? Or perhaps one who senses it yet feigns ignorance, playing coy? Lin Feng could easily pretend he was unaware, using Xiao Qingya as a conduit to ascend the lofty branches of the Xiao family. Yet, he was neither Navi nor the type who, despite obvious advances, mistakenly assumes mere flirtation. As Lin Feng contemplated this, his brows furrowed, and Xiao Qing'an noticed his troubled expression, mistakenly believing it was due to her playing. She promptly ceased her performance. With a gaze full of curiosity, she inquired, "What's wrong? Did I play something incorrectly?" At that moment, Lin Feng found himself perplexed by the confusion in Xiao Qingya's eyes. Was he overthinking things? He silently mused. Would it be rather arrogant to directly tell her I have someone I like? After all, she hasn't confessed her feelings yet. But what if I wait until she does, and then it's too late? Perhaps it would be wiser to extinguish any budding feelings now. Yet she hasn't spoken up. Maybe I should just hint that I have someone special in mind. Resolute in his thoughts, Lin Feng finally spoke. "I was just lost in thought. What were you thinking about?" Xiao Qingya inquired as she moved to sit beside him, maintaining a comfortable distance. "About a song," Lin Feng replied silently to himself. "Oh," Xiao Qingya, having heard Lin Feng sing before and found his voice delightful, leaned in with interest. "What song?" "A love song," Lin Feng admitted. "A love song?" Xiao Qingya echoed. "Yes, one I wish to dedicate to someone I admire." "You have someone you like?" Lin Feng hesitated momentarily. "Yes, I'm quite fond of her." As he spoke, the image of a dream girl floated through his mind. Xiao Qingya quickly regained her composure. Her curiosity piqued. Who could this girl be? Among the three of them, Yin Yuqing had known Lin Feng the longest, yet she had never mentioned him having a girlfriend. Just then, Xiao Yunhe entered the room. "Lin nephew, how is your health?" Xiao Yuanshan approached. "Uncle Xiao, I'm perfectly fine now," Lin Feng replied, preferring the company of Xiao Yunhe over Yi Yuanshan. "Haha, that is wonderful to hear." Xiao Yunhe walked beside Lin Feng and inquired, "Lin nephew, I have heard that you recently established a company?" "Indeed," Lin Feng replied. "Is there anything I can assist you with? Please do not hesitate to ask." I appreciate it, Uncle Xiao," Lin Feng responded with a smile. "Not all." Xiao Yunhe waved his hand dismissively. "Regarding the plan you mentioned, it has already been set in motion, and thus far, the results appear quite promising. I intend to explore its implementation in other cities in due course. Patience is key. Uncle Xiao, let us first observe any challenges that may arise here in the capital. If we rush into it, we might face a multitude of unforeseen issues that could become overwhelming," Lin Feng suggested thoughtfully. "Indeed," Xiao Yunhe nodded in agreement. "I shall not intrude further. I will take my leave now." Lin Feng rose to depart. "Lin nephew, stay for a meal before you go," Xiao Yunhe urged. "Uncle Xiao, I must return to update my novel. Otherwise, my readers will be pressing for more. Let us dine together another time," Lin Feng said with a wry smile. "Very well, but do remember to inform me in advance next time," Xiao Yunhe replied. "Understood," Lin Feng nodded. "Qingya, see Lin Feng off," Xiao Yunhe instructed, glancing at Xiao Qingya, who was lost in thought. "Huh? Oh, right," Xiao Qingya said, snapping back to reality as she followed Lin Feng outside. The two walked in silence. Lin Feng broke the quiet, saying, "Miss Xiao, this is where I shall bid you farewell." Xiao Qingya nodded and turned to head back. Just as Lin Feng was about to leave the Xiao family residence, she suddenly called out, "Lin Feng, do you truly care for her?" Lin Feng paused, then turned back with a smile, saying, "Yes, if I were to stop caring, she would cry like a child. She is wonderful, and I wish to spare her from tears." With that, he waved goodbye and departed. Xiao Qingya silently watched as Lin Feng walked away. Chapter 47. Is Mengqing's irritation learned from you? After Lin Feng departed from the Xiao family in a taxi, a black luxury car discreetly trailed him, following closely behind. The taxi halted at the entrance of the community and waited until Lin Feng entered before the black car slipped in as well, perhaps due to the vehicle's opulence. The security guard did not intervene. However, once inside the community, Shen Yunche suddenly lost sight of Lin Feng and, puzzled, exited the car to investigate. "Why are you following me?" Lin Feng suddenly inquired from behind Shen Yunche. Startled, Shen Yunche jumped slightly. Lin Feng, bemused, regarded Shen Yunche, pondering how he could be so unprofessional as to be startled while tailing him. Shen Yunche took a breath and replied, "It's nothing." "Who's following you?" Lin Feng stared curiously at Shen Yunche, finding him vaguely familiar, yet could not recall who he was after much contemplation. "Oh," Lin Feng said before turning to leave. "Are you Lin Feng?" Shen Yunche asked as he followed Lin Feng. Lin Feng, disinterested in this peculiar individual, ignored Shen Yun's inquiries and opened his door to enter. Shen Yunshe, however, casually followed him inside. "Hello, let me introduce myself. I am Shen Yunshe," Shen Yunshe declared. "Shen Yunshe? Shen Yunhao? The Shen family from Jinling?" Mengqing. Lin Feng's mind raced. "Yes, hello. I am Lin Feng, I presume?" Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. As Shen Yunshe observed Lin Feng's calm demeanor, a mischievous thought crossed his mind. He decided to play a prank on Lin Feng. Clearing his throat, Shen Yunshe continued, "Hello, I am Shen Yunshe, the eldest son of the Shen family." "I know," Lin Feng responded, still devoid of emotion. "Oh, by the way, I have another identity. I am Mengqing's fiancé." After stating this, Shen Yunshe relaxed into the sofa, crossing his legs in a self-satisfied manner, eager to gauge Lin Feng's reaction. "Oh, and then?" Lin Feng queried, perplexed. Shen Yunshe, a bit taken aback, thought to himself, "What is this? Why is there no reaction?" Dismissing his disbelief, he insisted, "I said I am Mengqing's fiancé. No, Mengqing is my fiancé. In short, she is about to become engaged to me." He then cast a challenging glance at Lin Feng. "I see," Lin Feng replied coolly, recalling that Yi Lin Yun had mentioned this before, which left him puzzled about why this individual had come to find him. "And then?" Shen Yunshe pressed. "What do you mean, and then?" Lin Feng replied, still unfazed. "I said I am Mengqing's fiancé. The girl you like, your girlfriend, is about to become engaged to me. Do you understand?" Shen Yunshe exclaimed, visibly agitated. Lin Feng, unfazed, leisurely poured himself a glass of water, sipping it while gesturing for Shen Yunshe to continue. He maintained a demeanor akin to Mengqing's, suggesting that he would listen only if it suited his mood. "Ah!" Shen Yunshe exclaimed in frustration. He finally understood from whom Mengqing had learned such behavior. "Let me share some good news with you. Would you like to hear it?" Shen Yunshe persisted. "Not interested," Lin Feng replied, remaining as nonchalant as ever. "What about yours?" Shen Yunshe had already risen to his feet. "Speak swiftly if you wish to. If not, depart immediately. Your unauthorized intrusion into a private residence may warrant a call to the authorities," Lin Feng remarked. "Huh. Are you interested in hearing about the Meng family?" Shen Yunshe inquired. "I have no desire to listen," Lin Feng replied. "You do want to hear?" Shen Yunshe clenched his fist defiantly. "I do not." "You do." "I do not." "Simply acknowledge your curiosity, and I shall divulge the information." With gritted teeth, Shen Yunshe uttered each word slowly. Lin Feng, however, did not respond. Instead, he quietly approached the door, opened it, and stated, "Would you prefer to leave voluntarily, or shall I summon the authorities to escort you out?" "Ah, very well. I initially intended to inform you about Mengqing." Shen Yunshe's words were abruptly cut off. Lin Feng swiftly shut the door, dashed to the table beside the sofa, filled a cup with water, and presented it to Shen Yunshe, saying, "Please go on." Shen Yunshe widened his eyes, realizing that one cannot sleep in the same bed and expect to be different. "Huh. I am here on Mengqing's behalf to inquire about you," Lin Feng stated. Shen Yunshe accepted the cup but did not drink from it. Instead, he toyed with it. "How is she?" "She? Quite well, though she has refused to marry me and has resorted to fasting for your sake," Lin Feng replied. "What a foolish girl," Shen Yunshe murmured, a tinge of sorrow in his voice. "Nevertheless, I have come to share some good news." "Pray do tell," Shen Yunshe urged. "The Shen family will no longer pursue a union with the Meng family, as I have a girlfriend now." "I am not a breeding stallion," Lin Feng added, casting a casual glance at Shen Yunshe. "By the heavens, I am not a breeding stallion either," Lin Feng thought to himself, maintaining a calm demeanor. "So, what is your purpose here?" "To check on you on Mengqing's behalf," Shen Yunshe replied. "Very well. Now that you have seen me, you may depart," Lin Feng said, adopting a face that suggested he wished for Shen Yunshe to leave. "However, Mengqing asked me to convey that she misses you dearly and still loves you. Longing for your affection," Shen Yunshe said earnestly. "Understood," Lin Feng replied, casting a disdainful glance at Shen Yunshe. Lin Feng feigned a posture of merely observing Shen Yunshe's nonsensical ramblings. Shen Yunshe soon relented, uncrossing his legs, and, with a somber tone, recounted the events of that fateful night. "Thus, I have come to discuss a potential collaboration," Shen Yunshe announced. Collaboration? What do you mean? Lin Feng feigned ignorance. Shun Yunche, his fists clenched in frustration, retorted, "You scoundrel, are you pretending to be oblivious?" Then, with a forced smile, Shun Yunche continued, "Lin Feng, your company has yet to finalize a location, correct? Coincidentally, I have an office building in the capital that I can lend to you. Additionally, I possess a company in Jinling. We can collaborate for mutual development between the two locations. I shall consider it." Lin Feng responded noncommittally. This rascal harbors ulterior motives. Thinking that by lending him an office building, he could forge a partnership? Lin Feng, I must caution you. Do not overstep your bounds. Shen Yunche warned through gritted teeth. Oh, Lin Feng inquired. I have a team and sufficient funds, and I am willing to invest in your company. Yet I only wish to acquire 15 of the shares, Shun Yunchao remarked. However, you must also retain decision-making authority, Lin Feng replied. Is that unacceptable? Indeed it is. I am prepared to offer 100 million for merely 5 of the shares. Is that not sufficient? It is. But cannot I have decision-making rights? Absolutely not. You are being exceedingly unreasonable. So what if I am? If you refuse, then I must insist on having the right to be informed. That could be arranged. Shen Yunchao suddenly felt a twinge of regret for extending his offer. He then rose, his expression icy, and stated, Haha, I shall take my leave now. Tomorrow, I will return to sign the contract and to inspect the company. Take care. Lin Feng remained seated on the sofa. Shen Yunchao huffed, turning to leave. And at the door, he added, I suspect someone from the Meng family will be coming soon. You may want to brace yourself. Shen Yunchao had initially intended to inform Lin Feng that his mother-in-law was arriving, but upon witnessing Lin Feng's infuriating expression, he refrained from doing so. It would be best if you all engaged in a confrontation. Chapter 48. Observing the company after Shun Yunche's departure. Lin Feng had a light meal before ascending the stairs to write. Sigh, let us finish the Three Kingdoms chapter today, he thought, and began to type. As the morning sun streamed through the window, enveloping him in warmth, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, squinting at the glaring light. He stretched his sore neck, contemplating how he had drifted off to sleep the previous night. Ding dong, ding dong. The sound of the doorbell interrupted his thoughts. Who could it be at such an early hour? He descended the stairs and opened the door to find Shen Yunche, impeccably dressed in a suit. Hello. Shen Yunche greeted with a smile as he breezed past Lin Feng, casually plucking some grapes from the table and reclining on the sofa, crossing his legs with ease. Lin Feng raised an eyebrow at Shen Yunche's uninvited familiarity. Hurry up and change your clothes. We need to leave, Shen Yunche urged, munching on the grapes. Reluctantly, Lin Feng headed to the bathroom to freshen up, while Shen Yunche adeptly switched on the television in the living room. The screen displayed a replay of Yi Lin Yun's song, and Shen Yunche began to hum along. Finally, understanding love that cannot return, Shen Yunche belted out, nearly causing Lin Feng to drop his toothbrush. That's not the right tune, Lin Feng called out to Shen Yunche in the living room. You speak of the pain you've caused me. I truly find it hard to let go, Shen Yunche continued, singing with exaggerated volume, seemingly intent on ensuring Lin Feng heard every word. Realizing Shen Yunche was being deliberately annoying, Lin Feng chose to ignore him, finishing his grooming and heading upstairs to change. Is this what you're wearing? Shen Yunche lazily scrutinized Lin Feng's outfit. Is there a problem? Lin Feng retorted. What about formal attire? Shen Yunche asked, covering his face in mock dismay. I don't have any, Lin Feng replied nonchalantly. Didn't Ti Yun Yuqing take you shopping once? Shen Yunche recalled. That was for a dress, Lin Feng clarified. That is fine. It's still better than what you have on. Hurry up. Shen Yunche waved him off. As Lin Feng ascended the stairs, Shen Yunche felt a sense of satisfaction, though his smile remained intact until Lin Feng returned. How do you know Yun Yuqing took me shopping? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled. Did you follow me? That was ages ago, he added, incredulous. Ah well, I heard that Meng Qing was teaching her boyfriend. I had to investigate, Shen Yunche replied, nodding as if affirming his reasoning. Lin Feng ignored Shen Yunche, finishing his change of clothes, and soon they set off in the car. Before long, they arrived at their destination. Lin Feng gazed at the towering building before him, astonished. This fellow has truly spared no expense. Even Lin Feng, a novice in this realm, sensed that this place must be quite extravagant. They quickly entered the building, which boasted 13 floors. As they walked, Shun Yunch remarked, "I've planned everything. Since you're venturing into the internet realm, I've maxed out the computer's configuration. You must cherish it." "I understand," Lin Feng replied. "Currently, there are no employees being recruited. After some time, we may consider hiring a select group of talented individuals, and I will also bring along a team." Lin Feng nodded, which made him appear to be a laid-back employer. He then patted Shen Yunqing on the shoulder, expressing gratitude with a glance that conveyed appreciation for his efforts. "It's nothing. It's only right to worry for the boss," Shen Yunqing replied, quickly shaking off Lin Feng's hand. "Get lost. Don't take advantage of me." Lin Feng had already walked away. "What is that?" Shen Yunqing asked. "That is the experimental department. Do not call me Xiao Shun." "Xiao Yun, what is that?" "Do not call me Xiao Yun. That is the operations department." "Xiao Che, what is this?" "That is the game development department." "Do not call me Xiao Che." Shen Yunqing stormed up to Lin Feng, his expression clearly indicating that continued address would lead to dire consequences. "All right, Xiao Shun, I understand. I will be more mindful next time," Lin Feng said with a serious tone, patting Shen Yunqing's shoulder before casually continuing on his way. "Sai, what is that, Xiao Shun?" Lin Feng inquired. "That is the conference room," Shen Yunqing replied through clenched teeth. After wandering for a while, they arrived at the chairman's office, which bore Lin Feng's name. "Oh, Xiao Shun is quite considerate," Lin Feng remarked, somewhat surprised as he looked at Shen Yunqing. "Of course, do you not see who I am?" Shen Yunqing retorted. Lin Feng then pushed the door open and stepped inside. The windows were composed of one-way glass, and the floor was adorned with a thick, red carpet, exuding an air of spaciousness and grandeur. The walls were lined with exquisite oil paintings and artworks, reflecting a taste and pursuit of art. The entire space resonated with opulence and authority, evoking a sense of nobility and reverence. A magnificent, oversized desk dominated the center of the room, and behind the expansive windows, one could gaze upon a panoramic view of the city, evoking a feeling of unparalleled power and distinction. As Lin Feng entered the office, he was immediately enveloped by this sensation. No wonder those in high positions carry a unique aura. He instinctively took a seat in the chairman's chair, while Shen Yunqing looked on in astonishment at Lin Feng's transformation. "Xiao Shun, pour me a cup of tea," Lin Feng commanded. "Get lost," Shen Yunqing retorted, stepping forward to produce the contract. "Here, take a look at the contract. If everything is in order, we can proceed with the signing." Lin Feng picked up the contract and scrutinized it meticulously, line by line. Shen Yunqing's mouth twitched as he internally cursed, wondering why Lin Feng was examining it so intently. After what felt like an eternity, Lin Feng set the contract down, and it was nearly identical to what had been discussed the previous day. Shen Yunqing was investing 100 million to purchase 5 of Fengqin Company, without any decision-making power. Lin Feng signed without hesitation, and upon witnessing Lin Feng's signature, Shen Yunqing finally felt a weight lift from his chest. You can't escape now." "Keep pretending," Shen Yunqing scoffed. "Now that I am your employer, do you wish to squander your 100 million? Lin Feng queried with curiosity. "I forgot. I was just joking, boss," Shen Yunqing replied. "This shall not happen again," Lin Feng stated blandly. "What are your next plans?" Shen Yunqing changed the subject. "Let us first engage in discussions regarding the contract with the Yi family. As for matters concerning the Xiao family, that is a personal endeavor of mine, and it is not prudent to formalize it just yet. We shall gradually transition the responsibilities to the company," Lin Feng remarked, gently pinching the corner of his eye. "Indeed, how shall we negotiate with the Yi family?" Shen Yunqing inquired. "We shall address that in due course. There is no urgency on our part, but rather on theirs. I intend to develop a game to accompany this novel of mine," Lin Feng stated. "What do you mean?" Shen Yunqing asked. "The market appears to be quite saturated at present. It is challenging for us to carve out a path, and over time, we risk being drained by those large corporations. We must seek alternative avenues," Lin Feng explained. "Therefore," Shen Yunqing responded eagerly. Lin Feng suddenly felt disinclined to continue the conversation, as it seemed the other party had not grasped his point at all. Chapter 49. The Mortal Realm. Lin Feng paused momentarily before speaking. Taking Huaxia as the thematic foundation, he began to construct the narrative backdrop of the game, initiating from a primitive society. The promotional campaign would commence 6 months in advance, followed by the official launch of the servers half a year later, initially allowing a mere 50 million player slots. Once these slots were filled, no further registrations would be permitted, creating a sense of scarcity marketing. The 50 million players could embody youths, with female players representing young women, having the option to either band together or embark on solitary quests. Lin Feng took a sip of water and continued. Upon entering the game interface, players could only select their gender, with all beginning as commoners. Subsequent players entering the game would have no choice in their identities, as their destinies would be determined randomly at birth. Initially, all players would share the same status, enjoying absolute freedom without restrictions. They could venture into uncharted territories, leading a carefree existence, or unite to establish private organizations. A transitional period would be provided for players, after which the map would be opened for plundering. However, should a player commit murder, they would be subject to bounty hunting by those who have chosen the profession of constables. Capture would result in execution according to the laws of the prevailing dynasty, while informants could also receive rewards. The laws of the realm would be dictated by the system, assigned to each emperor in succession. Although the game does not explicitly quantify combat prowess, persistent engagement in activities would enhance players' experience points, which would be visibly reflected. For instance, if a player diligently practiced boxing or running daily, their martial arts damage and speed would surpass those of others. The setting would be based in the Yin and Huang era, with the identities of the Flame Emperor and Yellow Emperor represented by NPCs. Following the battle with Qi Yu, the system would bestow a celestial opportunity, at which point fate would take its course. Should a player seize this opportunity, they could alter their destiny, with the system designating the player as the legendary Yu, the inaugural emperor of the Xia dynasty. Updates to the game would occur, reflecting historical changes. Emperors would be required to fulfill tasks assigned by the system, though interference would be minimal. As the era evolves, new opportunities would arise, available for players to seize through skill or collaboration. Women would also have the option to choose their identities, such as courtesans or knights. Lin Feng dismissed the ancient notion of male superiority, thus ensuring gender equality in the game. Players could pursue martial arts or even establish their own combat styles, adhering closely to the worldview he had crafted. Each player would have the chance to vie for the throne. Success would elevate them to the status of the Yu, while the emperor's identity would remain immutable to ensure continuity. Failure, however, would lead to erasure, resulting in a complete restart of their life. Upon obtaining the emperor's title, the system would announce this across the realm. Naturally, some players might contest the authority, seeking to venture into other territories, which would delineate the emperor's dominion. Since all individuals are players, the game would not permit save points. Death would lead to rebirth, compelling players to adapt to the new era for their development. There will be no restrictions on professions. One can choose not to serve in the court and instead live a humble life in the countryside, disregarding worldly affairs and cultivating their own paradise. These systems will not interfere. Players may choose to marry, bear children, and after a gestation period of 10 months, welcome a new player into existence. Wait. Shun Yunqiao interrupted Lin Feng's words. Are you suggesting that the children born to married players are real? As it stands, yes. Perhaps this may change later, or players could opt to identify as orphans, Lin Feng replied. Well, in that case, let us move on. Please continue, Shun Yunqiao said. Everyone may also practice martial arts. Even without entering the court, they can choose to roam the rivers and lakes. With the facial customization system, players can mold their appearances according to personal preferences. The game's greatest allure lies in its freedom. Lin Feng paused before speaking again. I must admit, this game is indeed remarkable, yet its production is quite intricate. Shun Yunqiao frowned in agreement. Indeed, the expansive worldview alone requires substantial memory, coupled with the near-absolute freedom afforded to each individual. Lin Feng took a sip of water. However, to execute it well, one must strive, otherwise, they will merely follow in the footsteps of others. Let us give it a try, Shun Yunqiao said, still somewhat apprehensive. Do not worry. Prior to this, other games will be released to alleviate some of the pressure. Currently, there are plans to collaborate with the Yi family on a Three Kingdoms card game. And then we will create a similar browser game ourselves, Lin Feng explained. What will this game be called? Shen Yinchao inquired. Mortal Realm, Lin Feng declared. Why that name? Shen Yinchao asked, puzzled. Lin Feng stood by the window, hands in pockets, gazing at the sky outside. The term refers to the mundane world of ordinary beings, as opposed to the realms of myth, legend, or the supernatural. This concept is often found in literary works or philosophical discussions, representing the commonplace nature of daily life, contrasted with the mysterious, supernatural, or idealized worlds. In literature, it may express an understanding and contemplation of mortal existence, as well as an exploration of the value and meaning found within ordinary life. So what does that mean? Shen Yinchao queried, bewildered. Ordinary, Lin Feng replied succinctly. Are you trying to act all high and mighty again? Shen Yinchao scoffed. You can't help but show off, can you? Lin Feng, however, paid no heed to Shen Yinchao and squinted at a car parked downstairs. That vehicle has been stationary all afternoon. What? Shen Yinchao leaned in, intrigued. It has been there since we arrived, Lin Feng stated nonchalantly. I know. That S. Mingqing's mother-S car. Waiting for you, Shen Yinchao remarked. Mingqing's mother? Lin Feng said, somewhat incredulous. To be honest, I was equally shocked when I first learned that Wang Wanqing was coming. But are you going down now? I suppose I should. It would be quite rude to make her come up, Lin Feng replied. Oh, are you starting to fear your future mother-in-law? Shen Yinchao, with a mocking smile, remarked. How did she come over here? Lin Feng, curious, inquired. Isn't that obvious? It must be because of what I said, Shen Yinchao replied, casting a condescending glance at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, somewhat speechless, retorted, Why are you so self-righteous? The two then descended in the elevator together. Are you nervous? Shen Yinchao teased. A little, Lin Feng admitted, nodding. He, caught between a fiancé and a boyfriend, TSK, Shen Yinchao commented, while Lin Feng chose not to respond. Chapter 50. She has always been waiting for you. Lin Feng and Shen Yinchao approached the car, yet neither spoke, simply standing in silence as they awaited. The window slowly descended, revealing a lady inside, clad in professional attire. At a glance, Lin Feng noted that her features bore a striking resemblance to Mengqing. Lin Feng? The lady inquired. Lin Feng nodded, thinking to himself that her question was rather redundant. Madam Wang, please step out first. This is not a suitable place for discussion. Shen Yinchao interjected. All right, came the reply. Wang Wanqing exited the vehicle and ascended the stairs alongside Lin Feng and Shen Yinchao, taking a moment to observe the company's interior. Before long, the trio entered the conference room. You may converse, Shen Yinchao said, discreetly excusing himself from the room. For a moment, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. Allow me to begin, Lin Feng offered, breaking the silence. Wang Wanqing remained silent, gesturing for him to continue. My status may not hold much significance for you. And as for my family's wealth, it is incomparable to the Meng family. I am well aware of that, and there is no need for comparison. Quite self-aware, I see, Wang Wanqing remarked. You have taken Mengqing away, and I harbor no grievances. If my daughter were to be with an orphan, I might very well act similarly. Lin Feng spoke slowly. However, I genuinely care for Mengqing, for that Navi girl. I do not merely speak of my feelings. I am determined to strive for her. He cast a glance at Wang Wanqing. Do say something, Lin Feng thought to himself, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Wang Wanqing sighed. As long as you do not blame us, there was no better alternative at that time. However, what you have done, although you have not disclosed it, I have already conducted my inquiries. Writing novels? Wang Wanqing inquired calmly. Did you author Huaxia? Or perhaps propose a collaboration on shared bicycles? You have a partnership with the Yi family as well, correct? Indeed, Lin Feng acknowledged, not concealing the truth. My collaboration with the Yi family was centered around a gaming project. I devoted an entire night to crafting the business proposal. Oh, an entire night? Wang Wanqing expressed surprise. Yes, Lin Feng maintained a facade of composure, while inwardly reveling in the opportunity to impress. It was quite the undertaking. Impressive, indeed, Wang Wanqing remarked. Certainly, Lin Feng couldn't suppress a grin. I heard that the young lady from the Yun family, Yin Yuqing, once stayed at your home, teaching Xiao Qingya how to play the piano and composing songs for Yi Linyan. I understand you all sang together? Wang Wanqing stated unexpectedly. In an instant, the atmosphere turned awkward, and Lin Feng's smile faltered. Well, he stammered, at a loss for words. Do not fret. I have investigated. If there were truly anything amiss, I would not be here, Wang Wanqing reassured him. Lin Feng silently sighed, realizing the need to maintain a distance from them in the future. Fortunately, he had consistently upheld his principles. Actually, I am here to look out for Mengqing, Wang Wanqing stated calmly. Lin Feng's heart raced as he pondered Wang Wanqing's opinion of him. However, as the saying goes, the more a mother-in-law observes her son-in-law, the more she grows fond of him. Indeed, as Lin Feng had guessed, Wang Wanqing spoke up. Overall, it is acceptable. However, I still advise you to visit Mengqing in Jinling after you have settled your company affairs. All right, I promise. Lin Feng nodded, suddenly realizing something, his eyes widening in disbelief. Did you just say I can meet Mengqing? Yes, that is correct. She will marry no one but you, Wang Wanqing replied, casting a wistful glance at Lin Feng, the man who had taken her daughter away. Well then, I must take my leave. My purpose here was merely to see you. With that, Wang Wanqing stood to depart. However, since I have promised not to interfere, I hope you will refrain from seeking Mengqing until you have completed your own matters, she added, turning back at the door. Okay, Lin Feng responded, his excitement palpable. As Lin Feng escorted Wang Wanqing to her car and watched it drive away, he felt a surge of anticipation for his impending reunion with Mengqing. What happened? Shen Yunqiao suddenly appeared. I no longer oppose it, but I must finish the company matters before I can see Mengqing, Lin Feng replied, gazing at the setting sun. Isn't that wonderful? Let us get started. Meeting your beloved is just around the corner, Shen Yunqiao exclaimed, brimming with enthusiasm. Why are you even more excited than I am? Lin Feng inquired, perplexed. Of course, it's about making a fortune, Shen Yunqiao replied. After bidding farewell, Lin Feng returned home, feeling somewhat weary. He reclined on the sofa, glancing at his dead phone before heading to take a shower. To let love gradually fade away is to venture further. Why change what has already been lost in time? You use your fingertips to stop me from saying goodbye. Lin Feng hummed a tune. After his shower, he had a light dinner before heading upstairs to write. Time passed. As night fell and the lights twinkled, Lin Feng stretched his sore neck, reflecting on the fact that he had not dozed off in the study today, but had known to return to his bedroom for sleep instead. After standing up to fetch some water, he noticed his phone on the coffee table, silently cursing himself for forgetting to charge it, as it wouldn't even turn on. He picked up the phone and went upstairs to charge it. Just as he powered it up, he prepared for bed. Ding dong, ding dong, zing dong, ding dong. The incessant notifications startled Lin Feng as he picked up his phone, bewildered. Upon opening the messages, he was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Mengqing's name. He quickly regained his composure and opened the chat interface. 1921 Mengqing. Missed call 1922 Mengqing. Missed call 1923 Mengqing. Missed call 1924 Mengqing. Lin Feng. Mengqing. Lin Feng. I can use my phone now. 1925 Mengqing. Lin Feng. Quickly answer the call. Mengqing. Lin Feng, what are you doing? 1926 Mengqing. Missed call Mengqing. Lin Feng. Angry. Mengqing. Angry rabbit emoji. 1927 Mengqing. If you ignore me, I will be upset. Mengqing. I am truly angry. 1930 Mengqing. Lin Feng. Just comfort me. I am easily appeased. 1933 Mengqing. Lin Feng. I did not mean to ignore you. My phone was taken away. Mengqing. Lin Feng. Lin Feng was somewhat bewildered, but he quickly regained his composure and initiated a video call. The call was answered promptly, indicating she had been waiting. Perhaps due to poor signal, the connection lagged for a moment before revealing a flushed face, adorned with beautiful long eyes and a hint of redness, resembling someone who had just wept or was exhilarated by the sight of a beloved. Lin Feng. Mengqing gazed at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression. In that instant, Lin Feng's heart melted. Chapter 51. Do you miss me? Lin Feng. Do you miss me? Mengqing playfully called out, pulling the distracted Lin Feng back to the moment. How'd you been? She inquired softly. Not too bad. Though I find it difficult to sleep at night without something to hold on to, Lin Feng jested. But I cannot come to see you right now. They said I must wait until your company goes public so as not to trouble you. Meng Qing pouted, propping her chin on her hands. I am certainly not a trouble, am I, Lin Feng? She tilted her head, gazing at him. Indeed, you're not a trouble at all, Lin Feng replied, still somewhat lost in the dreamlike image of Meng Qing on the screen. Lin Feng, you've lost weight, Meng Qing observed, her eyes scanning his face. Have I? I think I'm fine. Lin Feng touched his cheek. You haven't been eating properly, have you? Is it because you miss me? Meng Qing teased softly. I miss you so much that I haven't eaten well either. Do you think you can deceive me with that? Why aren't you eating properly? Lin Feng's tone grew a bit serious. I'm not. I just can't eat because I miss you, and you mustn't scold me, Meng Qing said, lying down and holding her phone up. So, do you miss me, Lin Feng? I miss you immensely, to the point where I can't eat or sleep, she murmured softly. Of course I miss you. How could I not? Lin Feng chuckled, looking at the silly girl before him. In fact, I realized on the day I left that you were doing it on purpose, so I planned that once I became stronger, I would come to Jinling to find you. And then, Meng Qing rolled over, bringing her face closer, her long eyes sparkling with excitement, her feet swinging behind her. And then, I'll see if I can persuade your parents. If not, I might resort to a marriage snatch, Lin Feng replied. Wow, Lin Feng, you're amazing. If I had known you were coming, I would have worn my sneakers, Meng Qing praised, giving him a thumbs up. But what if I'm already married? She asked, puzzled. Then, oh, that one tea happened. I'll come to snatch you before you get married. Lin Feng laughed. Oh, all right, but Lin Feng, you're truly impressive. Meng Qing said, her expression adorably foolish. Not really, Lin Feng replied, scratching the back of his head. I heard someone has been teaching others lately. Meng Qing looked at him with wide, innocent eyes. Indeed, I've been teaching the young lady of the Xiao family, Xiao Qingya, how to play the guqin. And I also wrote a song for Yi Lin Yun, Lin Feng explained. I'm feeling a bit upset about it. What should I do? Meng Qing pouted. How about I write a song for you and teach you how to play the guqin? Lin Feng suggested. Oof. Lin Feng, remember we have a video call tomorrow. I might get my phone taken away. You ignore me today, so remember, it's at 1 in the afternoon, she said before hanging up. Soon after, Meng Qing sent a selfie, a girl holding a rabbit plushie, exuding an enchanting contrast of beauty. Lin Feng quietly saved the image, setting it as his wallpaper. Lying on the bed, Lin Feng drifted into a drowsy slumber. Meanwhile, Meng Qing was wide awake, her mind swirling with thoughts. She lamented, I just want to tell Lin Feng that I love him, but I felt too shy to say it. Perhaps tomorrow, but how should I express it then? As she pondered, her face flushed with warmth. Humph, he doesn't even know to confess. It infuriates me, she furrowed her brow, clutching her rabbit plushie as she gradually slipped into dreams. The following day, Lin Feng was roused by the insistent ringing of the doorbell. Groggy, he stumbled out of bed to answer the door. Good morning, beamed Shen Yunshe, greeting Lin Feng with a cheerful smile. Ah, good morning. What brings you here? Lin Feng yawned as he inquired. We have to assess the company today. I am legally investing, Shen Yunshe replied, urging Lin Feng to hurry and change his clothes. Puzzled, Lin Feng glanced at Shen Yunshe, wondering why he seemed eager to part with money when others were desperate to earn it. Shen Yunshe, seated comfortably on the sofa, took a bite of an apple and urged, hurry up, stop dawdling. After changing upstairs, Lin Feng opened the door to find a McLaren approaching. He mused, this guy changes cars daily. I should do the same in the future and take Meng Qing for a spin. With that thought, they both hopped into the car and set off for their destination, navigating through the necessary procedures. By the time they finished, it was past 10, and they found themselves in a bank's VIP lounge. Where to in the afternoon? Shen Yunshe asked, reclining casually. Home, Lin Feng replied. Home, Shen Yunshe exclaimed in surprise. What is wrong with going home? Is it that shocking? Lin Feng looked at him puzzled. Soon, you'll be busy with the company. If you don't enjoy yourself now, you might miss out. Shen Yunshe leaned closer, whispering in Lin Feng's ear, I heard of a bar that's absolutely fantastic. Want to join me? I'm not going, Lin Feng stated firmly. Are you really not going? Shen Yunshe pressed loudly. Indeed, Lin Feng retorted, exasperated. If you ask me again, I'll leave you here. Wait, I was wrong. Shen Yunshe quickly grabbed Lin Feng, who was about to stand up. Why won't you go? Because I need to hurry back and call Meng Qing in the afternoon, Lin Feng explained. Oh, all right, Shen Yunxie conceded, pulling out his phone, which displayed an ongoing call with Wang Wanqing's assistant. Madame Wang had her assistant inform me. She wanted to test you in this manner. Shen Yunxie chuckled. Lin Feng rolled his eyes, muttering 6. At that moment, the bank manager entered, a middle-aged man followed by a secretary. The manager extended his hand towards Shen Yunxie, saying, Young Master Shen, what brings you to the capital? I'm accompanying a friend, Shen Yunxie replied. The middle-aged man then turned to Lin Feng, smiling as he reached out for a handshake. As Shen Yunxie observed the slightly flushed secretary, he jested, Old Zhao, perhaps we have arrived in an opportune moment? Zhao Li, somewhat perplexed, glanced at the secretary whose eyes sparkled with admiration as she fixated on Lin Feng and Shen Yunxie. He then spoke with a heavier tone, No worries. We shall not intrude. Both Lin Feng and Shen Yunxie sensed the secretary's covert glances, causing them to instinctively retract their necks. The purpose of their visit primarily revolved around company matters, which had been discussed over the phone the previous day, Shen Yunxie stated. Indeed, Zhao Li, please fetch the contract I prepared yesterday, Zhao Li instructed the nearby secretary. Certainly, she replied before departing. Chapter 52. That old bastard. After the secretary exited, Zhao Li remarked, I never anticipated that Boss Lin would be so youthful. Lin Feng, maintaining his composure, replied, Not too bad. I hope Manager Zhao will provide guidance in the future. Certainly, Zhao Li chuckled. A knock resounded at the door. Come in, Zhao Li called. The secretary entered, clutching a contract, but her demeanor had shifted dramatically. If moments ago her glances were subtle, they now bore an unmistakable boldness. She mused to herself, Who would have thought that one is the scion of the Shun family in Jinling, and the other, soon-to-be listed entrepreneur? If either of them were to take an interest in me, I would soar to success, no longer tethered to this unyielding existence. With her determination solidified, the secretary deliberately lowered her collar, revealing a significant expanse of fair skin. Wow, Shen Yunxie exclaimed, causing the secretary to blush. Lin Feng, catching a glimpse, quickly diverted his gaze, silently reciting a prayer. Zhao Li, however, remained largely unaffected, his eyes calm, though he contemplated the potential benefits should Lin Feng take a liking to the secretary. After all, despite Lin Feng's current courtesy, should he misinterpret his position, that could lead to implications. To be a manager requires high emotional intelligence, as they are all seasoned players in the game. Thus, Zhao Li chose not to dismiss the secretary, but instead invited her to take a seat. Xiao Shu, please have a seat, Zhao Li said. Xiao Shu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained her composure and sat down, her ample bosom undulating with her movements. Lin Feng, turning his attention to the documents on the table, picked one up to obscure the view. After a cursory glance, he realized he didn't fully grasp the intricacies and handed it to Shen Yunxie for review. Mr. Lin, would you care to join us for lunch? Xiao Shu inquired. Lin Feng glanced at her in surprise before shaking his head. No, I need to video call my girlfriend this afternoon. Oh, Xiao Shu's expression froze, and she numbly uttered, Mr. Lin, you have a girlfriend? Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Mr. Lin is quite young to have a girlfriend. She must possess some remarkable qualities, Zhao Li commented. Indeed, she is quite endearing, Lin Feng concurred. Meanwhile, at the Meng residence in Jinling, Meng Qing, during lunch, sneezed and gazed at her bowl of rice, lost in thought. It must be Lin Feng thinking of me, she mused, her beautiful eyes lighting up with joy as she resumed eating. Across the table, Meng Hai and Wang Wanqing observed her intently. Her father, this child can't possibly be daft, Wang Wanqing remarked. Who knows? Perhaps love has rendered her foolish, Meng Hai replied. I don't recall being this happy when I was with you. Wang Wanqing furrowed her brow. Meng Hai, bewildered, looked at Wang Wanqing, inwardly bracing himself for the impending storm. Sure enough, Wang Wanqing placed her bowl down and said, Meng Hai, tell me, did you not like me back then? Not all. Why am I not like Meng Qing? How would I know? Meanwhile, Meng Qing continued to eat her meal, lost in thoughts of Lin Feng, as if the quarrels around her were non-existent. Lin kid, just you wait. Meng Hai seethed internally. Achoo! Lin Feng sneezed once more. Oh, Mr. Lin, are you all right? Xiao Shu moved to assist him. Lin Feng quickly waved her off. No. It's unnecessary. At that moment, Shun Yun Xiao, having finished reviewing the contract, inquired, Mr. Zhao, why do the interest rates differ from what we discussed? Ah, young Master Shun. The notice was just issued yesterday. I have no control over it, Zhao Li explained. What a coincidence that the contract is signed today and a notice was released yesterday. Shun Yun Xiao retorted sarcastically. I truly have no choice. Zhao Li replied with a wry smile. So there's nothing to negotiate? Shun Yun Xiao rose from his seat. Lin Feng observed the unfolding scene. Suddenly reminded of the underworld from his previous life, he feared Shun Yun Xiao might declare that there was nothing to discuss and proceed to withdraw. With that thought, he discreetly pulled a knife from his waistband. Cough, cough. Lin Feng cleared his throat, hoping to calm Shun Yun Xiao. He realized that Zhao Li was likely engaging in a shadow contract, raising prices on a whim, driven mad by greed. Mr. Zhao, your actions are rather inappropriate, Lin Feng stated coolly. I have no choice, Mr. Lin. The sudden notice from above leaves me helpless. Zhao Li responded with an indifference reminiscent of a dead pig that fears not the boiling water. Lin Feng quietly asked Shun Yun Xiao what gives this guy such confidence. Because the company needs to sign agreements with the bank, he believes we are at his mercy. Damn, that scoundrel, Shun Yun Xiao cursed under his breath. Is there any alternative? Lin Feng inquired. There are no options. Other banks are unwilling to provide guarantees. Shun Yun Xiao replied helplessly. Isn't your identity as a scion of the Shun family beneficial? Lin Feng questioned. It's different. This time, I'm out here on my own. Those old foxes certainly won't want to back me, Shun Yun Xiao explained. Indeed, if you fail and walk away, those banks that guarantee would be in trouble. Lin Feng nodded in agreement. He glanced at Zhao Li once more and said, Then we shall not trouble manager Zhao further. We will take our leave now. Take care, and remember to call before your next visit, Zhao Li replied, still seated with a smile. As they departed, Zhao Li mused to himself, Trying to play games with me? Next time, it will be an entirely different contract. Once outside, Shun Yun Xiao fumed, that old scoundrel. Hold on, I'll give Xiao Yunhe a call, Lin Feng suggested. That seems to be our only option. Shun Yun Xiao slumped into the driver's seat of the McLaren. As Lin Feng dialed, the call was promptly answered. Xiao Feng, what's the matter? Xiao Yunhe inquired. Uncle Xiao, Lin Feng began recounting the events of the morning. Are you saying that Zhao is engaging in shadow contracts? Xiao Yunhe asked. Precisely, Lin Feng confirmed. All right, I will have them take care of this matter. You need not concern yourself with it, said Xiao Yunhe. I appreciate your assistance, Uncle Xiao, Lin Feng replied gratefully. There's no need for such formalities. When do you plan to come over for dinner? Xiao Yunhe inquired. Uncle Xiao has been quite busy lately due to company matters. Perhaps we can arrange it for another time, Lin Feng politely declined. I understand you're occupied, so let's leave it at that for now. Once I finish my tasks, I will have my secretary return your call, Xiao Yunhe stated. Thank you for your assistance, Uncle Xiao, Lin Feng said, just as he hung up the phone. Have you resolved it? Shun Yun Xiao immediately approached, scrutinizing Lin Feng from all angles. What's with that look? Lin Feng asked. Are you really that close with Xiao Yunhe? Shun Yun Xiao probed. It's not that remarkable, Lin Feng replied. A phone call from the head of the Xiao family in Beijing, personally addressing your issues? If I hadn't investigated, I would truly suspect you were his son-in-law, Shun Yun Xiao remarked. Enough of that. Let us drive home, Lin Feng retorted. Sure thing. Shun Yun Xiao responded as he started the car and departed. Chapter 53. The never-setting sun. At this moment, Zhao Li stood beside the window on the upper floor, accompanied by his secretary, observing the departing figures. Manager Zhao, are you truly certain they will return? Inquired the secretary. They will undoubtedly come back. Zhao Li replied with unwavering confidence. Isn't that the eldest son of the Shun family? Shouldn't we be cautious in our dealings with him? The secretary hesitated, but upon meeting Zhao Li's gaze, she instinctively recoiled. Remember, the world of business is not so straightforward. He is under no obligation to sign anything. Nor can we coerce him, Zhao Li asserted. He then cast a sidelong glance at the secretary's collar, teasingly remarking, Why have you raised your collar? Just a moment ago, it was so low. Before the secretary could respond, the phone in Zhao Li's office rang, prompting her to answer it. As she gazed at the retreating car, her expression was tinged with complexity. After Zhao Li hung up the phone, he repeatedly exclaimed, "Good, good, good," nearly prostrating himself in gratitude before collapsing onto the sofa. "What happened?" The secretary asked. "Please print out that contract again, adjusting the interest back to the original rate," Zhao Li instructed. The secretary, perplexed yet compliant, nodded and left to reprint the document. "Come back," Zhao Li called out again. The secretary turned, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Lower the interest by 3 points," Zhao Li added, leaning back in his chair, gasping for breath. The secretary was taken aback. A 3-point reduction? Not only would they fail to profit, but they would also have to inject additional funds. However, as merely a secretary, she could only comply, though her curiosity piqued. What had prompted Zhao Li's sudden change? "Lin Feng, did you forget to lock the door when you left?" Shen Yunche suddenly directed his gaze at Lin Feng. "What?" Lin Feng replied, bewildered. "Look." Shen Yunche gestured for Lin Feng to observe. Following Shen Yunche's line of sight, Lin Feng noticed that his front door was ajar. "Oh no, we've been robbed," Lin Feng exclaimed, flinging open the car door and preparing to charge inside. "Wait," Shen Yunche called out, swiftly retrieving 2 golf clubs from the trunk and handing one to Lin Feng. "Let us go." The two ventured inside, golf clubs in hand, only to be greeted by the sound of a television blaring. They soon spotted a curvaceous woman lounging on the sofa, her delicate feet exposed, munching on grapes while engrossed in the screen. "My goodness, this thief is audacious," Shen Yunche remarked. The woman's silhouette seemed to hear their voices as she turned her head, leaving Shen Yunche momentarily speechless. Wasn't this the same figure he had seen on television? "Lin Feng, you're back," Yi Linyun said, approaching Lin Feng. He instinctively took a step back, creating a safe distance. Yi Linyun, undeterred, glanced at Shen Yunche and asked, "The eldest son of the Shen family from Jinling?" Shen Yunche nodded. "What brings you here?" Lin Feng inquired. "I came to request a song from you." Yi Linyun replied with a feigned look of distress. "If I don't release a new song this week, the company will dismiss me. The songs they've written are not to my liking, so I had no choice but to seek your assistance," she feigned. Lin Feng's lips twitched as he thought to himself, "The company is going to let you go? You can simply return to inherit your family business and buy out the talent agency, right?" However, he finally spoke up. "Sure, let's have a meal first, and then I will write." "Huh?" Shen Yunchao was somewhat bewildered. Is writing a song this casual? Really? Meanwhile, Yi Linyun's beautiful eyes sparkled with interest. After Lin Feng finished speaking, he went to the kitchen to prepare dinner, leaving Yi Linyun and Shen Yunchao in the living room, exchanging bewildered glances. "What are you doing?" Shen Yunchao asked. "What?" Yi Linyun inweited, puzzled. "Why are you looking at me? Why are you looking at me? You look at me first. If you don't look at me, how would you know I'm looking at you?" In the kitchen, as Lin Feng was cooking, his phone rang. It was a video call from Mengqing. "Lin Feng." Mengqing's charming face appeared on screen. "Did you send your phone?" Lin Feng asked while chopping vegetables. Yes. "What are you doing, Lin Feng?" Mengqing asked with a smile. "Cooking." Lin Feng paused his chopping. "Why are you making 3 portions?" Mengqing queried, puzzled. "One for me, one for Shen Yunchao, and one for Yi Linyun," Lin Feng explained. "Oh, I haven't had the chance to taste your cooking yet, Mengqing pouted adorably. "Once I pick you up, I'll make you something delicious every day, okay?" Lin Feng replied with a grin. "All right, but Lin Feng, are you trying to manipulate me?" Mengqing asked curiously. "How could I? I'm just trying to uplift you," Lin Feng responded. "Okay then." Mengqing nodded, still somewhat confused. But she believed Lin Feng would never do such a thing. She then cheerfully asked Lin Feng what he was doing this afternoon. "I'm going to write a song for Yi Linyun," Lin Feng stated. "Well, you've never written a song for me," Mengqing said, her gaze falling. "Silly girl. When you want to sing, I'll write one for you, because you're my favorite person," Lin Feng assured her. "Favorite?" Mengqing murmured softly, her eyes suddenly brightening. "Did you just confess to me?" "Lin Feng, what did you say just now?" "I didn't hear clearly," she exclaimed, her eyes wide. "What?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "The last sentence," Mengqing insisted. "Silly girl?" "No, the last sentence." "What about writing for you?" "No, the last sentence." "What? Can you repeat it?" "They are my favorite person." "Exactly. Lin Feng's favorite is Mengqing," Lin Feng declared, and Mengqing happily began to hum a little tune. Lin Feng then called Shen Yunxiao in to serve the dishes. Upon entering the kitchen, Shen Yunxiao saw Meng Qing's face on the phone screen. "Hey, sister-in-law," Shen Yunxiao greeted. "Hello," Meng Qing replied with a bright smile. Secretly pleased to be called sister-in-law, Lin Feng then picked up the phone and walked towards the dining table. But Yi Linyan seemed to have already known about Lin Feng and Meng Qing, showing no signs of surprise. After they finished their meal, Lin Feng, Shen Yunxiao, and Yi Linyan went upstairs. Fortunately, the Xiao family was aware of Lin Feng's musical talent and had specially prepared a soundproof music room for him. Lin Feng then set his phone down, ensuring Meng Qing could see his face clearly. The song is titled "The Sun Never Sets." Lin Feng serenades Meng Qing. What? Yi Linyan and Shen Yunjia simultaneously express their curiosity. Meng Qing, however, is immediately reminded of the moments spent strolling under the sunset, a time only the two of them truly understand. How bittersweet, Shen Yunjia remarks from aside. Yi Linyan gazes at Lin Feng with a complex expression. Lin Feng, seated at the drums, begins to sing. The mist in the sky arrives nonchalantly. The river lies tranquil like an oil painting. The steps of the dove shred softly upon the rhythm. My heart secretly clears up, praying that you, like the valiant guards, remain still in safeguarding love. The footprints you left in my memories are the landscapes I adore. As Lin Feng hums, the crowd is left in stunned silence. What the? Shen Yunjia internally exclaims. Yi Linyan is equally astonished, convinced that this song will elevate her to new heights. Meanwhile, Meng Qing gazes at Lin Feng in a daze. I wish to gift you the summer where the sun never sets, to send out postcards that symbolize love. I wish to offer you a love that knows no twilight. Hand in hand, let us traverse the world. As the song concludes, Lin Feng rises and states, "I will give you the sheet music," just as it was in the previous contract. He then begins to write the score. While the others remain bewildered, Lin Feng swiftly completes it. He hands it to Yi Linyan, who, still in a daze, accepts it and bids farewell. As she gets into the car, she struggles to believe it. If not for the sheet music in her hand, she would think it all a dream. Lin Feng looks at the still distracted Meng Qing and asks, "What's wrong?" "Nothing." "Lin Feng, you are truly amazing," Meng Qing replies earnestly. "Ha ha, indeed," Lin Feng says, narcissistically ruffling his hair. "Why don't we start an entertainment company? I believe you would excel at it," Shen Yunjia suggests. "Let's discuss that later," Lin Feng responds. "All right, I won't disturb you any longer. I shall take my leave," Shen Yunjia says before departing. Chapter 54. "You must come to Jinling and marry me, Lin Feng," Meng Qing softly called out, giggling afterwards. "What is it?" Lin Feng turned back, looking at Meng Qing with a tender gaze. "Lin Feng, when will you come to Jinling to marry me?" Meng Qing's beautiful eyes widened as she spoke, her voice gentle and deliberate. If there were a mirror, she would see the eager expression on her face, longing to wed Lin Feng at that very moment. Lin Feng chuckled, gazing at Meng Qing, thinking how silly she was. He then replied, "It shouldn't be long now. I will soon be able to marry you, Meng Qing." He mimicked her soft tone, lowering his voice. All right." Meng Qing looked somewhat disappointed as she murmured, "Lin Feng, you must come to find me." Lin Feng smiled and gently nodded. Meng Qing pouted, gazing at Lin Feng, and asked, "What are you laughing at?" "Nothing. Just growing fonder of my Meng Qing," Lin Feng replied with a grin. "Who is your Meng Qing?" she retorted playfully, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Overwhelmed with excitement, she lay down on the bed, burying her head into the pillow. "I wonder who asked me to marry them just now." It was me. I want to marry Lin Feng," Meng Qing declared proudly, tilting her head back. Perhaps due to her position, when she suddenly sat up, a vast expanse of snow-white skin caught Lin Feng's attention, leaving him momentarily dazzled. The profound valleys and the soft, white curves. For a brief moment, Lin Feng's thoughts drifted back to previous intimate encounters. Unbeknownst to Meng Qing, who was oblivious to Lin Feng's reaction, she continued her narration. "Let me tell you, my parents had a quarrel during lunch today." She picked at her fingers as she spoke. "I feel like old Wang will be hard to appease this time. My father is still sulking in the study. What should we do?" After finishing, Meng Qing looked up and noticed Lin Feng staring at her in a daze. Meng Qing furrowed her brows and tentatively called out, Lin Feng? Eh, did you freeze? She asked, puzzled as she glanced at the ticking clock behind Lin Feng, which was still moving. Following Lin Feng's gaze, she looked down. What? Lin Feng, you shameless. Meng Qing's face turned crimson as she buried herself back into the pillow. What? What is it? Lin Feng snapped back to reality, looking towards her. In contrast, Meng Qing's cheeks were flushed, avoiding Lin Feng's eyes, mumbling, Lin Feng, you are such a lecher. Feeling guilty, Lin Feng rubbed his nose and coughed lightly. Say no, I was just lost in thought. Meng Qing peeked at him with one beautiful eye, asking curiously, really? Absolutely, Lin Feng replied matter-of-factly. What were you thinking about? Meng Qing questioned, still skeptical. I was contemplating the encounter with a certain lethal weapon on your body. It was truly thrilling, and I nearly perished, Lin Feng stated seriously. Meng Qing looked puzzled. What? Have you ever heard a saying? Lin Feng suddenly inquired. What saying? Dream Qing, momentarily puzzled by the recent events, inquired with innocence. In ancient times, a woman who did not gaze upon her toes was considered a paragon of beauty. Lin Feng replied earnestly. Not gazing upon one's toes? Dream Qing's enchanting eyes turned with a hint of skepticism, prompting her to ask, what do you mean? Clearing his throat, Lin Feng merely coughed lightly, saying nothing, yet raising an eyebrow to silently signal Dream Qing. Curious, Dream Qing followed Lin Feng's gaze downward, and an instant blush enveloped her face, blooming like a peach blossom. Her cheeks tinged with a captivating shyness. The delicate rouge on her cheeks accentuated her beauty, rendering her allure both bashful and reserved. Lin Feng suddenly recalled a poignant remark from Mr. Lao Shi. In times past, without rouge, a woman's cheeks only blushed for her lover. The truth in this world is scarce. A woman's blush can convey more than a lengthy confession. Suddenly, Dream Qing lifted her gaze and asked, Lin Feng, do you wish to see? Huh? Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, struggling to comprehend. If you want to see, I can show you, Dream Qing teased, slightly tugging at her collar, revealing more of her fair skin. In the soft light of dawn, the contours of the mountains emerged, poised to reveal their majestic splendor in the morning glow. Lin Feng felt his breath quicken, yet he noticed Dream Qing halting her actions and gazing at him intently. Lin Feng, you have a nosebleed. Huh? Lin Feng touched his nose, feeling the warmth of liquid trickling down. Dream Qing giggled, mimicking Lin Feng's tone. He quickly rushed to the bathroom to wash up, and upon returning, he had stuffed 2 tissues into his nostrils. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, his trembling form and the corners of his mouth betrayed Dream Qing's suppressed laughter. Still laughing? Lin Feng thought, somewhat exasperated by the recurring situation. It was not entirely his fault, as he had lived 2 lives, and more accurately, remain a virgin. Lin Feng, thank you for the offense, ha, ha, ha. Dream Qing could no longer contain herself, her melodious laughter filling the room, vibrant and unrestrained, causing her bosom to sway. Lin Feng felt his nosebleed might not cease, so he turned his head to gaze out the window, avoiding the captivating sight before him. When Dream Qing finally tired of laughing, she spoke, all right, Lin Feng, I shall not laugh at you anymore. Now look at me. Lin Feng turned his head, yet kept his eyes tightly shut. Dream Qing imitated a line from a story Lin Feng had shared. Brother Lin Feng, if you open your eyes to look at me, I do not believe you are void of emotion. Brother, do you truly not like me? She acted with playful exaggeration. Lin Feng, amused, opened his eyes and said, if fate allows us in the next life, but in this life, I wish to cherish our bond. This life and this moment, we are indeed fated. Dream Qing's long, alluring lashes framed her eyes, resembling a clear lake filled with tender affection as she gazed at Lin Feng. Tear. All right. Lin Feng pondered that if he were Tang Sung, the story would likely have reached its conclusion by now. Why aren't you reciting your lines? Meng Qing asked, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she gazed at him, gently shaking her little head. Her upturned lips seemed to express her delight at that moment. Perhaps I am not Tang Sung. I cannot surpass the beauty barrier you present, Lin Feng replied. Humph. Will you seek out other girls then? Meng Qing teased, calling him brother with an ease that suggested she was thoroughly enjoying the role she played. Lin Feng's lips twitched as he realized he had underestimated the subtle thoughts of girls. All right, I won't tease you anymore, she said with a bright smile. Has your courage grown? Lin Feng chuckled. Somewhat. Perhaps, Meng Qing replied, sticking out her tongue. Then I shall come to the capital myself. I want to go to Jinling to fetch anyone. Lin Feng warned playfully. No, I cannot go to the capital. My parents won't allow it. I am particularly timid. I fear the dark, thunder, and even the thought of you abandoning me, she confessed. You promised you would come. Tears glimmered in Meng Qing's eyes, and a sense of grievance lingered on her lips. Seeing her like this left Lin Feng momentarily at a loss. I was wrong, all right? Meng Qing said, her expression one of innocent distress. All right. I could never abandon you, Meng Qing. Lin Feng finally understood why heroes often falter before the beauty barrier. Looking at Meng Qing before him, he wondered who could resist such charm. Chapter 55. Teach me to sing. Meng Qing rubbed her eyes and raised her head, saying Lin Feng. Before she could finish her sentence, tears began to trickle down her nose. Ha. Lin Feng couldn't contain himself, clutching his stomach and laughing heartily. We truly resemble each other. I have a nosebleed, and you have a runny nose, right? Meng Qing also burst into laughter, accompanied by a bubble of snot. Ha. Lin Feng felt as though he might die laughing in the room today. Lin Feng, stop laughing and listen to me. Meng Qing pouted. All right, go ahead, Lin Feng said, making a great effort to suppress the corners of his mouth that wanted to rise. Meng Qing raised her eyebrows and looked at Lin Feng with sparkling eyes, saying, teach me to sing. Lin Feng looked at Meng Qing in surprise and nodded slightly. Sure. What do you want to learn? Meng Qing shook her head, saying, I'm not sure. Lin Feng, you can guide me freely. Suddenly, Lin Feng recalled a song by Jay Cho from his previous life and picked up a pen to begin writing. Meng Qing gazed tenderly at Lin Feng, who was deep in thought, his brows occasionally furrowing and then relaxing. A wave of emotion washed over her. If fate hadn't brought us together, I would never have believed it. There are some people who one can never tire of, and some whose presence brings warmth upon first meeting. In this world, everything can be encountered, but only meeting you brings joy to my heart and a home to my soul. Love is, after all, a silent poem requiring no ornate words. Only two hearts nestled against each other in the passage of time, composing together. At this moment, Lin Feng lifted his head and said, I've finished writing. I'll sing it once first, and then we'll sing it together the second time. Okay, I'll listen to you. Meng Qing nodded slightly, her eyes filled with joy and profound affection, perhaps with no intention of concealing this emotion. Lin Feng looked at Meng Qing with curiosity, gathered his emotions, and began to sing. The distant horizon begins to darken. How does one calm the sorrow pure and white? On my face, there lingers a hint of subtle helplessness. Lin Feng paused, pointing at the lyrics. I'll sing the next line. The second time, it's your turn. Meng Qing swayed her head to the rhythm of the music, marveling at how melodious Lin Feng's voice was and how the lyrics were beautifully crafted. You silently say you want to leave, with your heart absent. That sadness quiets down. Turning away, you have words you cannot express, a breakup that cannot be spoken. Seabirds and fish in love is merely an accident. The melody of the song echoed in the air, gliding past Meng Qing's ears like silk. The song transcended the barriers of time and space, providing an exquisite sensory experience that enveloped both body and soul. Each lyric resonated like a vermilion mole on the heart, vividly read, yet deeply painful. Lin Feng suppressed his inner emotions, realizing that as he sang this song, his thoughts inadvertently drifted back to his past life. He bore no regrets about it. Coming back to his senses, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes and looked at the lost-in-thought Meng Qing, asking what's wrong. It's nothing. Dream Qing gently spoke. Shall we sing it once? Sure. Lin Feng responded with a bright tone, then cleared his throat and began. Dust in the wind, waiting to accumulate pain. Dream Qing slowly joined in, her voice as soft as the evening breeze, caressing Lin Feng's heart. He gazed at her in astonishment, unexpectedly realizing how melodious her singing was, momentarily forgetting that he was supposed to sing along. What's wrong? Dream Qing paused, looking at him with curiosity. Nothing. I just find your singing so delightful, Lin Feng teased with a smile. Of course, Dream Qing replied with a hint of pride. At that moment, Meng Hai and Wang Wanqing stood outside the door, exchanging glances filled with surprise and curiosity, as if they shared a silent understanding. Our daughter can sing? Wang Wanqing queried in disbelief. Meng Hai shook his head. I have no idea. They had actually been standing at the door for quite some time, only refraining from entering due to Dream Qing's enchanting voice. Lin Feng, I need to hand over my phone, Dream Qing remarked, glancing at the time. All right, let's talk tomorrow then. I'll hang up now, Lin Feng nodded. Lin Feng. Dream Qing looked at him with a hint of grievance. What is it? He asked, puzzled. I love you. As soon as the words left her lips, she swiftly turned her face away, ending the call, only to find her parents, Meng Hai and Wang Wanqing, behind her. I love you too. Lin Feng, unaware of Dream Qing's parents due to her flipping the phone, continued speaking. Just as his words faded, Dream Qing gently parted her lips and slowly turned the phone back, offering a faint smile and a gaze directed at Lin Feng. At that moment, Lin Feng also noticed her parents standing behind her. Suddenly, the room fell into silence, an awkward atmosphere enveloping every corner. Ahem, Meng Hai broke the tension, stating, hand over the phone. Oh, Dream Qing's cheeks flushed crimson. Yet her sincere gaze remained fixed on Lin Feng until Meng Hai's urging forced her to reluctantly end the video call. As he stared at the screen displaying the disconnected call, Lin Feng felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. There were indeed people who experienced the awkwardness of being discovered by their parents while in a romantic relationship. He let out a bitter smile and shook his head. I should visit the Xiao family to personally express my gratitude to Xiao Yunhe for his assistance. With that decision made, Lin Feng changed his clothes and took a taxi directly to the Xiao residence. Meanwhile, in Jinling, Dream Qing's heart was in turmoil. Her eyes filled with confusion as she gazed at her parents. Wang Wanqing couldn't help but sigh, her eyes reflecting a complex mix of emotions. Faced with her daughter, she found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Silly girl, Meng Hai muttered before leaving. Upon arriving at the Xiao residence, Lin Feng found the butler already waiting at the entrance. Upon seeing Lin Feng, the butler promptly led him to the living room. As they walked, a voice called out, Mr. Lin. Turning around, Lin Feng saw Xiao Qingya. An awkward atmosphere settled over them. Hello there. Lin Feng touched his nose and greeted Mr. Lin. My father is waiting for you in the study. I have urgent matters to attend to, so I shall not disturb you. Xiao Qingya replied calmly before rising to leave. Lin Feng nodded with a smile and took his leave, brushing past Xiao Qingya. Miss Xiao, Lin Feng suddenly called out. Xiao Qingya turned around, her expression serene, reminiscent of their first encounter, as if it were yesterday or a time long past. Life resembles a train journey, where passengers embark and disembark. Certain events lie beyond human control. Though regret may signify an end, it also marks a new beginning. However, I wish to express that missing out does not equate to despair. One can always set forth anew at the next station, seeking what truly belongs to them. Lin Feng did not intend to speak, fearing it might seem somewhat pretentious. Yet thoughts of Xiao Qingya stirred a twinge of guilt within him. Thank you, Mr. Lin, for your guidance. Xiao Qingya continued to stand smiling in the sunlight. Yet forgetting someone is indeed a formidable challenge. Xiao Qingya quietly gazed in the direction Lin Feng had departed. Nevertheless, she would not intrude upon him and wished for his well-being. Chapter 56. Jinghai University of Technology. After bidding farewell to Xiao Qingya, Lin Feng ascended the stairs alone. Upon entering the study, he spotted Xiao Yunhe seated with his eyes closed, seemingly in a moment of contemplation. Lin Feng cast a glance at the document strewn across the desk, but quickly turned his gaze away. The butler stood silently at the door, his head bowed in respect. At that moment, Xiao Yunhe, having heard the sound at the door, opened his eyes and remarked, Xiao Feng, you've arrived. Lin Feng nodded gently, his brow furrowed with curiosity as he inquired, Uncle Xiao, is everything all right? You don't seem to be in the best of spirits. It's nothing, Xiao Feng. Just some matters concerning the company. Xiao Yunhe replied with a slight shake of his head and a wry smile, gesturing toward the chair before him. Why are you standing? Please have a seat. Uncle Xiao, I came primarily to express my gratitude for your assistance last time, Lin Feng stated as he settled into the chair. Not at all. It was merely a small favor, Xiao Yunhe waved his hand dismissively. What are your plans moving forward? Lin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. I intend to develop a few games initially, and we shall see how it unfolds. Take your time. No need to rush, Xiao Yunhe replied, his expression turning serious. If you require any assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Thank you, Uncle Xiao, Lin Feng said appreciatively. You must be quite busy with the company lately. Xiao Yunhe suddenly inquired. Lin Feng nodded with a smile. Indeed. Xiao Feng, you won't need to teach Qingya the Guqin anymore. She's going abroad for a competition. Xiao Yunhe sighed, clearly aware that Lin Feng's visit was not solely for gratitude. It was likely to discuss this matter. And rather than waiting for Lin Feng to bring it up, Xiao Yunhe chose to address it first, thinking it would be more straightforward for both parties. Feeling somewhat awkward, Lin Feng rubbed his nose and replied, all right. After contemplating for a moment, he decided against broaching the topic of the shared bicycle project and took his leave. As he watched Lin Feng depart, Xiao Yunhe squinted slightly, quickly regaining his composure before rising to leave. The butler, finally realizing the situation, pondered whether the head of Xiao family was employing a strategy of retreat to advance. Could it be that Lin Feng was already aware? Both were astute individuals. After all, just as Lin Feng reached the entrance, he received a call from Shun Yinchao. Hey, where have you been? Shun Yinchao asked. I'm at the Xiao residence. Is something the matter? Lin Feng replied, a hint of confusion in his voice. Stay where you are. I'll drive over to pick you up. We're heading to the university's recruitment event today, Shun Yinchao instructed before abruptly ending the call. As Lin Feng heard the roar of an engine, he looked up to see a sleek black sports car speeding towards him, executing a perfect drift before coming to a stop right in front of him. Get in, Shun Yinchao called out. Lin Feng promptly took his seat in the passenger side and fastened his seatbelt. In such a hurry? Shun Yinchao replied. Today is the university's recruitment day. Lin Feng nodded and leaned back, closing his eyes to rest. Are you happy? Shun Yinchao suddenly asked. What? Lin Feng kept his eyes shut, unbothered. The company is about to go public, and you will soon reunite with your girlfriend, Shun Yinchao said, his gaze fixed on the road ahead. Lin Feng also noticed that Shun Yun's tone was not his usual boisterous self, but rather one of contemplation. What about you? Lin Feng inquired. I'm not quite sure yet, Shun Yinchao replied with a wry smile. It's all right. I believe you can manage, Lin Feng reassured him. Oh, look at you. Comforting others? Though, I must say, you're not particularly adept at it, Shun Yunchao retorted playfully. Indeed, Lin Feng's attempts at consolation bore a certain quality. I understand your urgency. But please, try not to rush. After Lin Feng spoke, he fell silent, the wind whistling past his ears. Waiting was akin to a flower blooming, patiently anticipating a moment of beauty. As the car gradually slowed down, Lin Feng opened his eyes, glancing at the entrance of the university, which could indeed be compared to Tsinghua from his previous life. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the playground. The campus of Jinghai University of Technology was refreshing and vibrant. Shun Yinchao led Lin Feng swiftly to a room where Lin Feng observed the company profile on the wall. The newly established internet company, Fengqin Corporation, was dedicated to developing internet solutions. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lin Feng touched his nose and remarked, Is that all? Of course. It's just been established, Shun Yinchao shot back with a roll of his eyes. They then entered the room, where the interview panel consisted of 3 men and 1 woman. These are my people. Don't worry, they're only responsible for recruitment and maintaining initial operations. Later, you can have your own team handle the hiring, Shun Yinchao explained. Lin Feng nodded, feeling somewhat like a bystander, hesitant to argue. Let us sit at the back. If you find someone satisfactory, feel free to take them. Otherwise, you can pass, Shun Yinchao suggested. The recruitment process soon commenced, and a man wearing thick glasses walked in. He exuded confidence and competence, showcasing an intense desire for employment. Please, have a seat, the female interviewer said expressionlessly. My name is Wang Heng. He introduced himself. Do you have any unique insights regarding the internet? The female interviewer suddenly asked. It is undoubtedly the trend of the future. Wang Heng adjusted his glasses, glancing briefly at Lin Feng before continuing. Moreover, the internet will give rise to numerous related industries, impacting our everyday lives, even affecting the education sector. The internet is a realm of both opportunity and retreat. Industries extending from the internet, such as chip technology and cutting-edge innovations, promise excellent developmental prospects. I have a premonition that the internet will undergo tremendous changes in the near future. Wang Heng casually glanced at Lin Feng as he finished speaking. Lin Feng was somewhat astonished. Wang Heng's vision seemed remarkably far-reaching. How can you be so certain? The man next to the female interviewer queried. Well, it's merely my intuition. You might find it hard to believe, but I had a dream in which I envisioned the world in this manner, Wang Heng stated candidly. A dream? Are you joking? The interviewer retorted. In an instant, the entire room fell silent. Indeed, one could contemplate not merely engaging in gaming, but also deriving numerous industrial chains from it. Lin Feng pondered earnestly. The interviewer, furrowing his brow in contemplation, exchanged glances with Lin Feng, and ultimately, their eyes converged upon Sun Yunche. Sun Yunche, in turn, observed Lin Feng, who was deep in thought. Wang Heng also realized that this thoughtful young man before him was the one with genuine influence. He was quite taken aback by this individual, who was hardly older than himself. Lin Feng, snapping back to reality, declared, "You are hired. Once the company goes public, report directly to us." Wang Heng was astonished that this man genuinely believed his words, prompting him to scrutinize Lin Feng further before rising to take his leave. As people continued to enter, amidst the bustling and clamorous atmosphere, Lin Feng diligently organized resumes, while Sun Yunche stood at the podium delivering a presentation. His gaze remained fixed on a crowd that was poised to become part of Jinghai University of Technology. Chapter 57. I am not an arbitrary person. As the job fair approached its conclusion, a young man entered, his thick hair obscuring his eyes, and he held a computer in hand, devoid of a resume. He stepped forward and inquired, "Am I eligible to apply?" "Of course, but where is your resume?" The male interviewer responded. "I do not possess one." The enigmatic young man replied directly. "Excuse me?" His words drew the attention of Lin Feng, Sun Yunxiao, and several interviewers. "Please do not be hasty. I believe my ability should suffice for my acceptance," the mysterious man asserted, exuding an air of profound confidence. "Huh, what a pretentious individual." Sun Yunxiao scoffed. "Please refrain from disrupting our work. Without a resume, I am afraid you must leave." The female interviewer responded with a modicum of courtesy. "Very well. I shall take my leave," the mysterious man said, rising without the slightest hesitation. Lin Feng, observing the departing figure, was suddenly reminded of the tales of reversal from his past life. The pretense, the air of mystery. Perhaps he was indeed a master. "Wait," Lin Feng called out. The enigmatic man turned back, a look of curiosity crossing his features. Lin Feng approached him, extending his hand. "Greetings, I am Lin Feng, the owner of Fengqin Company." "Hello, I am Su Jinyu," the mysterious man replied, clearly surprised by the young Lin Feng's demeanor. "I apologize for the earlier behavior of my colleague. Might you demonstrate your skills? Should you prove competent, we shall offer you a position immediately," Lin Feng proposed, casting a glance at the young man's bag. "Very well." Su Jinyu returned to his seat, retrieving his computer to begin his operations. "I have discovered a vulnerability in the Yi Group's firewall. I am capable of infiltrating their security network," Su Jinyu declared. No sooner had he spoken than Sun Yunxiao exclaimed, "What the—" He leaped from his chair and rushed over, captivated by Su Jinyu's coding. Initially, the firewall employs packet filtering technology to regulate traffic. Packet filtering inspects individual data packets, determining their passage based on a set of predefined rules. The firewall assesses information such as source IP address, destination IP address, transmission protocol, and port number, permitting only compliant packets to pass. This method prevents the intrusion of malicious packets while scrutinizing permissible data, thereby enhancing network security. However, the firewall also utilizes stateful inspection technology to monitor network connections. Yet, I can bypass this detection and gain direct access, Su Jinyu elaborated as he continued his work. "Wow, if you managed to infiltrate successfully, that would be incredible," Sun Yunxiao remarked. "I can breach it, but that would be illegal, and they would trace my IP address and report me. Do you think I am foolish?" Su Jinyu retorted, his tone tinged with annoyance. He paused his coding, turning to Lin Feng. "I need only to input the code to gain access, but I shall refrain from doing so. I can provide you with the code, and you may test it for yourselves. Lin Feng regarded Su Jinyu with surprise. No need to worry. I trust you would not jest about such matters. You're accepted. Very well. Simply notify me when the time comes. I shall take my leave now, Su Jinyu concluded before departing. As he gazed at the departing silhouette of Su Jinyu, Shen Yunxiao leaned closer and remarked, "This fellow didn't even inquire about the salary. Moreover, he came here with a clear purpose, don't you think?" Lin Feng suggested, "Let us observe for now. His skills are indeed commendable." The recruitment fair spanned 3 days, and neither Lin Feng nor Shen Yunxiao would return afterward. Overall, it had been quite successful, as they had indeed recruited 2 talented individuals, Wang Heng and Su Jinyu. A few more students were later enlisted. "Let us go," Lin Feng announced, rising to rouse Shen Yunxiao from his slumber. Shen Yunxiao, groggy and barely awake, stood up only to suddenly collapse to the floor, the loud thud drawing the attention of the crowd, even causing the interviewers to turn and gaze at the kneeling Shen Yunxiao. With a furrowed brow, Lin Feng questioned, "What happened?" Shen Yunxiao stammered, "My legs are numb." Lin Feng, both amused and exasperated, helped him to his feet, saying, "Let us go. Don't embarrass yourself." Upon returning home, Lin Feng entered the living room and collapsed onto the sofa, contemplating the need to find a new place to live. This residence had originally been chosen to teach Xiao Qingya the piano, and now that the lessons had ceased, there seemed little reason to remain. He retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed Shen Yunxiao. "What is up?" came the voice on the other end, slightly muffled by background noise. "Where are you?" Lin Feng inquired, frowning. "At a bar." Shen Yunxiao chuckled lightly. "Could you help me find an apartment?" Lin Feng asked. "An apartment?" Shen Yunxiao's brow furrowed in confusion. "What do you need a place for?" "I met with Mr. Xiao today." Lin Feng recounted the events of the afternoon. "Oh, I see. All right. I'll call some friends and ask around," Shen Yunxiao replied before Lin Feng was about to end the call. Just then, Shen Yunxiao's voice came through again. "Are you really not considering coming to hang out?" "No, thank you," Lin Feng shook his head. "Get some rest." With that, Shen Yunxiao ended the call. While observing the secretary before him, whose ample decolletage was prominently displayed, Shen Yunxiao smirked and asked, "Tell me more about that scoundrel Zhao." "Master Shen, you'll protect me, right?" The secretary, Xiao Shu, looked at him with doe-like eyes. Shen Yunxiao, internally amused, maintained a calm demeanor. "You have no grievances with me. But that Zhao is a bully, and his schemes have cost me dearly." Taking a sip of his drink, he added, "Rest assured, this is strictly business. I intend to ruin him, and it has nothing to do with you." Xiao Shu nodded in confusion, taken aback by Shen Yunxiao's unexpected demeanor. "Zhao Li received a call after you both left." Xiao Shu began to recount the events that transpired following Shen Yunxiao and Lin Feng's departure. Uncertain of what was said on the other end of the line, Zhao Li collapsed in fear upon concluding the call. He then instructed us to revert the contract to its previous form. However, shortly thereafter, he requested a reduction of several percentage points, indicating that Zhao Li was essentially subsidizing the deal himself. Little Shu glanced at Shen Yunxiao and inquired, "Does he have a confirmed time for his arrival?" Shen Yunxiao, perplexed, responded, "I am not sure yet, but it should be tomorrow, barring any unforeseen circumstances." "Indeed," Little Shu replied. Shen Yunxiao softly acknowledged this with a brief hum before rising to leave. As he departed, he turned back to remind Little Shu, "Do remember to dress appropriately. I am not one to take such matters lightly." Chapter 58. Zhao Li invites to dinner. Xiao Shu gazed complexly at the retreating figure of Shen Yunxiao, her heart swirling with contemplation. With a trembling hand, she lifted the wine glass before her and drank it in one swift motion. Meanwhile, at the entrance, Shen Yunxiao took out his phone and dialed Lin Feng. The call was quickly answered, Lin Feng's voice somewhat muffled, as if he were still lost in slumber. "Hello." Lin Feng's voice carried a hint of laziness and confusion. "Tomorrow, that old scoundrel Zhao Li wants to have dinner with me. Ha! He is coming to apologize." Shen Yunxiao replied coldly, his tone dripping with disdain and mockery. He understood that this was a trap, a banquet of sorts, and that Zhao Li would not relent easily. Yet he felt no fear. "Oh, why would he suddenly seek you out for an apology?" Lin Feng asked, astonished. It's all because of what happened last time. This time he wishes to negotiate peace and offer us an apology. Shen Yinchao scoffed. Haha, you certainly know how to provoke him. But do be cautious. He is not a benevolent character, Lin Feng cautioned. Rest assured, I know my limits, Shen Yinchao replied with confidence. Very well. Lin Feng's response was somewhat languid. Are you not joining me tomorrow? Shen Yinchao inquired. Of course, Lin Feng affirmed. All right, see you tomorrow. Shen Yinchao's voice held a note of anticipation. I intend to humiliate that old dog, he murmured to himself. What? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Nothing, I'll hang up now. I'll pick you up tomorrow. Shen Yinchao concluded, promptly ending the call. A fiery rage ignited within him, as if he were ready to set the world ablaze. On the other end, Lin Feng stared at the disconnected screen, his brow furrowing. How could one humiliate that old dog? Meanwhile, Shen Yinchao crouched by the roadside, deep in thought. Suddenly, a peculiar idea struck him as he gazed at the distant skyscrapers, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. He remained shrouded in shadows. A group of young men and women, slightly inebriated, leaned on one another as they walked by. Suddenly, they heard a low chuckle. They turned toward the sound, only to see a figure lurking in the darkness, resembling a demon curled up in the city's corners. Ah! Someone screamed, and the group of youths scattered in all directions. Shen Yinchao watched them flee with a bemused expression. He scratched his head, stood up, brushed off his pants, and left nonchalantly. The morning sun streamed into the room as Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes. How delightful! Finally no longer awakened by the doorbell. Before he could finish his thought, the doorbell interrupted his musings. With a frown, he descended the stairs to open the door. Good morning. Shen Yinchao, clad in black sunglasses, struck a particularly narcissistic pose. Lin Feng did not glance at Shen Yinchao, but instead directed his gaze towards Su Jinyu and Wang Heng, who stood behind him. You too? Lin Feng queried, perplexed. Boss Lin, it was Mr. Shun who sent us, Wang Heng explained. Lin Feng nodded, stepping aside to usher them in. Please come in. Wang Heng and Su Jinyu entered the room together, both exhibiting a semblance of restraint, while Shen Yinchao appeared rather audacious. Shen Yinchao promptly settled himself on the sofa, reclining slightly as he commanded Wang Heng. Xiao Heng, please retrieve the watermelon from the second compartment on the left side of the refrigerator. All three turned their gaze towards Shen Yinchao, enveloped in a moment of silence. With effort, Shen Yinchao lifted his head and urged, hurry up. Wang Heng glanced at Lin Feng, who nodded in affirmation, prompting him to head to the kitchen. Little Su, could you wash the grapes for me? Shen Yinchao continued with his eyes closed. Su Jinyu picked up the grapes and exited the living room, leaving Lin Feng and Shen Yinchao together. Speak, Shen Yinchao insisted, still with his eyes tightly shut. Lin Feng, puzzled, inquired, why did you call them here? For revenge, Shen Yinchao replied, staring at the ceiling. Revenge? How do they intend to carry that out? Lin Feng asked, perplexed. It's a secret, Shen Yinchao teased. Are you planning to have them hang at Zhao Li's door in the middle of the night? Lin Feng queried, bewildered. You'll find out in due time, Shen Yinchao replied, maintaining his silence. Lin Feng decided against further questioning and went upstairs to change his clothes. The four then set off for the hotel. Upon arrival at the entrance, Shen Yinchao suddenly restrained the group with his arm, lowering his head as he instructed, once we enter, follow the plan. Okay, understood. Wang Heng and Su Jinyu affirmed in unison. Lin Feng, somewhat bewildered by the trio's demeanor, privately mused, what on earth is happening? Nonetheless, he did not dwell on it and proceeded inside. As soon as the door swung open, Zhao Li greeted them with a beaming smile, extending his hand. Boss Lin, you're here rather early. Not too early, Manager Zhao. You've already arrived, haven't you? Lin Feng replied, raising an eyebrow with a smile that barely concealed a hint of derision in his eyes. He refrained from shaking Zhao Li's hand, thinking to himself, this old rascal still has the audacity to reach out. Lin Feng's inner mockery was palpable, yet his expression remained unchanged. Meanwhile, Shen Yinchao treated Zhao Li's words as mere background noise, walking past him without a second glance. Wang Heng, trailing closely behind Shen Yinchao, extended his hand to shake Zhao Li's, enthusiastically stating, hello, hello. Zhao Li eyed Wang Heng and Su Jinyu with suspicion before redirecting his gaze to Lin Feng and asking, who are these two? Lin Feng remained silent, while Su Jinyu stepped forward, introducing herself. Hello, Manager Zhao. We are employees of Fengqin Company. I am Su Jinyu. And this is Wang Heng. Oh, nice to meet you, Zhao Li replied, nonchalantly retracting his hand and resuming his seat as if nothing had transpired. Su Jinyu appeared utterly indifferent, striding confidently to take a seat beside Shen Yunshu, her demeanor suggesting a nonchalant attitude. I couldn't care less. I have already instructed the waiter to prepare the dishes, merely awaiting your arrival, Zhao Li remarked. This establishment, renowned for its Beijing cuisine, is said to have ancestral ties to the imperial kitchen. No sooner had Zhao Li finished speaking than the waiter, akin to a skilled performer, began to unveil the exquisite dishes before them, as if conjuring them from thin air. Those who attain managerial positions are often shrewd and cunning. Throughout the conversation, Zhao Li never broached the subject of the contract, instead engaging in casual banter. Chapter 59. Forgetting to secure you at the door, the overall atmosphere at the dinner gathering was quite pleasant. Shen Yuncho di Ragarda Zoli, focusing intently on the meal before him, while Zhao Li engaged in a disjointed conversation with Lin Feng. After a satisfying meal, Zhao Li raised his glass towards Lin Feng, saying, Boss Lin, I must admit my previous missteps, and I apologize here. With a glance at his secretary, he signaled for the previously prepared contract to be presented. Oh, it's nothing, really, Lin Feng hastily responded, yet he remained unmoved, comfortably seated in his chair. Zhao Li managed a somewhat awkward smile, downing his drink in one go. He then filled his glass again and turned towards Shen Yunqiao, who was still engrossed in his meal, and awkwardly remarked, Young Master Shen, I sincerely apologize for the earlier incident, before swiftly finishing his drink. With a beaming smile, he resumed his seat, revealing no sign of discontent. Lin Feng and Shen Yunqiao exchanged a glance, both surprised by the old fox's ability to endure. Shen Yunqiao couldn't help but smirk inwardly, then signaled to Wang Heng and Su Jinyu. Wang Heng raised his glass towards Zhao Li, stating, Manager Zhao, allow me to toast to you. He then promptly drained his glass. Zhao Li looked at Wang Heng with curiosity, while Shen Yunqiao also set down his chopsticks to regard Zhao Li, his calm gaze concealing his true thoughts. Zhao Li narrowed his eyes, then forced a smile, downing his drink in one swift motion. He was not oblivious to the fact that this was a trap set by Lin Feng and Shen Yunqiao. Yet, what did it matter? Zhao Li had been the one to breach the contract first, and with Lin Feng backed by the powerful Xiao family, he was not someone of Zhao Li's stature to offend. Setting aside the Xiao family, even the Shun family behind Shen Yunqiao had been somewhat subdued lately, leading many to overlook their formidable strength. In truth, Zhao Li had felt a twinge of regret that day. Although a powerful dragon cannot easily subdue a local snake, he had no fear of the Shun family in the capital. However, if that dragon were sufficiently strong, a weak dragon is still a dragon, while a strong snake remains merely a snake. With this clarity, Zhao Li recognized his own position. A generous drink, Manager Zhao. One more, Wang Heng exclaimed, not waiting for Zhao Li to respond, as he finished his drink in one go. Zhao Li forced a smile, accepting the glass and draining it. Manager Zhao, how forthright of you. I shall drink to that, Wang Heng declared before downing another glass. Lin Feng was momentarily taken aback, internally exclaiming at Wang Heng's audacity. Shen Yunqiao, too, wore a look of satisfaction. Zhao Li observed the subtle shifts in Lin Feng and Shen Yunqiao's expressions, but what did it matter? They clearly had no intention of concealing their intentions, as if to say, yes, we orchestrated this. What will you do about it? Reluctantly, Zhao Li raised his glass once more and drank deeply, the alcohol's potency overwhelming him, leaving him slightly dizzy and forcing him to sit down slowly. Meanwhile, Wang Heng was also beginning to feel the effects, his hands trembling. Su Jinyu hurriedly reached out to take Wang Heng's glass. Zhao Li had yet to regain his composure when he witnessed Shen Yunqiao rise from his seat, gracefully approaching him with a wine glass in hand. Manager Zhao, he inquired, regarding your previous dealings with the shadow contracts, do you intend to let this matter simply slip away? With that, he placed the wine glass before Zhao Li, the implication unmistakable. Lin Feng observed the exchange with an air of indifference. Zhao Li, his head bowed and countenance dark, seemed shrouded in a stormy cloud. Shen Yunqiao returned to his seat. After a prolonged silence, Zhao Li gradually lifted his gaze, a flicker of hope piercing through his somber expression. His lips trembled slightly, as if he wished to articulate something, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, a resolute determination flashed across his otherwise gloomy visage, and he spoke in a low, clear voice. "Young Master Shun, does this mean that if I consume this drink, we can consider this matter resolved?" Shen Yunqiao remained silent, seated with an inscrutable expression. His fingers gently tapped against the wine glass, producing a series of crisp sounds as if he were contemplating something profound. After a lengthy pause, he finally posed a question: to drink or not to drink? Zhao Li, taken aback by the unexpected leniency, hesitated. Subsequently, he lifted the glass, filled with exquisite wine that emanated an enticing aroma. He downed it in one gulp, feeling a fiery sensation ignite in his throat, stirring his senses and leaving him slightly dizzy. "Ha ha! Manager Zhao indeed possesses a remarkable capacity," Shen Yunqiao remarked, lifting his own glass and placing it before Zhao Li, a glint of mischief in his eyes. Zhao Li's hands, clenched tightly beneath the table until his knuckles turned white, betrayed a struggle within, yet his expression remained composed, only gracing the air with a faint smile as he raised his glass once more, drinking deeply. This sip felt akin to a sharp blade, piercing his chest, igniting a fervor within his very core. The world around him began to blur, spinning as he felt like a solitary vessel adrift in an endless sea. "Ha ha! Manager Zhao, this glass is to you," Shen Yunqiao declared, emptying his own glass with not a drop remaining. Observing the scene, Secretary Xiao Shu, seated beside Zhao Li, could no longer bear to watch. She delicately reached for the glass in front of Zhao Li, stating, "Young Master Shun, Manager Zhao has had quite enough. Allow me to take this one for him." This maneuver left everyone momentarily bewildered. Su Jinyu furrowed her brow, contemplating whether Xiao Shu had overstepped her bounds, questioning her understanding of her role. Shen Yunqiao's smile vanished, replaced by a frigid demeanor as he retorted, "Who are you to interject?" At this juncture, Zhao Li interjected, extending his hand toward the glass, softly asserting, "It's all right, I shall handle it." With that, he downed the contents of the glass, as if what it held was not bitter wine, but the sweetest of waters. Lin Feng, observing the theatrical display before him, mused that Shen Yunqiao would have made a fine actor. However, he refrained from intervening, opting instead to watch in silence. "Ha ha ha, splendid! To a toast, Manager Zhao!" Shen Yunqiao exclaimed, patting Zhao Li on the shoulder. Zhao Li had no choice but to follow. After all, he had offended the wrong person. After what felt like the umpteenth drink, even Shen Yunqiao began to feel a bit tipsy as he slowly returned to his seat, collapsing onto the chair, pondering how this old scoundrel could drink so much. He then exchanged a knowing glance with Su Jinyu. Zhao Li was not faring any better. Having already consumed a considerable amount, he found it difficult to keep pace with Shen Yunqiao's drinking. Moreover, the uncertainty of whether this situation could be resolved weighed heavily on his mind. Even a clay figurine would have its limits. Before Zhao Li could voice his grievances, Su Jinyu stood up and declared, "Manager Zhao, I will drink to you. Feel free to indulge." What? Lin Feng thought. So this is how they seek revenge. Oomph. Who do you think you're a drink with me? Zhao Li raturta kuldi. He was already irked, and considering Xiao Shu was, after all, his woman, who had just been scolded by Shen Yunqiao, he seized the opportunity to retaliate. Su Jinyu, unfazed, adjusted his glasses and said, "Manager Zhao, a mere title has inflated your ego, hasn't it? Drinking some horse urine has gone to your head? So preoccupied with toasting, you forgot to secure yourself at the entrance." What? 1 exclamation, what? 3 exclamations, what? 4 exclamations. The 3 voices belonged to Lin Feng, Wang Heng, and Shen Yunqiao. Chapter 60. A single encounter can alter one's lifetime. Su Jinyu's words astonished the crowd, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake, stirring tumultuous waves. Wang Heng discreetly extended his thumb beneath the table, nodding repeatedly in affirmation of Su Jinyu's audacity. Remarkable. Kumbarsali, Zhao Li's kuntanansa darkanat. his expression as somber as a stormy sky, as if he could exude water from his very being. This was tantamount to a public slap in the face. After all, he was a bank manager, a figure many sought to curry favor with. Yet today, he found himself humiliated by a newly hired employee. Zhao Li narrowed his eyes, fixating on Su Jinyu with an intensity that spoke volumes. As the saying goes, a barking dog seldom bites. Lin Feng quickly grasped the situation and interjected, Su Jinyu, have you had too much to drink? You should promptly apologize to Manager Zhao. Lin Feng understood the need for venting frustrations, but recognized the importance of moderation. However, Su Jinyu seemed oblivious to the inappropriateness of his remarks. He maintained an air of indifference, as though the incident had never transpired. A faint, almost imperceptible smile lingered at the corners of his mouth, intensifying Zhao Li's ire. Su Jinyu lifted his gaze, surveying Lin Feng and then Zhao Li, a glimmer of disdain flickering in his eyes before he spoke. My apologies, Manager Zhao. I had a bit too much to drink earlier. His tone was dismissive, as if he were unbothered by the situation's gravity. Zhao Li's dissatisfaction was palpable, his face drawn longer than that of a donkey, resembling a predator poised to devour its prey. Yet, Su Jinyu shrugged nonchalantly, a smirk dancing on his lips, conveying a sense of superiority and defiance that further inflamed Zhao Li's fury. Lin Feng, meanwhile, perused the contract laid before him, noting with surprise that the figures had inexplicably dipped several points lower than before. It appeared that the diminished amounts came from Zhao Li's own pocket. Lin Feng pondered this revelation, casting a curious glance at Zhao Li. With a smile, Lin Feng approached Zhao Li, saying, Manager Zhao, you are magnanimous. Do not stoop to the level of these children. Zhao Li snorted in response, his silence laden with unsaid words, his grim countenance and taut lips betraying the tempest of anger within. Undeterred, Lin Feng continued with an air of nonchalance. Manager Zhao, this contract exudes sincerity, does it not? His voice dripped with subtle sarcasm, hinting at underlying implications. I eagerly anticipate our forthcoming collaboration. At that moment, Xiao Shu, standing beside Zhao Li, could no longer restrain herself. Boss Lin, I see no sincerity from your side, she remarked, her tone laced with disdain as she shot a glance at Shen Yunqiao, Wang Heng, and Su Jinyu, her eyes aflame with indignation. Lin Feng disregarded Xiao Shu's comments, still smiling as he addressed Zhao Li, Manager Zhao. Let us toast to a pleasant collaboration. He raised his glass, gesturing toward Zhao Li. The latter narrowed his eyes, contemplating the man before him. He realized that this time he had fallen into a trap of his own making. Regardless, he had no choice but to sign. Otherwise, the Xiao family, particularly Xiao Yunhe, would undoubtedly make his life unbearable. Pleasant collaboration, Boss Lin. I am unwell and shall take my leave for now, Zhao Li declared before departing. Lin Feng watched Zhao Li's retreating figure, narrowing his eyes without uttering another word. He strolled back slowly, taking a seat and observing the three intoxicated individuals before him. His gaze then fell upon Shen Yunqiao, who was on the verge of losing consciousness, and he chuckled. Is this your brilliant idea? To drown Zhao Li in drink? Shen Yunqiao lacked the strength to respond, yet he managed to lift his arm, gesturing a thumbs up towards Lin Feng. You three are attempting to inebriate a single Zhao Li, yet have failed to render him unconscious, Lin Feng remarked with a hint of disdain. Who knew Zhao Li could drink so much? Is it that he can drink, or that you all cannot? Lin Feng retorted with a subtle sarcasm. Feeling a flush of shame, Su Jinyu lowered her gaze but still murmured, Well, I haven't even had a drink yet. What did you say? Lin Feng asked, a note of irritation in his voice. Do you even realize who he is? He is the manager of the Jingcheng Bank, albeit a branch. Lin Feng continued after taking a sip from his glass. Even Zhao Li, in his worst state, is not someone you can humiliate. He may have grievances with us, but that is our affair. What business do you and Wang Heng have in this? Su Jinyu found herself at a loss for words. Why are you silent now? You were quite vocal just a moment ago, Lin Feng pressed. Wang Heng interjected, Boss Lin, it was I who brought her here. Do not blame her. Lin Feng cast a glance at Wang Heng, sighed, and softened his tone. I have the Xiao family backing me. Zhao Li cannot harm me, nor does he dare to, at least not openly. Shen Yunqiao, the eldest son of the Shun family in Jinling, has his own support. If all else fails, he can return to Jinling. But what about you two? Fresh graduates, barely out of university. What do you possess? Wang Heng lowered his head in acknowledgement, realizing how impulsive he had been, failing to consider the consequences of their actions. Let us move forward one step at a time, but do think things through more carefully in the future, Lin Feng concluded. Rising to leave, as he reached the door, he turned back to glance at the now unconscious Shun Yunqiao, shaking his head in exasperation, then said, "Support him and take him to my place." Thus, the group departed from the hotel. The midday sun streamed through the transparent glass, gently caressing Shun Yunqiao's face as if tenderly beckoning him awake. Slowly, he opened his eyes, the throbbing headache from the hangover leaving him in a haze. Stumbling out of the room, he spotted Lin Feng, who was engrossed in typing at his desk. Lin Feng's phone lay beside him, the screen displaying a side profile of Meng Qing, suggesting she was asleep. How can he be more handsome than me? This thought unexpectedly crossed Shun Yunqiao's mind as he observed Lin Feng's focused demeanor, prompting him to hastily shake his head. Entering the study, Lin Feng looked up and smiled at him. "Awake now? Come, have some tea to alleviate the effects of the alcohol," he said gently, his voice laced with concern. Shen Yunqing felt a twinge of guilt. He lowered his head and softly said, "Lin Feng, I apologize for yesterday's incident. I acted impulsively without consulting you. If you wish to scold me, please do so." His voice carried sincerity and regret. Lin Feng smiled faintly, waving his hand dismissively. "It's nothing to worry about. Just refrain from being so rash in the future." Suddenly, Shen Yunqing's hair stood on end. "What are you doing, Lin Feng?" he exclaimed. "What?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "I'm not selling myself, and my sexual orientation is perfectly fine," Shen Yunqing retorted, crossing his arms like a bear. "Just give me a gun. I'm in a good mood right now." Lin Feng shook his head in bemusement, wondering what thoughts occupied this young man's mind. "No wonder you've studied abroad. Your thinking is quite advanced." With a smile, Shen Yunqing took his leave. Lin Feng, what does that sound?" Meng Qing, still half asleep, inquired. "Are you awake?" "It's nothing. Shen Yunqing just came in," Lin Feng replied gently, turning to look at her. "Awake. Lin Feng, you're somewhat handsome. What should I do if I want to kiss you?" Meng Qing said, her eyes narrowing as she broke into a smile, radiating warmth and brightness akin to the sun in spring. "Quickly now, the company is about to go public," Lin Feng urged. "Lin Feng, I have a surprise for you," Meng Qing suddenly declared, her eyes sparkling with a hint of mischief, reminiscent of stars twinkling in the night sky, radiant and enigmatic. "What is it?" Lin Feng asked, curiosity bubbling within him like ripples on a tranquil lake. "I want to tell you," Meng Qing pouted, humming a cheerful tune, her voice like a heavenly melody, exquisite and enchanting. "Lin Feng, I need to hand over my phone. Let's connect later?" Meng Qing interjected. Lin Feng nodded, a puzzled smile on his face. It was strange. In the past, they would always reluctantly exchange phones at the last moment. Yet today, she was so proactive. Could it be that Meng Qing no longer loved him? Was there someone else in her life? Or had she simply grown weary? It's worth noting that during romantic relationships, both girls and boys tend to overthink. Meanwhile, Shen Yunqing descended the stairs to find Wang Heng and Su Jinyu already awake. After greeting them, he sat down to eat. Lin Feng soon joined them, saying, "The contract has been signed, and the recruitment matters are nearly settled. Shen Yunqing's team has already familiarized themselves with the department. We're prepared to hold a press conference tomorrow." Upon hearing this, the three of them displayed expressions of excitement, particularly Shen Yunqing. "Wang Heng, please notify the relevant departments and reporters. Shen Yunqing, you will be in charge of setting up the press conference and arranging the necessary details. Su Jinyu, you will accompany Wang Heng," Lin Feng instructed. "Understood. Got it. Received." The trio eagerly departed from the house. As Shen Yunqing reached the door, he abruptly turned back, asking, "What are you going to do?" "I'm going to pick up the car," Lin Feng replied. "Why? Now that you're the boss. How can you still take a taxi? You don't even have a car?" Shen Yunqing questioned. Lin Feng remarked, "I have one. Let me give you that sports car." Shen Yunqing replied, Is it so wrong to be unable to drive sports car? Lin Feng responded, Indeed, you are quite extravagant. A sports car is offered without hesitation. I have a friend who owns a dealership. I will send you the address shortly. You may go directly, and I will call ahead to make an appointment for you. Just mention your name. Shen Yunche spoke, and Lin Feng gestured an okay. Consequently, Lin Feng took a taxi to the dealership. Upon entering, a staff member approached him, saying, Hello, sir. How may I assist you today? I have an appointment. Lin Feng, he replied. Mr. Lin, please follow me, the staff member said, clearly surprised, but quickly regaining composure as he led Lin Feng to the VIP room. Please wait here for a moment. Our manager will be with you shortly. The staff member added. Lin Feng nodded. Barely 2 minutes passed before he heard a sound behind him. Turning around, he was met with the sight of a young man. Standing at an impressive height of 185 meters, he possessed a well-proportioned physique, clad in a meticulously tailored suit that accentuated his gentlemanly demeanor. His features were chiseled and defined, with a prominent nose and bright, piercing eyes that radiated confidence and determination, as if he could see through any obstacle to his goals. His hair was impeccably styled, not a single strand out of place, further highlighting his decisiveness and self-assurance. He walked with a steady gait, standing tall, exuding an elegant and confident aura. The young man approached Lin Feng and said, Mr. Lin, thank you for your patience. Not at all. I haven't waited long. Lin Feng replied. Hello, Mr. Lin. My name is Ouyang Haochen, a friend of Yunche. He introduced himself. Greetings, Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Ouyang Haochen continued, Mr. Lin, the manager is occupied. Allow me to show you the cars. Could you please specify your requirements for the vehicle, such as price or style? The staff member asked. I have no significant requirements. A sedan will suffice, Lin Feng responded. Very well, Mr. Lin, please follow me, the staff member said. As they walked, Ouyang Haochen remarked, I didn't expect Mr. Lin to be so young. Indeed, I too find myself youthful, Lin Feng replied, wearing an expression of obviousness. Ouyang Haochen cast a peculiar glance at Lin Feng, then laughed, haha, just as Yunche described. I believe we shall become friends. Certainly, after all, handsome individuals like myself are quite rare, Lin Feng jested. Ouyang Haochen twitched his lips in response. Soon, the staff led them to a sleek black Maybach. Mr. Lin, this Maybach is the latest model. All right, I'll take this one, Lin Feng interjected. The staff member appeared momentarily bewildered. Sir, are you truly so affluent? Aren't you curious about the price? Well, very well, Mr. Lin, please follow me, the staff member stammered, hurriedly guiding Lin Feng to the front desk. Please proceed with your card, he instructed. Lin Feng said as he handed his bank card to the receptionist. This action caused the female staff around him to gaze in awe. Can I drive away directly? Lin Feng inquired. Yes, sir, the staff member replied. However, sir, your card balance is insufficient, the receptionist weakly interjected. You can only stay at the front desk, another staff member beside Lin Feng thought to himself. Didn't they see who was beside him? The boss himself was accompanying him. Lin Feng, feeling a bit awkward, touched his nose and silently retrieved another card from his pocket. Huh, where's the card? Mr. Lin, it's unnecessary. I'm gifting you this car. Ouyang Haochen spoke up. What? Such extravagance? I need to get to know Shen Yunji's friends better, Lin Feng mused internally. Nevertheless, he replied, no worries, let us use another card. Lin Feng politely declined. Money could buy a car, but a favor owed was not so easily repaid. It's fine, Mr. Lin. Shen Yunji informed me before you arrived. Just charge it to his account, Ouyang Haochen said with a smile. Just then, Shen Yunji called. What is up? Lin Feng answered. Nothing much. Just wanted to let you know to charge it to my account. It's all good, Shen Yunji replied. Lin Feng was once again taken aback. I often borrow sports cars from him, so I have an account with a few hundred in it, enough to cover it. All right, I have to get back to work. We'll talk later, Shen Yunji said before abruptly hanging up. Xiao, Ki. I'm truly moved, Lin Feng silently expressed his gratitude. He then drove away directly towards the Xiao family. Upon arriving at the Xiao residence, Lin Feng pondered that it would be better to visit in person, especially since Xiao Yunhe had helped him so much. Why has Xiao Feng come? Xiao Yunhe emerged from the room. It's nothing, Uncle Xiao. I just wanted to see you, Lin Feng smiled. Ha, you must be quite busy lately, Xiao Yunhe inquired. Indeed, the company is going public tomorrow. You must come. Uncle Xiao, Lin Feng invited. Xiao Yunhe watched Lin Feng's departing figure, wondering if this young man could stir up a storm in the capital. He then glanced at Xiao Qingya, who stood nearby, also watching Lin Feng leave, and sighed. Are you going tomorrow? Is it happening tomorrow? Xiao Qingya murmured, as if speaking to herself. Xiao Yunhe could see through his daughter's feelings, yet it was a case of unrequited love. With a sigh, he left, leaving Xiao Qingya standing alone by the window. She quietly gazed out, her eyes traversing the view beyond the glass. The sunset cast a golden hue over the entire city, with orange clouds adorning the horizon, creating a picturesque scene. No one could fathom what thoughts lingered in the heart of the young woman. No one knows why the man gazes intently at the window of the villa. A single encounter with you could alter a lifetime. Chapter 61. At that time, it was only ordinary Lin Feng stood by the roadside, quietly gazing at Xiao Qingya standing below the window. After a considerable pause, he let out a soft sigh and turned to leave. He drove slowly along the path leading to the Yi family's residence, the wheels of his car creaking against the pavement. The trees lining the road rushed past like a battalion of neatly arranged soldiers, while sunlight filtered through the leaves, creating patches of light that resembled flecks of gold scattered by the hand of God. Before he could reach the Yi group, his phone rang. It was Yi Linyan. Lin Feng pulled over and answered the call. You've been so busy lately, ignoring me? Came her sultry voice from the other end. Haha, indeed. The company is preparing for its IPO, and I was just about to head to the Yi group to see you. Your timing is impeccable, Lin Feng replied awkwardly. Just come to my home. I'll send you the address. My father and I are not at the company, Yi Linyan suggested. All right, Lin Feng said before abruptly hanging up. On the other end, Yi Linyan stared at her phone in disbelief. Interesting, she murmured softly, her crimson lips curling into a smile. Who was that? Asked Yi Yuanshan, who was beside her. Lin Feng. He coming over shortly, Yi Linyan replied, rising to change her clothes. The gates of the Yi residence were firmly shut, with the security guard dutifully standing guard. Lin Feng exited his car and approached the entrance, pressing the doorbell and awaiting a response from within. After a short while, the door creaked open, revealing a member of the Yi family, who looked at Lin Feng with a hint of confusion. May I ask who you are, sir? The butler inquired. Just inform your young lady, and she will know, Lin Feng replied. Ah, Mr. Lin, please come in. The young lady just spoke with the master, the butler said, ushering him inside. As Lin Feng entered the Yi residence, he found the living room exquisitely arranged, everything in perfect order. Brother Lin, what brings you here? Yi Yuanshan's voice echoed before he even appeared. Haha, Brother Yi, my company is going public tomorrow. I hope you will definitely attend. Lin Feng turned to face Yi Yuanshan. Yi Yuanshan slowly descended the stairs, responding, Certainly, certainly. Then I shall not disturb you any longer. Farewell for now, Lin Feng said, turning to leave. Left behind, Yi Yuanshan stood in the wind, perplexed. Old bee, giving you face yet you walk so slowly, making it seem as if I am begging you. Lin Feng silently scoffed, feeling exasperated at Yi Yuanshan's overly pleasant demeanor. Yi Yuanshan squinted at Lin Feng's departing figure, having originally intended to give Lin Feng a taste of reality, but was taken aback by his indifference. Where's Father Lin Feng? Yi Linyan, dressed in a red dress with her long hair cascading down her waist, inquired. You even went to the effort of putting on makeup to see that little rascal Lin Feng? Yi Yuanshan asked in surprise. Why not? How do I look? Yi Linyan twirled playfully. Where is Lin Feng? Yi Yuanshan queried. Yi Linyan looked around and inquired. Has he left? Yi Yuanshan nodded and gestured toward the door. Without a moment's hesitation, Yi Linyan lifted her skirt and rushed out in her high heels. Just as Lin Feng was about to start the car, he heard a clattering sound behind him and turned in confusion. Yi Linyan, in her high heels, resembled a graceful fairy dancing, her red dress fluttering in the wind like a blooming flower radiating enchanting brilliance. Her long hair billowed as she ran, akin to a cascade of lustrous black silk shimmering in the light. Lin Feng! Yi Linyan gasped, still breathless from her sprint. What happened? Lin Feng quickly regained his composure and asked, puzzled, Why did you leave so soon after arriving? Yi Linyan clutched her chest, struggling for breath as she questioned him. looking up at Lin Feng with a pitiful expression that almost made him believe her, were it not for his awareness of her penchant for theatrics. I'm preoccupied with numerous matters as the company is going public tomorrow, so I must head back today. We'll see each other tomorrow, Lin Feng stated before starting his car and driving away. Yi Linyun stood there, speechless and motionless, like a statue, while Lin Feng sped off like a gust of wind. Feeling somewhat dejected, Yi Linyun returned home. What's wrong? You look as if you've experienced a heartbreak, Yi Yuanshan remarked, observing his silent daughter with concern. Yet, Yi Linyun paid him no mind and continued walking with her head down. Miss, are the dishes still to be served? The butler approached her and inquired. Yi Linyun absent-mindedly waved her hand. And what about the peach blossom pastries? The butler asked again. Peach blossom pastries? Yi Linyun stared blankly at them, lost in thought. She recalled her first encounter with Lin Feng, where she learned of his fondness for them. She had even requested some from the Xiao family, hoping to surprise him when he came to visit. Little did she know, Yi Linyun then retreated to her room, pulling the covers over herself. My precious daughter, what troubles you? Has Lin Feng upset you? Yi Yuanshan entered, concerned. This gentle inquiry shattered the last of Yi Linyun's defenses, and she buried her face in her hands, weeping. If Yi Yuanshan had not understood the situation by now, it would be a testament to his oblivion. Father, why? Yi Linyun's voice trembled as she spoke. I initially didn't like him. I was merely drawn to his talent and wanted to engage with him. I also found him to be quite principled. Then I began to think Lin Feng was handsome and very opinionated. At that time, I didn't know why. I just wanted to tease Lin Feng. Her voice, hoarse from crying, continued. I always felt Lin Feng is unlike other men. I can't quite articulate why, but there's something different about him. If I must explain, it's that Lin Feng's gaze is particularly pure. At times, I exhibit a rather mischievous demeanor, yet I maintain a deliberate distance from everyone. This only intensifies my desire to understand him. Each time I gaze into his eyes, my heart flutters. I am uncertain of what it truly means to be fond of someone, yet the mere thought of him brings me immense joy. He consistently endeavors to keep a distance from me, and I was initially perplexed by this until the day I visited his home. Lin Feng has a girlfriend, and although I felt confident at that moment, my resolve wavered upon learning her name, Mengqing. The intertwining of Lin Feng and Mengqing left me breathless. Yi Linyun then began to choke back her tears. Yi Yuanshan chose not to offer excessive comfort to his daughter, opting instead to silently listen. Witnessing his daughter weep, a sense of helplessness enveloped him as a father. The sequence of love is indeed of paramount importance. I once beheld a ray of light, which bestowed its brilliance upon the sunset. At that moment, I regarded it as merely commonplace. Chapter 62, Long Time No See. Upon Lin Feng's return, he encountered 3 individuals sprawled on the couch in slumber. The sound of the door opening roused Shen Yunqiao, Wang Heng, and Su Jinyu from their sleep. Ah, the boss has returned after his escapades, Shen Yunqiao remarked sarcastically. Ignoring Shen Yunqiao's snide tone, Lin Feng turned his attention to Wang Heng, inquiring, Are we prepared? Yes, boss, Wang Heng replied. Lin Feng nodded appreciatively, addressing the trio, Thank you for your hard work. Shen Yunqiao, with a haughty demeanor, turned his head away. It's no trouble at all, Boss Lin. It's what we ought to do, Wang Heng and Su Jinyu replied, albeit a bit awkwardly. Lin Feng felt genuine gratitude. Such matters were not something Shen Yunqiao needed to manage personally, yet the fear of errors compelled him to intervene. All right, everyone should rest now. We'll prepare for tomorrow, Lin Feng declared before retreating to his room. As he lay in bed, he gazed at the still interface of dreaming, a sense of perplexity prompting him to send an emoticon. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into a deep slumber, phone in hand. The following day, the 4 awoke early, their excitement for the significant event keeping them restless, with only Lin Feng managing a proper night's sleep. Clad in an exquisite black suit, Lin Feng radiated unparalleled charisma and confidence. His tall stature and well-tailored suit accentuated his broad shoulders and elongated form. The high-quality fabric, with its soft luster, reflected his noble status and refined taste. The others were momentarily taken aback by Lin Feng's gentle demeanor. What were you pondering while driving? Lin Feng chided playfully. The group then proceeded to the press conference. The venue was strategically chosen in the bustling commercial district of the city, within a grand edifice. The decoration of the conference hall was uniquely crafted, themed around maple leaves, infusing the ambience with the essence of autumn. Golden and crimson maple leaves adorned the venue, creating the illusion of being enveloped in a sea of foliage. A massive backdrop proclaimed the launch of Fengqin Company, its brilliance resonating with the vitality of the company's flourishing prospects. Lin Feng awaited his friends in the VIP area, while Shun Yunxiao attended to his acquaintances from Jinling, delegating the less significant guests to Wang Heng and Su Jinyu. As time passed, more attendees arrived, notably represented by Yun Yuqing from the Chinese network, eliciting surprise among the crowd at her presence. "She is here," Lin Feng remarked, feeling a pang of nostalgia upon seeing Yun Yuqing after such a long time. "Indeed," Yun Yuqing replied, equally reflective, recalling how Lin Feng, once under her wing, had now established his own company, as if awakening from a dream. "While black is undeniably stylish, you truly suit white better," Yun Yuqing suddenly commented. Lin Feng looked at her, puzzled, while she merely smiled enigmatically. At that moment, the Xiao family arrived, diffusing the awkwardness. Xiao Qingya, adorned in a graceful green dress, exuded elegance as she played with Xiao Yunhe, merely nodding in acknowledgement toward Lin Feng. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Lin Feng touched his nose and greeted, "Uncle Xiao has arrived." "Ha ha ha, why is Lin Ji feeling shy?" Xiao Yunhe teased. Shortly thereafter, the Yi family arrived, with Yi Linyun elegantly linking arms with Yi Yuanshan. "Lin, my dear brother," Yi Yuanshan remarked with a somewhat sarcastic tone towards the man who had captured his daughter's heart. Yi Linyun stood quietly beside him, her gaze cast downwards. Lin Feng noticed the subtle tension emanating from Yi Linyun and managed a wry smile before taking a seat in silence. Yun Yuqing glanced curiously at Xiao Qingya and Yi Linyun, observing the melancholy etched on their faces, and shook her head in quiet understanding. To fall for someone one ought not to love, she knew this sentiment all too well. Subsequently, the Meng family from Jinling, the Shun family, and the Yun family arrived together. While Lin Feng had anticipated the first two, he was taken aback by the appearance of the Yun family. He turned to Yun Yuqing, who approached him and said, "Don't worry, my parents heard about my investment in the company and came to see for themselves." Lin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. Shun Jun and Qiu Shuzhen regarded the young Lin Feng with curiosity, surprised by his youth. "Dad, Mom, see? I wasn't lying," Shun Yunxie chimed in. Shun Jun chose to ignore his words, while Qiu Shuzhen tugged at Shun Yunxie, saying, "Son, let me see you. You've lost weight." Lin Feng then stepped forward, greeting them warmly. "Hello, uncle and aunt." "Hello," Shun Jun replied, a hint of astonishment in his eyes. Even Meng, he glanced at Lin Feng with newfound respect. After the pleasantries, Lin Feng quickly made his way to Meng, he, and Wang Wanqing, scanning the crowd. "Stop looking. Little Meng isn't coming," Meng, he remarked. Lin Feng felt a tinge of disappointment, but swiftly composed himself. Soon after, Wang Lei and Li Zhonggang also arrived, which surprised Lin Feng. As everyone took their seats, they awaited the commencement of the banquet. Meanwhile, Zhao Li observed the VIP section with a sense of dread. The prominent families from the capital, the Xiao family, the Yi family, along with the esteemed Yun, Meng, and Shun families from Jinling, were all present, even guests from the national level. Zhao Li felt fortunate to have apologized to Lin Feng. In truth, he was not alone. Even the esteemed guests seated in the VIP section were astonished by Lin Feng's extensive connections. Finally, the press conference commenced. After the host's introduction, Lin Feng, clad in a well-tailored suit, ascended the stage. The media converged, and the flash of cameras illuminated the venue. All eyes fixated on Lin Feng. His expression was serious and focused, his gaze resolute and bright, exuding an undeniable force. His hair was neatly styled, the slight curve adding to his affability. The chiseled lines of his face and striking profile radiated charm and attractiveness, proclaiming the prowess of this young entrepreneur who had propelled Fengqin Company to its current heights through sheer intellect and determination. With confidence, Lin Feng approached the podium and began his compelling speech. "Esteemed guests and media friends, greetings. Today, we gather to witness the glorious moment of Fengqin Company's listing. His voice resonated with strength and conviction, leaving a lasting impact. As the press conference drew to a close, Lin Feng's thoughts were abruptly interrupted by the sudden appearance of a figure. Clad in a pristine white dress, she stood gracefully at the back of the crowd, a smile illuminating her face as she gazed at Lin Feng, as if reveling in the success of her most cherished one. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly trust what he beheld. She looked at him with a smile, her eyes brimming with love and tenderness, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. The crowd soon sensed Lin Feng's unusual demeanor, following his gaze. There she was, adorned in a flowing white gown, its hem swaying gently in the breeze, reminiscent of a dancing fairy. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, shimmering with a lustrous sheen akin to exquisite satin. Her elongated eyes sparkled with a soft brilliance, akin to stars illuminating the night sky. Standing gracefully amidst the throng, her enchanting figure exuded elegance, akin to a blossoming flower that emanated a captivating fragrance. Her beauty transcended mere appearances. It embodied an inner radiance that emanated from the depths of her being. In this clamorous world, she stood out as a unique and resplendent presence, impossible to overlook. Her allure instilled a profound longing and pursuit in others, as if merely approaching her could bestow boundless happiness and fulfillment. Lin Feng slowly rose, intending to approach Meng Qing, yet to his surprise, she swiftly dashed towards him. "I cannot quantify the depth of my affection for you," she declared, "but if it means seeing you, I would certainly run." Meng Qing reached Lin Feng in a flash, yearning to speak but momentarily choked with emotion, leaving her feeling somewhat anxious. Meanwhile, Lin Feng, with trembling hands, yearned to caress her cheek. Meng Qing leaned in, beaming as she looked into Lin Feng's eyes, uttering each word with intent. "Lin Feng, I have missed you." At that moment, Lin Feng could no longer contain his overwhelming feelings and embraced Meng Qing, kissing her fervently. He had envisioned their encounters countless times, to the point of desensitization, believing he could maintain control. However, upon her arrival, all composure shattered. Meng Qing gradually closed her eyes, savoring Lin Feng's kiss. She had initially intended to reveal the surprise she had prepared, but in that moment, the kiss took precedence. This moment belonged solely to them. "Lin Feng, long time no see." "Meng Qing, indeed it has been a while." Chapter 63. The love that rises with the sun and sets with the moon. After a considerable moment, Meng Qing's cheeks flushed slightly, her breath somewhat uneven as she murmured softly, "Lin Feng, all right, I'm finding it a bit hard to breathe." Reluctantly, Lin Feng released Meng Qing, his gaze lingering on her as though she might vanish the very next second. Feeling somewhat bashful under his intense stare, Meng Qing could only widen her delicate eyes and say, "Lin Feng, there are others here. You can kiss me when we get home." Lin Feng finally regained his composure, and together they approached the stage. Regarding the recent inquiry from a reporter about why we chose Fengqing as the name of our company, he began, pausing momentarily as his eyes fell upon Meng Qing. Filled with adoration and affection, he continued, "It is because of this girl beside me." A wave of astonishment swept through the audience, particularly among the younger journalists, whose eyes widened with surprise and envy. What kind of fairy tale is this? A domineering CEO and his delicate wife come to life? The woman is stunning. Who is she? However, curiosity soon followed, as many wondered who this enigmatic girl truly was. Lin Feng smiled at Meng Qing, her beauty and grace illuminating the entire stage. Gently clasping her hand, it was as if he were proclaiming their love to the world. "She is my beloved, the most essential person in my life. Although we have known each other for a short time, we have shared countless beautiful moments. She is the most exquisite scenery in my life." His words left the audience momentarily speechless. Below, Shun Yunshe, with a disdainful expression, muttered, "Seriously? Must you flaunt your affection so openly? Who asked you?" Meng Qing's face radiated a blissful smile, her eyes glistening with emotion. She gazed at Lin Feng, contemplating whether this could be considered a heartfelt confession. However, she remained silent, her eyes sparkling with laughter as she looked at him content simply to stand by his side. As the press conference concluded, attendees began to exit. Yin Qingqing straightforwardly approached Lin Feng, nodding at Meng Qing. "Miss Meng, greetings." She then turned her attention to Lin Feng, and for a fleeting moment, he perceived a tinge of discomfort crossing her face, though it vanished swiftly. "Lin Feng, I wish you great success in your business," Yin Qingqing said before departing. Soon after, Xiao Yunhe and Yi Yuanshan approached. Xiao Yunhe wore a smile, offering his congratulations, while Yi Yuanshan regarded Lin Feng with a complex expression. Xiao Qingya arrived alongside Xiao Yunhe and addressed Lin Feng. "Is this the woman you have been unable to forget?" Lin Feng, feeling a bit awkward, scratched his head, the pain at his waist serving as a reminder to ground him. Meeting Xiao Qingya's earnest gaze, he nodded affirmatively. "Yes, this is my girlfriend." Xiao Qingya replied, half in self-mockery and half in resignation. "I wish you, Boss Lin, lasting success and a harmonious union." She then left to find Yi Linyan, who was waiting by the exit. Xiao Yunhe and Yi Yuanshan exchanged a few pleasantries with Lin Feng before taking their leave, leaving him to face Meng Qing's parents. Lin Feng gazed at the approaching parents of Meng Qing and Shun Yinche. "Do your utmost. If I discover that you have let down our Meng Qing, I shall not spare you." Wang Wanqing spoke first. Lin Feng smiled and nodded in agreement, for he could not afford to offend his future mother-in-law. Meng Hai, on the other hand, did not say much, merely advising Lin Feng as they parted. "The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. Do not take it lightly." He then departed with the Shun family, leaving Lin Feng and Meng Qing to watch them go. Although Meng, he said nothing. His decision not to take Meng Qing with him spoke volumes. Suddenly, Lin Feng turned to Meng Qing, who was gazing at Meng Hai's receding figure with her beautiful eyes. "We should be on our way," Lin Feng gently suggested. Meng Qing, with her slender eyes sparkling mischievously, replied with a smile. "Where to?" "To our home," Lin Feng stated. "Our home?" Meng Qing momentarily faltered in comprehension. Lin Feng then took her hand, leading her away from the press conference. Despite her confusion, Meng Qing did not resist. As she had said, it mattered not where they went, as long as he was with her. Hand in hand, Lin Feng and Meng Qing stood at the entrance of the venue, gazing at the splendid scenery before them. The twilight glow of the setting sun enveloped the earth, and the distant skyscrapers reflected the golden light, painting the entire city in hues of amber. Bathed in the warm sunlight and caressed by a gentle breeze, they felt an extraordinary sense of joy. Lin Feng gently wrapped his arm around Meng Qing's shoulders, and they exchanged quiet glances, their eyes filled with boundless affection and tenderness. As the sun gradually descended, the horizon was adorned with a brilliant afterglow. Meng Qing turned to Lin Feng and smiled. "The sunset is truly beautiful. Indeed, it has been a while since we last watched it together. You wait here. I will fetch the car," Lin Feng replied before rising to leave. "All right," Meng Qing said, nodding with a smile. Before long, Lin Feng returned with the car. "Where shall we go?" Meng Qing inquired as she fastened her seatbelt. "Did I not say we are going to our home?" Lin Feng started the engine, directing his gaze forward. The sun sank lower, casting its rays upon the earth. As Meng Qing sat in Lin Feng's car, she observed his profile. He was focused on driving, and the twilight illuminated his perfect features, accentuating his distinct lines and graceful contours. Meng Qing found herself entranced, a silly smile gracing her lips. "What are you smiling about?" Lin Feng asked, puzzled. "Oh, nothing." "Lin Feng, I wish to hear you sing," Meng Qing said, gazing out the window. "Very well," Lin Feng replied, pausing for a moment before beginning. "The little yellow flower of the story." He was abruptly interrupted by Meng Qing. "What's this about a little yellow flower?" Meng Qing asked in surprise. "A story? Why?" Lin Feng queried, perplexed. "Oh, never mind. Please continue," she urged. Lin Feng cleared his throat and resumed. "The little yellow flower of the story swung on the swings of childhood. The memories sway all the way to now. But alas, the rain gradually falls to the point where I can no longer see. How much longer must I wait to be by your side?" They drove onto the expressway, slowly leaving the city behind. As Meng Qing gazed out of the window, the remnants of the setting sun cascaded over the fields, painting a landscape of golden hues. The distant mountains, bathed in the glow of twilight, appeared particularly majestic, resembling a grand tapestry. Mengqing's spirits lifted in harmony with this enchanting scenery. She relished the tranquility and beauty of the moment, wishing time could linger indefinitely in this embrace. Lin Feng's melodious voice continued to resonate in her ears. Unbeknownst to her, she had peacefully dozed off in the passenger seat. Lin Feng, observing the serene slumber of Mengqing, felt a subtle smile curve upon his lips. Even now, Lin Feng perceived it as though he were caught in a dream. Yet, even if it were merely a dream, he had no desire to awaken. Chapter 64. You Are Enough. Mengqing slowly opened her eyes, realizing that night had fallen outside and the car had come to a halt at the entrance of the community. Still a bit dazed, she instinctively called out to Lin Feng beside her. Hearing her voice, Lin Feng turned his head and smiled. You're awake? Yes, I am, Mengqing replied softly, her voice tinged with a hint of hoarseness. Shall we head upstairs? Lin Feng unbuckled his seatbelt. All right, Lin Feng, could you assist me? Mengqing indicated for him to help her with her seatbelt. With a resigned smile, Lin Feng leaned over to assist her, but unexpectedly, Mengqing suddenly turned her face toward him. Their lips met, mere centimeters apart, as Mengqing's long eyelashes fluttered like delicate butterflies, causing Lin Feng's cheeks to tingle. The two had long suppressed their inner turmoil. Finally, unable to contain his affections any longer, Lin Feng embraced Mengqing deeply, as if releasing pent-up emotions. In his arms, Mengqing offered no resistance, allowing his fervent display of affection. In fact, she seemed to reciprocate eagerly. Lin Feng, like a ravenous wolf, overwhelmed the little lamb that was Mengqing, passionately kissing her and savoring her sweetness. His hands roamed over her delicate form, feeling her softness and warmth, as though he were in paradise. Mengqing, akin to a bashful maiden, gasped in Lin Feng's embrace, her body gradually warming, her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Wrapping her arms around Lin Feng's neck, she relished his kisses, as if time itself had come to a standstill. In that moment, their souls and bodies appeared to merge into one, their breaths and heartbeats synchronized. They forgot everything else, leaving only the essence of each other and the love they shared. After a long while, how long exactly? Just as long as this moment, not for the sake of word count. Lin Feng, I can't breathe, Mengqing mumbled through the kisses, her words somewhat muddled. Yet, Lin Feng paid no heed, continuing his affectionate assault. At last, seizing an opportunity while Lin Feng's tongue was momentarily distracted, Mengqing playfully bit down on its tip, prompting him to relent just in time. Cough, cough, all right. Let us head upstairs, Lin Feng said, covering his mouth as he exited the car. Mengqing, filled with joy, hopped out and quickly tugged at Lin Feng's arm, playfully pouting, I'm sorry, but you wouldn't let go. Lin Feng cast a glance at Mengqing, unable to suppress a smile. Why are you silent? It hurts. Did I bite too hard? What do you think? Lin Feng replied with a playful smirk. Let me see, he waved dismissively, chuckling, just teasing you, let us go. Mengqing huffed lightly, grasping Lin Feng's arm as they walked together. It dawned on her that this place was where Lin Feng referred to as their home. She felt a rush of excitement within. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, they simultaneously gazed at the step leading to the hallway. Lin Feng looked. Mengqing gently pulled his hand and spoke softly. I see. That's where we first met. Lin Feng lifted his head, seemingly lost in nostalgic recollection. Upon our first encounter, a delightful smile adorned Mengqing's face, radiating warmth and sweetness. I had merely descended the stairs to dispose of some trash, mistakenly believing I had encountered a specter, Lin Feng sheepishly remarked. Oh, why didn't you flee? Mengqing inquired with curiosity. I noticed this ghost had a fine physique and thought it wise to stay. Lin Feng jested. Go away, Mengqing retorted, casting a glance at Lin Feng that left him momentarily entranced. He envisioned a blooming flower, exquisite and captivating, drawing him into profound contemplation. What are you pondering? Mengqing asked, observing Lin Feng lost in thought. I was recalling our first meeting, Lin Feng replied gently. I remember you wore a white dress, looking frail and curled up, shivering from the cold. He continued, as if painting a beautiful tableau. Yet, I did not know you and feared you might misinterpret my intentions. Hence I went straight upstairs. Lin Feng added with a note of resignation. Oh, was that lamp on your balcony left for me? Mengqing questioned. Indeed. Otherwise I would have turned it off and gone to sleep, Lin Feng explained. Then why did you come back down? Mengqing asked, perplexed. With such good looks and a tender heart, I couldn't bear the thought of you being alone and forlorn outside, Lin Feng replied, feigning a pained expression. You truly possess charm, Mengqing said softly, her eyes brimming with affection and gratitude. All right, let us ascend, Lin Feng said, taking Mengqing's hand as they climbed the stairs together. Upon entering their abode, the familiar layout greeted them, a space that belonged to both of them, simultaneously strange yet familiar. You go bathe first. I shall prepare dinner. Lin Feng's voice broke the silence, imbued with a gentle warmth, as if to safeguard the sanctity of their shared world. Mengqing nodded, her gaze revealing a hint of exhaustion. Eager to conclude the day's exertions, she stepped into the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and welcomed the soothing warmth of water against her skin, allowing herself a moment of relaxation. Lin Feng entered the kitchen, handling the ingredients he had procured earlier with practiced grace, as if orchestrating a culinary symphony. The rhythmic sound of chopping echoed, each slice resonating like a joyful melody in preparation for their evening meal. Mengqing emerged from the bathroom clad in loose sleepwear, her damp hair exuding a fresh aroma. She ventured into the kitchen, watching Lin Feng's diligent silhouette, warmth blossoming within her heart. Lin Feng turned to her, smiling. Dinner will be ready shortly. You should rest a while. Mengqing nodded, exiting the kitchen to settle on the sofa, idly flipping through channels on the television. Yet, her eyes frequently darted towards the kitchen, where Lin Feng's industrious form filled her with a profound sense of happiness. Moments later, Lin Feng emerged from the kitchen, presenting a platter of dishes that tantalized the senses with their vibrant colors and enticing aromas. The aroma of the meal wafted through the air, causing Mengqing's stomach to betray her with an audible grumble. As she entered the dining room, her eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the sumptuous dishes laid out before her. Lin Feng graciously pulled out a chair for her, smiling as he said, My princess, please take a seat. Mengqing beamed at Lin Feng before settling down to indulge in the culinary delights. Lin Feng's culinary skills remained impeccable, each dish crafted to perfection. As she savored her meal, Mengqing lavished praise upon Lin Feng, commending his unwavering talent in the kitchen. Lin Feng, gazing at her with adoration, felt his heart swell with affection. Have they ever tasted your cooking? Mengqing inquired, her gaze fixed on her plate, obscuring her expression. Never. I have only ever cooked for you, Lin Feng replied, his demeanor unruffled. Really? Mengqing asked, her curiosity piqued. Not quite. They have indeed sampled my fare, Lin Feng admitted. Mengqing pouted slightly, a hint of jealousy creeping in as she remarked, They are not lacking. How could you refuse them? Of course they are wonderful. But my heart has already found its perfect match. Everyone else pales in comparison, Lin Feng responded. Huh? Mengqing's cheeks flushed as she gasped. Roses are beautiful, but the true romance lies in the scenery shared with you. Lin Feng recited a charming line reminiscent of a past life. In that moment, Lin Feng's gaze was solely upon Mengqing, akin to a star submerged in the depths of the ocean, with Lin Feng as its celestial guide. Mengqing pondered silently. He is quite skilled. What a heart-stealing scoundrel, she softly muttered, yet any lingering annoyance dissipated like mist. I may be an enigmatic tome to others, but I have reserved for you the simplest of illustrations, Lin Feng declared, his eyes locking onto Mengqing's. His gaze was imbued with tenderness, akin to the gentle spring breeze of April caressing Mengqing's face. Mengqing covered her mouth, staring at Lin Feng in a daze. Her heart raced as if it might leap from her throat. She felt like a child wrapped in honey by Lin Feng, enveloped in sweetness and happiness. Together, they relished the exquisite cuisine, sharing their stories and laughter. That evening, they seemed to forget all worries and weariness, focusing solely on one another's presence. Indeed, in the midst of ordinary life, having him rendered her existence anything but mundane. Chapter 65. The graceful lady and the noble gentleman, after indulging in a hearty meal, and wine. Mengqing quietly retrieved a bottle of red wine from the back of the kitchen. Lin Feng turned his head and was met with Mengqing's pitiful expression as she clutched the bottle, casting a pleading glance his way. The words of refusal momentarily lodged in his throat, and he could only say, just a little. With a mischievous smile, Mengqing fetched a wine glass from the kitchen and joined Lin Feng in the living room. They settled onto the carpet, leaning against the sofa, exchanging smiles. I want to hear about what has transpired during our time apart. Mengqing suddenly inquired, her beautiful eyes shimmering like a crystal spring, captivating in their brilliance. Lin Feng gazed at her face, nodded, and began to recount the events that had unfolded in their separation. What? That Zhaoli is truly outrageous. Indeed. Ha ha. That Su Jinyu is remarkably brave. Quite so. Ah. And you even played the hero to save the fair maiden? Your pants were practically on fire, huh? Ha ha. It was rather embarrassing. Xiaoqia even had to wake me up. I had planned to feign unconsciousness. Ha ha, why were you so close to Yilinian? We have a collaboration with the Yi family Lin Feng. You are quite impressive. Of course, unbeknownst to them, the clock's hands had frozen at midnight, and their conversations had long since faded, leaving only the weight of longing in their hearts. The moonlight gently draped itself over the window, observing the affectionate couple. Lin Feng, I am genuinely curious about what resides in that brilliant mind of yours. How is it that you possess such talent? Mengqing finally voiced her lingering question. Alas, possessing too much talent can also be quite burdensome. Lin Feng waved his hand dismissively, a proud smile gracing his face. Suddenly, Mengqing squinted her slender eyes, mischievously gazing at Lin Feng. Lin Feng, let's play a game. What kind of game? Lin Feng inquired, bewildered. A poetry contest, Mengqing declared confidently. What? Lin Feng stared at her in astonishment, thinking to himself, surely you cannot be serious about competing in poetry with me while intoxicated? Are you certain? Lin Feng asked once more. Mengqing nodded with a smile. What shall the penalty be? Lin Feng asked, a bit sheepishly. What do you think it should be? Mengqing replied with a playful smile, her cheeks flushed from the wine, her hazy eyes fixed on Lin Feng, causing him to unconsciously glance at her chest. Noticing his gaze, Mengqing's cheeks deepened in color as she playfully chastised him for being a pervert. Lin Feng chuckled and scratched his head, intending to suggest a different penalty. But then Mengqing spoke. All right, accept your challenge, but only if you promise to win, she exclaimed, her laughter reminiscent of a child, instilling in Lin Feng a sense of guilt for deceiving a young girl. Shall I go first, or will you? Lin Feng asked. You may go first, Mengqing replied, leaning back against the edge of the sofa, her gaze fixed on Lin Feng. Very well. Lin Feng rose to extinguish the lights in the living room and stepped onto the balcony. The moonlight streamed through the glass, casting a silvery glow upon him, as if he were enveloped in a gentle luminescence that set him apart from the mundane world. His tall and statuesque figure stood gracefully on the balcony, bathed in moonlight that draped over him like a delicate veil, bestowing upon him an ethereal radiance akin to that of a mysterious spirit, seemingly poised to vanish from this earthly realm at any moment. Mengqing gazed at Lin Feng, who stood there, somewhat dazed. He remained enigmatic, just moments before. He had been jovial, yet now he appeared transformed. In that moment, Lin Feng resembled a solitary guardian, silently gazing into the distance. His eyes were profound and fervent, concealing endless tales and unspoken thoughts. Beneath the moonlight, his silhouette exuded a sense of melancholy, as if he were the sole inhabitant of an otherwise deserted world. Then Lin Feng spoke, reciting, The bright moonlight before my window seems like frost upon the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the moon, and lower it to reflect upon my hometown. The last line escaped his lips habitually, but he quickly realized and corrected himself. Mengqing opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, her language fresh and unadorned, yet rich in implication. What is the matter? Lin Feng inquired, puzzled by Mengqing's silence. Nothing. Lin Feng, do you miss your hometown? Where is it? Mengqing asked, her curiosity piqued. My hometown? Lin Feng reflected. It is a beautiful place, akin to the cultural depths of your planet. I am but a speck of dust in the grand tapestry of existence. However, Fate granted me the chance to traverse realms. He spoke with a hint of nostalgia. Meng Qing rolled her eyes, teasing, "Are you going to claim you hail from another planet?" "Indeed. Do you know why I crossed over?" Lin Feng suddenly inquired. "Why?" Meng Qing smiled, playing along. Lin Feng's gaze fixed on her, and he spoke slowly, "For you." In that instant, Meng Qing's smile faded as she regarded Lin Feng earnestly, momentarily believing the whimsical tale he spun. "Ha ha, just kidding," Lin Feng exclaimed, breaking the tension. Meng Qing chuckled resignedly, realizing how enchanted she had been to entertain such notions. "You win. What do you wish for?" "Cough, cough." Lin Feng chuckled sheepishly, scratching his nose. "However, I would still like to hear more of your poetry." "Lin Feng, could you compose a few more verses?" Meng Qing interjected eagerly, and Lin Feng opened his mouth to respond, "All right." He then turned away from her, reciting, "With no colorful phoenix wings to fly, a touch of understanding, a single sigh. In the east the sun rises, in the west the rain, though it seems clear, clouds remain. The mountain has wood, the wood has branches. My heart delights in you, yet you know not my glances. The graceful lady, the gentleman's delight." Lin Feng's voice resonated deeply, akin to a scholar from antiquity, his fervent gaze resting upon Meng Qing's beautiful visage, as if he were admiring a treasured masterpiece. Meng Qing shyly lowered her head, reminiscent of a blossoming flower swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze. Her heart raced like a startled deer, and her cheeks flushed with a hue akin to the evening glow, resembling the most resplendent clouds in the sky. Lin Feng continued, "When the golden wind meets the jade dew, it surpasses countless encounters in the mortal realm." His voice, akin to celestial melodies, seemed capable of transcending the barriers of time and space, enveloping one in sheer ecstasy. Meng Qing raised her head, her eyes shimmering with a brilliance akin to stars, as her gaze intertwined with Lin Feng's, resembling two meteors colliding in the night sky, igniting a spectacular display of sparks. In that moment, their souls appeared to resonate, and the love between them surged like a torrential flood, rendering one utterly entranced. Lin Feng spoke until his lips felt parched, finally turning to find Meng Qing had tilted her head against the sofa, her entire form reclined at the edge, fast asleep. Her breathing was steady and gentle, akin to a beautiful lullaby, filling the air with a warm ambience. Lin Feng couldn't help but smile in resignation as he approached her, lifting Meng Qing with utmost care and carrying her into the bedroom. His movements were tender and cautious, as if fearing to awaken the sleeping beauty in his arms. In his embrace, Meng Qing resembled a docile kitten, slumbering peacefully, emanating an aura of boundless tenderness and tranquility. Truly a graceful lady and a gentleman's ideal, sought after yet unattainable, haunting my thoughts both waking and dreaming. Lin Feng mused as he gazed at the peacefully sleeping Meng Qing. Chapter 66. Kiss Me. After Lin Feng gently placed Meng Qing onto the bed, he made his way to the bathroom to freshen up. Upon his return, he was unexpectedly greeted by the sight of Meng Qing nestled under the covers, with only her nose peeking out as she breathed softly. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. "What's this? Pretending to be asleep?" Meng Qing remained unresponsive, prompting Lin Feng to leisurely approach the bed and suddenly grasp her small foot. "Ah!" Meng Qing exclaimed, momentarily startled. "Weren't you asleep?" Lin Feng teased with a bemused smile. He then placed a tender kiss on her forehead before lying down beside her. "All right, I won't tease you anymore. Let us sleep." At that moment, Meng Qing opened her eyes, and their gazes locked, a connection ignited between them. The moonlight, gentle and serene, streamed through the window, illuminating the previously dim corners of the room. A soft silver glow, akin to the delicate strokes of an artist's brush, infused the home with a tranquil beauty. It enveloped the room like a diaphanous veil, caressing everything within, as if whispering secrets of the night. Bathed in the moon's ethereal light, the silhouettes of Lin Feng and Meng Qing appeared strikingly vivid, their breath softening, as if they feared to disturb the sanctity of the moment. "Lin Feng, kiss me," Meng Qing murmured shyly, her fair complexion flushing instantly. Seeing her blush, Lin Feng's breath quickened. In that instant, Meng Qing resembled a serene lotus blooming in early summer, quiet and exquisite. He then embraced her, kissing her tenderly, and she offered no resistance, as if everything unfolded as it should. As he held her tightly, his hands inadvertently slipped beneath the covers. To his astonishment, he realized she wore no clothing. Lin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to contain his shock. Meng Qing, eyes tightly shut, resembled a frightened little rabbit. Everything felt so inevitable. As emotions deepened, they became inextricably entwined. The love between a man and a woman is a fundamental truth of the world. Even the wisest cannot suppress it, yet it must be expressed behind closed doors. To display such affection in public, holding hands, embracing, kissing, would be shameless and alluring. With this, I offer a final nod to all couples and the dignity of the singles. Here, 1,000 words are omitted. Embraces, kisses, and caresses were like the most delicate brushstrokes of the world, illustrating the profound connection of their hearts. Like a magnificent symphony, their souls and bodies harmonized in a blissful union, intoxicating them with its beauty. Love, so deep and fervent, seemed to narrate endless tenderness and sweetness with each encounter. Their touches resembled poetic lines, perfectly rhyming with one another, each movement a graceful depiction within the poetry of their affection. Each blossom encapsulates a universe, each thought a fleeting destiny. Every encounter is cherished, for you are the muse of my dreams, the enchanting woman who has rendered my life resplendent amid the misty rains of Jiangnan, your flowing tresses completing my world of grandeur. Lin Feng, I am weary. At last, Lin Feng came to a halt at Meng Qing's pleading voice. Thankfully, he had stopped. Lin Feng thought to himself, feeling somewhat sheepish. He then carefully cradled Meng Qing in his arms and made his way to the bathroom for a bath. Does it hurt? Lin Feng inquired with concern as he gently wiped her down. Not at all, Meng Qing replied with a sweet smile. Observing the girl before him, grinning foolishly, Lin Feng found himself at a loss for words, plagued by a sense of guilt as though he were deceiving a child. I should be ashamed. A sudden thought flickered through his mind. Lin Feng, could you wash me? I'm tired, Meng Qing said, resting her head gently on his shoulder. Lin Feng tenderly wiped away her fatigue, his gentle motions akin to cherishing the most precious treasure in the world. Is the water too hot? He asked with concern. It's just perfect, Meng Qing cooed playfully. Lin Feng noticed a subtle change in Meng Qing, though he could not quite pinpoint what had shifted. Lin Feng, what's wrong? She chirped, her head tilted in curiosity. Oh, nothing, just felt like calling you. Meng Qing nestled in Lin Feng's embrace, idly toying with her hair. A wave of inexplicable emotion surged within him as he watched her reveling in her own amusement. He realized that Meng Qing had never asked him when he would marry her, as if she perpetually held onto an innocent belief that they would be together forever. Perhaps her unwavering purity led her to trust in their eternal companionship. Let's get married, Lin Feng suddenly declared. Huh? Meng Qing, caught off guard, tilted her head in confusion, unable to comprehend what she had just heard or whether she had misheard him. I said, let's get married, he reiterated, his voice deep and resolute, brimming with sincerity and determination. Meng Qing's mouth fell open as she covered it with her hand, her heart racing with excitement, her eyes already glistening with joy and emotion, betraying her inner elation. Her heartbeat quickened, as if it were about to leap from her throat, and her body trembled involuntarily. Lin Feng did not press Meng Qing further. Instead, he picked up a towel and began to gently dry her off. His touch was soft and meticulous, as if he were handling a priceless work of art. The towel glided over Meng Qing's skin, bringing waves of warmth and comfort. She felt as though she were enveloped in a beautiful dream, everything taking on an unreal quality. Meanwhile, Meng Qing, still in shock, felt somewhat numb, allowing Lin Feng to continue his ministrations. Her thoughts seemed to have ceased, her body instinctively responding to his touch. Feeling weightless, as if she had shed her corporeal form, Lin Feng handed her the towel and then gently lifted her, carrying her into the room. Just wait here. I'll change the sheets, he said, glancing at the crimson stain on the bed. Meng Qing stared at him wide-eyed, nodding in a daze. Once Lin Feng had replaced the sheets, he embraced Meng Qing, preparing to rest. Lin Feng, she murmured softly against his chest. What's wrong? He asked. Lin Feng lowered his head and inquired, I wish to marry you, but your company is just starting out. I do not want to hinder your progress because of me, so I would prefer to wait. Meng Qing did not articulate the rest of her thoughts. All right, Lin Feng responded, it's nothing to worry about. One day, I will marry you, whether sooner or later, it matters not, as long as that person is you, knowing what the future holds. I shall craft it with my own hands. Upon finishing his words, Lin Feng looked up to meet Meng Qing's gaze, who then gently pressed her lips against his. Meeting you has been the most fortunate event in my life. And for me as well, Meng Qing replied. Choosing you is the wisest decision I ever made. Thank you for your kindness. Chapter 67. Warm companionship. The morning sun shone brightly and transparently, bringing joy to all living things as the mist dissipated. The rising sun cast its golden rays upon the world, reminiscent of a blooming red flower basking in vibrant light. Dream Qing leaned closer, gazing at the slumbering Lin Feng, and murmured softly, You must be exhausted from last night. How can anyone have eyelashes longer than a girl's? She gently played with Lin Feng's eyelashes. What are you doing? Lin Feng, clearly awake now, slowly responded. Nothing much, Dream Qing replied, a hint of embarrassment in her voice. Oh, why are you awake so early? Lin Feng opened his drowsy eyes, looking astonishingly handsome even just after waking. Dream Qing stared at him mesmerized. Oi, what are you looking at? Lin Feng chuckled, pulling Dream Qing into his embrace. Stinky, Dream Qing protested, covering her mouth and nose while laughing and struggling. What? Where's the stink? Speak to me properly, Lin Feng teased, leaning closer. Of course, it's your mouth. Before Dream Qing could finish her sentence, Lin Feng kissed her. Instinctively, she relaxed her defenses and wrapped her arms around him. As she gasped for breath, Lin Feng finally released her, asking, Still stinky? Stinky. Dream Qing nodded emphatically. Lin Feng seized the moment to kiss her again. Dream Qing hurriedly dodged, laughing. Lin Feng, you're not stinky anymore. You smell delightful. Really? Lin Feng smiled at her. Yes, really, Dream Qing replied, gazing at him like a curious kitten. Oh, Lin Feng raised an eyebrow, amused. How about we go out and play today? Look at how beautiful the weather is, Dream Qing suggested, her voice wavering slightly. Let us sleep a bit longer, Lin Feng said, preparing to doze off. Dream Qing pouted. If you won't keep me company, I'll find another boy to play with. What? Lin Feng suddenly pulled her close, their faces barely an inch apart. Who will you find? He inquired. I'll look for Shun Yunjia, Dream Qing replied defiantly. Lin Feng kissed her directly. Oh, Lin, the talented scholar, can feel jealous too? She thought to herself, then closed her eyes. In life, one is born bewildered and dies in confusion, all for the sake of enjoyment. All right, I'll go make breakfast. You rest well, Dream Qing said softly, detaching her lips from his. Her voice brimmed with concern and affection, like a warm current flowing into Lin Feng's heart. Lin Feng looked at her in surprise, a hint of confusion in his eyes. He had never imagined that Dream Qing would cook, as he had always perceived her as a little princess. Of course, Dream Qing said with a proud smile, lifting her head defiantly, as if to say, see, I have my own strengths and talents. Lin Feng felt an unexpected wave of emotion wash over him as he beheld her smile. I taught myself, Dream Qing whispered. In that moment, Lin Feng realized how little he truly knew about her. There were many facets of her personality yet to be discovered. Is that so impressive? He inquired, astonishment evident in his voice. Upon hearing Lin Feng's praise, Meng Qing's smile blossomed even more brilliantly. She turned and entered the kitchen, busily preparing breakfast. Lin Feng lay in bed, watching her silhouette, his heart brimming with happiness and warmth. He felt as though he had discovered a treasure in this girl, beautiful, charming, and gentle. He vowed to cherish her deeply, making her the most significant person in his life. Lost in these thoughts, Lin Feng eventually drifted off to sleep. When he awoke, he found that Meng Qing had already tidied up. Slowly, he emerged from the room, stretching his limbs. You're up? Meng Qing inquired, her hands busy as she called to him. Come and eat. Lin Feng approached her from behind, enveloping her in a gentle embrace. Meng Qing turned, resting her face against his chest, lifting her gaze to him. Why not try my cooking? All right, but before eating, let me taste. Lin Feng's words trailed off as he leaned in for a kiss. Meng Qing offered only a momentary resistance before letting her hands drop. May there be no years to look back upon, and let us share our lives together until old age. All right, the food will get cold, Meng Qing gently chided, lightly tapping Lin Feng. Reluctantly, he released her and returned to the dining table, gazing at the breakfast before him. Taking a bite, he mused, how is it? Is it good? Meng Qing looked at him with eager anticipation. It's delicious, Lin Feng replied, promptly taking a piece of youtiao and popping it into his mouth. Let me have a taste, Meng Qing said, deftly picking up a dish and bringing it to her lips. Hee, I told you my cooking is quite good, she said, a hint of pride in her tone. After we finish, I'll take you to see the sea, Lin Feng suddenly suggested. Yes, Meng Qing exclaimed joyfully. Lin Feng, tidy up a bit. I'll go change, she said, leaving for the bedroom. Lin Feng waved his hand helplessly, realizing he had no choice but to indulge her culinary efforts. Once Lin Feng finished tidying up and glanced at the bright sunlight outside, he turned and called out, how much longer? Almost done, came Meng Qing's voice from the bedroom. Emerging from the bedroom, Meng Qing asked, Lin Feng, do I look good? Huh? She wondered, glancing toward the entrance. Upon reaching the living room, she discovered Lin Feng asleep on the sofa. Meng Qing quietly sat down before him, observing his peaceful slumber. Are you that tired? She mused, gently resting his head on her lap. Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, his voice a bit hoarse. Is it time? Meng Qing held his head close, smiling silently. What's wrong? Lin Feng asked, puzzled. Nothing, Meng Qing replied with a soft smile. Will you tell me? Lin Feng pressed, looking at her. I want tea, she answered with a grin. Lin Feng placed his right hand on her neck and pulled her closer with his left, leaning in as he tickled her waist with his right hand. Meng Qing erupted into laughter. Will you tell me? Lin Feng asked with a smile. Ha ha. I want tea. She giggled, her laughter vibrant. You want tea, huh? Lin Feng increased his tickling. Meng Qing laughed even louder, yet stubbornly insisted. I want tea, say. Will you tell me? Lin Feng smiled as he leaned in to blow gently into Meng Qing's ear. I was wrong, Lin Feng, I said. Meng Qing hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Speak quickly, Lin Feng commanded with a cheerful grin. Like a little kitten, Meng Qing curled up in Lin Feng's embrace and softly murmured, I said it. But you mustn't get angry, okay? It depends on the situation, Lin Feng replied, the corners of his mouth lifting in amusement as he raised an eyebrow. Are you suffering from kidney deficiency? Meng Qing's words were startling. What do you mean by that? Lin Feng inquired with genuine interest. Then why do you keep sleeping? Meng Qing questioned, a hint of confusion on her face. I've been busy with the company's listing and haven't had a proper rest, Lin Feng explained. Oh, is that so? Meng Qing's tone was teasing, laced with a touch of flirtation. Don't you know whether I am or not? Lin Feng said with a mischievous smile as he reached out his hand. Hey, Lin Feng, I was wrong. Meng Qing's voice was like a celestial melody, intoxicating to the ears. The 3 words I was wrong, spoken from her cherry lips, sounded like the most enchanting music in the world. Don't. Before Lin Feng could react, Meng Qing slipped away from his grasp like a slippery fish, her soft touch leaving him entranced. Imagination left to the reader. You only know how to bully me, Meng Qing pouted, her face adorned with a hint of playful reproach, reminiscent of a spoiled child. Lin Feng gazed at this scene, feeling as if he were in a dream. It was as though he had entered a beautiful fairyland, with Meng Qing before him, so captivating and enchanting that he found himself irresistibly drawn into her charm. Chapter 68. How sweet. After a playful exchange, the two descended the stairs and drove towards the seaside. You wait in the car for a bit, Lin Feng suddenly remarked, bringing the vehicle to a halt by the roadside. Meng Qing nodded, and Lin Feng opened the car door and stepped out. Gazing out at the picturesque blue sky adorned with fluffy white clouds, which lazily drifted like sheep, Meng Qing felt her spirits lift. She mused that if Shen Yunqing were present, he would undoubtedly say, oh, being with your Lin Feng must make the air sweet. Feeling a bit bored, Meng Qing picked up her phone and began scrolling, serendipitously encountering several trending topics. Oh my goodness! The domineering CEO has fallen for me. Shocking. I started a company for my girlfriend. A match made in heaven. Curiosity piqued. She clicked on a video, and a familiar scene unfolded before her eyes. Lin Feng stood on stage, gazing at Meng Qing with a look that transformed from disbelief to skepticism, and finally to excitement. Each subtle expression deftly captured by the camera. Meng Qing, feeling a surge of joy, continued to watch the video, occasionally glancing at the comment section. Wow, they're so happy. What divine looks. The CEO and the heiress. I want to find a man like that. He is so much better than those mediocre guys. You're absolutely right. The girl next door, at 35, married a tycoon, owns 2 villas, and has $100 million in savings. Don't settle for less. The right one will come along. Of course, amidst the positive comments, there were also those seeking to draw attention through negativity. I see. This woman is only after the man's money. Who knows? Perhaps she rejected him for being poor, and now that he is wealthy, she is back. I envy them. Unlike us, who worry about what to eat tomorrow. As Meng Qing continued to scroll, her irritation grew. It was evident that the internet harbored all kinds of people, and she could no longer restrain herself from responding. Without knowing the full story, one should refrain from judgment. Alas, the naive Meng Qing stood little chance against the online keyboard warriors. Soon, her comment was drowned amidst the flood of others. Watching the incessantly refreshing stream of comments, she felt a deep sense of injustice. She could not comprehend why so many were inclined to maliciously speculate about others' relationships. Was there truly no genuine love left in this world? At that moment, Lin Feng returned. Noticing Meng Qing's glum demeanor, and quickly inquired, "What is the matter? Who has upset you?" Meng Qing handed her phone to Lin Feng, her voice tinged with grievance. "Look at how they behave. They know nothing about our situation and yet feel entitled to comment on our relationship." Lin Feng glanced at the phone and reassured her. "Ignore them. They are merely bored individuals seeking validation online. Our love requires no external approval. As long as we cherish one another, that is all that matters." Meng Qing nodded, leaning into Lin Feng's embrace, declaring, "You're right. Our love needs no validation from others. As long as you are by my side, I fear nothing." Lin Feng gently patted Meng Qing's head, saying softly, "Rest assured, I will always be by your side, protecting and caring for you. You are the person I cherish most, and I shall not allow you to come to any harm." Upon hearing these words, Meng Qing felt a warmth enveloping her heart. She understood that, regardless of what transpired, Lin Feng would always stand by her side, offering unwavering support. She firmly believed that their love would continue to flourish in happiness. "What are you off to do?" Meng Qing finally lifted her head to ask. "Of course, I'm going to buy you some candied hawthorn," Lin Feng replied as he produced the treat. "Wow!" Meng Qing exclaimed joyfully, taking it from him. "Lin Feng, you take the first bite." "Why?" Lin Feng inquired with curiosity. "Because I want you to have the first taste," Meng Qing urged him, unable to contain her excitement. Lin Feng chuckled. "No need, I bought myself a skewer as well." "Very well then," Meng Qing said as she eagerly began to savor the candied hawthorn. Lin Feng gazed at Meng Qing, who resembled a little girl in her delight, smiled, and prepared to enjoy his own portion. He reached out, but then, "Oh, I seem to have left mine over there." "Wait a moment," Lin Feng said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "All right." Meng Qing nodded with a smile, her lips curving upwards to reveal a row of pearly white teeth, still adorned with a trace of sugar. "Before you go, I must first taste. How sweet is this candied hawthorn?" Lin Feng remarked, prompting Meng Qing to extend her treat towards him. Lin Feng bent down, but instead of aiming for the candied hawthorn, he leaned in to kiss the corner of Meng Qing's lips. Meng Qing was momentarily taken aback, her hand holding the candied hawthorn suspended in midair, while her other hand awkwardly rested on the seat. After a while, Lin Feng withdrew, leaving Meng Qing's cheeks slightly flushed. Lin Feng chuckled and said, "After all this time together, why still so shy? Is the candied hawthorn sweet?" Meng Qing smiled and replied, "Quite sweet." "Oh dear, you ought to go now," she added, turning her attention back to the treat. Lin Feng shook his head with a smile, closed the car door, and walked away. As Mengxing scrolled through her previous messages with Lin Feng while enjoying the candied hawthorn, she suddenly heard a knock on the car door. Curiously, she looked up to see a middle-aged woman standing outside. Mengxing rolled down the window slightly and asked, "What is it?" "Young lady, I've lost my phone and wallet, and I can't get in touch with my family. Could you lend me your phone to call them?" The weary woman replied. "Ah." Mengxing nodded, preparing to hand over her phone when she suddenly recalled Lin Feng's earlier advice about girls needing to be cautious and assumed the worst about strangers. "Mom, just tell me your number, and I shall call for you," Mengxing stated, her hand halting in midair. "No need, I can manage it myself, thank you." The middle-aged woman frowned. "It's no trouble at all, ma'am. Please just tell me," Mengxing insisted, her beautiful eyes wide open, her demeanor resolute. With no other option, the woman relented and provided Mengxing with her phone number. The call was answered almost immediately, but on the other end, a youthful voice responded. "Hello, who are you looking for?" The young man asked. "An aunt requested me to make a phone call to inform you that she has lost her mobile phone and wallet," Mengxing stated. "Mother, where is she now?" The man inquired, his voice tinged with anxiety. "She is right beside us," Mengxing replied, placing the phone in a crevice and activating the speakerphone for the middle-aged woman to speak. "Son," the middle-aged woman began. The voice on the other end paused for a moment before responding. "Mother, please wait there for me. I will come over shortly." "All right," the middle-aged woman replied. Mengxing retrieved the phone and heard the man say, "Miss, could you kindly buy some food for my mother? I will reimburse you when I arrive." With that, he ended the call. Mengxing glanced at the middle-aged woman outside the window, furrowing her brow as she contemplated that she likely posed no threat, and then exited the vehicle. Chapter 69. I am quite brave. Indeed, Mengxing alighted from the vehicle. The woman ahead of her spoke softly. "My dear, you are a good person." Mengxing discreetly sent a brief message to Lin Feng, nodding in acknowledgement. The woman turned her gaze, her eyes piercing, and gently inquired, "My dear, are you betrothed?" "Auntie, I already have a boyfriend," Mengxing replied in a soft tone. "Oh, how unfortunate," the middle-aged woman sighed, a hint of disappointment lacing her voice. Mengxing chose not to respond, trailing silently behind the woman. Observing the increasingly serene surroundings, a slight furrow appeared on her beautiful brow. "Auntie, where are we going to shop?" Mengxing inquired softly, stepping forward. "My dear, just ahead, the woman replied in a flustered manner. Mengxing nodded lightly, yet the elegance of her brow remained taut. Surely, in broad daylight, she would not be at risk of being sold. After a moment as contemplation, she continued to follow the woman at a measured pace. After walking for quite some time, as they approached a shadowy alley, Mengxing halted decisively and declared, "Auntie, I shall not enter." With that, she retrieved a 100 yuan note from her bag, handing it to the woman. "This should suffice for your meals. There is no need for change. I must return now." Upon finishing her words, Mengxing turned and departed without a trace of hesitation. The once kind eyes of the middle-aged woman transformed in an instant, revealing a sinister and malevolent glint, as if her face contorted into a mask of malice. "Why leave, dear, when you've come all this way?" the woman said with a smile devoid of warmth, her tone dripping with sarcasm. Before she could finish, two burly men emerged from the alley. One, slender yet gaunt as a scarecrow, wore a lewd grin that stretched across his face, while the other was stout and menacing, with slicked back hair, a triangular gaze, and a sharp, jutting chin. Fear surged within Mengxing, and if she still did not comprehend the gravity of the situation, it would indeed be a grave misjudgment. "What do you want?" She managed to steady her voice, striving for calmness. "Is it not clear what we desire?" the slender man replied, his voice matching that of the one from the phone call. Mengxing narrowed her eyes, realizing he was a repeat offender. She fought to suppress the tremor in her legs, though her voice quivered slightly. "I have money." Mengxing understood that cooperation was crucial at this juncture. She needed to buy time, reassured by the message she had sent to Lin Feng moments earlier. "Oh," the glimmer of greed flickered in the eyes of the stout man. Whether for wealth or for the woman before him remained uncertain. "Indeed, I am the eldest daughter of the Meng family from Jinling. You may have any amount you desire, provided you do not harm me." Mengxing endeavored to maintain her composure, knowing that delaying was her only option. The slender man approached leisurely, A lascivious grin plastered across his face, compelling Meng Qing to step back slowly. You have sold me, yet the price is hardly substantial. So perhaps you should first contact my father. Meng Qing continued to speak with steady composure, attempting to gradually persuade them. The stout man appeared somewhat swayed, casting a glance towards the woman. She possesses a mobile phone, the woman remarked, looking at Meng Qing. Then I shall call myself, Meng Qing declared, reaching for the phone. The thin man swiftly lunged forward, snatching the phone from her grasp with a smirk, saying, "Little beauty, do you think we are so naive?" Meng Qing felt as if her very essence was fracturing, but she forced herself to remain calm and replied, "Why would I deceive you? Moreover, consider this. Even if you were to sell me, what would you truly gain? I have already told you that I am the daughter of the Meng family. Should anything happen to me, contemplate how the Meng family would react." Meng Qing employed both soft and firm tactics in her attempt to sway them. The stout man furrowed his brow, seemingly in contemplation. Meng Qing sensed that this bumbling fool was likely the brains of the operation. Seizing the moment, she continued, "My boyfriend is also a businessman based in the capital. He knows the Yi and Xiao families. Trust me, if anything were to happen to me, your fates would not be favorable. Thus, I will pay you. Just leave me unharmed. This arrangement would benefit us all." The woman and the thin man were momentarily taken aback, clearly intimidated by Meng Qing's words. However, how could I be certain that once I took the money, I would still have access to it? The stout man slowly interjected, "I have millions in my bank account." Meng Qing understood deeply that no amount of words could match the impact of action. For now, she simply needed to stabilize the situation with these three and delay Lin Feng. As for the bank card, they would be unable to withdraw any funds. Even if she divulged the password, would they dare to access the money? Just as the thin man prepared to reach for the bank card, a loud shout captured the attention of all four. "How bold! This flying kick will surely leave you with a bruised visage." Lin Feng roared as he charged in like a fierce tiger, delivering a powerful kick squarely to the thin man's face. Upon seeing Lin Feng, Meng Qing felt as if she had glimpsed the dawn after a long night. Her pent-up emotions burst forth, and tears streamed from her beautiful eyes. She could hardly fathom the outcome had Lin Feng not arrived in time. She dared not dwell on such thoughts. Fortunately, Lin Feng had come, and her anxious heart finally found solace. After sending the thin man sprawling, Lin Feng tightly embraced Meng Qing, gently reassuring her, "Do not fear, I am here." He then turned his gaze toward the stout man, disdainfully remarking, "With just you two miscreants and an old woman, you dare to attempt kidnapping?" Meng Qing could not suppress a laugh, while the stout man squinted, provocatively retorting, "Are you really that skilled? In this world, one relies on strength." Before he could finish, a burly man swaggered through the door behind him, and another followed suit. "So, where do you find your audacity?" The stout man gloated, looking at Lin Feng as if victory were assured. "Hee, let me demonstrate what true strength and formidable backing truly entail." A slight smile graced Lin Feng's lips, and scarcely had his words fallen when a throng of individuals surged forth behind him, a formidable wave that commanded attention. At this moment, the atmosphere was thick with silence, prompting Meng Qing to whisper, "Lin Feng, who are they?" Human traffickers typically operate as a collective. I am not foolish enough to confront them alone. Therefore, I offered each of them 100 to assist me in apprehending the wrongdoers, which, I admit, consumed some time. "Wow, Lin Feng, you're truly clever." Meng Qing gazed at him in admiration, her eyes sparkling with awe. "Please, I am exceptionally brave," Lin Feng retorted, directing his voice towards the stout fellow. Fortunately, the police arrived just in time to restore order to the raucous crowd. Subsequently, everyone made their way to the police station. Since the bystanders acted courageously and no physical altercation ensued, they were released. However, the group before them was indeed the gang that had been wanted for some time, and they had finally been apprehended. As the two emerged from the police station, Meng Qing reflected, "The net of heaven is vast and intricate, yet nothing escapes its grasp. Why are you so naive?" In the station, Meng Qing had already recounted the entire sequence of events to Lin Feng. "I'm not naive," she pouted in response. Chapter 70. Unable to restrain a bit, "Let us hurry. It will likely be dark by the time you arrive," Lin Feng said softly as he opened the car door. Meng Qing followed closely behind, settling into the passenger seat, resting her head against the window, gazing at the setting sun. So what if it gets dark? At night, we can collect seashells and savor delicious seafood. The sun is so scorching during the day. It's rather uncomfortable. I wonder what the starlit sky by the sea will be like. We can stroll barefoot along the shore. Besides, there will be fewer people at the beach at night, making it quite tranquil. Meng Qing turned to Lin Feng, flashing a charming smile. Lin Feng felt a wave of emotion wash over him. He nodded with a smile, his previously restless heart gradually finding peace. Are you still feeling anxious, Lin Feng? Meng Qing inquired gently. Lin Feng looked at her, surprised, then shook his head with a wry smile. I'm sorry, you know my agitation isn't directed at you. Before he could finish, Meng Qing interjected, I know, but there are some things beyond our control. Aren't there? If they had kidnapped someone else today, instead of me, I can scarcely imagine the consequences. So, in a way, we've done a good deed. Meng Qing. Lin Feng's voice dimmed as he drove. I'm already very happy to be out with you. It doesn't matter where we go or what we do. What truly matters is having you by my side. Her voice flowed gently into Lin Feng's ears like a serene stream. You little girl, Lin Feng said, both amused and exasperated. Don't call me that. Meng Qing protested. What should I call you then? It doesn't matter. Just don't call me little girl. I will call you that. No way. Little girl. Little girl. Little girl. I'm ignoring you. Wife. Meng Qing replied, her curiosity piqued. What did you just call me? I didn't hear clearly. I called you wife. Meng Qing's lips curled in an uncontrollable smile, half laughing, as she turned her head gently toward the window. What are you laughing at? I was calling you. Why not me? I only respond to my husband. Husband. Meng Qing gazed out at the scenery, her lips parting softly as she called out. Say it louder. Haven't you eaten? Lin Feng pressed, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. Husband. Meng Qing turned to Lin Feng, her eyes filled with deep affection, as clear as autumn waters and as warm as sunlight. Calling out with fervor, her voice rang out like a nightingale's song, clear and melodious, lingering in Lin Feng's ears, refusing to fade. Even the passers-by on the street caught the sound, marveling at the extravagant play of the wealthy. Lin Feng chuckled in relief, his smile tinged with a hint of satisfaction. He realized he had stubbornly imposed his perceptions on others, believing Meng Qing to always be the one in need of care. Yet, he had failed to notice that Meng Qing had been quietly looking after him all along. She is so attentive, so considerate, like the gentle caress of a spring breeze, soothing his soul. Wife, I have changed my mind, Lin Feng murmured softly. Huh? Meng Qing turned her head, a hint of confusion evident in her gaze. After viewing the sea, I wish to take you to a special place. We shall not return home just yet. Lin Feng's voice carried a note of mystery. All right. Meng Qing did not inquire further. Her eyes were filled solely with trust and tenderness. As she had often expressed, it mattered not where they went or what they did, but rather the joy of being together with Lin Feng. Lin Feng caught a glimpse of Meng Qing's profile, watching her hum a tune. A knowing smile unconsciously graced his lips. In that moment, something within him stirred, an indescribable emotion surging forth. A flutter of excitement, akin to a flower blooming for the first time. Once it blossoms, it rushes forth like a tide, impossible to retract. Lin Feng, tell me about your past. I wish to hear. Meng Qing gazed at him, her eyes brimming with anticipation. In the past, Lin Feng seemed to fall into a whirlpool of memories. Softly murmuring, I was born in an orphanage where I spent my childhood and adolescent years. Later, due to my exceptional academic performance, I received government support. He spoke, shaking his head with a smile. Meng Qing listened quietly, allowing him to share without interruption. In truth, I have never been particularly concerned about my identity as an orphan. I have always maintained an optimistic outlook, believing that as long as one lives happily, that suffices. I once only wished to write peacefully and travel occasionally, harboring no grand ambitions. Lin Feng's voice was calm and sincere. To lead a simple life, marry when I meet the right person, and if not, remaining single is also quite fine. Lin Feng gradually unfolded his thoughts. However, upon meeting you, you have infused my life with vibrant colors. His gaze turned toward Meng Qing, filled with deep affection. Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng with tender eyes. Before her stood a man embodying both the innocence of youth and the maturity of adulthood. She was unaware of the burdens Lin Feng bore during her absence. She only knew he had accomplished what most could scarcely achieve, and the hardships endured were likely known only to him. As the evening glow gradually faded, the night unfurled like black satin, with stars emerging like brilliant gems, eager to peek from the night sky. The vehicles along the roadside dwindled, as if creating a tranquil world for the couple. In the passenger seat, Meng Qing had peacefully drifted into slumber. Yet the traces of tears at the corners of her eyes resembled glistening pearls, adorning her delicate rose-like cheeks. The droplets on her nose, illuminated by the moonlight, shimmered like crystal. Lin Feng gently wiped her nose and the corners of her eyes, his gaze brimming with uncontainable tenderness. Unbeknownst to them, time slipped away. The moon quietly ascended the night sky, casting its pure light upon the earth, draping the world in a veil of silver. The car gradually came to a halt in the hotel parking lot. "Wake up, we have arrived." Lin Feng gently shook Meng Qing's shoulder as she slowly opened her eyes. A hint of confusion lingered in her gaze. "We've arrived. Let's head to the hotel first." Lin Feng spoke softly, as if wary of disturbing Meng Qing, who had just awakened. "All right," she replied, her voice still somewhat hoarse, imbued with the languor of sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she attempted to rouse herself. "Good girl," Lin Feng murmured. Having made a reservation in advance, Lin Feng approached the front desk to collect the room key, while the hotel staff guided them to their accommodations. Upon entering the room, they were greeted by a living area adorned with floor-to-ceiling windows, offering an unobstructed view of the ocean beyond. "I'll go take a shower and change. Let us go see the sea," Meng Qing announced as she slipped on her shoes. "No need to rush. We can go tomorrow," Lin Feng countered, stepping closer. "Tomorrow? I feel like I might not be able to move at all," Meng Qing said softly, a blush blooming on her cheeks. Before Lin Feng could inquire further, his gaze fell upon the rosy hue of Meng Qing's face, reminiscent of the evening sky, prompting him to swallow the words he had intended to speak. Clearing his throat awkwardly, he replied, "We should exercise a bit of restraint." "Restraint?" Meng Qing looked at Lin Feng in puzzlement, her expression seemingly conveying that he was wholly incapable of such moderation. Chapter 71. Encountering You in the World. Meeting flowers in the rain, Meng Qing cast a fleeting glance at Lin Feng and softly inquired, "Are you going to change your clothes? You've been driving all day." "I'll wait for you to finish before I wash up," Lin Feng responded, surveying the room, feeling the weight of fatigue from a long day on the road. Meng Qing said little, heading straight into the bedroom to change her attire before making her way to the bathroom. Upon hearing the sound of the bathroom door locking, Lin Feng sank onto the sofa, a wave of relief washing over him. Moments later, as he heard the bathroom door open, he lifted his gaze to see Meng Qing cautiously peeking out, her voice sweetly chiming, "You can join me for a wash." With that, she closed the door, this time leaving it unlocked. Lin Feng chuckled and shook his head, pondering whether he had misheard. After a brief hesitation, he approached the bathroom door and tentatively asked, "Meng Qing, what did you just say? Did I hear incorrectly?" "You did not mishear." Meng Qing's voice rang clearly from within. "Well then, I shan't be polite." Lin Feng grinned widely and turned to his bedroom to change before striding toward the bathroom. Upon entering, he discovered Meng Qing nestled in the bathtub, her exquisite face the only part visible above the water's surface, her damp bangs cascading like a waterfall along her cheeks, enhancing her allure in a captivating manner. Seeing Lin Feng enter, Meng Qing shifted slightly to create space for him. With a mischievous grin, Lin Feng stepped into the tub. The water was perfectly warm, enveloping him and providing a profound sense of relaxation. "Meng Qing, may I assist you with your back?" she offered softly. "Of course," Lin Feng replied casually, turned to face her. "Oh no, you've turned the wrong way. You need to face away from me for that," she playfully chided, her eyes glimmering with mock reproach. "My apologies. I completely forgot," Lin Feng admitted, scratching his head in embarrassment. Meng Qing, with a serious demeanor, began to wash Lin Feng's back, the gentle swells of her figure teasingly swaying before his eyes. Their skin brushed against each other, and Lin Feng could distinctly feel the smoothness of her skin, a warmth rising from within him. Yet he struggled to maintain control, unbeknownst to Meng Qing, who remained focused on her task. The subtle curve of her lips seemed to betray her true intentions. Lin Feng found himself torn between pleasure and restraint, lost in contemplation. I should not have come in, he mused silently, turning to face Meng Qing just as he caught a glimpse of her unrestrained smile. Was that intentional? Lin Feng asked, his expression serious as he looked at her candidly. What do you mean? I have no idea. Please turn around so I can help you. Meng Qing firmly denied any accusations. Still denying it, are we? Lin Feng leaned closer, playfully poking her side. Ha ha, no. Lin Feng, will you admit it? I certainly will not. Am I mistaken? Indeed, you are mistaken. With a gentle surrender, Meng Qing raised her hand in submission, prompting Lin Feng to pause his movements. He gazed at her delicate cheek, unable to resist the urge to kiss her. Meng Qing, she gasped in surprise, then slowly wrapped her arms around Lin Feng's broad shoulders, offering no resistance as she willingly yielded. Lin Feng, captivated by Meng Qing's startled expression, gazed into her eyes filled with unspoken tenderness. In that moment, Meng Qing also looked at Lin Feng, drawn to the overflowing affection in his eyes, and leaned in to offer a sweet kiss. Everything flowed seamlessly from there. Lin Feng, I'm afraid, Meng Qing said pitifully, her gaze pleading. Lin Feng, momentarily unable to bear her distress, felt his heart ache. Suddenly, Meng Qing cried out, her body trembling like a startled fawn as she pressed closely against Lin Feng's shoulder, her delicate teeth sinking into his skin and remaining there for a prolonged moment. A bittersweet smile crept across Lin Feng's face as he gently patted her back, soothingly whispering, It's all right, do not force yourself. After a considerable time, Meng Qing slowly lifted her head, her gaze falling upon Lin Feng's shoulder, where clear bite marks were visible. A pang of guilt struck her heart, and her eyes shimmered with concern as she softly inquired, Lin Feng, does it hurt? Lin Feng simply shook his head with a smile. Meng Qing lowered her head to kiss Lin Feng again, their lips brushing softly, akin to savoring the sweetest honey. Each kiss penned a chapter of love, tender and romantic, resembling a beautiful poem. Lin Feng's arms enveloped Meng Qing tightly, drawing her completely into his embrace. The intimacy ignited a fiery passion within Meng Qing, who willingly surrendered to his kiss. This sensation was poetic and ethereal, enchanting her in a sweet abyss, causing her to forget the passage of time and space. The pain dissipated, and their mutual affection was released time and again, transforming their love into a fine wine. Even the cats, 10 miles away, became intoxicated. My true feelings surged forth, filling the depths of your heart. My love blazed brightly, warming your soul. My genuine heart resonated with your silent understanding. A lifetime of love I cherish with sincerity. A lifetime of promises I guard with devotion. Lin Feng, Meng Qing called out playfully. What is it? Lin Feng slowed his movements, inquiring softly. Meng Qing chose not to respond, but instead turned her graceful form. You always say that before our paths crossed, you wished to lead a simple life, devoid of desire and lived in quietude. But do you know, becoming a happy person was never part of my life plan. However, our encounter has completely disrupted my intentions like a sudden storm. Meng Qing confessed, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Feng. Lin Feng reciprocated her gaze, captivated by the beauty of her eyes, which were now veiled by a misty sheen, as if obscured by a delicate veil. He attempted to wipe away the haze, but it proved futile. Meng Qing smiled, yet as her laughter faded, tears began to cascade down her cheeks unbeknownst to her. Lin Feng ceased to wipe his own eyes, instead striving to erase the traces of sorrow from Meng Qing's face. Do not weep, for tears do not become you. Lin Feng gently comforted. It does not matter. No matter how unattractive I may appear, you still cherish me, do you not? Meng Qing replied, her tears mingling with a smile as she gazed at Lin Feng. The intertwining of tears and sweat dampened Lin Feng's lips. How salty, he remarked with a wry smile, sighing in resignation. Deep within, Lin Feng mused. It truly feels as though one encounters a cherished soul amidst the worldly chaos, akin to discovering a flower blooming in the rain. Chapter 72. The Starry River is not as beautiful as you after the tumultuous turn of events. Mengqing nestled against Lin Feng like a delicate kitten, her small hands gently tracing his chest. Shall we take a break? Perhaps we could venture tomorrow? Lin Feng tenderly caressed Mengqing's head, his tone soft and soothing. No, she replied with a playful shake of her head, her spirit still vibrant and eager for the allure of the sea. As Mengqing rose to change in her nightwear, her legs felt as soft as cotton, nearly causing her to lose her balance. Fortunately, Lin Feng was quick to catch her, preventing a fall. Ha ha ha, he chuckled, observing her with amusement. Mengqing's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling ripe apples, and her beautiful eyes narrowed in mock annoyance as she glared at him, playfully scolding. What are you laughing at? It's all your fault. You should carry me. Lin Feng gently supported Mengqing as they exited the tub, leaning slightly forward. His gaze tender and warm as he spoke softly, "Climb on." With a playful huff, Mengqing acquiesced, resembling a gentle fawn resting on Lin Feng's back. They made their way to the bedroom, where they prepared themselves, changed into fresh attire, and set out together. The night ocean shimmered like a mystical crystal mirror, reflecting the brilliant light of the stars and moon. The gentle waves seemed to whisper the profound mysteries of the night. A soft breeze caressed them, imbued with a hint of saltiness and freshness, granting a deep sense of tranquility and relaxation. The surroundings were enveloped in serenity, as if the entire world consisted solely of the two of them. Mengqing walked ahead, removing her shoes and handing them to Lin Feng, while she trod barefoot along the shore, gracefully merging with the ocean. Lin Feng gazed at the endless sea, its profound beauty akin to an exquisite masterpiece. The waves lapped at the shore, reminiscent of a poet softly reciting endless tales. The moonlight, like water, spilled over the vast ocean, tenderly illuminating the two of them. Suddenly, Mengqing turned her head, her smile blossoming like spring flowers as she said to Lin Feng, "Thank you." She resumed her leisurely stroll along the beach, embodying the essence of a charming little girl. Lin Feng admired her, captivated by her brilliance that shone like a dazzling pearl in the darkness, radiating an enchanting glow. "Lin Feng, look!" Mengqing exclaimed, tilting her head upward. Following her gaze, Lin Feng beheld the celestial river above, a magnificent tapestry of stars swirling like glimmering pearls, breathtaking in its splendor. Shooting stars streaked across the sky like fleeting fireworks, leaving trails of resplendent light, while the stars twinkled mysteriously against the waves, casting an alluring glow. Mengqing's laughter rang out like the chime of silver bells, joyfully echoing in the night sky. She ran with childlike innocence, and Lin Feng followed closely, the two of them frolicking along the beach, as though time had come to a standstill. They collected seashells, each one resembling a tiny pearl, holding within them the dreams and hopes nestled deep in their hearts. After a spirited chase, the two weary souls settled on the beach, with Mengqing gazing up at the star-studded sky, while Lin Feng's eyes were fixed upon the vast ocean. In a comfortable silence, they relished this moment of tranquility. Lin Feng quietly extracted a ring from his pocket, a token he had long prepared. He regarded Mengqing with sincere emotion gleaming in his eyes. "Mengqing, I wish for you to be the star of my life, illuminating my path forever. Would you accept?" He uttered softly. Surprised, Mengqing looked at Lin Feng, a flicker of emotion passing through her gaze. She smiled and nodded, tears shimmering in her eyes. Lin Feng slipped the ring onto her finger, and they embraced, sharing the warmth of their connection. At that moment, a shooting star streaked across the sky, seemingly blessing their love. "May our love be as eternal and beautiful as this sea of stars," Lin Feng declared passionately. Mengqing nestled in Lin Feng's arms, replying with a smile, "Indeed, our love shall be as indelible as this ocean and sky." There was no grand spectacle, no throngs of people, nor romantic flowers, only two earnest hearts. Mengqing raised her right hand, admiring the diamond ring on her middle finger, her expression tender. She then playfully inquired, "When did you buy this ring?" "Guess," Lin Feng teased. "I refuse to guess," Mengqing responded mischievously. It was at the moment you were deceived. Lin Feng's voice floated back. Must you be so explicit? Meng Qing sighed, exasperated by his antics. Of course, our Meng Qing can be considered someone who was abducted too, Lin Feng continued cheekily. Oh, you drive me mad, Meng Qing retorted, her indignation prompting her to swat at Lin Feng. He executed a swift maneuver, dodging her playful attack, prompting Meng Qing to rise and pursue him. Like a cunning rabbit, Lin Feng darted away, while Meng Qing chased after him, calling out, Hey, stop! Just let me hit you once. Not a chance, he shouted back as he ran. By the time they returned to the hotel, the night was deep and quiet. They changed into comfortable attire and retired for the evening. That night, Meng Qing, resembling a docile kitten, clung tightly to Lin Feng and sweetly requested, I want to hear a story. All right, Lin Feng replied with a hint of resignation. What story would you like? Just any story. Since you are the novelist, Meng Qing cooed, tightening her embrace around him. Then let me tell you about Li Shimin's conquest of Singapore and Jiao Chan's refutation of the flat earth theory. He began, taking her on a journey back 3,800 years to a time when the world was engulfed in an awe-inspiring war. Li Shimin, like a god of war, charged into battle and valiantly seized the mysterious land of Singapore. Meanwhile, the enchanting Jiao Chan, with her wisdom and charm, effortlessly dismantled the absurd flat earth theory. Meng Qing interrupted, Is that it? I'm not keen on hearing about battles. Lin Feng, please choose another tale. Moreover, is not Jiao Chan a figure from your three kingdoms? How could one so boldly refute the theory of a flat earth? Very well. Allow me to recount a second tale. Digga neglects California, and a swift boat glides over San Francisco. In ancient times, when the universe was in a state of chaos, resembling a vast, desolate ocean of disorder, Lin Feng narrated vividly, while Meng Qing lay quietly in his embrace, listening intently. The Jade Emperor boasted grandly, as the Shu army advanced majestically towards the heavens. On Cybertron, the smoke of battle arose, and the Eisen Joro devised clever schemes to capture Megatron. Huang Zhong rode forth to shoot down Apollo, while Wei Yin furiously cut down Mithra. Zhao Yun entered the land of light 7 times, decisively defeating Zoffy and capturing Tyrant. The valiant Guiguang split the Japanese forces, and Yunlong captured the little brat. The Martial Marquis cleverly devised a series of intricate plans, and the 5 tigers courageously subdued the Emperor of Chaos. It was as if the stars shone brightly, with strategies intertwining to captivate the heart. With swords pointed towards the astral map, aspirations soared high, guiding a new direction for the age, like the sun rising in the east, radiating brilliance towards the future. Who claims that humankind lacks great emperors, when Xuanda's might reverberates through the Milky Way? It resembles a celestial dragon soaring through the clouds, dominating the universe and unfolding grand ambitions. As Lin Feng spoke until parched, he glanced down to find Meng Qing nestled beside him, asleep like a delicate kitten. He gently caressed her silky hair, as if touching a piece of smooth satin. The moonlight draped like a gossamer veil over Meng Qing's slumbering visage, her slender eyelashes resembling strings of glistening pearls. Lin Feng smiled softly, cradling Meng Qing as if safeguarding a cherished treasure, and together they drifted into a sweet dreamland. The moonlight poured in, illuminating their figures. Such a scene resembled a beautiful painting, enchanting to the heart. Had it not been for the tingling numbness in Lin Feng's arm waking him, causing him to twist on the bed like a zombie, this tableau would have been even more perfect. Chapter 73. A Step Towards Serenity on the following day. Meng Qing awoke early, her drowsy eyes still holding a hint of sleepiness. She turned to gaze at Lin Feng, who was still lost in slumber, the gentle sound of his snoring filling the air. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Meng Qing's eyes as a playful idea surged in her mind. She extended her right hand, delicately pinching Lin Feng's nose between her thumb and index finger. Instantly, his snoring ceased and his brow furrowed slightly. Observing this, Meng Qing quickly withdrew her hand like a startled rabbit, exhaling a long sigh of relief upon realizing that Lin Feng had not awakened. Subsequently, she seized a strand of her hair and gently teased it against the tip of Lin Feng's nose. Yet, he merely brushed it away and turned over, sinking back into sleep. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Mengqing's lips. How could he sleep so soundly? She glanced at Lin Feng's back and murmured to herself, "Never mind. Let us allow you to rest well." With that, she lowered her eyelids, finding herself idly daydreaming in bed. Time seemed to stand still, and as impatience began to gnaw at her, she leaned gently against Lin Feng, brushing her lips against the side of his neck. As she did so, she suddenly took a light nibble, then licked her lips softly, whispering, "Lin Feng, wake up, wake up." Her voice was exceedingly tender, so soft that it seemed to fear disturbing Lin Feng's sweet dreams, clearly betraying her hesitation about rousing him. Seeing that Lin Feng remained unresponsive, she fell back on her side like a deflated balloon, her gaze fixated on his peaceful profile, lost in thought. Her eyes danced with a blend of affection and playfulness. Her lips slightly pursed in a mix of annoyance and charm, truly a captivating sight, yet no one was there to witness this enchanting moment. The sole audience still immersed in slumber. The sea breeze wafted through the window, gently tousling Lin Feng's hair, enveloping the scene in tranquility and warmth. It seemed that Lin Feng perceived Mengqing's gaze, as he slowly opened his eyes to find her beautiful eyes, brimming with affection, fixed upon him. With a soft chuckle, he closed his eyes once more and said, "What is the matter, so early in the morning? Who has upset you?" With that, he pulled Mengqing tightly into his embrace. Like a petulant little kitten, she nestled into Lin Feng's chest. She then raised her head, her clear eyes resembling autumn waters, gazing at him as her voice took on a soft, almost spoiled tone. "Why did you take so long to wake up? Yesterday, you asked me to tell a story, yet you fell asleep like a child while holding me, and by midnight, my arm had gone numb under your weight." Lin Feng gently ruffled Mengqing's hair, speaking tenderly. "I'm sorry. You can sleep a bit longer." Embarrassment washed over Mengqing as she murmured her apology. Lin Feng said nothing further, holding her head close and lightly patting it. "All right, I'm not sleepy anymore." "Really?" Mengqing looked up at him, her eyes sparkling. "Yes," Lin Feng nodded affirmatively. "We'll be leaving soon." "Okay," she replied with a smile. "Then I'll go downstairs to buy breakfast while you rest." After saying this, Mengqing quickly washed up, changed her clothes, and headed downstairs to procure their morning meal. Lin Feng languidly reclined on the bed, gazing at Mengqing, who was seated at the vanity. He inquired, "Do you prefer boys or girls?" Mengqing, evidently taken aback by Lin Feng's question, turned her head, her beautiful eyes blinking as if in contemplation. Suddenly, her eyes sparkled with realization, and she replied, "Boys." Lin Feng encouraged her to elaborate, "Because boys will resemble you a bit. Surely they'll be little handsome fellows." "Who told you that?" "Generally, boys take after their mothers more, while girls resemble their fathers," Lin Feng chuckled. All right, you seem to know a lot. I won't say another word. You just rest well while I go fetch breakfast," Mengqing said, a slight smile gracing her lips. Upon Mengqing's return, she found Lin Feng still asleep. She tiptoed to the bedside and gently kissed his forehead. Feeling the coolness of his skin, Lin Feng slowly opened his eyes, then chuckled softly as he pulled Mengqing into his embrace. Mengqing, covering her nose with her hand, teased, "You haven tea brushed your teeth. I want tea kiss you." "What? Are you rejecting me?" Lin Feng looked at her, surprised. Mengqing remained silent, her hands partially obscuring her face, a few strands of hair cascading down her brow. Lin Feng reached out, tucking the stray hair behind her ear, at which point Mengqing lowered her hands, a smile creeping on her lips. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Feng kissed her, and Mengqing wrapped her arms around his neck. After a while, Mengqing's once vividly colored lips appeared pale, and her lovely face flushed with warmth. "Lin Feng, I just got dressed," she mumbled, her speech slightly muddled. "You can change again later," Lin Feng replied, pulling back his lips, cupping her beautiful face in his hands. Fine, Mengqing conceded weakly, only to be playfully toppled by Lin Feng as they shared another intimate moment. Eventually, Mengqing, with her alluring gaze, urged, "Get up quickly. Breakfast is getting cold." Reluctantly, Lin Feng rose, and they both finished their meal. "I'll go change my clothes," Mengqing said to Lin Feng before heading into the bedroom. Lin Feng followed her inside, noticing the way she stared at him, her exquisite eyes brimming with grievance. You even have to watch me change clothes. Meng Qing lamented, on the verge of tears, while Lin Feng playfully tapped her on the head, saying, "What do you take me for?" "Humph," Meng Qing retorted, covering her head. "I misunderstood you." She then approached the vanity, gathering her hair up, revealing her fair neck, adorned with vibrant kiss marks. Seeing this, Lin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. Meng Qing caught sight of his laughter in the mirror and pouted. "What are you laughing at? It's still your fault." Lin Feng stepped closer, saying, "All right, you change your clothes. I'll wait for you in the living room." Meng Qing nodded, lifting her delicate face and pouting her lips. Lin Feng, puzzled, watched as she said a kiss. With a smile, Lin Feng leaned in to oblige. Dream Qing soon emerged, her beauty requiring little embellishment. Lin Feng lifted his gaze and beheld Dream Qing in a graceful white dress that elegantly concealed her bosom while revealing her porcelain neck and collarbone. Her long hair was elegantly pinned up, adorned with a white hairpin, with a few stray strands cascading softly beside her ears, enhancing her ethereal charm. "Hey, what are you daydreaming about?" Dream Qing approached, interrupting Lin Feng's reverie. "Huh, I can't help but notice that Dream Qing seems to grow more beautiful by the day." "Do share your secrets of beauty," Lin Feng inquired. "Humph, you silver-tongued flatterer. Let's hurry," Dream Qing replied nonchalantly, handing her bag to Lin Feng as she stepped out first. "Coming," Lin Feng called out from behind. Chapter 74. In Cherish Lin Feng and Meng Qing stroll hand in hand beneath the cherry blossom trees in the park. As a gentle breeze caresses them, scattering petals like snowflakes upon the ground. Each delicate petal carries a subtle fragrance that captivates the senses, rendering one breathless. The drifting aroma dances with the wind, while the cherry blossoms flutter gracefully, evoking both beauty and a poignant melancholy. Meng Qing gazes at the fallen blossoms, reaching out to catch them, as if cradling a fragile heart. Lin Feng stands quietly beside her, his silence filled with deep affection as his eyes remain fixed upon her. After a long moment, Meng Qing turns her head, a hint of elusive sentiment reflected in her beautiful eyes. Lin Feng steps closer, softly inquiring, "What is it?" Meng Qing gathers her emotions, gently biting her lip before responding, "It's nothing, just suddenly reminiscing about our time in the maple grove." "Indeed, back then. Little did I know you were contemplating our separation," Lin Feng replies with a teasing tone, casually breaking a branch from the cherry tree and offering it to her. "I was quite troubled then, too." Meng Qing accepts the branch, her voice tinged with a touch of sorrow. "I know," Lin Feng gazes at her, his tone tender as he continues. "There are some things I have expressed countless times, yet I still yearn to share them with you." Meng Qing meets his gaze, softly replying, "I am more than willing to listen." Lin Feng responds with a gentle smile, "Meeting you has been a true stroke of luck, and I am deeply grateful to you, Meng Qing." Her eyes glimmer with affection as she gazes at him, articulating each word with sincerity. "I feel honored." Lin Feng smiles in return. "You are somewhat shameless." "Why do you say that? You seem to lack humility. Is that truly necessary?" "It appears not." "Then that settles it. You are a bit cheeky." "Thank you for the compliment." The two share laughter and joy as they revel in their time together. Meng Qing's eyes wander to a nearby rock formation, casting a glance at Lin Feng. "What is it?" Lin Feng perceives the meaning behind her gaze. "I wish to climb up and take a look." Meng Qing's brows arch slightly, her tone playful yet tinged with a hint of grievance. "That is not allowed. Look, others are not doing it." Before Lin Feng can finish his thought, he notices nearby tourists climbing the rock formation without a care. "That still cannot be. We must uphold civility and quality," Lin Feng asserts, though his tone carries a hint of stubbornness. Suddenly, Meng Qing recalls the time Lin Feng fainted on the roller coaster and, with a flash of insight, nearly forgotten, realizes he has a fear of heights. A smile plays at the corners of her mouth as she nonchalantly suggests, "Very well, then let us depart. We could take photos elsewhere." Lin Feng senses a hint of mockery in Meng Qing's words, yet he finds himself lacking the evidence to counter it. In a pavilion by the lake within the park, Meng Qing sits quietly. Her graceful form is captivating, and her beautiful face shines like the morning sun. Silken tresses cascade over her shoulders, gently brushing against her fair skin, exuding an enchanting luster. As the breeze flows, her skirt dances lightly, adding a sense of vitality to the tranquil scene. Her eyes resembled deep, enigmatic lakes brimming with mystery, while her long eyelashes fluttered gently like the wings of a butterfly. Her lips were adorned with a subtle hue of lipstick, the corners of her mouth curving upwards in an accidental smile, evoking both warmth and intrigue. Her fingers rested delicately on the railing of the pavilion, her graceful posture akin to that of a celestial being descended to earth. In that moment, Lin Feng felt as though time had come to a standstill. The world was reduced to just her and the breathtaking scenery. Her gaze was cast far into the distance, her eyes sparkling like the stars. Lin Feng could not help but press the shutter, capturing this moment in eternity. Gazing at the photograph in his hands, he marveled at how some individuals seemed to be favored by the heavens. He mused that even if Mengqing left her family to become a model, she would undoubtedly achieve great renown. This scene inevitably reminded him of a poem. In 1,000 years, there is no peerless beauty, but the enchanting visage of a beauty that could topple kingdoms, astonishing all the world. What's the matter? Mengqing seemed to sense Lin Feng's distraction. Her enchanting eyes, as clear as autumn waters, turned towards him with curiosity. "It's nothing. I'm merely captivated by your beauty," Lin Feng replied candidly, his gaze unwavering. "Humph." The corners of Mengqing's mouth lifted slightly, her brows dancing with a hint of delightful mirth as she let out a soft, proud hum. Although she had long grown accustomed to the praises of others, and even felt somewhat numb to them, each compliment from Lin Feng stirred joy within her heart. Perhaps it was the source of the flattery that made it so special. "Lin Feng, come quickly," Mengqing called softly, her voice like a lark emerging from the valley. "I'm coming," he responded, hastily approaching her. "Look." Mengqing pointed towards a pair of swans. One swan bore feathers as pure as snow, exuding an air of unblemished innocence that beckoned one to draw near. The other was black, yet it did not appear sullied. Rather, its graceful form heightened its noble demeanor. They glided freely through the water, reveling in their serene existence. Occasionally, they flapped their wings, sending ripples across the surface.